Lu Su felt dizzy, as if he had been tumbling in a washing machine for 3 days. As soon as he opened his eyes, a blinding white light forced him to squint. While he was trying to adjust to the brightness, a figure blocked the glaring light. In front of him stood a blonde female doctor with a charming face, wearing a white coat and looking down at him from the bedside. "You're awake? How are you feeling, handsome?" she asked with a sultry smile. Lu Su felt uncomfortable all over, with his memory a complete blank. Instinctively, he checked his condition and found himself hooked up to various machines. Suddenly, he realized his right leg was completely numb. "Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here?" he asked. The doctor gave him a seductive smile. "Don't worry, handsome. It's just a minor injury." "Injury? Let me see," Lu Su insisted with a frown. "You can't see it right now because it's in the next room," the doctor replied, her tone still gentle. This statement hit Lu Su like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank. He tried to get up but was held down by the doctor. She explained that he had just undergone a kidney transplant and that the donor had already passed away. Even more shocking was the fact that the transplanted kidney was the cancerous one from the donor. As his memory gradually returned, Lu Su realized something was wrong. This was not a normal hospital, and the woman before him did not seem like a legitimate doctor. She informed Lu Su that this was the beginning of a game, and he was one of the first lucky participants. Suddenly, a virtual blue screen appeared before him, filled with chilling comments from viewers who were watching his live stream, eagerly anticipating more gruesome performances. The doctor played a video showing her using a chainsaw to cut Lu Su's right leg. She excitedly explained the pain control device and then pressed a button to disable the pain shield. Unexpectedly, Lu Su showed no reaction. This infuriated the doctor, and she adjusted the device to maximum power. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in Lu Su's mind. "Threshold broken. Unlocking. Binding. Initializing. Pain chosen. Pain value 9. Initial gene lock. Pending activation. Required pain value 11,100. What? Huh. This time, it was Lu Su's turn to be bewildered. Bang. Lu Su's expression froze in confusion as he replayed the voice in his mind. Suddenly, the female doctor slapped him with a force that felt like a sledgehammer. Lu Su grunted, shocked to find that this woman possessed an extraordinary strength that he couldn't resist. Breathing heavily, her eyes blazed with an angry and twisted fire. She glared down at the man beneath her, who was as helpless as a fish on a chopping board, and gritted her teeth. The script wasn't supposed to go this way. Why are you unharmed? Her hands, imbued with terrifying strength, began to press down on Lu Su. His pupils constricted as he felt a strange sensation of muscle tearing. He realized this was far beyond the strength of a normal woman. With no escape, he decided to play along for now. "Ah!" Lu Su let out a fake cry of pain, writhing on the bed. "It hurts. It really hurts. I forgot earlier." "Ah!" The female doctor's expression went blank for a moment. "Forgot? How can you forget pain? You've got some nerve." Despite her words, seeing Lu Su's performance of agony softened her menacing demeanor. She laughed in a twisted way, then pressed a button on a nearby device. Red light flooded the room. Chosen of pain, pain points 8. Initial gene lock, pending activation. Required pain points, 19,100. The voice echoed in Lu Su's mind again. He knew he had to continue the act. Playing along with the voice in his head, Lu Su continued his cries of agony. Having never felt pain since childhood, he was doing his best to act convincingly. Without a better escape plan, he decided to accumulate 100 pain points and see if the initial gene lock could be of any use. Though Lu Su's cries seemed somewhat fake, the doctor straddling him was in a much better mood. She exhaled deeply, the murderous intent fading from her face, replaced by a seductive and twisted smile. She continued to manipulate the device while adjusting her position, beginning to shed her doctor's attire. The remaining fabric barely covered her alabaster skin. Viewers in the live stream began to comment. "Whoa, who knew the doctor was hiding all that? You couldn't tell with the lab coat on. Respect. She was just about to cut his leg, and now it's turning into something else entirely. Wait, don't you think the guy's screams sound a bit fake? He's totally acting." Some viewers sensed something was off, but the engrossed doctor remained oblivious. Chosen of pain, pain points 8. Chosen of pain, pain points 9. Wave after wave of terrifying neural stimulus washed over him, but they had no effect on Lu Su. He simply followed the increase in pain points, continuing his performance to accumulate more. "Ah, is this the maximum power? Any more and it might kill me. Please don't increase it further," Lu Su shouted. The livestream comments were rife with sarcasm. "Seriously, dude? Your acting is terrible. Honestly, I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment. Not even trying anymore? This is why domestic films need better scripts." The female doctor's twisted smile began to falter. Even though desire clouded her mind, she sensed something was wrong. The involuntary muscle and nerve reactions of her victims had always been her mental sustenance. But this man beneath her, why was he devoid of such reactions? This was the second time her desires had been interrupted. Are you messing with me? She demanded angrily. Lusu replied, are you asking if I'm interested? Bang! With a loud crash, she slapped the machine, and the red light flared again. This signaled that she had officially lost her patience. You've annoyed me, little one. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've ruined my fun. With that, she reached beneath her and pulled out a dagger. Wait a minute, could you explain where that knife came from? Luce's question was cut short as a flash of white light appeared, and a scalpel sliced through the air. The female doctor's movements were swift, and the blade pierced Luce's chest in an instant. The pain selection system immediately responded. Pain value 2. Luce's pupils contracted. He felt no pain but was acutely aware of the life-threatening situation. The female doctor flipped her hair, adjusted her posture, and let the blade lightly graze Luce's body. I'm getting a bit tired of playing nice with you, she murmured, the scalpel in her hand tracing lines like a brush across Luce's skin. The system continued to prompt. Pain value 2. Pain value 1. I intended to have some fun, but you've really annoyed me, she said, her seductive voice tinged with menace. I suddenly want to cut it off and see if you can maintain that expression. Her words were like a venomous snake, tormenting not just Luce's body but his mind as well. Luce's expression grew serious, while the female doctor became even more pleased with herself. As the pain value slowly increased, Luce realized time was running out. Her other hand had already grabbed his pants, and the absurdity of the situation made Luce inwardly chuckle. The first time a woman is taking off my pants, it's to castrate me. Suddenly, a sharp, snap sound grabbed the female doctor's attention. Looking down, she saw a scene of bright red. Luce had tried to break free from the handcuffs with brute force, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet, it wasn't the handcuffs that had snapped. The female doctor looked up to meet Luce's still calm face. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her inner twisted nature fully awakened by the sight. Luce smiled. Without the sensation of pain, he only cared about the system's notifications in his ear. Pain selection, pain value 4. A series of crack sounds echoed as Luce forcibly tore off his own fingernails. Pain selection, pain value 3. Suddenly, the system prompted, gene lock, ready to activate, required pain value 100 and 1100, condition met, gene lock activated. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Luce's mind, like a door slowly opening. At the same time, the unbreakable steel handcuffs suddenly snapped apart. The genetic lock was unleashed. Every cell in Luce's body ignited, his heart thundering like an internal combustion engine. A sensation of unprecedented transformation surged through him, bringing with it an explosive strength. The sturdy alloy handcuffs, which could easily restrain a bull, shattered under his relentless struggle. Steam billowed from his raised arm, reflecting the cold gleam of broken metal in the bewildered eyes of the doctor. In an instant, both their bodies sprang up like leopards. The tables turned swiftly, and the female doctor found herself pinned to the bed. Luce moved with seamless precision, as if he had rehearsed this countless times. He snatched the knife, twisted his body, and the earlier frivolity in his eyes vanished, replaced by a wolf-like ferocity. Once freed, he uttered not a word, only gripped the knife tightly and drove it mercilessly toward the woman's exposed chest straight at her heart. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream began to sense something was amiss. Some wondered if there was a glitch, while others marveled at how Luce broke free from the handcuffs. Yet, those at the center of attention knew this was no game. The female doctor, eyes wide with terror, clutched desperately at Luce's knife-wielding hand, incredulous as she demanded, a basic carbon-based life form, 18 years old, low physical energy impossible, what have you done? Her forehead veins bulged as she struggled like a trapped beast. Luce remained unmoved, his remaining leg pressing against her abdomen, hands applying constant pressure. The dagger slowly descended against her resistance, its sharp tip slicing through her smooth skin. Her body, which could drive countless men wild, had no effect on Luce now. He was like a precise slaughter machine. Sensing Luce's resolve, the female doctor panicked. Her tone shifted from pleading to cajoling, then to bribery and seduction. No, please, this is just a game. Nothing will happen. This is the paradise of the chosen ones, and you are one of them. This is merely an initial test. You've passed. You did great, and you'll receive many rewards after this. Aren't you curious about what's going on? Let me go. I know everything. Ask me anything and I'll tell you. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I am yours. You can do whatever you want. Yet, none of these words swayed Luce. His gaze remained fixed on the knife, pressing down with both hands. Blood seeped out, life slowly ebbing away. You can't kill me. I am. The female doctor's last words were abruptly cut off by a piercing crack. It was the sound of the dagger piercing through her sternum and into her heart. Only then did Lu Su look into her wide-open eyes and speak his first words since breaking free. I've been an orphan since I was a child, and surviving until now hasn't been easy. Over the years, I've learned one thing: never hand over your chance to live to someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharpness in his eyes vanished instantly, and he collapsed exhausted into the warmth of the woman's body beneath him. He chuckled wryly, mocking himself. These victory declarations should wait until the opponent is truly dead. Haha. But as he glanced at his missing right leg, Lu Su's laughter faded. Though his mind had been clear in the face of life and death, knowing that killing the enemy was the only way to survive, now his thoughts were in turmoil. What game? What test? Why did his legs suddenly disappear? Clenching his fist, the extreme strength brought by the open genetic lock gave Lu Su a bit of confidence. He turned his head to look at the screen in the air, hoping to find some answers. On the screen, the barrage of comments, which had fallen silent in shock, had now erupted again. Some speculated whether this meant they too were chosen. Others reported the video appeared on their computers out of nowhere and couldn't be closed. And some praised Lu Su as the comeback king. Someone even mentioned calling the police. Lu Su only managed to catch a few fragmented pieces of information before the entire room began to shake. The large screen went black, filling his vision. Instinctively, he wanted to act, but found his body completely unresponsive, as if he were floating in space. In front of him appeared a stream of data resembling a time-space tunnel, accompanied by a strange mechanical voice. Lines of text floated in midair. Initial game completed. Welcome to the global megagame The Chosen Paradise. Initial chosen count, 14,569,812. Initial participants, 1,652,348. Completion count, 926,357. Note: the initial stage does not result in true death, but non-completers will lose game eligibility. Perfect completion count, 3,549. Your initial completion rating. SS level, perfect completion. Currently consecutive perfect completions. 1. Reward calculation in progress. Lu Su stared, bewildered, at the information before him. Only now did he truly realize the world had changed. Special event triggered. Killed initial divine guide. Earned achievement badge, Godslayer. Initial reward points, 3,000. Initial reward items. Intermediate healing potion 3, added to inventory. Your current world ranking, 1726, 357. Rankings updated each game. Consistent perfect performance and high ranking will yield surprises. Keep up the great work. Lu Su gazed blankly at the 1726, 357 before him, murmuring to himself, am I world number 1? Congratulations on completing the game perfectly. Enjoy your free body restoration. Please relax. These were the last words Lu Su heard before an irresistible drowsiness overtook him, and he quickly lost consciousness. He had no idea how much time had passed when he was awakened by the familiar ringtone of his phone. Opening his eyes, he looked around. A dim, 10-square-meter dormitory bathroom, mold-covered corners, and an old second-hand Redmi phone on the bedside table. Suddenly, he jolted and looked down at his legs. They were perfectly intact. Was it just a dream? Lu Su murmured to himself, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. He reached out to silence the alarm but accidentally hit it too hard, causing a loud crash that fully woke him up. Driven by curiosity, Lu Su turned on the bedside lamp. In the dim yellow light, he noticed a deep dent left on the bed, which puzzled him. If not for the cushioning mattress, his phony luxury item might have been destroyed. This scene triggered Lu Su's memory. He quickly grabbed his phone, connected to the dorm's Wi-Fi, and opened a social media platform. The top trending topic, highlighted in fiery colors, read simply, Divine Paradise, Global Game. The number of searches had reached a staggering 1.8 billion, far surpassing the platform's previous record of 40 million. Lu Su clicked on it immediately and began skimming through a flood of news reposts. Starting from midnight, a series of bizarre events had occurred worldwide. Masses of people vanished without a trace. A Canadian plane crashed after its pilots disappeared mid-flight. Many electronic devices inexplicably displayed an unclosable live broadcast, and some even claimed the images were projected directly onto their retinas. An Australian man publicly demonstrated superpowers, declaring himself a perfect game finisher and the new ruler of the world. Many self-proclaimed chosen ones claimed they could voluntarily join the game, although participation wasn't mandatory. Authorities responded swiftly, with experts suspecting a large-scale mass deception. The police were investigating, urging genuine participants to come forward. Lu Su noticed the earliest of these reports were posted less than 20 hours ago. Yet the topic had already caused a global sensation. The entire social media platform was dominated by this discussion, with various media outlets joining the fray, offering a deluge of speculations and analyses. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, possibly the first to complete the game. Lu Su suddenly realized he was at the center of this global upheaval. He recalled descriptions from other participants. After the game, a mysterious screen would appear in one's vision, allowing them to check stats and the next game time at will. Lu Su focused his attention, and sure enough, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. The control felt incredibly natural, as if it was second nature. The screen displayed a few simple lines. Rest mode. For each game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will eventually own the world. Time until the next game starts, 47 hours, 54 minutes, and 43 seconds. This is the challenge of the gods. Welcome to divine paradise. Lu Su calculated silently there were only 2 days until the next game. According to online information, time within the game ran parallel to reality, and participants seemed to genuinely enter another world, not just a mental experience. Although Lu Su appeared to be the first to complete the game, he realized he knew less about the events than other participants. He recalled the guide he encountered at the start of the game. It was his first time killing someone, yet oddly, he felt no psychological burden. Lu Su had a vague premonition that the world's moral standards and order were about to undergo an unprecedented upheaval. He continued browsing the information until he suddenly realized he might already be late. He quickly sprang up, completing his morning routine in record time, and was out the door in just 5 minutes. Oh, it's you, Lu Su. Why are you up so late today? I thought you had already left. Dorm manager Grandpa Wong was busy tidying up the nearly deserted student dormitory when he saw Lu Su strolling out slowly. Most students had already gone, leaving the entire building unusually quiet. Lu Su, an orphan who received special assistance due to his financial situation, was given a small room typically used by the cleaning staff. Although the conditions were basic, it saved him accommodation costs and spared him from complex social interactions. Yeah, you go ahead, Lu Su replied hastily, then hurried off toward school. Arriving at the classroom door, Lu Su, out of breath, called out, reporting. Inside the senior year Class 7 classroom, the atmosphere was noticeably unusual. Students were whispering to each other, a sense of restlessness hanging in the air. Their homeroom teacher, Old Lu, stood at the podium, his eyes glued to his phone, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Lu Su's voice seemed to hit a mute button. Every eye turned towards the door. Even Old Lu put down his phone. An uncomfortable silence stretched for a full 5 seconds before Old Lu took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you late?" Lu Su had never experienced such a reaction to his tardiness before and was momentarily at a loss for words. He stammered, "Overslept." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into noise again, with even a few disdainful scoffs. Old Lu's expression darkened. He had hoped there might be a rumored player in the class, but it seemed he was mistaken. Seeing that no one paid him further attention, Lu Su quietly took his seat. The entire senior year seemed to buzz with excitement over something, everyone abandoning their studies to eagerly discuss it, as if anticipating the arrival of a new world. Ahem, all right, everyone is here, let's quiet down. Old Lu cleared his throat. As per the school's and the education department's requirements, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize certain matters. Future class schedules depend on societal arrangements, and even the college entrance exams may be affected. Right now, this matter takes precedence over everything. Despite Old Lu's serious demeanor, the students only grew more excited, not a single one showing a serious expression. All right, you all should know what I'm talking about. The so-called divine selection park. Old Lu scanned the room. Is there anyone in our class who has been chosen, who has become one of the so-called selected ones? As the voice trailed off, Lu Su instinctively lowered his head slightly, his peripheral vision scanning every face in the classroom. In an instant, the entire class erupted. Students looked around, chattering, eager to see if anyone had first-hand experience. Lu Su buried his head even lower, pondering. As a student who usually went unnoticed, no one paid attention to his reaction at that moment. He thought to himself, this global supernatural event defies scientific explanation. With the future uncertain, it's best to wait and see. Anyone who recklessly reveals their identity is a fool. Just then, a boy by the window proudly raised his hand, his face beaming with smugness. Teacher, me. I was chosen. The classmates immediately focused their attention on him. Lu Su recognized the self-proclaimed volunteer Zhang Tao, a wealthy show-off at school. Their relationship wasn't great. Zhang Tao once tried to bully Lu Su, an orphan, but after getting beaten up, they had no further interactions. Despite finding Zhang Tao's foolishness exasperating, Lu Su glanced over, curious about how others who were chosen reacted. Old Lu's eyes lit up as he stared at Zhang Tao, asking, Zhang Tao, you were chosen? Are you directly participating in the game, or just a spectator? Zhang Tao sheepishly replied, I'm a spectator, watching the live broadcast. Then he quickly added, but I qualified to participate in the next game. This statement drew gasps from the class. For these students, suffocating under the pressure of their final year. The thrill of such a world-altering event was overwhelming. Zhang Tao couldn't hide his triumphant smile while basking in the envious gazes of his peers. Old Lu quickly sent a message on his phone, then continued to survey the class. Anyone else? It's important for everyone to be honest. This matter is significant for the country and for you. The classroom fell silent, with no one else raising their hand. All right, everyone, self-study for now. Zhang Tao, please come with me. With that, old Lu left, and Zhang Tao strutted out of the classroom like a victorious general. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom buzzed with activity. Students pulled out their phones, sharing the latest news and videos. Some envied Zhang Tao for being chosen, others questioned how someone who didn't study much could get such an opportunity, and some discussed the online videos, speculating whether the game really took place in another dimension and if it truly granted superpowers. At first, Lu Su was perplexed, not understanding why everyone was so excited. He recalled his own game experience, being tied to an operating table, enduring brutal amputations and organ transplants. If it weren't for his congenital insensitivity to pain and the mysterious pain god selection that defied fate for him, he might have already broken down. Could these ordinary students really endure such trials? However, as the discussion deepened, Lu Su gradually realized a fact. Everyone's initial game seemed different. Although most were tests of character, extreme scenarios like his, involving torture and murder, were rare. He remembered the game's settlement prompt. Clearly initial levels wouldn't lead to actual death, but failing to complete them meant losing the game's qualification. This implied that future games could indeed be deadly. Yet, his classmates seemed unconcerned about this, or perhaps unaware. They treated God Selection Paradise as an exhilarating game, as if it were merely about fighting monsters and leveling up, never considering the potential deadly consequences. But having experienced it firsthand, Lu Su knew its brutality. It could truly be a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, a classmate excitedly shared, "I just saw that someone from America who participated in the game said there's a temporary ranking. That Special Forces guy ranked 67th and got a physical enhancement reward. He said he can now bend a bottle cap with his fingers. He's super strong." Really? If he keeps participating, won't he become a superhero? Others exclaimed. Listening to the lively discussions around him, Lu Su remained silent. He discreetly reached into his desk, picked up a bottle cap, and with a slight squeeze of his fingers, the cap crumbled effortlessly into a small ball. Feeling the power in his hand, Lu Su couldn't help but smile slightly. The game was indeed cruel and twisted, but Lu Su hoped it would be even more extreme. Compared to the rule-bound real world, he preferred the place where life and death were determined by one's abilities. Hey, what are you smiling about? Did you have a romantic dream last night? Just as Lu Su's smile turned a bit eerie, a crisp voice pulled him back to reality. It was his deskmate, Xiarantong. Xiarantong had been Lu Su's deskmate for 3 years. Lu Su's experiences gave him a keen eye for reading people. Although Antong never acted condescending, from her attire and demeanor, Lu Su sensed they were from different worlds. Yet, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more brazenly Antong teased him. "Nothing, just thinking of something happy," Lu Su replied without turning his head, discreetly hiding the bottle cap ball back in the desk. Suddenly, he felt warm breath near his ear as Antong leaned in and whispered, "Pretending? You were chosen too, weren't you?" Lu Su was startled, trying to maintain his composure as he asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would you ask that?" Their eyes met, and Lu Su saw her squinting with a knowing smile. He felt a bit guilty. After all, there were spectators in his initial game. Could it really be such a coincidence? His pain god selection, genetic lock activation, and his decisive actions were all highly sensitive content that needed to be kept secret. Lu Su glanced at Xiarantong and tentatively extended his right leg, which should have been amputated in the game. "Look, my le." Xiarantong glanced down, teasingly saying, "What? It's long, fair, and smooth. Let me touch it." With that, she actually reached out to touch it. Lu Su was dumbfounded, his mind filled with a giant question mark. "No, can't you be a little more considerate?" Lu Su quickly pulled back his leg, seeing the gleam in Xiaontong's eyes and her restless movements. He had intended to test the waters, considering how frightening his in-game condition was, especially since he had lost a leg. But seeing her reaction, it was clear she hadn't coincidentally seen him in his initial game state. Lu Su mused to himself, people are best at projecting their own experiences onto others. When you say I was chosen and chose to hide it, are you actually talking about yourself? He decided not to dwell on his own issue, and instead turned the conversation towards her. To his surprise, Xiaontong looked him in the eye for a moment and then nodded seriously.
Yes.
Lu Su's eyes widened. "Wait, you're just telling me like that?" Xiaontong glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, then turned back to him and whispered, "In a completely unknown world, being part of a minority, it's normal not to stand out too much and to observe the situation first." Suddenly, She changed the subject. So, are you planning to participate in the second game in 2 days? Upon hearing this, Lu Su's mouth twitched. Are you just assuming I'm one of the chosen ones too? I don't recall admitting that. Not waiting for a response, Xiantong continued. Whatever you think, I suggest you don't participate. Wait it out. The temptation to change your fate is huge, I know, and if you have the chance, you wouldn't want to miss it. But our country's internet regulations are very strict, and in such major upheavals, a lot of news and information hasn't been released to maintain stability. Her tone became serious. I was one of the first viewers, and after the initial shock last night, I made a full record. I watched over 100 game live streams with various people facing different or similar scenarios. Some scenes were brutal, completely absent from the internet. The tests there defy any modern moral or legal standards. As she spoke, Xiaotong's face turned slightly pale, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even saw a player actually die in the game. If the game is another world, with time and space connected to the real world, it's like players are directly transported there. Can they still survive? Xiaotong stared intently at Lu Su's profile, speaking earnestly, making him feel inexplicably guilty. Because he was the one who knew best about what she was describing, had experienced it firsthand. The trials he faced were the most brutal and bizarre, with dangers and bloodshed he knew all too well. Thank you, Lu Su said. He could roughly guess why this wealthy deskmate was trying to get close to him. Probably just a privileged young lady, curious about a poor boy who didn't fawn over her like others used to. Otherwise, what else could it be? Teenage girls are often like that. But he still expressed his gratitude. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Sigh, I hope you think it over carefully, Xiantong said, uncertain if Lu Su was listening, before sighing and starting to scroll through videos on her phone, checking the latest news. People came and went in the hallway, with students leaving from time to time, and Lu Su even spotted police officers. Online, there were all sorts of rumors, but as time went on, the credibility of much of the information became highly questionable. Many opportunistic media outlets were making outrageous claims to attract attention, with some even saying that players in the game had gained superpowers, and that the strongest could now create nuclear weapons by hand. Lu Su thought to himself, how come I didn't know I was that powerful? His assessment of himself was that ordinary humans unarmed were no longer a match for him, but against firearms, he was still vulnerable. He was still too weak, far from being strong enough to feel secure with his personal strength. The first day of the world's upheaval passed like this. On his way home alone, Lu Su found a secluded spot and quietly stared at a wall. He positioned his right fist's knuckle against the exposed edge of the wall and punched it hard. With a dull thud, a corner of the brick was smashed, and several pieces fell off. Lu Su had punched with such force that a red mark instantly appeared on his fist. Even the knuckle had scraped, leaving a trace of blood. Looking at his hand, Lu Su frowned slightly. He didn't feel pain, nor did he know how much it should hurt. But the game's point allocation mechanism of the painful gods chosen hadn't appeared. Lu Su stood in front of the wall, repeatedly punching it. Yet he couldn't hear the long-awaited sound of the pain selection system adding points. This pain selection system was his greatest asset at the moment, having helped him pass the initial game and temporarily claim the top spot in the world rankings. He desperately needed to figure out how this system worked. Otherwise, having a cheat and not knowing how to use it would be a colossal joke. Just as he smashed the wall again, sending fragments flying, an annoying voice came from behind him. What's this? Depressed and taking it out on the wall? Zhang Tao mocked. Do you have to do everything a brainless villain does just to prove your stupidity? Lu Su ignored him and punched the wall again before turning to face Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had been basking in special treatment all day, already fantasizing about his future life of privilege. Now, he seized the chance to belittle the guy who had once humiliated him. However, Lu Su's powerful punch slightly dampened Zhang Tao's smugness. Trying to maintain his composure, Zhang Tao continued to taunt. You even made a point to be late this morning, trying to make everyone think you got chosen? How many chosen ones are there in the world anyway? God's selection paradise you. An orphan not even chosen by your parents, think you'd be chosen by the gods. Lu Su remained silent, prying half a brick from the shattered wall and slowly walking toward Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao panicked, taking a step back and grabbing a bike lock. What do you want? His voice was now tinged with fear. Immersed in fantasies of the world changing and becoming a favorite overnight, he had forgotten he hadn't gained any superpowers yet and still couldn't beat Lu Su. I'll have you know, we aren't the same now. I could kill you and not face any consequences. Zhang Tao bluffed. Stay back. I'm warning you. I've got connections in the police department. Lu Su coldly replied. Oh, your dad got caught soliciting? My dad did not get caught soliciting. Zhang Tao was completely flustered. The two locked eyes, and Zhang Tao felt an unprecedented fear. Ever since he got beaten up during their freshman year in high school, he hadn't dared to provoke Lu Su, but he'd never been this scared. He looked into Lu Su's eyes, his legs turning to jelly. It was an expression he'd never seen before the eyes of someone who's killed. Damn it! In a state of extreme panic, Zhang Tao cursed to bolster his courage, swinging the bike lock wildly. Lu Su easily deflected it with his wrist, sending the lock flying. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Pain selection. Pain value 1. Lu Su paused. Then a nearly deranged smile spread across his face. I think I'm starting to understand, thanks. He stared at Zhang Tao, his gaze growing more dangerous. And you mentioned having connections at the police department. Do you have any at the hospital? No? Well, that's about to change. In the end, in the dimly lit alley, Zhang Tao lay unconscious on the ground, covered in bruises. Lu Su wasn't much better off, with his body marked by bruises and contusions, though most of them were self-inflicted. He had long mastered the art of faking injuries. To outsiders, the two seemed equally battered, and given Lu Su's status as an orphan, the police were likely to let the matter drop. During this confrontation, Lu Su keenly sensed his opponent's vulnerability. He knew that if he wished, there were countless ways he could eliminate Zhang Tao. Yet, he restrained himself, aware that he wasn't yet in a position to act with impunity. Hastily returning to his cramped room, Lu Su pulled out a sheet of paper and began to jot down his insights about the chosen of pain system. 1. Self-harm is ineffective. Inflicting injuries upon oneself does not increase pain points. 2. The most direct way to accumulate points is by enduring the harm and torment inflicted by others. Even if capable of resistance, choosing to endure is equally effective. Lu Su considered this a loophole to exploit. 3. Indirect injuries caused by enemies also count towards points. For instance, breaking a nail to escape or deliberately meeting an opponent's projectile with one's fist. After finishing, Lu Su took a deep breath and reviewed his notes. He muttered to himself, this system doesn't even have a beginner's guide. It's all trial and error. Let's stick with these rules for now and add more later. He tucked the note under his pillow and lay down, his mind restless. With his preparations complete, the next round of the game was about to begin. Time flew by, and a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Su remained immersed in his thoughts about the game, not participating in his classmates' discussions. As the countdown ended, a prompt echoed in his mind. 30 minutes until the game begins. Please prepare and choose whether to be a spectator or a player. Faced with these options, Lu Su recalled Xiaontong's earnest reminder from the day before. He chuckled softly. Thanks for the warning, but you're right. How could I pass up this opportunity? When fate calls, choice ceases to be an option. Player status loaded. Welcome to the Chosen's paradise. May your courage reach the heavens. Half an hour later, a stream of data enveloped Lu Su, and he vanished from his small room. Welcome to the game. Your current difficulty level is Hell Mode. You have 5 minutes for initial setup. As the data loaded quickly, a player data panel appeared before Lu Su. Game points, 3,000. Pain points, 7. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medal, Godslayer. Legendary equipment, none. Backpack, starter pack. You have a reward waiting to be claimed. Surprised to see pain points listed on the panel, Lu Su realized they could be used for leveling up. He decided to hold off on allocating them and first claim his reward. Claim. Your reward has arrived. 7 Deadly Sins effect. Amplifies the corresponding weaknesses in the user's humanity while providing a significant corresponding boost. Please set your initial appearance. A gray stream of gas appeared before Lu Su, its shape amorphous. Shape it into a fluid mask, Lu Su thought quickly. The gas transformed into a mask, fitting his face without any sensation of wearing it. Please select a form. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After a brief consideration, Lu Su chose one that he thought would be easier to control. Greed. The mask twisted and turned a deep blue. Please select a mode. Normal overload. Normal. Preparation time is over, entering the game. Suddenly, Lu Su was engulfed by a sensation of weightlessness and dizziness as he was transported into the game world. As he opened his eyes, the disorientation lingered, and he found himself in extreme heat, as if inside a furnace. To his shock, he was hanging upside down, his left ankle shackled by a chain. Below him, some dozens of meters down, was a pool of boiling lava. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It was then Lu Su realized he wasn't alone in this game. Including him, there were 10 people hanging there, like ducks roasting in a fireplace. Didn't they say this was a game? What's going on? Why am I hanging like this? It's so hot, so scorching. How do we get down from here? Panic set in among the others. Lu Su took a quick look around, unfazed. These people were of little consequence, whether friend or foe. A mechanical voice echoed in the fiery abyss. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for Hell Mode, but at the same time, you are also quite fortunate. Below each of you is a platform, and beneath that platform, the lava is rising. You must escape in time, or it will be too late. Here is the first tool for your escape. A rope descended among the tin, with a saw tied to it. The saw was rusted and jagged. Gazing at the saw and the rising lava below, everyone instantly understood the meaning of escape. An uncontrollable chill surged through their hearts except for one person. Lu Su stared at the rusty saw suspended in the air, with only one thought in mind. Wow, this is the perfect opportunity to rack up some pain points. He was well aware that the real world and the game world were interconnected. In reality, injuries required hospital visits, and severe ones could lead to lifelong disabilities. But in the game, as long as he met the conditions for a perfect clearance, he could heal all his injuries for free. This was the fundamental reason he was willing to take the risk and participate in the game. The air was filled with the terrified screams of other participants. What kind of game is this? No one told me it would be like this. This is deceit. I'm going to report this. A woman screamed hysterically, tears and snot covering her face. Lu Su had become numb to it all. He turned to look at the woman crying out in despair and thought, report? Do you even know where you are? Haven't you realized what kind of situation this is? Although he had anticipated that some would struggle to accept the reality when the game began, the extreme reaction before him still exceeded his expectations. He opened his portable livestream screen to see if the audience had any information about the other 9 players. To his surprise, the number of viewers watching him was unusually high. Comments flooded in. Is this the perspective of a perfect clear player? I came specifically to see what a pro is like. This scene is terrifying. I've never seen anything like it before. Luckily, I decided to watch first to see what these games are all about. I'm glad I'm just a spectator. Lu Su quickly scanned the information on the other 9 players, discovering that only 3 were veterans, while the rest were newcomers to the game. Clearly, as a perfect clear player, he was bound to become the center of attention. This wasn't necessarily a good thing, as the world wouldn't easily allow someone to possess extraordinary power. Fortunately, he had chosen to wear a mask, but his personality and habitual actions might still be recognized by observant individuals. While Lu Su was pondering, the hysterical woman continued to scream, I want out. I'm not sawing off my own leg. Let me quit. I'm done with this. Unexpectedly, a response came from the air. A mechanical voice coldly announced, the store system is about to open. During the game preparation phase, you can purchase exit tokens to forcibly exit midway. Once an exit token is used, you will permanently lose the qualification to play. The store is inaccessible during the game. There's such a thing? Lu Su thought to himself, though his face remained unchanged. At this moment, he was already calculating how to maximize his pain points. What do you mean I can't exit? The lava is rising, and I'm feeling dizzy. Let me down. The woman's screams grew more piercing. Suddenly, a harsh metallic scraping sound shattered the chaos and despair in the air, instantly drawing the attention of the other 9 individuals. Above the bubbling lava, a chain began to sway violently, producing creaking noises. It was the chain locked to Lu Su's right leg. Like an agile monkey, he swung in the air. With a snap, he firmly grasped the rusty saw. Ha! This chain's quality isn't bad at all. Swinging back and forth, and it hasn't loosened, Lu Su's light-hearted voice echoed in the cramped space, as the 9 others stared at him in shock. Is he crazy? Is he really going to saw off his leg with that rusty saw? Someone exclaimed. Continuing to sway, Lu Su said nonchalantly, honestly, you guys are too kind. This is the only tool, and nobody even tried to grab it from me? Sawing off your own leg to escape is such a cliché move. By the way, did you guys actually pay royalties to Saw? However, as he spoke, Lu Su realized something. This wasn't quite his usual way of speaking. At that moment, it was as if he were slightly tipsy. He could still control his thoughts, but couldn't help saying things he normally wouldn't. This odd state set off alarm bells in his mind. This must be the effect of the original sin mask on his face, amplifying the greed, verbosity, and cunning traits in his personality. Lu Su knew well that in the face of such a brutal game challenge, these very traits were exactly what he needed. He didn't want to restrain himself too much. Instead, he planned to fully exploit these characteristics. He secretly calculated that these traits would make it difficult for the audience spying on him to connect the game version of himself with his real-life persona. Lu Su's eyes flickered with anticipation, eager to see what advantages the greed mode would bring him. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated through the sweltering air, but this time, it carried an unusual hint of humanity. It seems someone has taken the first step, the mechanical voice remarked. However, merely acquiring a saw doesn't equate to survival. Lu Su responded dismissively, yeah, I get it. It's just sawing off a leg. No big deal. It's not my first time. His tone was laced with disdain. I just think this game lacks excitement and exploration. It's really boring. He continued, his voice almost betraying a sinister chuckle. Since I'm the first to get the saw, Shouldn't there be some kind of reward? Beneath the blue mask, Lu Su finally revealed his fangs, his eyes gleaming with a chilling ambition and greed. The other 9 contestants remained silent, watching the figure suspended in midair as he haggled. In this terrifying scene, it seemed only Lu Su maintained a gamer's mindset. The mechanical voice sounded again. There are many hidden achievements and special rewards in the game, but players must discover them on their own. All right, stingy as always, not giving any hints, Lu Su grumbled, then asked, just asking, what if sawing the leg doesn't lead to rescue? I'm not very convinced. If I saw off my leg and accidentally fall into the lava, what then? It won't happen, the mechanical voice explained. This isn't part of the game. The platform beneath you is extensible. As long as you escape before the lava covers it, you'll be fine. So, just sawing the leg means escape, right? Lu Su pressed on. Correct, the mechanical voice confirmed. The light on the blue mask shifted, forming a sinister grin, as if a devious plan had succeeded. Without hesitation, Lu Su raised the saw, the cold light glinting as the rusty teeth touched his leg. Let's get sawing, he shouted. Shockingly, the iron chain was shackling his right ankle, yet he was sawing his left leg. The metal saw blade slowly cut into the flesh, but there was no expected sound. It felt more like 2 pieces of leather being forcefully rubbed together, as if one was about to be worn out. Against the red backdrop of the magma-filled hell, Lucius' leg instantly turned an even brighter shade of crimson. The world seemed to fall into a brief silence, like a still frame from a black-and-white silent movie. The only sound in the air was the sizzling of burning flesh. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. It wasn't Lucius' voice, but that of a woman hanging nearby. Her scream was as shrill as a pig being slaughtered, and she thrashed wildly in the air, incoherently shouting, "What are you doing? Get away from me!" Clearly, she had entered with a playful mindset and had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Fear consumed her reason, pushing her to the brink of mental collapse. Meanwhile, system notifications flashed continuously. Chosen of pain, pain value 3. Chosen of pain, pain value 2. Lu Su should have been pleased with the increase in pain value, but the woman's screams left him at a loss. He glanced at her helplessly and remarked, I mean, why are you screaming? It's not your leg being sawed. Besides, you'll have to saw it yourself later on. A little preview might do you some good. Or do you want to go first? As he spoke, he extended the blood-stained saw towards her, as if in invitation. Witnessing this gory scene, the woman lost consciousness and fainted on the spot. Lu Su shrugged and continued focusing on his task. Sawing off one's own legs was not only a physical agony but also a mental torment. Yet, the mask of original sin in greed mode allowed Lu Su to completely ignore this pressure. As long as he saw the pain value increasing, the cost seemed trivial to him. As the saying goes, when profit reaches 50, people will take risks. At 100, they dare to trample all laws. And at 300, they even risk their lives. At this moment, even a one benefit was enough for Lu Su to go all out. Greed intoxicated him with the thrill of dancing on the edge of a knife. The saw blade was already halfway through, and the surrounding contestants turned pale. The extreme gore of the scene was chilling, especially the masked maniac before them, who sawed himself with no sign of pain, even occasionally chuckling, made them feel as if they were truly in hell. A trembling man spoke up, Bro, you're incredible. We were overconfident to just enter this game. They say you even cleared the beginner's game. Choosing to cut your leg first, that's impressive. Your score and ranking in the first game must be high. Suddenly he exclaimed, but look closely. You're sawing your left leg. Lu Su glanced at his bloody left leg and calmly asked, Is there a problem? The iron shackle is on your right foot. What's the point of sawing your left leg? Can't I saw it if I want to? Lu Su shook his body, confidently shouting into the air. Who said I have to saw the right leg? I want to saw the left leg. Is that okay? This time, his shout was directed at the game organizers who had previously communicated with the contestants. However, the mechanical voice that had spoken many times before remained silent. Lu Su didn't care. After all, his plan was a gamble. Winning or losing didn't matter, as long as the pain value kept increasing, right? The surrounding players turned away in despair. One had fainted from fear, and the other seemed to have a few screws loose. If they ever had the chance to survive, they vowed never to participate in such a deadly game again. Not only them, but even the chosen ones acting as spectators felt relieved by their choice. They were more determined than ever to avoid participating. Is this what they call a game on hell mode? Murmured a spectator, eyes glued to the screen. I'm glad I didn't join. It's terrifying. On the live stream, a contestant was engaging in gruesome self-harm. The audience buzzed with conversation, and someone exclaimed in horror, Are all the players who clear this perfectly insane? To tackle such an extreme game, you probably have to be a lunatic to calmly saw off your own leg. Most viewers, however, were fixated on the blood and madness on the surface. They shook their heads, sighing that although Lu Su, the perfect player, was ruthless enough, his mind didn't seem quite right. The scene was filled with splattering blood and the chilling sound of bones breaking. Yet among the spectators, there were some who were more calculating, not merely shocked by the gore. These individuals were quietly gathering information, preparing for potential opportunities. Among them was a chosen one named Kong Bai, who was rapidly typing his analysis on Lu Su's live stream. Kong Bai's messages fired off like a machine gun. You don't really think a perfect player could be dumb enough to saw off the wrong leg, do you? If my guess is correct, he's playing a strategic game with the rules. Do you remember what he said before? He previously asked what happens if sawing off a leg doesn't lead to rescue, even giving an example of accidentally falling into lava. His goal was to explore all possibilities of not being rescued after sawing off a leg, while deliberately diverting attention to irrelevant details, and in the end, he nonchalantly asked if sawing off a leg guaranteed rescue. But that was the real hidden agenda. There are many ways to saw a leg, including not sawing the trapped one. The organizers, misled by his earlier diversion, gave a definitive answer. That's why he sawed off his left leg. Kong Bai's analysis caught the attention of some viewers. They began to reassess Lu Su's actions, realizing that the perfect player's moves were far more calculated than they appeared. Kong Bai continued, although it was just a word game, he executed it without hesitation, all for potential gain. Finally, Kong Bai concluded with a chilling summary. Perfect players are indeed monsters of maximizing benefits. Pain, their own leg, none of it matters. In the audience, there was a seemingly ordinary viewer named Kong Bai, who possessed an extraordinary sense of insight. He pointed out with piercing accuracy that the powerful figure in the game had never felt an ounce of fear from the very start. Whether it was a rusty saw or scorching lava, these terrifying elements that would intimidate most people were mere trivialities to him. His focus was unwaveringly fixed on one goal: how to maximize his own benefits in this game. Kong Bai's analysis, though somewhat fragmented, resonated with the audience watching the live stream. The barrage of comments suddenly diminished as everyone became captivated by his insights. Some viewers experienced a moment of realization, while others felt a pang of defiance. A voice of dissent quickly emerged. How can you be so sure that's the case? Maybe he's just a madman. Another questioned, and shouldn't the organizer's voice sound like an automated machine? How could there be a linguistic slip unless someone is controlling it? Faced with these doubts, Kong Bai didn't bother to argue. In the real world, he was fully focused on the screen, analyzing Lu Su's every move in real time. This was a chance to change his fate and gain superpowers, one he wouldn't let slip away. However, he wasn't willing to be a guinea pig, opting instead to gather intelligence, study the game's mechanics, and learn from the strategies of top players before diving in himself. Watching a heavyweight player like Lu Su, Kong Bai quietly calculated how to get to know him and establish a connection. Casually, he replied on the screen, "Think whatever you like. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I've grasped the full extent of the big guy's plan. Let's just see how things unfold." The live chat was filled with various opinions, but Lu Su remained indifferent, wholly absorbed in his work. He was sawing off his own leg with precision and calmness, as if engaging in a pleasurable pastime. His goal was clear: to accumulate pain points. Since the beginning, he had amassed over 20, making him feel for the first time that his leg was useful. To Lu Su, as long as he could perfectly clear the game, losing a leg was a small price to pay. Where else could such an opportunity present itself? He didn't feel the pain or any mental burden, but those around him were not faring well. The woman who had fainted earlier had woken up and was now retching uncontrollably. Others were in a similar state, sweating profusely, pale-faced, forcing themselves to look away from Lu Su's actions. The searing environment, the life-and-death test, the unbearable scene of pain, and Lu Su's near-maniacal demeanor made everyone feel as though they were truly in hell. Pain chosen. Pain points 1. The system's notification kept echoing. Eventually, Lu Su noticed that the increase in pain points had slowed dramatically, realizing that sawing his leg was nearing its limit. With a sense of satisfaction, he completely severed his left leg, examining the bloody limb for a few seconds, muttering to himself, "Surely, with a performance like this, there'll be some extra benefits. Regrowing a limb must require a better, higher-grade potion than reattaching one, right?" With that, he nonchalantly tossed the severed leg into the lava below. "Haha, I cut it off. Hey, is anyone there? Didn't you say cutting off a leg would set me free?" Lu Su's brazen and taunting voice echoed through the space, issuing his challenge to its master. Yet, there was no response. Just as Lu Su began to doubt his success, the voice from above resounded once more. This time, the mechanical tone was icily cold, devoid of the faint warmth it previously carried, more akin to a pure machine speaking. "Relevant entry rules have been repaired. Player Lu Su successfully exploited a system loophole, earning the Epic System Attacker badge. The related rewards will be settled at the end of the game. The mechanical voice had blurred Lu Su's name, so only he could hear it clearly. After announcing the rewards, the voice ceased, perhaps wary of being tricked by Lu Su again. Lu Su hovered in the air, the light on his mask forming a satisfied smile. Stretching luxuriously, he remarked in a relaxed tone, "Ah, not bad. Not too stingy." In the magma cave, apart from the bubbling lava, there was a profound silence. The others stared at Lu Su in shock, realizing that he was not a simple-minded masochist, but rather a madman who would stop at nothing for profit. The livestream chat was in chaos. Viewers recalled the analysis by someone named Kongbai and were at a loss for words. Expressions of awe and disbelief filled the chat, but as they looked at Lu Su's severed leg, more people felt pure reverence and fear. After catching his breath, Lu Su didn't rush to escape. Instead, he spoke again. "Honestly, I don't get why you all still don't understand the situation." The other 9 players were taken aback, puzzled by his words. Lu Su continued, "You really are putting life and death aside, aren't you? Have you noticed the lava is rising? And this?" He waved the saw in his hand. "What do you think this is? You don't see it as something to cause pain and suffering, do you? If we're in a game, this is the key to clearing it." His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "And now, the only key to clearing this game is in my hands. Not a single person tried to take it when I got it. Because of fear, everyone avoided this saw." Lu Su's voice turned serious. "Don't fear. Fear will cloud your judgment. This so-called hell game has been surprisingly smooth, to the point of excess. I hope there are more opportunities like this in the future." Since donning the greed mask, Lu Su had not only become more avaricious, but also more talkative. Yet his words sent a chill through the surrounding players, despite the temperature exceeding 50 degrees Celsius. Swinging the saw playfully, Lu Su continued with a flippant tone, "All right, enough with the chatter. Now, does anyone else want to saw off a leg? Let's discuss the price, shall we?" As Lu Su's words hung in the air, it seemed as if time momentarily stood still. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, their eyes fixated on Lu Su, who was hovering midair, as if they were witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kong Bai, who had been closely monitoring Lu Su's every move, slammed his fist on the table in excitement and shouted, "I knew it." His mind raced as he pieced together Lu Su's previous actions. Those seemingly straightforward attempts to maximize benefits were, in fact, laden with deeper meaning, not just probing the game's rules, but also seeking to uncover the forces behind this sudden game. Was it a cold, unfeeling machine? An omnipotent deity? Or some alien civilization? This probing was significant for the entire world. Yet Lu Su managed to accomplish it effortlessly, even securing benefits for himself. What's more, those seemingly ruthless tactics now appeared to be effective tools for intimidating other players, paving the way for his current extortion. Kongbai grew more excited, seeing nothing wrong with such extreme greed. In a world undergoing dramatic changes, where life and death hung in the balance, it was natural for the strong to use any means necessary to grow stronger early in the game. Just as he was about to type these insights into the live game chat, his hands paused. He noticed the majority of viewers' comments and their apparent state of mind. Is this extortion? Shouldn't we be helping each other in such situations? Amputating a leg is already tragic enough, and in this atmosphere of fear, threatening others seems unnecessary, strong and crazy, but I hope I don't encounter such a person in the game. Aside from these self-righteous remarks, others were either praising Lu Su's prowess or treating the entire scene like an American action movie. Some people inexplicably identified with strange emotions, while others viewed themselves as outsiders. Kongbai realized that people seemed to have forgotten a crucial point. They, the audience, were also chosen ones and could be participants in the game. Everyone was an insider. The world had undergone a seismic shift, yet people's mindsets remained stuck in the past. With this realization, Kongbai abandoned the idea of sending his message and focused on the internal game scenes. Just then, the woman who had been the most vocal glared at Lu Su with hatred and demanded, "What do you mean by negotiating a price?" Lu Su casually turned to her and replied matter-of-factly, "Exactly what it sounds like. No money, no saw. What's the problem?" The woman erupted in fury. "Have you no conscience? You're profiting off this? You heartless creature. I want out. I'm done with this game. Why must we keep playing once we're in?" Her voice grew shrill, as if trying to pierce the enclosed space. "Why doesn't the game organizer respond to us but replies to you? Why can you so easily amputate your own leg? I bet you're in cahoots with the game's masterminds. Look, everyone. He's not some great player. He's part of the conspiracy with the game's controllers." Her body convulsed, chains clattering as her fear and pain transformed into a torrent of rage directed at Lu Su. Watching her hysteria, Lu Su seemed bewildered. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Su spoke slowly, with a hint of mockery, "You're right. I'm part of it. I'm actually an NPC in this game, not a player. I feel no pain, so I can saw as I please, just here to torment you normal players. So, what are you going to do about it? At this moment, the blue greed mask displayed an exaggerated comical smile, as if silently mocking her. Lu Su knew that this hysterical woman was merely an amplification of the darker side of human nature. He wore the greed mask, while she was likely shaped by a life of privilege into another kind of mask. In this bizarre world game, even though he appeared powerful, she probably saw him as relatively weaker. Her emotional breakdown needed an outlet, and he happened to be the target. Despite his terrifying demeanor and his ability to easily kill her, years of societal conditioning led her to believe that provoking a human like him wouldn't have severe consequences. Her tactics were the usual: raising her voice, framing, slandering, and inciting public emotion to isolate her opponent. Unfortunately, the world had changed, though some people hadn't realized this harsh reality. Lu Su watched her with amusement, thinking, even if I admit it, even if you slander me, even if I become the enemy of all of you, what difference does it make? Lu Su's unyielding attitude left the woman speechless. She made a guttural sound, her face flushed, whether from the heat or her own emotions. The magma is still rising, folks, Lu Su said nonchalantly, swinging his leg and the saw in his hand, as if it might slip and fall at any moment. Finally, someone spoke up. How much do you want? Lu Su thought there was finally someone sensible, and was about to turn to see who it was. I don't want money, I want. Before he could finish, Lu Su whipped around to see a blinding flash of red light rushing toward him. A man across from him used the chain's momentum to lunge at Lu Su. The man held a dagger about a foot long, the blade glowing with an eerie red light, clearly not an ordinary weapon, likely a game item. The man's eyes glinted with malice, and in an instant, the dagger was about to pierce Lu Su's throat. Just as it seemed the attack would succeed, Lu Su twisted his body with incredible reflexes, blocking the deadly strike with his collarbone. With a grating metallic sound, blood splattered. The attack that should have been fatal was thwarted. The dagger lodged deep in Lu Su's collarbone, immobile. The expression on the blue mask remained unchanged, the exaggerated smile spreading even wider, almost reaching the ears. Pain God chosen. Pain value 5. The system notification echoed in Lu Su's mind. Unexpectedly, there was a bonus in this situation. Kill him. Quickly. Kill him. The woman beside him screamed with excitement, her voice hoarse. The man who had launched the sneak attack, seeing his success, prepared to follow through. However, the commotion was short-lived. The excited shouts abruptly ceased. Caught in the woman's throat, a thin line of blood appeared on the man's neck. Lu Su casually swung the saw, moving so fast it was a blur, leaving only a sharp sound cutting through the air. Too bad, you only get one chance. Oh, Lu Su said cheerfully, and thanks for the knife. As the man's voice faded, the knife slipped from his right hand, now limp and powerless. His eyes were wide open in shock, hands clutching his throat, but blood gushed out uncontrollably like a broken dam. Within seconds, the man hanging upside down was drenched in blood. The intense heat quickly coagulated the blood, and his body twitched twice before falling still. Is he dead? Witnessing the brutal scene snapped everyone back to reality, at least slightly. Lu Su found the situation rather amusing. He glanced at the charred corpse and, with a sense of grim humor, refrained from exploiting the opportunity to gain more pain points from the daring contestant. His mind was resolute: never surrender your chance to survive to others. If someone tried to kill him, he wouldn't waste words. He removed the dagger from his shoulder and inspected the weapon's automatic description. Sharp blade. Quality weapon. Effect. Armor penetration. Triples the user's attack power with a strength cap. Requires self-exploration. Description. When in doubt, just stick it in. Lu Su frowned. Isn't that description a bit off? Well, a quality weapon isn't that high level, but it's better than nothing. With that, he tossed the knife into his backpack as a trophy. He pondered that if categorized in this way, the mask on his face might not be a weapon or tool but a unique item sequence seal. Scanning the area, no one dared meet the gaze of his deep blue mask. In places beyond the reach of law, violence is always the most effective means of communication. All right, given the circumstances, name your price. Finally, someone sensible spoke up. Lu Su turned to look at him. The man continued, I know players like you aren't interested in money. You must want game tokens, right? In my initial game, I earned 500 points as a reward, and due to my decent performance, the guide gave me an additional 300 points. I'll give you all these points if you help me out. Clearly, those with game completion experience had better mental fortitude. But Lu Su's next words nearly made the man cough up blood. 800? That's all the points you have? Everyone was stunned. What the hell are you talking about? 800 points is a lot. What do you mean? That's all my points, all right? The game just started. Who could have more? Didn't your guide explain the situation to you? The man was anxious. Lu Su sneered. My guide? Would you believe me if I said I killed him? My reward was directly 3,000 points. All right, small business, since you're the first, I'll agree. Lu Su accepted the trade request and added, also, since you're my first customer, I'll give you a little extra benefit. What? The man was taken aback, not quite prepared for the idea of sawing off his own leg, his teeth chattering. Lu Su simply brought up his personal game panel. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medals, Godslayer Legendary, System Attacker Epic. Current pain points, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lu Su realized the greatest use of pain point stat enhancement. While normal players could only increase these stats through in-game encounters or special items, he could enhance them directly. The ratio for strength, agility, and speed was 1 to 2. Luck was 1 to 5, and spirit was 110. To maximize his current abilities, Lu Su didn't hesitate and allocated all points to strength. Strength boost, 1024. Already surpassing human standards, his strength more than doubled. Lu Su gripped the saw in his hand tightly, the wooden handle creaking as if about to snap. The surge of power brought a psychological rush, making him feel as though a green giant resided within his not-so-muscular arms. Hey, what do you mean? The man, seeing Lu Su's veins bulge and his right hand grip the saw with a disturbingly maniacal expression on his mask, suddenly felt a wave of fear. Nothing, hee. In the service industry, they'll personally help you saw your leg off. Lu Su grinned. No need. Stay away from me. That wasn't part of our deal. The man struggled violently, his previously gathered courage and resolve vanishing. You sawing my leg off? I'd rather die than go through the torture you inflicted on yourself. I'm not a masochist, I can't handle it. Don't be afraid, I'm a conscientious businessman. Would I harm you? I just want to experiment a little. Despite the man's intense struggle, Lu Su's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the shape on his mask formed a very human-like exclamation mark. His right hand swung the saw with such speed that it seemed to carry a hint of thunder. Snap! The crisp sound was like a butcher chopping bones on a board. The completely rusted saw blade, under immense speed, turned into the sharpest cutting tool. The figure fell with a thud onto the platform. Only after escaping did the man with the severed leg realize it was over, and the pain hit him. After a scream, he clutched his leg in agony, sweat pouring down as he tried to stifle the pain. He raised his severed left leg, pressing hard on the blood vessels to prevent excessive bleeding. Forcing a smile more painful than crying onto his face, he gave a thumbs up to Lu Su, still suspended in the air, and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, sir." The gratitude was genuine. Though he made his choice in the face of life and death, he truly didn't think he could endure the pain of sawing off his own leg with a rusty saw. Lu Su's godlike maneuver made him feel his points were well spent, at least saved his life. Hey, look at that, he even thanked us, Lu Su muttered to himself, a hint of pride in his voice. Lu Su finished his monologue, satisfied as he admired his newfound power. He turned to the person whose leg he had severed, giving a thumbs up as if to flaunt his achievement. It seemed he was mentally prepared for the changes about to unfold in this world, but others' reactions were vastly different. The livestream chat exploded instantly. The viewers' emotions were even more intense than when they had watched Lu Su's self-sacrificial act of sawing off his own leg. After all, this was their first time witnessing the display of supernatural powers firsthand. The allure of raw power far surpassed that of money or authority, striking at the deepest desires of the human heart. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Holy crap, that's insane. Did I just see that? That's definitely a superpower. Cutting through a leg with a rusty saw in one stroke? Sorry for the loud voice earlier. You're awesome. Can I get your contact info? This is the charm of the game. If I could gain superpowers, I'd risk everything too. I've watched other players' streams. Most weren't this unlucky. This guy hit the hell-level difficulty dungeon. Fortune favors the bold. The audience, once detached and high above, was now restless, their fear cast aside. Some began inquiring about Lu Su's contact details, wanting to meet him in real life. Even someone claiming to be a CEO from a Fortune 500 company expressed interest in recruiting Lu Su. Sitting in front of the screen, Kong Bai shook his head helplessly. People were finally beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, but this was merely the beginning. Lu Su's actions were relatively mild. At least he remained human in form. When scenes of real flying, teleportation, and controlling the elements appeared, that's when people would truly go mad. However, amidst the frenzy, someone noticed something off. Wait a minute, doesn't anyone find it strange? If he could cut through a leg so easily, why did he saw his own leg slowly before? The comment section suddenly paused. This question left everyone pondering. Why choose to endure such torment when there was an easier way? Kong Bai and other analysts racked their brains, but couldn't decipher Lu Su's logic. Did he have a masochistic streak? Or was there something wrong with his mind? Yet how could someone with perfect game completion have a mental deficiency? There must be a deeper reason they hadn't considered. Lu Su's true motive for accumulating pain points was something they would never guess. At this moment, the first person rescued vanished into thin air, likely having completed the game. His disappearance excited the others who were still hanging. Before Lu Su could speak, the remaining captives began shouting eagerly. "Over here, boss. I'm willing to pay 200 points plus a basic weapon, all obtained in the initial game, just for you to cut my leg. Cut my leg, and I'll give you lots of money once I'm out. You can fill in the check as you like. Cut my leg." We're all fellow Chinese, lend a hand. The players, previously too frightened to speak, now spiritedly bid for their legs to be cut, seeing it as a painless option. The scene was quite ironic. Severing legs had become an auction item. The broken window effect proved true once more. Normally, who would suggest amputating a leg without anesthesia? But after witnessing Lu Su endure 10 minutes of excruciating sawing, having a leg cut with a single stroke seemed like a blessing. Faced with the clamoring crowd, Lu Su did not refuse. He simply waited for higher offers. After all, those who had participated in the initial game but hadn't cleared it still had some points, and some had signed in-game agreements, promising their points from this round to Lu Su. Under the influence of the mask of greed, Lu Su had transformed into a cold-hearted figure. With ruthless precision, he wielded his saw, ready to sever limbs for anyone willing to pay. The air was filled with screams and the splatter of blood, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. After completing the final transaction, Lu Su acquired a unique game item, along with a substantial amount of game points and the promise of additional points upon completion. His efficiency was so remarkable that, had he been in Japan, he might have been dubbed the leg-cutting sage. In the end, only 4 people remained suspended in the air. 2 of them were already catatonic, their eyes vacant, having given up any hope of survival. Lu Su watched them with indifference, uninterested in those who had resigned themselves to despair. Suddenly, one of the previous survivors cast a final glance at Lu Su before vanishing into thin air, having cleverly used an escape token to flee the perilous situation. Lu Su's gaze finally settled on a woman who had been shouting and cursing incessantly. She had fallen silent for a moment, but upon seeing Lu Su turn towards her, she began trembling and spoke with a warning. "I warn you, people like you." But Lu Su had no interest in her threats. With a swift motion, he sawed through his own restrained leg. With a dull thud, his body landed heavily on the platform. Reaching for the edge of the platform, he allowed a cold smile to spread across his lips and addressed the woman still hanging in the air. "The lava is almost here." Before his words fully registered, he vanished from sight. In just a few breaths, scalding lava engulfed the entire platform. In his last glimpse, Lu Su saw the woman finally snap back to awareness. She let out a piercing scream, desperately reaching for the swaying saw, but it was too late. The lava consumed the platform, though it had not yet reached her body. She had time to regret, but no chance to escape. Her shrill cries echoed in the air, and Lu Su coldly reflected. People die from their own foolishness. The regret and agony of that woman in her final moments were no longer Lu Su's concern. At this moment, however, he felt a twinge of regret himself. As the game neared its end, he thought his gains seemed somewhat scant. Was the punishment of sawing off legs this simple? He wondered to himself if the game lacked imagination. Should there be more gruesome tortures, a cycle of relentless torment? Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the anticipated data stream sensation failed to materialize, indicating the game had not yet concluded. Lu Su opened his eyes to find himself in an unusually bright space. The 4 people he had previously rescued were there too, their faces etched with fear as they anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Clearly, their hellish ordeal was far from over. Just when they thought they had finally escaped, reality hit them hard. The 5 of them were secured to chairs arranged in a perfect pentagon. At the center stood a bottomless pentagonal column, its interior hollow. The other 4 turned their gazes toward Lu Su, seemingly waiting for something. Unlike them, Lu Su felt a spark of excitement, as the continuation of the game promised more rewards. He lightly tapped the mask that continually displayed a grin and muttered to himself, it should indeed be more twisted. Despite this, he still tried to control himself, resisting the mask's influence. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome, victors of the hell game." The other 4 shuddered at the sound. The voice then directly addressed Lu Su. "You seem quite pleased." "That's unusual." Lu Su looked around and asked, "Is that so? Well, that's good. So, is there a reward?" This simple question seemed to anger the game's controller, leaving the mechanical voice silent for a moment. Then, the surrounding lights dimmed, creating a lonely, terrifying atmosphere. With a piercing noise, black water began to rise slowly within the central column. As everyone stared intently, someone exclaimed in shock. It wasn't water at all. but a swarm of countless insects. They piled on top of each other, writhing upward in a dense mass. These weren't any ordinary bugs. Each one was repulsive. Some resembled scorpions but were half a meter long. Others were covered in barbs with tongues that flicked incessantly. There were even soft-bodied worms wriggling and bursting under pressure. Soon, the entire column was filled with insects. It was a massive structure, 5 meters in diameter and over 10 meters tall, packed with billions of alien-like bugs. Those seated around it turned pale with fear, and even Lusu couldn't help but gasp. Such a scene was a physiological and psychological nightmare for anyone, especially since these might be extraterrestrial insects. I can't take it anymore. Being a spectator is just fine. Never be a player. A voice echoed in the live stream, striking a chord with many. Viewers flooded the chat with their grievances, astonished by the chilling scene before them. In the room, the players were horrified to discover that a specially crafted, 50-centimeter square glass window was their only barrier against a sea of insects. This realization pushed their fear to its peak, as it meant these revolting creatures were about to invade their space. When will this end? Just let me die! A man shouted in despair, slamming his fist against the glass with a dull thud. His anger seemed utterly powerless in that moment. Lusu observed everything calmly, calculating the potential pain points this trial might bring. Just then, the organizer's voice rang out again, dripping with sarcasm. Players, don't you feel honored? The game should have ended by now. But since too many of you survived, it doesn't align with the hell difficulty concept, so here's a little bonus round. The organizers continued. The fate of the game was in this player's hands. He could have made himself the sole survivor, and this bonus round wouldn't exist. He would have once again been the player with a perfect clearance. Yes, he is the only one among you who earned a perfect score in the beginner level. But his mercy led to this situation. So let's all give him a round of applause. As these words were spoken, the lights in Lu Su's room suddenly illuminated, putting him in the spotlight. The sound of clapping, mingled with the insects hissing, created an eerie atmosphere. Surprisingly, the only person genuinely clapping was Lu Su himself. As he clapped, he sarcastically remarked, "Well, according to you, I must be something extraordinary. I guess I should give myself a round of applause." Then, looking directly toward the source of the voice, he provocatively asked, "So, back to the question, after such an outstanding performance, is there no additional reward for me?" Lu Su's voice was calm, yet it carried a hint of sarcasm. He paid no heed to the host's mockery and retaliated in kind. Being thrust into the spotlight left him puzzled, as if the game itself harbored a grudge against him. Despite this, Lu Su remained composed, even revealing himself as a player who had flawlessly completed the game. In his mind, becoming the center of attention was an opportunity. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. Lu Su mused to himself. Some philosopher named Gao once said, "The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish." Gao. What was it again? Let's just say it was Gorky. He firmly believed that the game's rewards were not charity but prizes earned through skill. Facing the host's ridicule, Lu Su refused to back down. "Am I getting soft now? You've touched me with your words. How about giving me an award, or maybe an achievement badge?" The verbal joust between Lu Su and the mysterious voice left the other four feeling uneasy, like outsiders. At that moment, they realized the vast difference between a perfect completion and a regular one. Their gazes towards Lu Su became complex, a mix of fear and gratitude. Despite Lu Su's seemingly greedy and reckless demeanor, he had indeed saved their lives. All right, the final challenge. The spoils game. The host's voice rang out again. "Ordinary players, don't be disheartened. Up next, you'll be on equal footing with that guy. This is the game of the gods, a challenger's gamble, where anything is possible. Welcome to the divine playground." As soon as the words were spoken, 2 pillars rose before each person, each with a red and a green button. Above the bug pillar, a scarlet 100 appeared. The host explained, "This 100 represents the total sum of all rewards, to be divided among the 5 of you by vote, with everyone having an equal say." The other 4 players felt a slight relief, as the gap between them and the perfect player seemed less daunting. "And this bug jar," the host pointed to the chilling container, "is the punishment for those who don't cooperate." The rules were simple. Take turns proposing a distribution plan, and if more than half agree, it passes. Otherwise, the proposer is transported into the bug jar. The gravity of the situation sank in. It was clearly a device for execution. "Let's begin." With the host's announcement, numbers flashed above everyone's heads. They all held their breath, hoping for a later turn. After all, the first to propose was at the mercy of the others. Ding! The numbers stopped flashing. Number 1 Lu Su. Players 4 and 5 both breathed a sigh of relief as they glanced at the numbers above their heads. According to the rules they'd agreed upon earlier, their lives were at least safe for now. More importantly, their positions were advantageous if more than half disagreed. The proposer would be executed. This meant those before them would likely try to appease them during the distribution. After all, without sufficient benefits, they wouldn't easily agree. Players 2 and 3 wore grim expressions. Facing the unsettling pillar of insects, their situation looked dire. Especially for player 2, the only woman present, who silently cursed her bad luck. However, her mood lifted slightly when she saw that Lu Su, the big shot, had the number 1. It felt like a small consolation. At this moment, the other 4 players focused their gazes on Lu Su, their eyes filled with a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Clearly, in a game like this, offending the organizers was unwise. No matter how powerful, he was still just a player within the game, while the organizers were the ones who set the rules. Watching Lu Su with his head bowed in silence, they couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. People love to idolize, but they relish even more seeing idols fall. Witnessing someone so powerful that he could almost unbalance the game being put in the most disadvantageous position, they felt secretly pleased. Any previous gratitude was long forgotten, only remembering the time Lu Su helped cut off a leg and demanded payment for it. The blue mask on Lu Su's face shimmered, revealing no expression. He lowered his head and muttered something to himself. The others quieted down, straining to hear what this big shot was saying. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. Everyone was momentarily stunned, thinking, "What the hell are you singing for at a time like this? Are you out of your mind?" Though everyone was trying to guess Lu Su's thoughts, it was now his turn to distribute. The live stream chat exploded with comments. "He's screwed. This looks like it's been rigged. This is just being set up, sigh. Why provoke the organizers? Let's see how he handles this. Staying alive would be a blessing, sigh. The tallest tree catches the wind. Look at the other players' eyes. They clearly want him gone. It's important to keep a low profile, sigh." Only a few, like Kongbai, frowned in thought, sensing something amiss. The essence of this game shouldn't be a deadlock. While calculating, they eagerly awaited Lu Su's decision. Lu Su was also deep in thought, recalling the effect of his greedy mask. Greedy blue KITO personality influence. Amplifies greed, becomes talkative and mentally active, cunning and insidious. Benefit. Luck subtly increases, with peculiar effects at critical moments. Description. At the gambling table, the one who wants to win the most will win. By rights, his luck should be good. After a long silence, Lu Su finally spoke, chuckling to himself. "Ah, it's a shame to let these insects go to waste." Looking at the pain value in front of him, he seemed to have grasped the key to this game. Just as he was about to say more, the woman at position 2 interrupted him. "Perfect clear player. I think since we're at this point, let's not speak in riddles. I'll be frank. We all acknowledge your strength, but since you're the first, you shouldn't take this reward. You should take 0, and we 4 can discuss the distribution. This way, even though you don't get anything, at least you won't be thrown into that cage. You were once a perfect clear player. As long as you're alive, there's hope for the future. What do you say?" She appeared rational, considering things from Lu Su's perspective. As player 2, she feared that if player 1 decided to sacrifice himself, the pressure would fall on her. It was better to take the initiative, at least gaining Lu Su's support to share the risk. At this moment, the organizers spoke again. "Attention everyone. Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting isn't completed, the door in front of you will randomly open slightly for someone. And, to prevent stalling, if it's your turn and you deliberately don't give a distribution policy, the door in front of you will open first." The players felt a chill run through them upon hearing this. The woman in position 2 anxiously said, "What about my proposal, perfect clear player? You heard it. We can't delay any longer. Stop yelling. Don't keep interrupting me." Lu Su silenced her, then looked up and asked, "I want to ask, can the distribution of 100 points include decimals, like giving someone 0.000001? No. It must be distributed as whole numbers." "Tisk, that's a bit of a shame," Lu Su muttered, raising his head. "In that case, I won't waste words. My distribution is as follows. Player 5, 1 point. Player 3, 1 point. Player 1, that's me, 98 points. Players 2 and 4, 0 points." The woman at position 2 was taken aback, thinking this guy must be crazy. Can he really make such a decision without discussion? The other players were all ears. The man in position 5 was stunned, and player 3 doubted his own hearing. With this seemingly insane distribution revealed, everyone questioned if their ears were deceiving them. The entire live stream chat exploded. Was he asking for death? Whoa, seriously? You still want to argue at a time like this? A wise person knows when to adapt. As soon as Lu Su finished speaking, the room erupted into chaos. People were talking all at once, some in surprise, others in anger, but most were filled with confusion and fear. A frail man wearing black-rimmed glasses muttered under his breath, "I wonder if there's a chance that this guy is a masochist and really wants to get into that bug jar for the experience." A pale-faced woman next to him immediately covered her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. "Stop it. You're making me sick," she said. A brawny man frowned and said sternly, "The organizers have already made it clear they're out to get you, and you still refuse to cooperate? You're just asking for trouble. This isn't about arguing or negotiating anymore." In a corner, a young man wearing a baseball cap sneered, "I told you he wasn't some big shot. He probably just has a twisted mind that helped him pass the initial level perfectly. Letting someone like him become a big shot is the real failure of this so-called divine selection park." Amidst the clamor, people were eager to distance themselves from Lu Su, as if belittling him would prove their own wisdom. When a so-called god falls from grace, the noise is far louder than when he ascends. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed from above, "Is the allocation method confirmed?" Without hesitation, Lu Su replied, "Confirmed." The mechanical voice repeated, "Changes after confirmation will incur a penalty." Lu Su remained resolute, "Confirmed." With those two confirmations, a blurred number appeared above everyone's head, signifying Lu Su's allocation results. The lights suddenly dimmed, followed by a crisp click sound. Blinding red lights flickered as the second female participant immediately pressed the rejection button in front of her. With a cold expression, she turned to Lu Su, her voice dripping with sarcasm and threat. "Number 1. Since you're so eager to seek death, you can't blame us. No matter how powerful you are, if you can't read the situation, you'll meet your end. It's over. If you really want to enter that bug-infested place, your wish is granted." Lu Su merely chuckled softly, shifting his gaze to the woman. She showed no fear, staring intently at his blue mask as if trying to pierce it with her eyes. She thought to herself, "Soon, this devil of a man will die by my hand." The power to judge him at the press of a button almost made her giddy. However, the smile on Lu Su's masked face remained unchanged. He said calmly, "In this game, there are only 2 women. You're slightly better than the other one." Hearing this, a drop of sweat appeared on the second woman's forehead. She remembered vividly how another woman had cursed Lu Su in the lava hell, and now that woman was no longer here. Her fate was obvious. Lu Su continued, "But she died because of her stupidity. As for you, while not as foolish, you're not exactly smart either. You're a bit overconfident." The second woman glared at Lu Su, her eyes filled with defiance and even a hint of disdain. She sneered, facing death, "You still cling to your expert facade. Is there any point?" Then she turned to the other players, raising her voice, "Let's not waste time, everyone. Press the red button in front of you and reject him. Consider it revenge for our broken legs and extortion." Lu Su almost burst out laughing. The difficulty of this hellish game forced everyone to either lose a leg or die. Yet this woman made it sound like it was his fault. The second woman continued to incite, "Number 4, in his allocation plan, both of us got nothing, a big fat 0. Given your lower ranking, you were never in any real danger, so why accept 0 benefits? And for numbers 3 and 5, being given only 1 point each seems more like an insult than an offer. Let's reject it together. I promise that in my allocation plan, you'll get far more than just 1 point." Just then, another ding sounded, and number 4's option also turned red. Lu Su seemed unfazed, softly humming a tune. The evening breeze brushes the willows, the flute sounds linger, the sunset beyond the mountain. The second woman's eyes burned with ambition. It was her first time participating in the divine selection game, and she wanted to personally end this once perfect player. "Number 3, number 5, stop hesitating and make your decision. I told you, even in the worst case, you'll get an equal share. You'll definitely benefit more." The second woman pressed on. At this moment, Lu Su finally spoke. "You say that under your allocation, the worst outcome is an equal share. Then why can't they just vote you out afterward? If you're gone, the 3 of them can split more. What role do you play in that?" The second woman was momentarily speechless, stammering, "I don't be swayed by him. I'm just saying that's the minimum outcome. And anyway, my allocation is better for everyone than yours." Lu Su sneered and continued, "By that logic, if it's an equal share, why should 4 and 5 even keep 3? If they vote 3 out, won't they get even more? But by then, number 5, will you still get anything?" Cause and effect are intertwined. The cause is the head of the effect, and the effect is the tail of the cause. When those ahead of you fall, consider how it affects your turn. Sometimes, you need to think backward. You're right, this game is indeed a game of luck, and I happen to be the luckiest among you. Number 3, number 5, you can only accept my allocation. Believe me, if number 4 allocates, your benefits will only be 0. Absolutely not. Lu Su's voice carried a chilly undertone, echoing through the enclosed space. As soon as he finished speaking, number 2 erupted into a flurry of urgent rebuttals. "Everyone, don't be swayed by his words. We can definitely work out a good plan for distribution. If I'm in charge, nobody will end up with 0 points. Trust me." I assure you on my honor that no one will monopolize everything. Number two's speech grew increasingly rapid, her voice tinged with anxiety and unease, as though desperately trying to mask her inner turmoil. Her reaction confirmed the threat posed by Lu Su's earlier statements. At this moment, she instinctively sought to eliminate Lu Su from the equation, as if he were an imminent threat that needed to be removed immediately. Noticing number two's mental state, Lu Su's lips curled into a cold smile as he interrupted. Promises are never reliable. Actions based on human nature are more trustworthy than empty words. What did you see in those videos that stirred desire? What are you afraid of? Even if my proposal is accepted and you gain nothing, you won't lose your life. But your eagerness reveals something else, your reluctance to let go of the ultimate prize, isn't it? Sweat beaded on number two's forehead as she struggled to say something to turn the tide, urging number three and number five to vote quickly. In this critical moment, number five, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. With no threat to his life, his tone was relatively relaxed. I want to ask number one, why do you say that if number four does the distribution, number three and I will end up with 0 points? Lu Su turned slightly, a puzzled expression appearing on his blue mask. He calmly replied, do you not think at all? Then, shifting his gaze back to number two with a faint smile, he added, it seems you're not as clever as this number two lady. If I'm not mistaken, you already grasped the key to this game after I spoke, right? Number two trembled slightly, as if her secret had been exposed, yet she dared not admit it, trying to maintain her composure. However, Lu Su didn't give her a chance to argue. Leaning back in his chair as he continued, if there's only one person in this game, they would obviously take 100 of the share. What if there are two people? A 50-50 split? Impossible. It would be 100-0 because the person with the power to distribute doesn't need to consider the other's opinion as long as half agree. Lu Su's words guided everyone's thoughts. Except for number two, who looked increasingly troubled, the others listened intently. Lu Su proceeded at an unhurried pace. So, what happens when there are three people in the game? This question not only prompted those present to think, but also led the viewers, including Kong Bai and others watching the live stream, to instantly realize the sinister nature of the game. Almost simultaneously with Lu Su, they exclaimed, the distributor only needs to offer a bit to the third person, ignoring the second person, and the plan will pass. The distribution would be 99-0-1, because if the third person disagrees, once this distribution fails, and only two remain, the last person gets nothing. For a moment, the room fell silent. No one was foolish. They'd just been distracted by external pressures. Now that Lu Su had laid everything out so clearly, they could deduce the likely outcomes from there. If there are four people, the first distributor only needs to consider the second to last person's interests. If the first person is eliminated, it reverts to the situation with three people, where the second to last person ends up with nothing. The current allocation involves 5 people. Although Lu Su's decision was initially hard to accept and seemed counterintuitive, upon closer examination, his method of distribution was flawless. Remarkably, he managed to divide everything with such precision. Lu Su remained unfazed, as if the life and death crisis did not affect him at all. His calm demeanor left the other players astonished. He casually remarked to the air, so, I'm the luckiest one among us. It seems you really do love me. This statement was clearly directed at the organizers, implying that he was chosen as the first participant. An eerie silence filled the air, as if awaiting some kind of response. No reply means agreement? Lu Su raised an eyebrow. 5 minutes are up. As soon as he finished speaking, a small door in front of him creaked open and shut. A few harmless-looking small animals tumbled out and began wandering aimlessly around the enclosed space, chirping as they went. A faint smile appeared on Lu Su's face as he continued his monologue. You've even found me some companions, so you really do love me? He remained unhurried, even starting to lure the creatures towards him, seemingly contemplating if there were any opportunities to exploit. In stark contrast to Lu Su's composure, the other players were visibly anxious. They exchanged suspicious glances, desperately searching for a way to break the deadlock. Player 2, in particular, had a look of defiance and anger in her eyes, clearly still pondering how to turn the tables. Taking a deep breath, Player 2 attempted to rally the others. Everyone. This is just the worst-case scenario, a ploy by the game. If we unite, yet, her words trailed off. Even she found it hard to convincingly argue her point. Suddenly, an idea seemed to dawn on Player 2. She turned to Players 3 and 5 with urgency. 3, 5. I can offer you something privately. Before she could finish, a harsh realization hit her. In the previous round, Lu Su had already extorted all of their points. This brutal truth crushed her last shred of hope like a hammer blow. Player 2's eyes filled with shock and despair as she looked at Player 1. At that moment, Lu Su seemed like an insurmountable mountain. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Did he foresee this outcome all along? As the second woman thought about it, her eyes suddenly became vacant. She murmured to herself, as long as we all trust each other, there won't be a situation where only he takes the biggest share. She racked her brains, trying to come up with a solution. This is actually very simple. As long as everyone trusts each other, as long as everyone can trust me, how could the four of us end up with so little benefit? However, just as suspicion caused everyone to reach an impasse, Lu Su spoke again, interrupting her thoughts. Stop thinking, number two, he said with a calm and firm voice. Can you really face your own heart? Would you trust yourself not to take the most if I were dead? And if you really found a way to make everyone trust you and throw me out, putting yourself in the best position, don't you think number three would do the same to you? The light in number two's eyes gradually faded as she finally realized the situation was unsolvable. She had thought that with her wit and intelligence, she could turn the tables. Unfortunately, reality did not give her that chance. At this moment, Lu Su began to play with the small insects that had crawled in. A scorpion-like creature with a massive tail climbed onto him at his beckoning. He pinched it gently, and it offered no resistance. Lu Su pondered for a moment, and then slowly moved the creature towards his severed legs wound. Suddenly, the scorpion's tail shook violently and spewed a burst of flame. Pain chosen. Pain point 6. The system notification sounded. What the hell is this alien creature? Lu Su exclaimed, looking at his leg, now charred on the outside and raw on the inside. He hadn't expected the creature to be so powerful. It even spits fire? Gotta say, its cauterizing effect isn't bad. The other players were even more pressured by this scene, as if another heavy stone had been added to their hearts. Can we take this thing with us? Can I have it? Where are the organizers? Why aren't they saying anything? Someone couldn't help but ask, but received no response. Lu Su's voice echoed in the silence. Whether it's the previous escape game or the current loot distribution game, they're not inherently difficult. It's just that a severed leg, lava, a rusty saw, insect swarms, death, and doors that open to venomous creatures are all there to constantly weigh on your mind, breaking down your psychological defenses, making you collapse and make wrong choices, or even give up on life. But all of this is ineffective on me. In the silence, the third player spoke, as if making a last-ditch effort. Number one, I have a question. Your analysis is great, but this distribution method assumes everyone is rational. What if one of us doesn't care about the benefits, doesn't care about anything, and just wants to vote you out and see you dead? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang as number 5 frantically slammed the chair beneath him. I don't care. I don't care, he shouted hysterically. Why should I, after losing a leg and suffering so much, be in the safest position and still get nothing? I want at least 10 points. I don't care who allocates it. If I don't get it, then everyone can just die. I'm the last one. I can't die. Number 2's eyes lit up again, staring intently at number 5. As long as number 5 went mad, as long as he was a fool, there was still a chance. Just then, number 4, who had been allocated 0 points, suddenly spoke up. Number 1, give me 5 points. Don't worry about number 5's opinion. I can agree. The room fell into a dead silence. Even the buzzing of the insects seemed to be ignored by everyone. Number 5 stared at number 4 in disbelief. His guys instantly shattered. Lu Su burst into laughter, his entire mask gleeful. He had done nothing but watch a weak alliance crumble on its own. Turning to number 3, Lu Su gave his answer. Rationality may not be expected, but greed and human nature are eternal. You will inherently believe that whoever holds the power will make the choice I previously mentioned. You want to maximize your own benefits while preventing others from having the chance to maximize theirs. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. For your own benefits, your choice is essentially between life and death, 0 or 1. This is a hell game, and the difference between the rewards for 0 and 1 can be huge. What you've witnessed, what has stirred your deepest desires, won't let you give up on the gap between 0 and 1. Moreover, after this experience, you might never dare to enter this game again. So, this might be your last chance to gain benefits and change your reality. Lu Su's voice echoed in the room, like a reflection for both himself and others. No one responded, and the organizers remained silent. In the intensely oppressive atmosphere, each player anticipated an unexpected turn, but nothing happened. As the second 5-minute interval passed, a large spider crawled into number 3's room. Soon after, number 3 and number 5 silently changed their votes to agree, neither supporting nor resisting, as if fulfilling a silent contract. Game over. Hell difficulty instance. Magma cavern. 5 people cleared. 1 perfect clear. Game rewards will be distributed according to the results of the bonus game. Welcome to the chosen land. The system's voice announced the end of this brutal game. The mechanical voice of the game echoed in everyone's ears as the game screen in front of them vanished in an instant. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games, or look forward to the next one. Welcome to the realm of the chosen, where you too can become players. This message simultaneously appeared in the view of all spectators. After Lu Su's game ended, The audience was abuzz with excitement. That was intense, someone exclaimed. I wanted to check out more game levels, but this was too captivating to leave. I can't believe people like him actually exist. Voices of discussion rose and fell. I still don't get it. Did he just clear the game perfectly? Why did people agree to his allocation method? A puzzled voice asked. Maybe you shouldn't play this game. Another voice replied mockingly. With that level of IQ, it's best to stay out of it. Why does he always wear a mask? I really want to see what he looks like. If he shows his face, he'd definitely become an instant internet celebrity. Someone speculated excitedly. Even though the game was over, the live stream chat was still buzzing with lively discussions. From start to finish, tens of thousands had watched Lu Su's game, and many were reluctant to leave once they joined. Lu Su stood out among the many players who achieved perfect clears, becoming the most captivating figure and fulfilling the public's fantasies of a new world. However, behind these innocent remarks, there were also some with ulterior motives. Kong Bai was intently focused on his laptop, with dozens of documents open on the screen, recording various intelligence gathered from this game. The document about the player wearing the blue mask was the most detailed. After Lu Su ended his live stream, Kong Bai immediately switched to other streams to continue gathering information. Yet, Lu Su's performance kept flashing through his mind, the superhuman strength and the indifference to pain and fear. The game has just begun, and players of this caliber have already appeared, Kong Bai thought, feeling both excited and worried. How many more such strong players are there? He realized that as the game progressed, individuals capable of influencing global affairs single-handedly would soon emerge. Meanwhile, official organizations from various countries were closely monitoring the livestream, especially Lu Su's performance. Erratic personality, immense strength, suspected mental illness, no fear of pain, possibly even desires it. Speaks Mandarin, likely from China, which might be a good thing, one observer quickly noted. Back up all data, maximum confidentiality, send to the Secretariat immediately. A command was swiftly issued. Observe. Analyze. Find a way to locate him. These top-tier players could potentially become future strategic resources, and it was crucial to locate, guide, cooperate with, or even control them. In unseen corners of the world, undercurrents were surging. Meanwhile, Lu Su was focused on the game's settlement interface, carefully reviewing his gains. The system notification chimed. Game over. Total participants, 5,214,948. Completers, 1,985,419. Perfect clears, 7,529. Your clearance rating, SSS level, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clear streak. 2. Reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered, guide and cause in-game bug. Earn achievement badge, system attacker epic. Special event triggered, due to personal actions, caused game retest, earn enhanced final reward. This session's reward points, 8,800. Reward items, intermediate healing potion X5, advanced healing potion X3, game exit token X1, epic weapon draw ticket X2, random sealed item draw ticket X1, special skill draw ticket X1, special reward this session, Spirit Awakening, personal Spirit 1. Note: Spirit is the foundation for mastering various special skills. Looking at this lengthy list of generous rewards, Lu Su nodded in satisfaction. The Realm of the Chosen was undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Both the pain value and in-game rewards could rapidly enhance his strength. He was well aware that the next phase of the world's transformation might lead to global chaos. He had to strengthen himself as much as possible before that day arrived. Putting on a mask, he wreaks havoc. Taking it off, it's best not to draw attention. Lu Su understood this principle well. He knew that his growing power would inevitably raise some eyebrows. The old saying, a man without a crime, but guilty for his treasures, felt especially apt at this moment. Lu Su decided to assess his gains first. He opened the game inventory and carefully examined its contents. Including what he had extorted, his points had now reached 12,400. Although he wasn't sure what this number signified in terms of rank, he had a vague sense that it wasn't insignificant. In terms of weapons, besides the unused lottery ticket, he only had the sharp blade he had acquired this time. Although the weapon wasn't of a high grade, it suited him well enough for now. The most notable items were the 2 badges, undoubtedly the most distinguishing feature that set Lu Su apart from other players, as they were rewards triggered by special events. The Godslayer Legend Effect Enhancement. When faced with attacks from higher-level entities, you are immune to all effects except direct damage. In attacks of the same level, your effects take precedence. This system attacker Epic Effect Enhancement. Cracking or exploiting game loopholes will yield higher-level rewards. Lu Su wasn't sure if there was a limit to the number of badges he could wear, but considering their bonus effects, he decided to put them on for the time being. The newly acquired game Exit Token had a straightforward description. Exit Token allows you to forcibly leave the game. Cost: all items, abilities, and points gained from the game will be reset to 0. Description: A coward may save their life, but should not expect the benefits of the strong. Lu Su thought to himself that this was purely a life-saving tool. After weighing his options, Lu Su decided not to use the lottery ticket for now. He exited the game, and the familiar feeling of dizziness swept over him as he opened his eyes on the bed once more. However, this time, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, the same voice that reached every chosen one's ears. Divine Selection Paradise. The first official game has concluded. Special notification to all chosen ones. Functionality activated, ranking preview. The shopping feature is now active. A voice echoed twice in Lu Su's mind. During the game's rest period, those selected can prepare in advance by purchasing items. Products in the store will help enhance your performance in the game. The friend system is also open, allowing you to add friends, transfer funds, and gift items, though a fee will be charged based on the amount. More features, such as Coup Play, are coming soon. Since the game began, new players have been selected daily. We look forward to more people becoming players. After 2 rounds, many outstanding players have emerged. We believe they will eventually have it all. To help players better understand themselves and others, we will introduce the peak leaderboard after the next game round. This list will rank the top 100 players based on factors such as combat power, game performance, and owned bonus items. Those on the list will receive subsequent benefits. We hope everyone actively participates in the next round and performs well. After hearing the announcement, Lu Su frowned slightly. The peak leaderboard would undoubtedly make top players prime targets. Even after just 3 rounds, he might already be among the strongest, but his strength was nowhere near that of some powerful organizations. For instance, he still couldn't guarantee his survival in a hail of bullets. However, since benefits were mentioned, it might not be so bad. Lu Su was uncertain whether his true appearance and personal information would be exposed, deciding to deal with it when the time came. For matters beyond his control, he chose to put them aside for now. Though cautious, Lu Su was not without a sense of adventure. Deliberately underperforming or not participating in the next game to avoid the leaderboard was out of the question. His principle was to play it safe, but prioritize growth and strength. If problems arose, he would face them head-on. With that thought, Lu Su summoned the screen in his mind and checked the page. Rest mode. Each game round, you can choose to be an audience member or a player. We believe the world welcomes players, and players will eventually own the world. Time until the next game starts, 47 hours, 57 minutes, and 43 seconds. This is the challenge of the gods, the chosen paradise. Welcome. In addition to this standard page, there were new options for friends and the store. After familiarizing himself with their use, Lu Su opened his eyes. He sat up in the dim room, feeling his fully restored body. The special reward for a perfect game completion complete recovery had returned him to peak condition. This was the most apparent benefit of joining the game, as the chosen effect in the real world was too limited in alleviating pain. Lu Su lightly jumped twice, immediately noticing how light his body felt. If his previous strength of 10 points had already surpassed genetic limits, then his current 24 points were beyond control. He didn't know what ancient martial artists meant by as light as a swallow, but he was sure of one thing: immense power to move bricks, and he was now that brick. His legs felt like they were equipped with high-powered engines, providing incredible propulsion. Since the game lacked legs, Lu Su still needed time to adjust to this new sense of bodily control. He suddenly thought, if Zhang Tao provoked him now, he might hesitate to retaliate. After all, killing someone in the real world was no joke, and a careless move could result in real consequences. The game experience, combined with the previous influence of the greedy mask, had left Lu Su with some twisted tendencies, and he needed to work on returning to normal. He opened his phone and checked a familiar app, and the top trending topic made his heart skip a beat. The chosen game really kills. Lu Su thought to himself, as expected. The second game round was when the chosen paradise truly bared its fangs, and people realized the game's true nature and harshness. In the game he participated in, 5 people died, one by his own hand. Other survivors, if they didn't achieve a perfect game completion, wouldn't have the same recovery opportunity he did. What would become of them if they returned to the real world with a severed leg? With this in mind, Lu Su's heart grew heavier. Such a level of global upheaval would surely not be a trivial matter. The authorities should ban the opening of the Divine Selection Park. Lu Su had barely turned on his phone when he was bombarded with trending topics. The screen was filled with intense discussions. No one should be allowed to participate in the Divine Selection Park game. What's the true nature of Divine Selection Park? Supernatural forces or a scam? Hospitals everywhere are suddenly crowded. And what's the official explanation? Unlike the first time, these trending topics were no longer filled with excitement and curiosity, but rather a palpable sense of panic. Lu Su noticed that some of the more extreme headlines and videos were disappearing at a visible pace. Clearly, an unseen hand was frantically deleting posts in an attempt to maintain social stability. Lu Su sighed, fully aware that such control couldn't last. He turned off his phone and headed towards the school. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, but the classroom remained as noisy as a marketplace. The students were chatting energetically as if they had endless energy. However, this time, Lu Su didn't join their conversation. The game they were discussing was something he had already experienced firsthand. Gradually, he felt a subtle sense of detachment from the people around him. Did you watch the game end? Or did you participate? A warm breath suddenly whispered in his ear, pulling Lu Su back to reality. He turned to find Xia Yantong had somehow leaned in close to him. Although Lu Su had never admitted it, Xia Yantong's words almost confirmed that Lu Su was one of the chosen participants. What's up? Lu Su didn't answer directly. Xia Yantong looked serious as she spoke, pulling out her phone and lowering her voice. If you successfully cleared the game, then congratulations on your luck. If you were just a spectator, you've probably seen a lot. I've been trying to gather as much information as possible about this game. The Divine Selection Park is no joke. Some of the games are so brutally difficult that they surpass human physical limits. They call them Hell Mode for a reason. She continued. Moreover, even though the game has just started, there are already some insanely powerful players emerging. Check out this video. As she spoke, Xiaoyantong stealthily slid her phone under the desk towards Lu Su. Just then, Lu Su's left eyelid began to twitch violently. Lu Su unlocked his phone, and a dark red space filled the screen. The video content was eerily familiar to him. Lava bubbling, saws glinting coldly, and 10-bound players struggling. Lu Su suppressed the twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. How small the world is. A cold voice from the organizers came through the video. Before the lava floods the platform, you must find a way to escape. A player's voice chimed in. What does that mean? Are we supposed to saw off our legs? Another player mocked. Ha, sawing off legs isn't a first for us. Did you guys pay the Saw franchise for this? What's the reward for the first one to grab a saw? Yet another player asked. Listening to his own dialogue in the video, Lu Su felt a wave of embarrassment, his toes curling against the floor. He wasn't sure how to comment on his own performance. After watching the game video for a few minutes, Xia Yantong observed Lu Su's expression and spoke up. Sawing off your own leg, that's quite something. If it's someone untrained, I doubt anyone could actually make that decision. They'd rather die than give up hope of living. But look at this guy. At that moment, the video showed Lu Su calmly sawing his own leg. Wearing a mask of greed at the time, he hadn't found anything amiss, but now, in retrospect, it seemed rather chilling. Feigning confusion to cover up, Lu Su asked, why didn't he saw off the leg with the cuff? Xia Yantong nodded and continued, at first, I thought he was just crazy, but as I watched further, I realized just how terrifying he is. Keep watching. I've edited it to highlight the most critical parts. As she spoke, Xia Yantong dragged the progress bar, partially covering the phone screen while explaining the video content to Lu Su. Meanwhile, Lu Su was already feeling a chill run down his spine, listening to her analyze his actions. After what felt like an eternity, the game video finally ended. Lu Su's face was taut, and from an outsider's perspective, he realized just how extraordinary his performance was in the last game. It was impossible not to draw attention. Xia Yantong took a deep breath, closed her phone, her face unable to hide the shock. She turned to Lu Su and asked, so, what do you think? Any comments? Lu Su was internally flustered. How should he evaluate himself? Need advice urgently. He managed to reply, pretty impressive, right? It's really remarkable. I guess he must have cleared it perfectly. Xia Yantong exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean pretty impressive? That's beyond extraordinary. Whether it's intelligence or strength, someone like that could disrupt the order of human society. We kind of felt it before, but didn't expect it to happen so soon. Listening to her words, Lu Su felt a bit uncomfortable and remarked, disrupt human society's order? Not quite yet. The real strength he showed is just being much stronger than humans, right? Can such combat power really disrupt human society? Xia Yantong replied seriously, but this is just the beginning. Power will only grow, and who knows how many people like this exist in the world. The change brought by the divine selection paradise to the world overnight is drastic and irreversible. In the future, those who control the world might not be high-ranking officials or capital magnates, but the top players. Just like the divine selection game says, players will eventually own the world. Lu Su shifted the topic. This video, you recorded it yourself, right? Have you uploaded it online? Or is it already online? Xia Yantong shook her head. No, my family has some connections, so I can see firsthand online news. I did see some who shared this video of you, but it was quickly deleted. This not only shows the heavy content of your video, with deaths involved, but also that officials have likely noticed the person in the video. Top players must be strategically reserved, with officials, countries, various departments, and all sorts of forces surely keeping an eye on them. Now that the friend system is open, there will probably be team games in the future. Just watch. All kinds of strange forces will emerge like mushrooms after the rain. Lu Su inferred that Xiaontong's family background wasn't simple but didn't press further. He realized that many people and organizations might already be watching him, unsure how long the original Sin mask could hide his identity. With a sly smile, Xiaontong leaned close to Lu Su's ear and asked softly, "So, after all this talk, it's your turn to be honest. I've already told you I'm a chosen one too. You're definitely a player, right? From what I know of you, you didn't heed my advice and joined the game, didn't you?" Lu Su nonchalantly pushed her away, thinking that with the class so noisy, no one would notice them, but still found her too close. Her breath tickled his ear. He briefly answered, "Yeah." This time, he didn't deny it. Xiaontong pressed on. "What difficulty level was your game instance?" Lu Su answered vaguely, "I forgot to check, but in our game, although there were casualties, most people survived." Xiaontong was surprised. "There were casualties in your game too?" She looked him over and continued, "That's not bad. Your luck is pretty good. You must be in a normal or hard instance. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, the Divine Selection Paradise games are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell." Hearing this, Lu Su became more serious. Although he had experienced a hell difficulty game himself, he wasn't familiar with the overall game or the situations of other players. He asked, "Tell me more. How do you assess this? What's the rough distribution of these game difficulties?" Xiaontong nodded, a flicker of determination in her eyes. She sought out Lu Su to find a reliable ally in the early stages of the game. In such life and death matters, she saw no reason to hide anything. "I'm not sure about the exact distribution of the 4 difficulty levels," Xiaontong began, her voice tinged with hesitation, "but it's certain that the higher the difficulty, the smaller the proportion. Most games are at the normal and hard levels." She paused, then continued, "Even the normal difficulty isn't easy. At the hard level, casualties occur frequently." As she spoke, her voice unconsciously softened, and her face turned a bit pale. "And nightmare and hell difficulties," she almost whispered these words, "are as terrifying as they sound. It's no longer a game. It's a fight for survival." Lu Su noticed Xiaontong shudder slightly as she spoke. After all, she was just a high school senior, never having truly faced life and death. "By the way, about the types of games," Xiaontong seemed to want to change the subject, "there are various types of games at the same difficulty level. However, there are also repeated games, with multiple identical instances for different players to participate in." She referred to the video she had shown Lu Su earlier. "Like the game in that video, I saw 10 other players encounter the exact same scenario. There were no top players like the masked man in that instance. Everyone was ordinary. I'm afraid no one survived." Xiaontong swallowed involuntarily, recalling the scene, a chill running through her. "So, Divine Chosen Land is largely a game of luck." She explained further, "If you get a hell instance, it's basically a death sentence. Those who were in the same instance as the masked man were lucky to escape with their lives." Lu Su listened, nodding slightly. He wasn't overly concerned about danger. In fact, he believed the higher the difficulty, the greater the potential rewards. "Can you choose the difficulty of the game's instances?" Lu Su suddenly asked. Xiaontong gave a wry smile and shook her head. "How could that be possible? At least for now, it's absolutely not selectable. From the competition footage and the players' performances, they seem completely unaware of what they're facing. If you could choose, who would pick hell difficulty right off the bat?" "I would," Lu Su said calmly. "I'd like to choose the hell level. If I had to categorize it, my initial game was probably hell level 2. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaontong's eyes, then she shifted the conversation. "I guess you've already participated in a game. The fact that you came out unscathed and unchanged in mindset shows you're not ordinary." But, she looked directly into Lu Su's eyes. "If you were assigned to a hell difficulty instance and had to saw off your leg with a rusty saw, could you handle it?" Seeing Lu Su didn't immediately answer, Xiaontong continued. "That's why you must be fully prepared and mentally ready before entering a game. It's best to exchange for an exit coin in advance. Although you lose everything, at least you save your life." Lu Su frowned and sighed. "Why are you telling me all this? What do you want from me?" Xiaontong blinked, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes, and lowered her head to hide her blushing cheeks. "Is there really a man in this world who, when a girl offers goodwill, only thinks about quid pro quo?" She looked up and explained seriously. "With the emergence of Divine Chosen Land, the world is about to change dramatically. Various official and unofficial organizations will soon appear, and even small groups among individuals will quickly form. In the collapse of order, suspicion and confrontation, and dog-eat-dog scenarios are inevitable. In such a situation, the sooner you find allies, the better. Alliances formed before the situation completely spirals out of control are more reliable." Lu Su was a bit puzzled. "Finding allies and you choose me, a student? Isn't that a bit naive? You probably have a family background that's not simple. Can't you connect with some experts, or reach out to some influential groups?" Xiaontong, however, shook her head firmly. In this kind of competition, special forces might not perform better than a small-time thug, especially in the early stages when everyone is still figuring out the game. It's relatively fair. Besides, my intuition tells me you're not simple. Didn't Zhu Yuanzhang rise from being a beggar to becoming an emperor? I don't find our conversation childish or unrealistic. She extended her hand to Lu Su. I just want to collaborate with you. If possible, I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Lu Su looked at Xiaontong's outstretched hand, momentarily dazed. He felt that most of what she said was true, yet there seemed to be something hidden. Just then, the school's broadcast suddenly came on. Students in the east wing of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly, avoid gathering, and do not stay in the classrooms. Lu Su and Xiaontong exchanged a glance, both feeling a jolt of surprise. The east wing of the teaching building was exactly where they were. There was no time for handshakes. Lu Su leaped onto the window to see what was happening outside. The classroom had been noisy earlier, and he hadn't noticed the commotion outside. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded outside the classroom, drowning out all the noise, as if a load-bearing wall had been blown up. Immediately following, an unnaturally loud roar echoed throughout the teaching area. The world belongs to the tiandihui. Tiandihui? Lu Su leaned against the window, hearing distant shouts echoing in his ears, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had just been discussing organizations and forces with Xiaontong, and now it seemed their conversation was coming to life. But something felt off. Wasn't the Tiandihui a group from the Ming and Qing dynasties, also known as the Hongmen? Why was it suddenly appearing in this era? Lu Su quickly realized that this must be related to the divine selection paradise, and it might even be a group formed specifically to target it. After a deafening roar, the shouting continued. The sun and moon turn. The cycle repeats. The chosen ones descend, uniting the world. The world belongs to the Tiandihui. The repetitive chant was getting on Lu Su's nerves. Alongside the shouting were the screams of students and the sounds of objects being smashed. Walls were collapsing, and desks and chairs were flying through the air, with who knows how many people getting hurt. Using his keen senses, Lu Su determined the sound was coming from downstairs, where the teaching area was in chaos. He had no intention of getting involved, though, and wondered why the school would let such people in. Just as Lu Su was pondering, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Boom! The corridor floor outside the classroom was suddenly smashed open by a giant hammer, sending debris flying and dust swirling. A towering brute, over 6 feet tall and in tattered clothes, emerged from the hole. This unexpected guest had muscles bulging to the point of tearing, clearly beyond human norms. His bloodshot eyes revealed a loss of sanity and madness. His school uniform was full of holes, barely covering his swollen muscles. He wielded a massive hammer with a head over a foot in diameter, seemingly made of some special metal, capable of dealing lethal damage to an average person. The brute slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Lu Su, who was still at the window. They stared at each other, and Lu Su cursed his bad luck for the unintended eye contact. He quickly averted his gaze and jumped down from the window, precisely finding his seat in the chaotic classroom. With just one glance, Lu Su memorized the brute's features. He quickly analyzed. This person must be a student at the school and undoubtedly a player. But why he had turned into this was a mystery. What's going on? What is it? Xia, Antong asked loudly as Lu Su jumped back. Probably a player, gone mad for some reason, and now seems to be promoting some organization, Lu Su replied succinctly. Let's go. Without hesitation, Xia Antong grabbed Lu Su and headed for the door. Her experience from 2 games made her well aware of the threat powerful players pose to ordinary people. By now, the connected classrooms in the East Wing were in turmoil, with all the students fleeing, their excitement overshadowing their fear. As they exited, they saw the giant still standing in a daze. Holy crap! Lu Peng. Someone in the crowd recognized him, seemingly familiar. The person approached, scrutinizing the now insane giant. You joined the game, didn't you? How did you end up like this? Cool. However, Lu Peng paid no attention, casually swatting the approaching student away like a plastic bag, sending him flying several meters and knocking him out cold. The crowd scattered in terror, leaving a large empty space in the center of the classroom. The sun and moon turn. The cycle repeats. Lu Peng seemed oblivious to the people, continuously shouting the slogan, causing eardrums to ache. He swung his giant hammer, smashing the classroom wall to pieces with a boom. For some reason, Lu Su was silently counting in his mind. 80, 80. The giant didn't pursue actively, and within seconds, most people had fled. Just then, Lu Peng suddenly turned back, his bloodshot eyes scanning the crowd, finally locking onto Lu Su. Are you kidding me? Why the hell do you keep staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? Lu Su cursed internally, quickly averting his gaze. He had already gauged the opponent's strength inferior to his own. Suddenly, Lu Peng's eyes widened. charging towards Lu Su with a gust of wind accompanying his massive frame. The crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. Lu Su and Xiantong also quickly retreated with the crowd. The giant stood still, swinging his massive hammer with a whoosh towards the crowd. Lu Su raised an eyebrow, feeling that the strike seemed aimed at him. He instinctively slowed down, planning to take the blow on his shoulder and see how much pain he could endure. Dodge. Xiantong grabbed his arm in time, pulling him away from the deadly blow. What are you doing? Run. Are you that slow to react? Xiantong shouted anxiously. Lu Su glanced at the girl in surprise, then at the giant charging again. He was now almost certain the brute was targeting him. If he stayed in the crowd, it would not only endanger innocents but also reveal he was the specific target. After a brief thought, Lu Su looked at the dispersing crowd and the urging Xiantong, saying, "Thank you." He then pushed her into the crowd and deliberately stumbled, separating himself from the group. Standing alone, he was easy to spot, and the frenzied giant immediately focused on him. In a chase and escape, they moved away from the others, reaching a slightly open area at the corner of the floor. Lu Su leaned against the corner wall, calmly turning to face the heavily breathing Lu Peng. At this moment, he had nowhere else to retreat. Lu Su let out a long breath and slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the irrational giant opposite him. Despite its massive size, this so-called giant didn't intimidate Lu Su at all. It seemed more like a pawn being manipulated, appearing only to send a certain signal. Frowning slightly, Lu Su wondered if his identity had been exposed. But then he reconsidered if even Xiantong couldn't tell the difference between him and his in-game character. How could he have been discovered so quickly? Clearly, there were elements at play that he didn't yet understand. He flexed his wrist slightly, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. He murmured to himself, "Why choose to die? In such a big school, you just had to target the only person who could easily subdue you." However, the sudden appearance of this Hulk-like figure had already caused an uproar. Lu Su realized this could potentially become a major public incident. If he got involved and took the giant down, it might be difficult to extricate himself. Looking at the silent giant across from him, Lu Su casually asked, not planning to say anything, "Just going to stand there?" The giant merely repeated mechanically, "The sun and moon cycle, the wheel of time turns." Lu Su was speechless. Clearly, the giant had lost all reason and was likely being used. His thoughts turned to the organization known as the tiandihui. By now, the corridors and staircases were packed with teachers and students, all anxiously watching. Many held up their phones, looking terrified yet still snapping photos. Everyone assumed Lu Su was in mortal danger. Shouts erupted from the crowd. "Run! Are you just going to stand there and wait to die? Don't move. Don't provoke him." In the corner, the principal's phone was ringing non-stop. Xiantong watched Lu Su with concern, sensing he had intentionally been cornered but unsure if he could handle the situation. Suddenly, a man in a red uniform squeezed through the crowd. The principal immediately approached him, as if finding a lifeline. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Su's ear. "Student, don't be afraid. Stay calm and don't provoke him. My name is Zhao Jiaqing, and I'm with a national agency." Lu Su realized this was a psychic ability. The man was a player. He looked up at the man in red, who gestured an OK sign and continued telepathically, "Don't panic. I'll help you. Don't provoke him or move around recklessly. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe. Just relax." Lu Su replied directly, "Okay, no problem," and gestured back with an OK sign. The surrounding crowd looked suspiciously at Zhao Jiaqing, making him break into a cold sweat. Zhao Jiaqing awkwardly began to speak aloud. "Lu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. If you have any demands or difficulties, we can talk." "We are." Listening to these familiar lines, Lu Su thought about how this classic movie-style police negotiation tactic was still being used. It wouldn't work on someone who had lost their mind. The giant continued to chant, "The sun and moon cycle, the wheel of time turns. The chosen ones descend, uniting the world." Lu Su, growing impatient, retorted, "I never said we couldn't unite. Why keep saying this to me? The world belongs to the tiandihui. Sure, if you say so, it belongs. I never said it didn't. So what are you trying to do?" Lu Su attempted to communicate but clearly failed. Seeing this, Zhao Jiaqing grew more anxious and telepathically urged, "Man, do you realize the seriousness of this? Don't provoke him." But Lu Su had already decided not to drag things out. He wanted to test the waters. "The tiandihui is trash." At these words, Zhao Peng suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing red and locking onto Lu Su with murderous intent. "No!" Zhao Jiaqing shouted, but it was too late. A fierce gust of wind arose, tiles shattered, and Zhao Peng charged at Lu Su like an out-of-control locomotive. Lu Su stood his ground, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Zhao Jiaqing dashed forward desperately, knowing it was already too late. Just as Zhao Peng's massive body was about to crash into Lu Su suddenly lifted his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming blow, his left hand darting out like lightning, his thumb and forefinger precisely pinching the giant's jaw. Snap! A crisp sound echoed through the silent hallway. Silence enveloped the world as the sound of breaking bones echoed. Lu Su's two fingers gripped the opponent's chin with the force of a steel vice, and a chilling crack followed. It was just the strength of two fingers, but those fingers belonged to Lu Su, who possessed a strength rating of 24. Under such superhuman power, the opponent's jaw was instantly shattered, the entire joint forcibly dislocated. Inwardly, Lu Su thought, buddy, since you're already out of it, I'm not holding back. He knew that even a strength of 10 would surpass human limits, and his current 24 was terrifyingly powerful. In fact, he was already being merciful. If he exerted his full strength, it wouldn't just be a broken jaw, his opponent's entire skull might have been reduced to dust. Boom! A massive impact resonated. Using the power of his fingers, Lu Su hurled the unconscious opponent toward the wall like a javelin. At the same time, he swiftly sidestepped the impact with agility. The sound of bricks breaking filled the air, with debris scattering like raindrops. The wall now bore spiderweb-like cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. It was unclear whether the opponent had such force, or if Lu Su's strength had amplified the effect. Outside the wall lay the campus, where Lu Peng's massive body had slumped to the ground, his head having crashed through to the other side, leaving him unconscious. The entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, from the opponent's charge to his collision with the wall, all in a mere second. Lu Su's movements were lightning fast, completed the moment his opponent obscured him from view, without any warning. Zhao Jiaqing had rushed over, standing in shock as he took in the scene, his mind struggling to process the sudden turn of events. From his perspective, the series of events seemed bizarre. Lu Su provoked, the opponent charged, Lu Su stood still, and then somehow, Lu Su sidestepped, leading to his opponent knocking himself out on the wall. The ease of the whole process starkly contrasted with the prior tension, making it absurdly unbelievable. Reflecting on his own thoughts while rushing over, Zhao Jiaqing had even imagined the grim possibility of Lu Su being gravely injured or killed, burdening him with a heavy responsibility. Yet, the current scene was unexpectedly peaceful. Not just Zhao Jiaqing, but the onlookers too, had gasped when Lu Peng transformed into a giant and charged. Some were frantically snapping photos while others closed their eyes, unable to watch. Now, seeing Lu Su standing unharmed, the scene fell into an eerie silence, as the outcome defied everyone's expectations. You? Zhao Jiaqing frowned, scrutinizing Lu Su to confirm he was indeed unscathed. Lu Su quickly explained. He ran into the wall himself. I didn't do anything. I shouldn't be held responsible, right? Zhao Jiaqing was momentarily speechless. Is that all you're thinking about? He felt at a loss for words, as Lu Su's thought process seemed quite unconventional. Are you okay? Zhao Jiaqing asked, a little awkwardly. Does mental damage count? Can I apply for compensation for the mental trauma I suffered? Lu Su joked. Zhao Jiaqing shook his head helplessly. Forget it, as long as you're okay. But in the future, try not to play the hero. I heard you decided to distract this crazy guy to protect the others. You should be more careful. Lu Su looked puzzled. What? Where did that come from? What a huge misunderstanding. At this moment, another commotion erupted behind them as the crowd, which had previously withdrawn, began to gather around again, cheering. Awesome. That reaction time is like an F1 driver. Cool under pressure. People were taking photos, uploading videos, and shouting praises. The dean rushed over, anxiously inquiring about Lu Su's well-being, worried that a serious incident could affect his career. Applause even erupted from the crowd, making Lu Su feel like a matador who had just performed successfully. Pretty fitting, considering the bull just knocked itself out. Lu Su mused to himself. Seeing students swarming around, Zhao Jiaqing quickly tried to restore order, prompting teachers to step in and manage the situation. Soon, several people in blue uniforms pushed through the crowd, tending to Lu Peng. Lu Su casually exchanged a few words with the dean, repeatedly assuring him that he didn't need to go to the hospital, eager to vanish into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing watched Lu Su's retreating figure, frowning, then suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." He reached into his uniform's inner pocket and pulled out a golden card. Lu Su turned back, and Zhao Jiaqing handed him the card. "Here's my card, keep it. Right now, I've got a lot of things to handle, and this place is about to be sealed off. I don't have time to chat with you. However, if you feel like you should reach out to me, then do so," Zhao Jiaqing said, his eyes locked onto Lu Su's, emphasizing the word should as if implying something deeper. Lu Su quickly grabbed the business card, shoved it into his pocket without looking up, and replied dismissively before turning to leave. Zhao Jiaqing didn't say anything further and promptly returned to his colleagues to deal with the emergency situation. "Are you all right?" Xia Antong asked quietly, sidling up to him. Seeing Lu Su nod, she visibly relaxed, though a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. A few questions nagged at her mind. Why did Lu Su seem so calm? Was he really that confident in his abilities? Did he gain agility skills in the game? Why did that strange thing appear particularly interested in Lu Su? Xiaoyantong decided to suppress these questions for now and planned to ask him later in private. As dusk fell, the students were evacuated. The area was cordoned off, and personnel from the special department busily conducted their investigation. Zhao Jiaqing exhaled deeply, reflecting on the day's events. The sudden occurrence had caught him off guard. The high school student's cool, composed demeanor and quick reactions, without a hint of nervousness or fear, left a lasting impression on Zhao Jiaqing. There are only two kinds of people who stay completely calm in the face of adversity, Zhao Jiaqing mused to himself, those who are oblivious to the situation and those who have confidence. Captain Zhao, the preliminary investigation is complete. A female staff member in a blue uniform reported briskly, holding several reports in her hand. There's something odd about the injuries. Besides a fractured skull from the impact on the forehead, the opponent's jaw is mysteriously shattered. Lost in his own thoughts, Zhao Jiaqing was suddenly startled, snapping his head around so quickly that he surprised the blue-clad secretary standing before him. His eyes immediately focused on the document in her hands. His jaws fractured? Was it caused by the impact? Zhao Jiaqing asked, frowning. The secretary nodded and began to elaborate. The situation is a bit complicated. The patient's skull has a fracture consistent with the angle of impact. However, the jaw injury is unusual. It shouldn't have been affected at that angle. It might be an old injury or due to other factors. She paused before continuing. The patient is now out of life-threatening danger. We've identified him as Lu Peng, a player of the divine selection game. Just as the secretary was about to continue her report, Zhao Jiaqing interrupted her. Hold on. He quickly stepped forward, taking the X-ray from her hands to examine it closely. The secretary was taken aback, unsure why Zhao Jiaqing was so focused on the injury. As Zhao Jiaqing scrutinized the X-ray, he pondered aloud. This fracture seems more severe than the head trauma. Considering his physical strength at the time was enough to break through a wall, this discrepancy is puzzling. What could be the cause? Scenes from earlier in the day replayed in Zhao Jiaqing's mind. The deranged individual had been muttering a few phrases repeatedly, suggesting that the jaw injury must have been caused by that collision. The secretary tentatively suggested, could it have been caused by friction against the wall? After all, he went straight through it. Possibly. Zhao Jiaqing murmured thoughtfully, his mind replaying the strange behavior of the high school student. Time flew by, and the weekend arrived. The school took the opportunity to enhance security measures. Lu Su lay in bed, anxiously awaiting the next round of the game. He had been worried that a mysterious organization would come to investigate him, or that the family of the student he defeated would cause trouble. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. With 58 minutes and 43 seconds remaining until the next game started, Lu Su was on a call with Xiaoyantong, discussing the upcoming game. Xiaoyantong spoke seriously. I don't know how you managed yesterday, but you clearly aren't weak. However, this game is extremely dangerous. I strongly recommend you buy an exit token before participating. Lu Su replied, understood. Are you joining this time? Yes. Xiaoyantong answered briefly, let's act separately for now. We can add each other as friends later. By the way, a reminder. The clothes in the game are standardized, but as far as I know, you can bring underwear in from the real world. You might want to try bringing something in from reality. Lu Su was surprised by this tidbit of information, secretly admiring Xiaoyantong's connections. He thanked her and then lay alone on his bed, deep in thought. He was weighing whether to trust Xiaoyantong. If they were to collaborate, it would be hard to hide his first-place status. But could trust alone solve the issues, given Xiaoyantong's complex background? While pondering, Lu Su took out the golden card Zhao Jiaqing had given him from his school uniform pocket. He glanced at the unfamiliar department name and the contact information on the back. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He quickly tucked the card into his underwear, silently apologizing. Sorry, Mr. Zhao Jiaqing. You'll keep my brother company for a while. Let's see if Xiaoyantong's method of bringing things in works. Your card is just the right size. Taking a deep breath, Lu Su packed his bag, securing his achievements and medicines, and waited for the voice he found so exhilarating. Please make the necessary preparations. Choose to be a spectator or a player. Player. Lu Su replied without hesitation. Hello, player. You have a brief moment to prepare. Game points. 12400, pain value. 6, strength. 24, agility. 10, speed. 10, luck. 3, spirit. 1. Bonus badges. Legend of the Godslayer, Epic System Attacker. Game initialized. Ready to begin. Welcome to the Divine Selection Park. The familiar dizziness hit him, but this time Lu Su was well adjusted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark, damp room with a musty smell. The solid ground beneath his feet felt different from the last time when he was suspended in the air. Lu Su felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking this start was less thrilling than before. Instinctively, he touched his face, finding the mask already in place. There were other players around, but before he could take a closer look, an exciting mechanical voice filled the room. Welcome, players, to the hell mode of the Divine Selection Game Devil's Asylum. With these words, a mechanical whirring came from the corner as a tracked robot slowly emerged. Hearing hell mode, the other players' faces turned grave, but beneath his mask, Lu Su was grinning with satisfaction. Hell mode? This really feels like home. Lu Su thought joyfully, ready to embrace the new challenge. In hell mode, Lu Su couldn't help but chuckle wryly at his good luck for drawing a hell-level quest 3 times in a row. He was secretly relieved, knowing that an ordinary person would struggle with such challenges. Suddenly, a metallic robot spoke up, its voice tinged with arrogance. Welcome, esteemed players, to the Demon Hospital. I am your host for this session. You may call me the Great Tom. Of course, calling this place a prison wouldn't be wrong either. Lu Su eyed the battered robot, a sense of familiarity flickering in his mind. Tentatively, he asked, Tom, are you the same voice from the previous games? The Great Tom. The robot corrected sharply. Mind your words, kid. Lu Su wisely chose not to argue and instead opened the live stream, scanning the viewers' perspectives for useful information. The comments flooded in. It's starting. I skipped class just to watch the pro's perspective. I quit my job to watch this. Once I master this, I'm not staying in that class. I'll join the game myself. This is high-level play. I checked, and all 5 players in this game have cleared levels before. No newbies here. Plus, aside from this guy, the foreign player is also a perfect clear veteran. Wait, am I in the right place? Why is the mask color different from last time? Lu Su glanced at the comments, realizing his popularity was skyrocketing. Although being watched felt uncomfortable, gaining quick insights about others was a clear advantage. Prompted by the comments, he turned to the robot's body, barely making out his blurred reflection on its worn Surfacia red mask. Red Meiko gluttony. Lu Su was startled, recalling the mask's characteristics. Personality influence. Amplified greed in terms of appetite, mental instability, able to consume anything, turning even the most disgusting things into delicious treats. Benefits. Remarkable digestion ability, everything consumed is converted into energy, all negative effects nullified. Drawbacks. The more consumed, the higher the harm, leading to greater mental chaos. The energy within doesn't belong to the wearer. Failure to release it results in a fatal explosion. Lu Su took a sharp breath, surprised by the magnitude of this challenge. Unlike the previous greed mask with options for normal and overload modes, gluttony was the only one among the 7 deadly sins masks without mode choices, exerting the greatest mental influence. Yet, its functionality was undeniably overpowered, a game-breaking ability in the early stages. No wonder it was an grade sealed item, with top-tier effects and drawbacks, far surpassing other states and overload modes. High risk, high reward fitting the game's principles. At least for now, he hadn't felt the mental impact. The robot continued, all right, I assume none of you are ordinary players. You might want to get to know each other, perhaps discuss your abilities. After all, in a way, you're both partners and competitors. What do you mean? A foreign player asked. Based on the comments, Lu Su knew this was a perfect clear player. Exactly what it sounds like. Get acquainted. The robot's red lights blinked twice before it rolled out, dragging its body toward the door. So what's the task in this game? The foreign player pressed on. Don't rush. And remember, address me as the Great Tom. The robot seemed annoyed by the player's rudeness, leaving without turning back. Once the door closed, the damp room, about the size of a small apartment, was left with just the 5 players. The atmosphere grew tense, the pressure of hell mode looming over them. The foreign player frowned, muttering. He didn't say anything. Damn it. Lu Su replied. Maybe it was just here to serve as a mirror. He touched his mask and added, by the way, can our international friend understand Chinese? If so, why didn't you speak up? After all, it seemed the robot was speaking Chinese. Or was it English in your ears? The foreign player paused, raising an eyebrow in thought, but casually answered, I don't want to. Lu Su didn't press further, and silence fell again. He quietly observed the other 3 players. A burly, muscular man who looked strong. A woman whose gaze flitted between everyone. And a tall man in a bright red floral outfit, starkly contrasting the basic game attire of the others. As Lu Su mentally nicknamed them, the man in red suddenly turned, his lips twitching as he said, Hey, can't you just think these things instead of saying them out loud? Are you sure you're okay up there? What's so flashy about this? It's the outfit the organization assigned, okay? Sa Nan's mouth twitched uncontrollably as the other 3 players turned their heads towards Lu Su, their faces full of disbelief. The air was thick with a tense and chilling atmosphere, as if a deadly game of hell was unfolding. Yet, Lu Su's presence felt like a jarring note, completely out of place in this environment. His recent remarks had left everyone feeling disoriented. The man in red, who called himself Zhoutian, sighed slightly, sizing up Lu Su. He felt at a loss for words, as the person before him not only proclaimed himself a judge, but also wore a large red mask with changing patterns, making him seem even more out of place. Is this what you got as a reward in the game? Zhoutian thought to himself. It's as abstract as you are. To his surprise, Lu Su responded to this inner thought, surprised as he touched his mouth, feeling the coldness of the mask. Zhoutian had to admit he had indeed spoken his mind, and immediately regretted it. What the hell am I doing arguing with this lunatic? Zhoutian cursed inwardly. This is just a stupidity halo. Lu Su, noticing the expressions around him, realized this was actually happening. He guessed it might be a side effect of the gluttony mask's mental chaos, which could cause trouble if not controlled. Ah, well, what's said is said. Lu Su tried to ease the awkwardness. Games always need a narrator, right? It helps you understand how others see you. Who wants to know how you see us? A gruff voice retorted. The burly man couldn't help but mock. Heh, I've heard of old folks not being able to hold in their bladder, but I didn't know some can't hold in their words. This crude comment matched his appearance. The room fell silent again as everyone began to size each other up, though none as erratically as Lu Su. A cough broke the silence. Zhoutian spoke up. Ahem. My name isn't Redclad Sonan, it's Zhoutian. That's my real name, not a nickname. He paused before continuing. I think, since we're in this hell game, we should quickly eliminate unnecessary barriers. Broadly speaking, relative to this game, we're all human, standing on the same side. Zhoutian calmly analyzed. Looking at it from the present, we might need to understand each other. I believe this would be beneficial for the game. Most of you are from China, right? I'm with an official organization. You can trust me. His words were clearly an attempt to unite everyone, which related to his background. In times of crisis, it's crucial to rally as much support as possible, especially since there were no prior grievances. However, the foreigner disagreed. I don't think so, he said. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet, but you can call me Kirk, that's my name. The woman, who had remained silent, joined the conversation. She looked at Zhoutian and said, Hello, I appreciate your sincerity. But as that Tin Man mentioned, in this game, we both need to cooperate and compete, making trust difficult to establish. The burly man, evidently short-tempered, scoffed. Official? An official presence in the game within days? You people just meddle without knowing what you're doing. The best contribution you can make is to stay out of it. Lu Su realized that the burly man's hostility likely stemmed from fear and anxiety. The pressure from the hell game needed an outlet. Seeing the communication falter, Zhoutian sighed. He had anticipated such a scenario. He slowly turned his head towards Lu Su, waiting for his response. Zhoutian had watched his own livestream earlier, and his organization had informed him about Lu Su's background. By all accounts, Lu Su should be a skilled player. Lu Su, noticing Zhoutian's gaze, thought for a moment and replied, Can I really not call you Redclad Sonan? Zhoutian felt his head throb. If you don't know how to address me, feel free to make up a nickname. Who asked you? Is that the point? Zhoutian raged inwardly. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a voice echoed in the room. It was that familiar mechanical tone, though this time, the Tin Man did not appear. Only the words materialized on the wall. Divine Choice Paradise, Hell Mode, Demon Hospital, the mechanical voice announced. Basic player task, survive. As long as you stay alive until the mission is completed, you succeed. Player objective, find the source of the disease, locate the person who is the most ill, and resolve the crisis they bring. Players who complete the objective will receive additional rewards, scored based on their performance and contributions. Welcome to the demonic hospital, where every patient is invited. Countdown, 5 minutes until the game begins. 5 minutes. The cold, mechanical voice echoed through the vast hall before abruptly cutting off. 5 individuals exchanged glances, a palpable tension hanging in the air. This brief announcement was like a hammer blow, thrusting them from reality into this unknown horror game. Their expressions turned grave instantly. Hell mode, and the basic task was survival. Even though none of the 5 present were pushovers, this task description was enough to send a chill down their spines. Zhoutian silently pondered, fully aware that the possibility of cooperation among them was slim. The ambiguity of the task only added to the confusion. What illness? How to assess the severity of the condition? Does merely surviving until the end count as completing the game? If someone chooses to slack off, waiting for others to complete the task while they lay low, would that still be considered a success? These questions swirled in everyone's minds, but no one had answers. In silence, they began to check their backpacks and medicines, making final preparations for the unknown challenges ahead. In the tense atmosphere, even the sound of breathing seemed unusually loud. Suddenly, a soft murmur broke the silence. Oh right, Lu Su said quietly. Although his voice was low, in this tense atmosphere, it drew everyone's attention immediately. The man wearing a red mask reached slowly into his pants pocket, a gesture that inevitably sparked curiosity. The man in red couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Hey man, what are you doing? In front of everyone. Are you showing your true colors just because you're wearing a mask? You think it doesn't matter if you don't show your face?" Lu Su seemed oblivious to the reprimand and continued rummaging. The man in red, frustrated, rubbed his forehead and turned to ask his live stream audience, "Is his information accurate? Is he really a pro?" Before he could finish speaking, the man in red's face changed dramatically as he stared at the item Lu Su pulled from his pocket, a golden card. Zhou Tian recognized the custom card style immediately and felt a bit more at ease, as if he'd found a kindred spirit in this world of the unknown. He strode over to Lu Su and whispered in his ear, "One of us? You've got quite the disguise, brother. Which department are you from?" The 5-minute countdown continued, and this unexpected twist seemed to add a new dimension to the imminent game. Everyone was quietly speculating about what this mysterious golden card signified and how it might affect the upcoming battle for survival. Lu Su cautiously flipped the card in his hand, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the stranger who had suddenly approached him. The stranger claimed to be one of us, urgently asking for Lu Su's department. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Su casually fabricated, "I'm from the senior grade 3 department." "What?" The man named Jiutian looked perplexed. "High school department? What nonsense are you talking about?" He glanced at the countdown timer, showing only 3 minutes left, his anxiety growing. Jiutian tried to suppress his impatience and attempted to communicate again. "Buddy, let's not waste time. I'm Jiutian from K-City in Jianghai province. Look at my red clothes. We're on the same team." He tugged at his sleeve, trying to prove his identity. Lu Su remained unmoved, instead questioning, "Why aren't you in uniform, just wearing a red mask? Your side has quite the unique rules." As time ticked away, Jiutian thought quickly on his feet. "You must have someone from our group in your live stream, right? Have them check me out." Lu Su continued to feign ignorance. "You look quite mature for a high school student. Are you the head of the political education office?" Jiutian could barely contain himself, his fists clenching involuntarily. Just then, a reminder came through his earpiece. "There are indeed players with perfect records in our organization, but none matching this mask scenario. Keep trying to communicate." Taking a deep breath, Jiutian lowered his voice, "Comrade, I don't know what your game is, but you mentioned my clothing color earlier and deliberately showed me your card, clearly trying to get my attention. What are you really trying to say?" Lu Su ignored the question, nonchalantly saying, "Speaking of which, I feel a bit hungry, strangely enough." "Who cares if you're hungry?" Jiutian finally gave up, throwing out, "Take care of yourself," before turning to leave. He complained to the livestream staff, "Hurry up and find out which department this guy is from. This is ridiculous. A game on hell difficulty, and he's playing around?" Just then, the system announcement sounded, reminding players to exit the room before the countdown ended. Outside was a pitch-black corridor, like an abyss leading to the unknown. Cork was the first to step out, his silhouette exuding a sense of aloofness. The big guy followed closely, unwilling to be outdone. Jiutian and the female player also left quickly. Only Lu Su remained nonchalant, stepping out at the last second, not forgetting to glance back. Bang! The door slammed shut, nearly knocking Lu Su out, leaving a mask imprint on the door. Jiutian shook his head helplessly, feeling on the verge of breaking down. Before them was a curved corridor, disappearing into darkness 100 meters away. Heavy iron doors lined the walls at intervals, the silence unsettling. Jiutian felt along the wall, analyzing the building's structure, suspecting it might be a circular building. Suddenly, the system announced breakfast time, requiring players to enter patient rooms within 30 minutes. As soon as the announcement ended, a tray dropped from a hidden compartment under each door. A nauseating stench quickly filled the air. In the dim light, the tray held a large can of an unidentifiable gooey substance, with fragments of bone and membrane visible. A small dish beside it contained a few white pills. The tray had a note: "The patient is mentally unstable. Sedatives have been mixed into the food. Communication might be possible." "Looks like this is a psychiatric hospital," Jiutian murmured. "What the hell? You call this food? Feeding patients this stuff? No wonder they go insane." The big guy couldn't help but curse. Lu Su, however, looked intrigued. "Is it really that bad? It seems pretty tasty to me." The gluttony mask completely distorted his sense of taste. The red warning lights flashed, urging players to enter the wards quickly. Lu Su casually picked a room and carried the tray inside. The room was brightly lit, the walls covered in stains and blood smears. In the corner, a scrawny man lay curled up, shackled at the wrists and ankles. He glared at Lu Su's tray with eyes full of hatred. "Time to eat. It seems to be breakfast. A delicacy, my friend. Look at you, so thin, almost starving. Want some?" Lu Su sat down on the floor, placing the tray in front of him. Want some? The patient croaked, voice filled with anger. Of course not. New guy. Delicacy? Why don't you eat it then? Don't get too cocky. Before he could finish, Lu Su's eyes lit up. Really? Thanks. With that, he grabbed the can of mysterious substance and poured it into his mouth. The patient was stunned, rendered speechless. Bang! A crack appeared in the mask, and the entire contents of the large jar poured in as if into a bottomless pit. Lu Su moved so swiftly that the man was left speechless, standing there in shock, eyes wide open at the scene unfolding before him. In the blink of an eye, half the jar's contents were gone. Holding the remaining half, Lu Su politely asked, "Are you sure you don't want any?" Without waiting for a reply, he added, "All right, thanks," and then tilted his head back, finishing the rest of the jar's contents in one gulp. In less than a minute, Lu Su had devoured the entire jar. This manner of eating was beyond human. It showcased an extraordinary capability. Truth be told, when Lu Su first picked up the jar, he was reluctant. Despite the gluttony mask making the contents seem like a delicacy, his rational side warned him that it might not be suitable for consumption. However, driven by a desire to experience the mask's power and considering the pain value, Lu Su decided to give it a try. Old Eight's secret mini burgers. As soon as the food hit his stomach, Lu Su completely lost control. It was a taste he had never experienced before, not only stimulating his taste buds but also directly impacting his brain, making it impossible to stop. After finishing the jar, he was enveloped in a warm sensation, as if he had entered a realm of bliss. Strangely, he felt no satiety. Instead, his hunger intensified. A powerful craving overtook him, filling him with energy and a desire to seek more food. The crowd of onlookers and staff from various organizations were stunned. Someone muttered in confusion, "Wait, what? Is this part of the task? I don't get it. Can someone explain what's happening? Where's the expert from before?" Another voice asked. Compared to this, the behavior of the patient opposite seemed far more normal. Analysts from various organizations racked their brains, but couldn't grasp the meaning behind this scene. Yet the reason was simple, as Lu Su initially stated he was hungry. The patient gulped nervously, looking at the masked figure in confusion. "You're not staff, you're a fellow patient?" Lu Su sat comfortably on the ground, deciding to let his guard down. He chose not to control his appetite anymore, allowing it free rein while keeping his mind focused on the task. "It's delicious," he remarked. "You all live like gods here." The man's mouth twitched. Did I just get compared to a god? He seemed dazed for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze to the plate and the pills on it. His eyes grew fierce again as he glared at Lu Su. "Not acting anymore, huh?" he snarled. "No one cares what they eat. The so-called meals are just a way to force-feed them drugs. They used to pretend, but now this lunatic is just going to stuff him with pills?" He pointed at the pills, demanding, "What's the meaning of this?" "Oh, sorry." Lu Su glanced at them, apologized, then picked up the plate and flipped it, swallowing all the pills without hesitation. "Waste not, want not," he said. "That guy across the way is quite nice, reminding me and all." After eating, still feeling ravenous, Lu Su patted his stomach and looked at the chained patient opposite him, asking, "Are you full yet? Skinny?" The patient was bewildered. "Huh? Underscore? What did I eat? Didn't you eat everything? When did I eat your stuff?" Lu Su asked quizzically. It was as if the events of moments ago had never happened. "You're blatantly lying," the patient shouted angrily. "Huh?" He held his head in his hands, recalling everything that had happened, comparing it with Lu Su's earnest tone, and began to seriously doubt whether his mental state was deteriorating. "Yeah, such disgusting food. How could it be for the staff? Am I hallucinating when I eat now? Was I the one eating just now?" he muttered, his eyes losing focus. The audience in the live stream seemed to grasp something, praising, "Incredible." Suddenly, the patient's eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed, "No, the meds. My meds." He lunged at Lu Su. Chains suspended his body in the air, just feet away from Lu Su, but unable to reach him. "Where are my meds? What am I supposed to do now?" Previously resistant to the medication, he was now out of control, like a demon. His gaunt body strained with muscle, crisscrossed with blood marks. The chains creaked under the tension, his strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. "What meds? I'm not sure what you're talking about." Lu Su remained calm. "I get it, brother. You must not be full yet. Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry. They really don't give enough here. I'll help you. Look how skinny you are. You're wasting away." With that, he gently patted the head of the now frantic man and then dashed out, eager to find more food. He left the room, where the patient alternated between madness, calmness, and howling despair. Lu Su ran along the circular corridor, charging forward. At the entrance of each cell lay those repulsive meals and pills. What was I supposed to be doing again? Lu Su's thoughts were a bit scattered. Whatever, let's eat first. With that, he devoured the food voraciously. Whenever the asylum reminded him to enter a room, Lu Su would sprint back. The skinny patient was bewildered. He said he was going to find food, but every time he comes back, he's the one eating? Where's my food, man? Apart from the food each player initially brought into their room, all the meals and breakfast provisions left outside at the demon asylum were devoured by Lu Su. It's worth mentioning that at the start, Coke, after glancing at the food and thinking for a moment, chose not to take any food and went directly inside. So, the food that Kirk left outside was unknowingly all consumed by Lu Su. As he passed by Kirk's room and noticed the door slightly ajar, he paid it no mind. At this point, he had completely forgotten about the game rules and who Kirk was, his mind singularly focused on eating. Outside, spectators were exclaiming, "The foreign guy's in danger." Someone revealed, "I just checked Kirk's livestream, and he's really skilled." The food was intentionally left outside by him. Everyone was eager to see Kirk's reaction when he learned the truth. While Lu Su was devouring food outside, Kirk was inside his room using his special abilities to try to manipulate a patient into compliance. As a proud American, Kirk certainly had reasons for his pride. He was once a CIA criminal profiler, skilled in negotiation and psychological analysis. He was also an honorary professor at Harvard University, having received numerous accolades in the field of criminal investigation. With his outstanding credentials, he had studied a wealth of classified information after his initial tasks, realizing the importance of the game and successfully completing his first game flawlessly. Now, he had become a player with mental interference superpowers, surpassing Lu Su in some aspects. Confident in his abilities, Kirk believed he could easily extract information from a few psychiatric patients. He began speaking fluent Chinese. "How long have you been here?" Although the game eliminated language barriers, he deliberately chose to speak Chinese at this moment. The patient responded vaguely, "Can't remember, 3 years? 30 years? Kirk frowned, exerting his mental influence, and continued probing. Through previous gentle persuasion and harmless questions, he had almost full control over the patient. The information he had gathered was, the patient's name was Long Lu, who reminded him of his mother, muttering about tasks and frequently mentioning a craving for fish-flavored pork. Especially fish-flavored pork, which was mentioned repeatedly. "What do you think your illness is?" Kirk asked. I'm not sick. I'm not sick." Long Lu shook his head frantically, seemingly in a state of hysteria. Kirk felt the situation slipping further from his control. All right, sir. We believe you. Then who do you think is the sickest here?" Kirk continued to probe. "Medicine, no. Medicine." Long Lu was now foaming at the mouth and barely conscious. Kirk sighed, realizing he couldn't proceed further, and decided to temporarily retreat. "Okay, you rest for a bit. I'll go get you your favorite fish-flavored pork right away." With that, he got up to fetch food and medicine. Though he was reluctant to do so, fearing the medication might cause severe psychological resistance and trauma, he had no choice but to rely on it since his mental influence alone couldn't control the situation. However, he had guided the patient's consciousness into his rhythm, making it possible to make the medication appear as fish-flavored pork to the patient. Satisfying this obsession before administering the medication would make it easier to gain control and extract game information. Kirk thought, the hell mode isn't so bad, just a bit dark and eerie. Other Chinese players probably aren't progressing as fast as I am. He didn't care if others were slacking off. His goal in participating was to achieve a perfect game completion. To him, players were competitors, and the first to crack the game would reap the most benefits and become increasingly powerful in the future. Hell mode wouldn't intimidate him. With this mindset, Kirk walked outside, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his face, embodying a Western version of a smug Dragon King. However, upon stepping out, he froze. The food tray was empty? Where's the food? This was the first time since entering the game that something was beyond his control. Missing food was one thing, but the medicine was gone too? Instinctively, Kirk glanced at the other room doors. With so many rooms and only 5 players, there should still be plenty of food. Looking around, Kirk's body stiffened. Nothing, all gone. Where did the food go? What the FK? He couldn't help but curse, utterly bewildered. Could it be that in this game, food not brought into the room disappears? The game announcement never mentioned this. And why were the plates still there if the food was gone? The audience watching burst into laughter. Ha! I almost feel sorry for this guy's expression. Who would have thought his teammate was the biggest issue? Not even the smartest brain could figure out the food was eaten by a teammate. Poor Kirk. Kirk's game chat was now filled with laughter. A bewildered Kirk returned to his room, his previous confidence gone. When he looked up again, his brow twitched uncontrollably. Across from him, Long Lu no longer had the vacant look. His bloodshot eyes were full of menace. The chains on his body creaked, and the walls and floor bore claw marks. The sheer strength beyond human capability made Kirk's teeth ache, feeling as if Long Lu might break free any moment and finish him off. Where's the fish-flavored pork? Long Lu roared. Hold on. The chef is still preparing it for the best taste experience. Don't rush. Kirk forced himself to stay calm, trying to pacify him. I'll hurry them along. With that, he quickly exited the room. While Kirk was in a bind, Lu Su had reached the end of the circular corridor, having eaten his way there. In an open room, the robot Tom was parked. Any discoveries, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice sounded as the tin robot turned to look at Lu Su. Do you have any more food? Lu Su asked. Tom seemed stumped by the question and didn't respond immediately. You smell delicious, Lu Su continued, though he made no further moves. As the red light was about to flash, he turned around and walked back to his room. A few steps later, Lu Su encountered Kirk, who was out gathering information and unwilling to give up, exploring the corridor's end. Right in front of him, Lu Su picked up a can and gulped it down, as if fearing Kirk would snatch it away. Kirk was left speechless at the sight. As the person in the red mask unexpectedly approached, Kirk felt his mind go into overdrive. He stared wide-eyed, mouth slightly agape, incredulous at the actions of Lu Su. In the blink of an eye, Lu Su downed a strange can of something with a fluidity that was astonishing. Kirk forced himself to accept what was unfolding, a whirlwind of questions swirling in his mind. Am I hallucinating? Is my mental interference backfiring on me? The absurdity of the scene made him want to laugh, yet he couldn't. The perspectives of the two men kept switching in Kirk's mind, transforming the initially terrifying atmosphere into a farcical play. Despite the comedic appearance, Kirk knew full well this was a hellish game, and their task was still daunting. What are you doing? Kirk abandoned any pretense of national pride and asked directly in Chinese. Having a meal. Isn't it mealtime? Lu Su replied matter-of-factly. Do you have anything to eat? Kirk opened his mouth but was at a loss for words. He couldn't fathom Lu Su's behavior. When he tried to mentally interfere with Lu Su, he found the other's mind was already a chaotic mess. His interference was as ineffective as a drop of ink in a swamp. The moment he used his ability, he even felt a backlash, and his face turned pale. Kirk looked at Lu Su in horror, a myriad of possibilities flashing through his mind. Could this guy have already suffered mental damage in the game? During their brief eye contact, Kirk considered 1,000 possibilities, while Lu Su was contemplating classic dishes from different countries. Suddenly, Kirk's gaze fell on the small plate in Lu Su's right hand, where there were still 6 pills. Without thinking, he yelled, "Give me the medicine." Lu Su yawned and said leisurely, "What gibberish are you speaking? I don't understand. Give me the medicine in your hand. Where's the medicine? This isn't medicine. It's my breakfast." Kirk realized that Lu Su might already be mentally unstable and began to coax him gently. All right, it's breakfast. Can you give me your breakfast? Why should I give you my breakfast? Are you begging? Lu Su replied, a dissatisfied expression visible on his mask. Kirk was momentarily speechless, thinking, right? Why would he give me his food? Then he shook his head vigorously. No, why am I thinking about this? He realized just how much more challenging this hellish game was than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, Kirk patiently said to Lu Su, "Because I am a poor man. I've been hungry for a long time, and I need your help, for Christ's sake, my dear sir." In his desperation, he even adopted a translated English accent. "If you're hungry, eat, but don't take medicine as food, you lunatic," Lu Su retorted, then flipped the plate in his hand, swallowing the 6 pills. Kirk was utterly bewildered. Wasn't I just agreeing with him? Now I'm the lunatic? But as he watched Lu Su swallow the last of the pills, his heart sank. Great, this game is ruined. Why did it turn out like this? A total liability. Can this game be designed for solo play? The red warning lights flared, forcing both back to their respective rooms. Kirk's gaze grew cold as he watched Lu Su's retreating figure, softly saying, "At least your life can be saved." Lu Su didn't even turn around, as if he hadn't heard, and quickly walked back to his room. Back in his own room, Kirk was on edge. Long Lu was rolling on the floor, looking like a vengeful ghost. He had picked at his scars until they bled, smearing blood everywhere, and had even gouged chunks out of the stone floor with his bare hands. Is this even human? Kirk's calm demeanor turned to apprehension, and he stood silently by the door. Medicine, medicine. Where's my fish-flavored pork? Faced with the other's clearly insane ramblings, Kirk swallowed hard and tried to negotiate. The meal is still cooking. Meanwhile, Lu Su also returned to his room, facing his emaciated patient who resembled a starving monkey. His situation was similar to Kirk's. The hungry patient was rolling around like an alien creature, seemingly ready to transform at any moment. Yet Lu Su showed no fear, casually sitting down beside him and asking naturally, "What's going on?" "Ah, what a satisfying breakfast. Are you finally full?" The patient roared internally, but could only produce meaningless sounds. If he could speak, he would have shouted angrily into Lu Su's ear, "You didn't bring me anything." The patient struggled, causing the chains to stretch taut. His fingers sliced down like blades, leaving a deep cut on Lu Su's shoulder. Blood gushed out, yet Lu Su remained unfazed, sitting against the wall, murmuring, "Looks like you're not full." "Yeah, just like you. I'm not full either." The deranged patient flailed his limbs wildly, creating wounds all over Lu Su. Each injury was accompanied by a system notification. Pain chosen. Pain value 1. However, Lu Su seemed immune to the pain, allowing the patient to harm him at will. Suddenly, Lu Su turned to the ghostly face and calmly asked, "All right, you've had enough to eat. What did you want from me?" This question stunned the patient, who replied in confusion, "Wasn't it you who came looking for me?" Lu Su patted his stomach and stood up, speaking lightly, "Man, I'm so hungry, but I also feel a bit overstuffed. Brother, this position seems a bit uncomfortable. You came to me for help, right?" With that, he grabbed the patient's swinging arm. What should have been a force capable of breaking bricks was immobilized in Lu Su's grip. A red light flashed as Lu Su retrieved a sharp blade from his backpack. The side effect of the gluttony mask energy from consumed food doesn't belong to you. Reaching a certain limit without release might cause you to explode. Lu Su muttered to himself, "So let's release it." The patient let out a beast-like roar, but in the next moment, the red light flashed again. With 24 strength points, the threefold sharp blade bonus, and the power released from gluttony, Lu Su shattered the sturdy chains with a single blow. With a snap, the chains broke. The patient's howling stopped abruptly as he stared blankly at the chains that had bound him for years. The madness and chaos in his eyes seemed to clear up, and the hand that had been clawing at Lu Su slowly lowered. The patient murmured in bewilderment, "What just happened?" The patient stared blankly at the broken chain, as if frozen in place by some spell. His back no longer ached, his legs were pain-free, and even his mental illness seemed to have miraculously healed. Just moments ago, he was crazed and intent on killing Lu Su, but now he seemed like a completely different person. "Brother, I was just messing with you earlier. Don't take it seriously," the patient suddenly spoke, his tone filled with a mixture of flattery and embarrassment. The display of Lu Su's incredible strength left those around in awe. Someone whispered in disbelief, "Whoa, what just happened?" Another voice quickly followed, "Here comes the brute force again. The last time this big shot played, I was stunned." Someone else commented, "He could just slash his way through, but he chooses to blend in perfectly among the mentally ill." Nearby, someone mused, "Honestly, I've heard about this big shot's condition in the last game. Coming to the asylum must feel like going home for him." The skinny patient stood awkwardly, his body stiff, not knowing what to do. Although he was freed from one chain, Lu Su's grip on his wrist was far more secure than any chain. In just a few seconds, he felt his nerves go numb, and his arm lost all feeling. Lu Su exhaled slowly, the raging force within him slightly subdued, making him feel more at ease. He released the patient's hand and calmly asked, "Who are you?" Perhaps due to the intense external stimulus, the patient seemed to regain a sliver of sanity from his chaotic mental state. However, his response to Lu Su was still a jumbled mess. "I'm your fellow patient." Confused, the patient pressed on, "What's your name?" Without hesitation, Lu Su replied, "My name is Guodi Gang." The patient was taken aback. Although it was a common name, something felt off to him. Suddenly, the patient seemed to snap back to reality and shouted, "My name is Long Wu. My name is Long Wu." He repeated his name as if he had just remembered it. However, the clarity in his eyes was quickly replaced by chaos and madness. The hand that had gained freedom began to move restlessly. Strangely, Long Wu did not attack Lu Su, who was within reach, but instead started swinging the iron chain, frantically assaulting the surrounding walls and floor, appearing like a fit of impotent rage. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the prison-like asylum. "Breakfast time is over. All players, please return to your designated locations." Breakfast time is over. Lu Su muttered to himself, "Oh, the bell rang. I guess it's time to head back." Without paying further attention to Long Wu, who was beginning to relapse, he walked straight out. However, just as Lu Su was about to leave the room, a loud crash resounded behind him. He slowly turned back to see Long Wu collapsed on the floor. Long Wu's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging across his face, his complexion a purplish hue, and blood trickled from his temple. His tattered clothes and bloodstains made him look like a prisoner who had been tortured for a long time. Long Wu struggled to lift his head, his red eyes fixating on Lu Su as he forced out words through clenched teeth. "Leave. Get out of here. If you don't, you'll end up like me." Lu Su remained silent for a few seconds, then bent slightly to look at Long Wu. A strange smile slowly appeared on his face as he spoke in a playful tone. "Sir, how are we any different now? You'll still host me for lunch, won't you?" These words sent a chill through Long Wu, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. With that, Lu Su straightened up and walked out of the room without hesitation. The door closed behind him with a loud bang. Everyone returned to the initial room, still the same 5 people, no more, no less. However, the expressions on their faces were not pleasant, indicating that the progress of this game's mission was not going well. The only female player looked pale, clearly shaken. The big guy from before was injured. His entire right arm was bleeding, hastily wrapped with his shirt, but the blood continued to seep through. The mechanical voice sounded again. This time it was Tom speaking. All right, players, the first game session has ended. How are you all adapting? You can have a brief discussion and share your experiences while waiting for the next meal to begin. Of course, if any of you think you've identified the person with the most severe illness, feel free to let me know. You can now act at your own discretion. After speaking, Tom rolled on his tracks to a corner and stopped moving, as if he had powered down and was in standby mode. A sudden roar erupted in the room. Damn it! This freaking game. The big guy's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was tightly gripping his bloody arm, clearly in pain. What is this place? Is this supposed to be a hospital? These people aren't even human. A voice echoed through the ward, filled with terror and anger. The speaker cursed repeatedly, the tremble in his voice betraying his inner panic. It turned out that the man known as Big Guy had entered the ward focused solely on completing his task, eager to administer medication to the patients to expedite his progress. He completely ignored the tormented state of the patients and, when they refused to take the medicine, he attempted to forcibly pry open their mouths. In that moment, Big Guy suddenly realized what he was dealing with. These seemingly frail patients harbored a beast-like strength within them. They erupted with unexpected fury, leaving Big Guy powerless. If it weren't for his regular exercise and remarkable physical condition, he might not have survived. Panting heavily, he said, "Indeed, these patients' physical capabilities can't be assessed by normal standards." Ju Tian chimed in, "Hell's game, the difficulty is expected. We need to be extra cautious. At least they're still chained, and we have the medication. I suggest we share any information we've gathered. I'll start. I've noticed something odd. My patient was initially resistant to the medication, but after some persuasion, they suddenly went berserk, demanding to take it." A female member, looking pale, added, "Yes, I encountered something similar. My patient acted like they had a manic disorder, completely refusing medicine and food. Then, out of nowhere, he was screaming for the medication and swallowed all of it. Strangely, after taking it, the manic state vanished, but his mind was in complete disarray, and I couldn't get any useful information from him." At that moment, Kuurk suddenly stood up and said in English, "I have nothing to say, I just have a question." He then turned to Lu Su, who was lying on the ground, and asked fluently in Chinese, "Do you know, apart from your few patients, none of the others in this entire hospital took their medication. Did you consume it all, Mr. Red Mask?" Kuurk's sudden switch to Chinese left everyone in the room stunned. They turned their heads in shock, eyes darting between Kuurk and Lu Su, puzzled by the interaction between the two, as a tense and confused atmosphere filled the air. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became eerily silent. The mission was making no progress, yet an internal conflict had erupted out of nowhere. Jotian was stunned, his mind unable to process the information. He frowned, pondering for a few seconds as he tried to grasp the meaning of the phrase, "He ate them all by himself." "Mr. Koch, what do you mean by that?" Jotian asked, his tone a mix of confusion and an attempt to ease the tension. "Exactly what it sounds like," Koch replied curtly, a look of irritation replacing his usual rational and arrogant demeanor. Upon closer inspection, a fresh scratch could be seen on his face, a result of failing to bring back the fish-flavored pork, which led the patient, Long Lu, to injure him with a piece of debris from the floor. Jotian's gaze darted between the two, still at a loss. He decided to seek help from the external staff, so he sent out a query in his live stream. Soon, a response from the staff appeared in the subtitles. "Agent Jotian, it's indeed literal. The contestant with the red mask consumed all the delivery items in the hospital, including medications and food, totaling 112 units. This far exceeds human limits, suggesting it's a result of his extraordinary ability, which is remarkably unusual in level and nature, but currently seems useless." Jotian stared at the subtitles, his mind momentarily frozen, his expression resembling Koch's when he first encountered Lu Su. A flurry of questions arose in his mind. Is that guy insane? Can those items even be eaten? Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? Is it to test his superpower? Why eat? And why eat everything? Is there no reason at all? The staff continued to explain. Unfortunately, there's no clear cause and effect. He claimed to be hungry from the start and then ate everything, which is utterly absurd. Behavior analysts can't determine his motive and suspect his mental state is unstable. Notably, the patient in his room has had 2 rational conversations with him, which none of you players have achieved. Sadly, although the patient was rational, he wasn't, and no further meaningful dialogue occurred. Zhou Tian's brow furrowed deeper, growing more perplexed. No reason, no motive, yet the outcome wasn't entirely bad? The patient could communicate with him rationally? Is it truly meaningless? He recalled his grassroots experience as a special agent, knowing full well that many things aren't as simple as they seem. Sometimes, those who appear to act irrationally can achieve unexpected results. Just then, the staff sent a sudden warning. Additionally, there's something extremely important to note. Do not provoke him. Do not anger that person. His combat capability is terrifying. Zhou raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard such a severe warning. As he was deep in thought, Lu Su, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Oh, it's you, my begging brother. Lu Su drawled lazily, slumped on the ground, speaking in a way only he and Coke could understand. What? Still haven't gotten any food? The big guy and the woman exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend what they were talking about. Coke gritted his teeth, losing his usual arrogance. Those medications were for the mentally ill, not for you. You've eaten too much, and now your mental state is completely abnormal, right? If you're not normal, just quit. This game isn't for you. You can't blame me if you didn't get any food. Getting food is my skill. Lu Su continued his nonsensical chatter. Enough. Enough. Coke finally exploded. For the first time, the once high and mighty Coke felt the powerlessness of conversing with a fool. Do you realize that if I had that medicine this time, I'd make significant progress? I'm just one step away from completely controlling him. Kirk's voice echoed through the cramped room, filled with agitation and dissatisfaction. He stared intently at Lu Su, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. This hell game itself isn't dangerous, but you've managed to make it so. He continued to roar, his facial muscles twitching with anger. Chinese man, I can't tell if you're pretending to be crazy or if you've truly lost it. Those medicines are supposed to be tools to clear the game, and you're hindering its progress, making the hell game even harder. This will drag us all to hell. Kirk's voice grew sharper as he stepped forward, towering over Lu Su. You either play nice, or get out of here. Get out of this game. Suddenly, Lu Su, who had been lying on the ground, slightly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the red mask to lock onto Kirk. In that moment, Kirk felt as if he were being watched by a wild predator, a chill creeping up his spine. His mind snapped into clarity, realizing the situation might be different than he thought. Lu Su spoke slowly, his voice low and clear. How do you know those medicines are tools to clear the game? Who told you that? The words exploded in the room like a bomb. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Su, shocked to realize it was the first time he had uttered something meaningful, the first time he engaged in conversation like a normal player. Kirk was stunned, his mind blank. Zhu Tian also fell into contemplation, trying to recall the game's description. They suddenly realized the game had never mentioned anything about medicines. The information that medicines could alleviate patients' symptoms was merely written on the menu, served alongside those barely edible meals as part of the game. Yet, the specific effects, principles, or corresponding illnesses of the medicines were unknown to them. Lu Su's voice rang out again, this time with an undeniable tone. Those medicines are not tools to clear the game. The statement thundered through the room, leaving everyone in silence. Even Tom, the tin robot who had been motionless in the corner, turned its head, seemingly surprised by this unexpected twist. Kirk furrowed his brow, his mind racing to comprehend this new information. Zhu Tian took a deep breath and cautiously asked, Are you saying? Lu Su calmly replied, They're not game tools. After speaking, he lay back down as if the conversation had drained all his energy. He lazily added, That's my breakfast, and I'm getting hungry again. When's lunch? Kirk's expression twisted instantly at these words, a mix of anger and confusion. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only managed a string of incoherent curses. Fuck. You son of a bitch. Kirk suddenly erupted into a string of expletives, his face turning crimson. The last shred of his composure shattered as he pointed at Lu Su and unleashed a torrent of anger. That's breakfast? Why don't you say it's your last meal? Are you still sick? Do you know what time it is? Kirk was trembling with rage, nearly choking on his own words. Lu Su continued to lie on the floor, staring vacantly at the ceiling, as if oblivious to Kirk's outburst. Suddenly, he looked at Kirk with a new-found curiosity and asked, Oh my, what's wrong? Poor Tom? Is that white cat playing with your heart again? From the corner, a tin robot turned its head and added in a mechanical voice, I am Tom. I'm not poor, and you should call me the Great Tom. With that, it turned its head back. The female player sighed, her temples throbbing with frustration. The big guy continued to curse while rebandaging his wound, having burst it open again in his fit of rage. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly shattered, turning the scene into a farcical comedy. No one was thinking about the medication anymore. It all seemed like the ramblings of a deranged mind. Jotian, who had been pondering Lu Su's words, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He had thought Lu Su might be a remarkable person with extraordinary insights, but now it seemed wiser not to overthink it. Following a madman's logic in this life-threatening game could lead to disaster. Seeing the chaos, Jotian realized this team would be hard to manage. However, recalling his colleague's mention of Lu Su's top-tier combat abilities, and knowing he couldn't afford internal conflict, he quickly tried to mediate. Let's all calm down and focus on the game, not on fighting each other. Lu Su suddenly seemed to recognize Jotian and tilted his head, saying, Red-clad charmer? Jotian's mouth twitched, thinking, seriously, aren't you supposed to be insane? Yet you remember the nickname you gave me so clearly. Go fuck away from me. Stay away. Kirk coldly spat out before leaving the group and sitting alone. He thought to himself, this team is non-existent. These useless people either contribute nothing or are like that lunatic, a liability. He had to plan his next moves alone. Lu Su lay on the floor, seemingly oblivious to everything, lost in his chaotic world. His earlier outburst, calling Jotian red-clad charmer, was deliberate, a small gesture of responsibility towards the team. He was signaling that he hadn't completely lost his mind. By allowing his mind to remain in disarray, Lu Su could harness the power of the gluttony mask. He indulged in irrational behavior, letting his body go unchecked, yet maintained a basic level of rationality. Becoming a permanent lunatic, controlled by the mask, was unacceptable. Whether anyone picked up on his signals or understood them was uncertain. At that moment, Lu Su was reveling in the power surge. Despite the high cost of the gluttony mask side effects, the unique strength boost far exceeded that of the greed mask. With 112 servings of food and 700 unknown pills, he had amassed enormous energy. Lu Su felt like a powder keg ready to explode, brimming with immense energy. Previously, slicing through iron seemed trivial. The energy surged within him, healing his body and enhancing his strength with even the slightest absorption. When attacked earlier by Long Wu, Lu Su allowed himself to be torn apart, gaining 4 or 5 points of pain value. But now, to the other players, he appeared merely disheveled, with no visible injuries. All his wounds had healed, thanks to the energy within him, exhibiting an abnormal regenerative capability. Moreover, Lu Su's strength had increased from 24 to 25 points. In fact, all his attributes, except for spirit, had risen by 1 point. This wasn't due to any deliberate allocation, but the terrifying effect of the gluttony mask. The potent energy, once absorbed, had already produced such astonishing results. He was determined to fully enjoy the experience that the mask offered. As long as he maintained a rational baseline, what did a little surface-level confusion matter? Strangely enough, this state of disorientation seemed to fit the environment perfectly. He found that he could think more clearly about many things, such as the medications and the people around him. After the argument subsided, there was still some time before lunch. Kiki stood facing the wall, lost in thought, while Lu Su lay motionless on the ground, as if asleep. Both of these players, who had perfectly navigated the game, kept their thoughts to themselves. Jotian made several attempts to start a conversation, hoping to understand the current situation and everyone's plans moving forward. However, the responses were sparse. During breakfast, everyone had received 2 common pieces of information. Patients became relatively calm after taking medication, and they always insisted they weren't ill. These traits aligned closely with those of psychiatric patients, yet did little to advance their mission. After a moment's hesitation, Jotian decided to share a piece of information he had gathered. My patient, in addition to claiming they weren't ill, also said they were innocent. I'm not sure how useful this is, but I thought I'd share it for everyone to consider. The big guy and the woman showed no reaction, but Kiki and Lu Su, who was lying on the ground, noticeably perked up, clearly intrigued by this piece of information. At that moment, a mechanical voice announced, "Lunchtime is approaching, and you all know the rules. Be prepared." As soon as the announcement ended, the door opened again, and the tin robot Tom rolled out of the room on its tracks. Lunchtime has begun. Players, start the game. With this declaration, Kiki slowly opened his eyes and walked towards the door. A thought crossed his mind. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a fixed standard for the severity of mental illness. Yet here, they were tasked with identifying the person with the most severe condition, while all the patients insisted they weren't sick. It seemed it was time to change his approach. With this in mind, Kiki turned back, his gaze settling on Lu Su. His eyes glimmered with a thoughtful light, as if he already had a new plan in mind. Kirk was trying to weigh the pros and cons, attempting not to let Lu Su affect him, when he realized in an instant that Lu Su had vanished without a trace. At the start of the game, Lu Su had been lying motionless on the ground, so how could he disappear in the blink of an eye? A sense of foreboding washed over Kirk, and then he heard a clattering sound behind him. It turned out that Lu Su had already dashed towards the cafeteria like a ravenous cheetah. He had waited far too long for this lunch, and once his appetite was awakened, it was impossible to control. He devoured everyone's lunch at an astonishing speed, not so much eating as pouring food into his mouth before immediately moving on to the next plate. By the time Kirk realized what was happening, Lu Su had already demolished over a dozen plates of food and was rapidly advancing, as if fearing someone might come to seize his meal. The other players stared in disbelief. Although they had heard rumors of Lu Su single-handedly consuming all the food at the hospital, witnessing it firsthand left them utterly dumbfounded. Ju Tian swallowed hard, finally understanding why Lu Su's combat abilities were not to be underestimated. With that kind of eating frenzy and sprinting speed, he even wondered if he might be devoured himself if he approached. Kirk let out a cry of despair and, disregarding everything else, frantically rushed to grab some food. In the end, he managed to snatch a single plate of medicine, which he carefully tucked away. All other food had been swept away by Lu Su. Holding the medicine, Kirk shot a wary glance at Lu Su, too intimidated to say anything for fear that Lu Su might pounce on him. He headed straight to Long Lu's room with the medicine, intending to gather information. At this point, the other players had already deemed Lu Su an abnormal competitor and avoided interacting with him, quickly retreating to their rooms. The patients inside seemed more normal by comparison, as if the main challenge of this hellish game lay with Lu Su. Lu Su also entered the previous room, where Long Wu lay contorted on the floor, as if having just endured some torment. Upon hearing someone enter, Long Wu let out a wild roar and began to charge, but abruptly halted midway. He recognized Lu Su, and his eyes cleared up significantly, his agitated state calming down. Lu Su gently closed the door and politely said, "Hello, beautiful lady." Long Wu sat dumbfounded on the floor, as if drained of spirit, motionless and unresponsive, like a dried-up salted fish. He knew that communicating with this man was pointless. Standing by the door, Lu Su continued, "Did you call me here for something? By the way, is there any food here? That guy who invited me this morning didn't even let me eat enough. It's so rude. Just thinking about it makes me angry, and I won't forgive him." Long Wu remained silent, thinking, "That person this morning was also me. You haven't eaten enough yet, and I bet you devoured my lunch too, right?" Suddenly, the usually incoherent Long Wu spoke up. "Why? Why me?" Lu Su answered cryptically, "Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man." He patted Long Wu on the shoulder. "Peter, remember that?" Long Wu's mouth twitched, seemingly accustomed to Lu Su's lunatic manner, and continued, "What exactly are you here for? If you're insane, everyone in this prison has their own cell. If not, why come to torment me? I'm innocent. Those people in there are guilty." Lu Su rested his hand on Long Wu's shoulder, his mask showing an unusually serious expression, as if contemplating something. "You mean, those people in there will give me food, right?" Long Wu wanted to go mad but held back, only uttering one word, "Right? Thanks for the hospitality." Lu Su got up and headed straight for the food, without a backward glance. After he left, Long Wu collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. But their sins, here, have been atoned for, haven't they? Lu Su continued walking until he reached the circular end, where Tom was stationed. He looked at Tom and said, "Brother, you really smell delicious." Tom had no response. Then, Lu Su pushed open a nearby door and walked in. Under the dim light, the blood-red walls and floor were particularly glaring. A figure sat quietly on the ground, slowly raising his head to reveal a blackened face. His deep-set eyes and wide grin exposed a mouth full of broken teeth, seemingly smiling. "Finally, someone like you has come again. Where's my meal? That crap they call food. Is it off the menu now too?" He stared intently at Lu Su, letting out a sinister laugh. "I know why you're here, but..." Before he could finish, Lu Su interrupted him. "I love you," Lu Su said. The man was taken aback. Question mark. "What did you just say?" The patient inside seemed confused, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "I love you," Lu Su repeated naturally, his mind suddenly clear. The sudden declaration hit the patient like a sledgehammer, leaving him stunned for a full 30 seconds. His mouth hung open as if something was stuck in his throat, rendering him speechless. The twisted smile and distorted expression that had been on his face vanished, replaced by sheer bewilderment. The game livestream audience erupted. "Wow, what an unexpected opening. Starting with the big guns, that's some serious crowd control. Looks like Long Wu was right. The masked guy is just here to mess with a new player. Kirk, take notes. This is top-tier psychological interference." While the viewers found it entertaining, the patient in the game did not share their amusement. He looked at Lu Su, his expression as though he had swallowed a fly. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Why? Why?" Lu Su gently closed the door and replied calmly, "Son, you need to understand that true love doesn't need a reason." The patient forgot all the lines he had prepared and could only mutter, Does love really need no reason? Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, glaring at Lu Su with fear and anger. Are you insane? Friend, technically speaking, you're the one who's insane, Lu Su responded earnestly. The patient was momentarily speechless, but soon shook his head, slapping his cheeks, wondering why he kept following this guy's lead. He had thought his toy had arrived, but now he felt a strange sense of apprehension, convinced that this person was different from anyone who had come before. Who are you? The patient asked warily. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else? Lu Su replied politely. The patient's eyes were a bit unfocused. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Who I am? I'm not quite sure myself, but you can call me Wang Ao. Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. I'm Batman. I am Batman. Lu Su lowered his voice, imitating the classic DC pronunciation. What the heck? Wang Ao's voice rose sharply. What kind of nonsense is this? He pounded his head, suspecting he might have missed his medication for 2 meals, worsening his condition. All right, let's get straight to the point, Lu Su said. Oh, okay. Wang Ao responded instinctively, and the sinister expression crept back onto his face. So, where's the food? Lu Su suddenly asked. Wang Ao froze, the emotions he had mustered dissipating instantly. Food? For some reason, there's no food today, he answered innocently, then quickly realized something was off. Wait a minute, aren't you supposed to bring me food? Why? Lu Su asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wang Ao was stumped, genuinely pondering the question. Yeah, why? Didn't you call me here? Lu Su pressed on. When did I call you here? Wang Ao felt like his brain was a tangled mess, as if he had endured an eternity, when in reality, Lu Su had only spoken a few sentences since entering. Suddenly, Wang Ao snapped back to his senses. No, I shouldn't be thinking about this. His eyes widened, his mental state visibly unstable. His jaw clenched, and a ferocious aura erupted from him as he stood up abruptly. Wang Ao bared his gums, streaked with blood, his facial muscles taut and his body tense. He had fewer chains on him now, only a thick one on his left leg, allowing for greater movement. He extended his blackened nails, pointing at Lu Su as a warning. Kid, stop rambling in front of me. I'm warning you. Before he could finish, Lu Su's figure appeared in front of him as if in a flash, their faces mere inches apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. Wang Ao was stunned. It was the first time someone had dared to get so close to him. Just as he was about to strike, a powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. Mr. Lu, why the rush? Sit down and talk, Lu Su said, exerting an overwhelming force that felt like a mountain pressing down on Wang Ao. Unprepared, Wang Ao's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Why are you kneeling? No need to be so formal, Lu Su said, sitting cross-legged in front of him. Wang Ao's lips trembled, staring blankly at Lu Su, unable to speak for a while. He started to doubt if Lu Su was even human, as that kind of strength was beyond ordinary. His bloodshot eyes gradually calmed, and the urge to attack vanished instantly. The live stream audience was ecstatic. Great, as expected. His eyes cleared up instantly, exactly like Long Wu before. Long Wu. Better you than me, brother, you give it a try. In terms of pure combat ability, this is a bit overpowered, isn't it? Welcome to a new round of torment from our great masked master. What's up, brotherly? Why are you still kneeling? Lu Su asked, sitting close to him. Wang Ao struggled to regain some composure and said, even if you can't remember my name, can you at least stick to one surname? I've had so many different last names now. At this point, Wang Ao had lost the ability to think clearly, his speech faltered, and he seemed outmatched in strength. He realized he needed to regain control and take back the initiative. Sadly, under Lu Su's overwhelmingly stable mental state, Wang Ao, a patient, began to strategize. I know why you're here. You have questions for me, don't you? Wang Ao said, quickly adding to prevent Lu Su from steering the conversation elsewhere. You're here to ask me, right? Who is the most severely ill patient in this hospital? As Wang Ao spoke, he lowered his head slightly, glancing at Lu Su out of the corner of his eye with a hint of smugness. His experience told him that no visitor could resist the allure of this question, not even the most mentally unstable ones. I can answer you, truthfully, Wang Ao said in a low voice, as long as you agree to play a game with me. The statement was like a bombshell in the surveillance room at Zhoutian, causing a stir. The game, which had been at a standstill, suddenly took an unexpected turn. Staff members crowded around Lu Su's monitor, their shock evident. Did he really spill the beans that easily? Someone exclaimed. This patient seems more normal than the others, commented another. In comparison to the masked big shot, everyone else seems pretty normal, someone joked. Is the NPC just revealing key information so easily? Or has he encountered similar players before? A voice questioned with suspicion. However, faced with what seemed like a golden opportunity, Lu Su's reaction was unexpected. He casually scratched his ear and asked, looking puzzled. Shouldn't the most serious patient see a doctor? What's it got to do with me? Wang Ao was utterly baffled. He tentatively asked, brother, are you new here? Are you staying here too? Doesn't everyone have their own room? Why did you come to find me? Lu Su stroked his chin thoughtfully and slowly responded. If you really want me to ask a question, I suppose I could. A hint of bloodlust flickered in Wang Ao's eyes, the desire resurfacing. However, Lu Su's next words caught everyone off guard. Actually, have you ever realized, Lu Su leaned in closer to Wang Ao, speaking mysteriously, that 5 words are actually 3 words? What? Wang Ao didn't immediately get it, then it dawned on him. Oh, you're saying 5 words is indeed 3 words. Without waiting for a response, Lu Su continued. So, 6 words are also 3 words, right? Then, 6 equals 5. By the same logic, 7 equals 5, 8 equals 5, 12,340. I've discovered the grand unifying equation in mathematics. Wang Ao was completely thrown off. He suddenly grabbed Lu Su's hand, earnestly saying, bro, you're worse off than I am. The hospital didn't deliver the meds today. That's so irresponsible. You should take my meds tonight. You seem pretty serious. The live stream audience was amused by the scene, teasingly commenting. However, Wang Ao quickly realized his unusual behavior. He abruptly let go, his eyes flickering with violence, confusion, and chaos. I seem to be a lunatic, he muttered to himself. What am I doing? Why do I care about this guy's questions? Why do I care what's wrong with him? I need to. Wang Ao's face once again took on that deranged expression, grinning idiotically as drool slowly dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Sir, he said, your question, I know the answer, I know all the answers. But to know them, I have one condition. You have to play a game with me. What game? Lu Su finally responded to his words. Wang Ao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pulled out a rust-covered piece of metal from beneath him. The edge was sharp, clearly often sharpened, resembling a makeshift knife. Watch closely, Wang Ao said, placing one hand flat on the ground while wielding the knife with the other, frantically slashing between his fingers. The blade danced rapidly, leaving after images. His technique was far from perfect, with occasional sounds of flesh being cut and blood spurting out. Yet Wang Ao let out a satisfied groan, his eyes alight with growing excitement. Finally, he stopped, his palms soaked in blood that pooled on the floor. Handing the blood-stained piece of metal to Lu Su, he grinned. Your turn, 100 times. Lu Su slowly looked up, his mask revealing a wide smile on as he took the bloodied piece of metal. Still the same, Mr. Chun. I love you, and this time I'm serious. This time, as Wang Ao listened to Lu Su's outrageous remarks, he remained expressionless, as if he were an outsider. His gaze was fixed intently on the red mask, a sickly smile playing at his lips, while the blade in his hand glinted coldly under the light. This was his affliction and his sin. 100 times. They both echoed, their eyes burning with their respective desires. Lu Su hadn't expected anyone to willingly come forward to endure pain at such a moment, while Wang Ao was lost in his ultimate mental indulgence. Wang Ao craved blood, torment, and pain, whether inflicted upon others or himself. He couldn't recall how long he had been here, but the reason for his presence was still vivid in his mind. Torture, torment, indiscriminate harm had long become a demon among men. Yet, due to his mental illness, he was spared the death penalty and confined here for treatment. Here, he experienced torments worse than death, day after day, year after year. But he actually reveled in it. He adapted to everything here, even enjoyed it. Occasionally, someone would come seeking information, subjecting themselves to his manipulation and torment. Thus, he sank deeper into the abyss of self-torment and tormenting others, finding endless pleasure. In the past, he always seized upon others' weaknesses, using threats and intimidation for gratification. But this time was different. He had encountered an opponent with an equally severe condition who had just left him mentally unsettled. But it didn't matter. Once the game began, when the bloody sensation enveloped him again, he would no longer feel any fear. On the contrary, seeing such a unique opponent struggle in pain before him would be all the more intriguing. Suddenly, Lu Su slammed his hand on the ground, spreading the fingers of his right hand wide open. He held a piece of metal in his left hand and, after a moment of hesitation, handed it to Wang Ao. Wang Ao twisted his neck, a victorious smile appearing on his face. He leisurely sat up, licking the wound on his hand and said, I don't know what your goal is, but I can assure you, no matter your strength, if you refuse me, you won't achieve your objective. My goal is simply to spend more time with you. The red mask of gluttony still bore that irreverent expression. Here you go, Lu Su said, motioning for Wang Ao to take the metal piece. What do you mean? Wang Ao raised an eyebrow. You said it, you do it. I trust you, you're skilled, 100 times. Lu Su said with a friendly smile, gesturing to the blade in his hand. Wang Ao was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. All right, no problem. He took the blade and whispered in Lu Su's ear. Your mental resilience is impressive. I like prey like you the most. I hope you're ready. Wang Ao stepped back, staring intently at Lu Su's mask, searching for any subtle changes in expression. Then, he raised his arm high and plunged the knife into Lu Su's hand with all his might. The sharp blade sliced through flesh with a grating sound. Wang Ao completely disregarded the rules of the game. This strike pierced right through Lu Su's hand. The rusty metal piece was embedded entirely, blood gushing out, its warm touch soaking Wang Ao's palm. Wang Ao licked his lips, eagerly anticipating Lu Su's reaction. However, he was disappointed. The expression on Lu Su's mask remained unchanged. His body didn't even twitch. Even now, Lu Su's hand remained relaxed, defying the instinctive response of living beings. The smile on Wang Ao's face gradually stiffened. Then, Lu Su calmly spoke. 1. Pain chosen, pain value 2. The system prompt sounded. What are we counting? Or is the knife stuck? Lu Su said, his strong hand gripping Wang Ao's wrist, slowly pulling out the metal piece. Why don't we make the game more interesting? Before Wang Ao could respond, Lu Su's other hand covered his eyes. Ever played this? Come on, let's continue. With his vision plunged into darkness, Wang Ao's body trembled slightly, a broken laugh escaping his lips. A complex emotion gripped his heart like a giant hand, further clouding his already unstable mind. Meanwhile, unseen by him, Lu Su also slowly closed his eyes. All right, Lu Su said softly, just like that. 99 more to go. Continue. As if a command had been issued, the switch to the game was flipped. In this darkness, a silent battle of wills was unfolding. After Lu Su gave the order, Wang Ao suddenly let out a frenzied howl. His eyes were tightly shut as the iron shard in his hand transformed into a sharp steel blade, which he began to stab down wildly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wang Ao counted out loud as he continued to thrust relentlessly. The iron shard either pierced through his palm, sliced off flesh, or missed completely, striking the ground. Wang Ao exerted such force that his hand holding the shard was cut and bleeding, mixing with Lu Su's blood to form a shocking red stream on the ground. Wang Ao seemed to have descended into madness, mechanically carrying out his task. He was convinced that any mortal should react to such an attack. Even he, who reveled in pain and torment, would not remain unresponsive like the person before him. To him, it seemed as if Lu Su was entirely detached from his own body. Midway through the assault, Wang Ao reached out with his other hand to grip Lu Su's wrist, trying to confirm if the latter was still there. But he was disappointed. Lu Su's hand didn't budge, as if it were merely a lifeless piece of wood. In truth, Lu Su did perceive it that way. He too had his eyes closed, his sense of pain completely numbed, and his mind in disarray, unaware that anything was amiss. Only the occasional voice in his head reminded him of the benefits he was receiving. Chosen of pain, pain value increased by 1. Chosen of pain, pain value increased by 2. Chosen of pain, pain value increased by 1. As time passed, perhaps because Wang Ao's hand was nearing its breaking point, the increments in pain value diminished. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao shouted hoarsely as he uttered the final numbers, flinging Lu Su's hand away and looking down at his now unrecognizable palm. At that moment, Lu Su's calm voice spoke again. 100 strikes done? Then perhaps it's time to answer my question. I quite enjoyed your game. His tone remained serene, his demeanor gentle, as if he had just experienced a leisurely game rather than a brutal ordeal. He. Ha ha ha, what are you? Wang Ao initially let out a few meaningless laughs, then completely broke down. He roared angrily, lunging at Lu Su with the knife in hand. Die, you must die. Wang Ao plunged the knife into Lu Su's shoulder, yet Lu Su didn't even attempt to dodge. However, when Wang Ao tried to withdraw the knife, he found Lu Su's muscles taut, preventing the extraction of the blade. Before he could process this, or rather, having lost the ability to think, Wang Ao's world spun. With a thud, he was slammed to the ground. Lu Su pressed down on him, one large hand gripping Wang Ao's face. The force of his fingers made Wang Ao feel as though his head would explode, the pressure inside his skull skyrocketing. This was not a human strength, and despite Wang Ao's own strength being beyond ordinary, he was utterly convinced that the person before him was beyond his capability to handle. How is this possible? How can you not react at all? What are you? Wang Ao screamed hysterically, his last shred of sanity gone. Their afflictions were like a protective shell, isolating them from the outside world. Now, Lu Su shattered that shell in the most familiar way, drowning Wang Ao in an overwhelming tide of fear. The red mask on Lu Su's face shimmered, forming various elusive expressions. You know, there was once a woman who behaved similarly, playing games with me, and then tried to kill me. You're luckier than her. I didn't give her a chance to speak again. Your game was good, but now that it's over, shouldn't you answer my question? At this point, Lu Su had both hands on Wang Ao, including the one with the nearly ruined palm, soaking Wang Ao in blood. Wang Ao had long lost his composure, staring at Lu Su in terror, repeatedly muttering, I don't know. I really don't know. Actually, I know nothing. I used to fool them this way. I really don't know who is the most afflicted. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Wang Ao exclaimed in horror, Wait, you, it's you. You're the one most afflicted. I understand now. I finally understand. You are the one most afflicted. Lu Su grabbed Wang Ao's head and slammed it into the ground with a dull thud. Does it sound nice? A good head is a good sound. Who asked you that? Did I say that was my question? Huh. Blood seeped from Wang Ao's forehead as he panted heavily, dazedly asking, Then what do you want to ask? My question is, based on what was said earlier. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, so what does 5 equal? And what about 6? Oh, right, these all equal 0. And if that's the case, it seems our game isn't over yet. There's still another 100 to go. Wang Ao's eyes instantly became vacant, as hollow as if he were already dead. Suddenly, pinned to the ground, he began to laugh meaninglessly. Heh heh, ha ha. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves. That's it. He's been tortured senseless. Seriously, the ultimate tormentor. It was just an hour of lunchtime. Why did it feel so long? Terrifying. Ever since he arrived. No food, no meds, and then randomly torturing a patient. Must be a devil. Wang Ao's eyes were vacant, his mouth moving silently, muttering incoherently. Why? How? It's starting again, tormenting me again. Are you the ones who tormented me before? Why has it changed to this method? Suddenly, a spark of clarity flashed in Lu Su's eyes, and for the first time, his rational mind overpowered the chaotic spirit of the gluttony mask, prompting him to ask, Who tormented you before? Wang Ao's eyes regained a hint of clarity, but his expression was even more chaotic than before. He clutched his head with both hands, writhing in agony on the floor. What? What torment? What did I just say? Medicine. Where's my medicine? Why hasn't today's dose come yet? Ah. Kill me? Who are you? You know, kill me. In the dim cell, Wang Ao's screams echoed continuously, as if he were enduring the most terrifying torture imaginable. On Lu Su's mask, expressions shifted rapidly, with countless smiling and serious faces merging before finally settling into calmness. This eerie scene sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Wang Ao erupted into a fit of hysterical shouting. I don't know, what abuse? Who abused me? Who are you? I don't know. His voice was filled with fear and confusion, as if shattered by some invisible force. Clearly, Lu Su's question struck a deep chord within Wang Ao's soul. Not only Lu Su, but even the audience watching the livestream sensed it. They held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Before Wang Ao could calm down, Lu Su, without a word, delivered a swift kick, knocking him to the ground. What's your name? Did I ask you? I haven't even asked yet. Lu Su's voice was cold and threatening. Wang Ao curled up on the floor, looking up with bewildered eyes, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. Didn't you just ask? What are you talking about? His voice trembled, clearly lost and directionless. Lu Su threateningly lifted his foot, and Wang Ao immediately cried out in terror. No, no, no. Whatever you say goes. His spirit was broken, revealing the most vulnerable side of his life. The once vicious and fierce look in his eyes had vanished, replaced by deep fear and confusion. Wang Ao occasionally fell into a dazed state, babbling incoherently. What are you asking? You ask, no, that's not right, medicine. Kill me, let me go. His words were disjointed, reflecting his inner turmoil. Lu Su coldly said, Dear Mr. Qin, if you really want to die so badly, haven't you always had this piece of metal? Why haven't you, done it yourself? This statement struck Wang Ao like a bolt of lightning. His eyes suddenly cleared, as if awakening from a deep sleep. Yes, I suppose I could do that, he murmured, staring intently at the piece of metal in his hand, caught in an internal struggle. Just as Wang Ao was about to take action, Lu Su swiftly intervened, snatching the metal from his hand. Classmate, how can you play with knives during class? I'll have to confiscate this, Lu Su said nonchalantly. Wang Ao was immediately taken aback. What? Didn't you say I could consider it? Lu Su sneered. Are you out of your mind? Can you even die properly? Wang Ao's nerves were on the brink of collapse. He lunged at Lu Su, only to be kicked down again. Lu Su pinned him down, sternly saying, Stop yelling. I just remembered what I wanted to ask you. The next question pushed Wang Ao over the edge. Lu Su asked, tell me, if you really had killed yourself just now, would this prison have one more suicide, or one less? And now that I've taken your knife, doesn't that mean I've saved your life? A lifesaver is like a parent. So does that make me your father now? It seems my love for you is like fatherly love. Wang Ao muttered in despair. Let it all end. The viewers of the live stream were thoroughly entertained by this scene. Some sympathized with Wang Ao's repeated torment, while others were intrigued by Lu Su's question, debating whether it meant one more or one less suicide. Some viewers also noticed that the masked man seemed to always get key information but could never delve deeper. Meanwhile, in Long Lu's room, Ku-erk was engaged in a frenzy of brainwashing. He had fed Long Lu all 6 pills he had obtained from Lu Su, indifferent to whether Long Lu was eating or not. At that moment, Ku-erk was fully utilizing his mental interference abilities, swinging a hypnotic device resembling a pocket watch. Ku-erk gently asked, you just said you're innocent, right? Long Lu, like a dazed child, sat on the floor and responded, yes. Ku-erk continued, and you said you're one of the later ones? The earlier ones are the guilty ones. This is a prison. Long Lu nodded, yes. Ku-erk furrowed his brow in thought, but entering the asylum, there's always a sequence in time. This later, does it mean the ones before you were all guilty? Long Lu shook his head, his spirit waning as he replied, no, the ones before, they were there from the start, guilty. We came in later. Ku-erk pondered, speculating that the asylum's inhabitants might be divided into 2 groups, though the criteria were unclear. He pressed on, you say the earlier ones are here because of crimes or insanity, right? Long Lu nodded, yes. Ku-erk posed the crucial question, then why did you, and the others, come in? Long Lu suddenly became intensely agitated. Me? Why did I come? His emotions surged wildly, as if he could explode at any moment. Ku-erk's mental interference began to backfire, stirring a storm deep in Long Lu's mind. Ah! Long Lu suddenly opened his mouth wide, roaring at Ku-erk. Ku-erk, having anticipated this, quickly leaped back, standing in the corner of the room. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice announced, lunchtime is over, please return to the initial rest area. Players, lunchtime is over, all players please return to the initial rest area. The mechanical announcement echoed 3 times, like a retreat bugle on a battlefield. Kirk exhaled deeply, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in sweat, as if he'd just survived a harrowing battle. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the brief silence. Whoa. The chains around Long Lu rattled violently, producing a piercing clanking sound. His neck flushed red, eyes wide open, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Instinctively, Kirk touched the scratch on his face, a reminder of the morning when Long Lu had gone berserk. Kirk felt he had stumbled upon something crucial. This facility, or prison, is divided into 2 groups, he speculated internally. The issues between these 2 groups are likely tied to the ultimate goal of the mission. Although the exact connection remained unclear, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Facing the frenzied Long Lu, Kirk slightly bowed and spoke in a calm tone. Esteemed sir, today's psychological session ends here. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, he cautiously backed out of the room. Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Su and Wang Ao also heard the end notification. Surprisingly, Wang Ao felt relieved, his eyes lighting up as if he'd seen a savior. He timidly looked up at Lu Su, his gaze filled with fear and pleading. Lu Su stood up, seemingly unsatisfied. He picked up his mangled right hand, carefully licking the blood off his mask, his eyes never leaving Wang Ao, who was curled up on the floor. Wang Ao involuntarily shrank back, thinking, is this guy planning to eat me? Lu Su turned and silently headed toward the door, holding the metal shard. Wang Ao, slumped against the wall in exhaustion, thought he was finally free from this demonic presence. However, just as Lu Su was about to leave, he turned his head, a sinister smile visible on his mask. I'll come back for you later, Mr. Wang. With that, he politely closed the door. Wang Ao's glimmer of hope was instantly extinguished, leaving him in despair. After leaving the room, Lu Su didn't head straight back to the initial rest area. Instead, he turned towards the open room where Tom was located. Without a word, he swung the metal shard he'd taken from Wang Ao and drove it into the head of the tin robot Tom with a loud crunch, embedding it halfway. Tom looked bewildered, while the audience was stunned, and even the game officials were taken aback. Everyone speculated about Lu Su's intent, with some worried he might become a target of the game, while others hoped it would trigger a hidden quest. However, Tom simply said expressionlessly, players should focus on the game and not think about other things. Lu Su ignored this, turned around, and walked along the long circular corridor towards the room at the end. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the corridor, sending shivers down the spine. The expression on Lu Su's mask changed slightly, but his pace didn't falter. When Lu Su arrived at the initial rest area, he found he was the last to arrive. A conspicuous trail of blood led into the room, where the large man was painfully curled up on the floor, his right arm nearly severed, with stark white bone shards visible. Jiutian was tending to the large man's bleeding. Is there any medicine? Hurry! The large man struggled to retrieve a bottle of basic healing potion from his pack and poured it over his wound. The wound began to slowly heal, and the bleeding subsided. Only then did the large man breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing back in a sweat. Jiutian asked with concern, if it's not working, prioritize your own safety. How did it end up like this? The large man gritted his teeth and replied, I was messed up by him. The mental state of those things, staying alert is too hard. Everyone's restraints are different, and that guy even pulled down his pants in front of me and started. Hearing this, the woman named Jinsheng turned pale, struggling to suppress her nausea. Kirk coldly said, if you can't, exit. If you're not up to it, just quit. To him, these people were useless and might as well save themselves. In the oppressive atmosphere, the group finally noticed Lu Su, who had just entered. Jiutian glanced over and was shocked to see Lu Su's right hand almost shredded. You're injured too? Jiutian asked in surprise. Who could hurt you like this? Lu Su shook his head in confusion, seemingly not understanding Jiutian's concern. Me? No, I'm not injured. As he spoke, his mangled hand dangled slightly, creating a chilling scene. Jiutian was left speechless, his mouth agape. Lu Su looked down at his palm, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Huh, what's this? Did I just do something? He remarked nonchalantly, as if he had only just noticed he was injured. But it's fine, nothing serious. Jiutian stood nearby, hesitant to speak. Lu Su's injury was no less severe than the big guy's, yet his casual demeanor made one wonder if he really felt any pain at all. Lu Su took out a sharp blade from his backpack, staring thoughtfully at his hand. If I cut this off, will it affect the progress of the game? A large question mark seemed to appear on his red mask, indicating he was seriously pondering the issue. Jiutian quickly intervened. Hold on. He feared Lu Su might actually go through with it. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your current state? Jiutian probed, gesturing with his fingers around his temple to suggest a question about Lu Su's mental state. Jiutian recalled the files from Lu Su's previous game. It was said that this man was powerful and cool-headed, but occasionally acted a bit unhinged. Yet, the Lu Su before him seemed only to retain his strength and madness, with reason nowhere in sight. Jiutian couldn't help but wonder if the food and drugs here had affected Lu Su's mind. My state? Not great. Lu Su pondered for a moment before responding. I feel hungry. Jiutian's face twisted into a pained expression. Just then, the big guy let out a piercing scream, clutching his shoulder and convulsing violently on the ground. It turned out that the beginner healing potion in the game was a high-tech product that could quickly repair injuries, but also brought immense pain. What is this? Doesn't this potion have any anesthetic? The big guy howled in agony. Lu Su watched with interest, casually pouring a bottle of beginner healing potion onto his own wound. Jiutian observed this and couldn't help but think. This guy's motivation for treatment seems different from normal people. The big guy's screams echoed in the room, adding to the already oppressive atmosphere. After a while, Lu Su was disappointed to find that the pain from the treatment did not trigger some condition he was hoping for. Suddenly, the big guy's voice was filled with fear. Wait, why won't it open? What won't open? Jiutian asked, puzzled. The store. What's wrong with the store? Why won't it open? The big guy shouted in panic. Jiutian explained, the game store can only be accessed outside the game and purchases can be made there. Once items are packed into your backpack, you can bring them into the game. What? Isn't this an official game reminder? You really didn't know? Fear washed over the big guy's face as he muttered. What? When was this said? How did I not know? How am I supposed to buy exit tokens now? What am I going to do? Hearing this, Jiutian instinctively took a few steps back. In this high-mortality hellish game, exit tokens were the key to keeping everyone calm. But the fact that the big guy had forgotten something so crucial left Jiutian speechless and feeling a growing sense of heaviness. Silence hung in the air, and despair flickered in the big guy's eyes. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a coin flicking broke the silence. Everyone turned to see Lu Su playing with a coin. I'm hungry. Lu Su's deep voice resonated. Do you have anything to eat? Recalling his colleagues' descriptions of Lu Su's performance in the previous game, Jiutian had a sudden insight. He looked at Lu Su in surprise, then turned to the big guy and said, using an exit token means losing everything you've gained in the game, whether it's physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So when it comes to saving your life, but everything to stay alive. The big guy's eyes were initially filled with confusion, but then it seemed like he understood something, as if he had grabbed onto a lifeline. His tone changed to one of urgency, even respect. Would you, be willing to sell your exit coin? Lu Su didn't respond, just kept flipping the coin in his hand. The intricately patterned coin danced around his fingers like a delicate toy, yet in this brutal game, it was a matter of life and death. Seeing this, the big guy pleaded even more humbly, "Bro, let's make a deal. Sell it to me. I've saved up all my points, haven't spent a single one. I've barely used any of the rewards, saving them for a critical moment." He paused, as if remembering something, hurriedly adding, "Oh, except for that basic healing potion I used just now, my bad." Still, Lu Su remained silent. The big guy continued to beg, "I'll give you everything I've got for one exit coin. It's too unpredictable here. I can't handle it." He even started suggesting various follow-up arrangements. "How about we exchange contact info? When we're out, I can." Lu Su stayed quiet, just flicking the coin, which traced a perfect arc in the air and landed in front of the big guy. His eyes lit up as he scrambled to grab the coin, clutching it like a treasure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp presence locked onto him. Looking up, he saw Lu Su standing silently with a sharp blade in hand. The big guy grinned awkwardly and quickly initiated the transfer, fearing the powerful player might change his mind. As soon as the transaction was complete, he fled with the exit coin as fast as he could. In an instant, the five-member team was down to 4. Lu Su gained 1,400 points, a bottle of strength elixir, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. The scroll surprised him a bit since it was for a superpower, albeit a low-level one. However, learning it required spiritual awakening, which the big guy hadn't achieved. Otherwise, he would have used it already. Lu Su tucked it into his backpack, thinking the trade was quite profitable, as an exit coin was worth only 1,000 points. Kolki, who had been silent, finally spoke, surprisingly in Chinese. "It's probably for the best that he's gone. One less person to share the rewards. By the way, was your exit coin a game reward? I remember the ones in the shop are limited to one per person." Hearing this, Ju Tian felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly asked, "Do you have another exit coin? Why would you leave? Isn't the game fun?" Lu Su answered somewhat absently, "What is an exit?" He looked up, his mask showing an unusually clear expression. "Since the moment we entered the game, there was never an exit." These words left Zhou Tian stunned, staring in disbelief at Lu Su, who had already lain down for a nap. Meanwhile, Kolki sat quietly in the distance, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. As dinner time approached, the system notification sounded. The only female player emerged from her room with heavy steps. Lu Su and Kolki rushed out almost simultaneously, one starting a new round of sweeping, the other trying to snatch at least a plate of supplies from under Lu Su's nose. This time, the eerie atmosphere of the asylum intensified. As the door opened, previously unheard sounds rushed in: screams, murmurs, and strange crackling noises, all haunting and obscure, unable to be fully muffled by the thick iron doors. The whole asylum seemed to be in a state of chaos. That last female player even clutched an exit coin as she entered her room. However, the most afflicted might not just be the patients, but Lu Su himself. Sweeping up the supplies for the third time, his energy seemed on the brink of explosion, with his gluttony mask approaching a critical point. Bang! As he kicked open the 10-centimeter thick iron door, the room's patients, who were about to act up, immediately sat upright in fear. In the next moment, Lu Su appeared beside a patient, demanding, "I heard we can ask you questions. I ask, you answer." Meanwhile, no one noticed that Kolki didn't enter his own room. After everyone had gone in, he paused, then headed towards Zhou Tian's room and pushed the door open. In the room at the end, Wang Ao was forcefully pinned against the wall by Lu Su. His instinctive snarl vanished the moment he recognized his assailant, replaced by a profound fear. Lu Su's hands gripped him like a vice, the sheer power instilling in Wang Ao a sense of hopelessness and an inability to resist. The gluttony mask Lu Su wore exuded an unsettling aura. Wang Ao could feel that this man seemed genuinely intent on devouring him alive. This predatory fear triggered his most primal survival instincts. "Big brother, calm down. I'm not worth eating. Just ask whatever you want," Wang Ao stammered, his voice trembling with terror. Lu Su breathed heavily, seemingly trying to maintain control. After a moment, he spoke. "I met someone at noon who disappointed me. I hope you can satisfy me." Wang Ao was slowly released, and he secretly thought that the person Lu Su referred to might be himself, but he dared not voice this. Speaking out now would be akin to seeking death. Suddenly, a sharp knife appeared in Lu Su's hand as he coldly announced, "After the questions, we'll play a game." Lu Su then bombarded Wang Ao with a barrage of bizarre questions. The legality of sperm donation, uses for bananas and carrots, the definition of adult novels, and how to distribute 5 glasses of water to 100 million liters. These questions came at Wang Ao like rapid gunfire, seemingly a way for Lu Su to cope with his chaotic mind. Wang Ao was at a loss for words, only managing to tremble and reply, "I don't know who the sickest person here is. Maybe there isn't one. Please don't push me." Meanwhile, The audience began to notice that despite Lu Su's incessant ramblings, Wang Ao's mental state appeared to be stabilizing. However, this stability brought no real progress. As time passed, nearly a day had gone by in the game. The audience's opinions of Lu Su began to waver. This supposedly formidable player, known for perfect game completions, seemed genuinely unhinged, contributing nothing to advancing the game and possibly having a negative impact. In this context, some audience members shifted their attention to the encounter between Kuruk and Jotian. Jotian was sitting in a hospital room, troubled by a deranged patient, when a voice suddenly spoke from behind. Hello? Jotian turned sharply to see Kuruk's foreign face. Kuruk arrogantly explained his presence there and directly pointed out Jotian's identity. In a brief conversation, Kuruk offered a cryptic piece of advice. Don't get too close to the insane. At first, Jotian thought he meant the patients, but soon realized Kuruk was referring to Lu Su. Before leaving, Kuruk left with a parting comment. I must achieve a perfect game completion. You might still be of some use. Conserve your strength and stay alive. Once I've figured things out, I might need you. This exchange left Jotian deep in thought. As the first day concluded, players were instructed to return to the starting room. A disheveled female player, her face marked with blood, dashed out of a room and vomited violently in the corner. Before anyone could inquire, she pulled out a game token and exited the game. Thus, with no apparent progress on the surface, the first day ended, leaving only 3 players remaining. The direction of the game became even more enigmatic. Jotian watched her departing figure and sighed softly. The brutal nature of this game was becoming increasingly clear to him. Aside from the enigmatic red-masked figure, no one could truly live in peace. Even Kirk frequently bore scars on his face. The mental torment, harsh living conditions, and constant threat of physical harm were all testing the limits of the participants. Recalling the humiliating experiences mentioned by the big guy and considering the female player's gender, Jotian frowned. Worse still, the game didn't even provide basic food and water for the players. They had gone an entire day without a drop, while the red-masked figure enjoyed lavish meals, a disparity that was baffling. As an official, Jotian knew the background of the female player well. She was just an ordinary player who had managed to clear 2 games by luck and receive some rewards. Faced with this hellish game, she initially planned to escape, but upon learning that survival meant passing along with others, she decided to cling to life. However, reality was far more brutal than she imagined. The chaotic prison environment, unruly teammates, and shocking casualties were all beyond her ability to bear. Well, it's better for her to quit, Jotian murmured, with a hint of regret in his voice. Standing nearby, Luce glanced at the pile of vomit left by the female player on the ground and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a bit of a pity. Then, hesitating for a moment, he suddenly slapped himself hard and quickly turned to walk away. Jotian looked at Luce's actions in confusion, not understanding what had gotten into him. At this moment, Kirk unusually approached and said, "There's nothing to regret. In a game like this, surviving is already a blessing. This place wasn't meant for her." He slowly looked around and continued, "Now, what's left are those who are evenly matched. 2 perfect game clearers, 1 high-level player with a special official status. That's who deserves this hell game." Kirk's gaze fell on Luce, who was lying spread-eagle on the ground in the distance, and asked, "This friend of ours who's been playing the fool, are you really not planning to quit the game? My ability is mental interference, and I've used it on you many times, most of which have backfired. Your confusion is no longer an act. Even self-hypnosis can't explain it. You're close to your limit. In your current state, you might lose yourself here forever, becoming a permanent mental patient." Kirk stepped closer to Luce, his tone carrying a hint of threat. From afar, Jotian watched their interaction with furrowed brows, opting not to intervene this time, but rather to see how things would unfold. "Is your ability consumption? I've been asking your purpose from the start, and I still want to know. But I think, for a normal person, that's not a good choice. I'll ask you again, are you really not planning to quit? Don't tell me you've run out of exit tokens." By now, Kirk had reached Luce's side and was about to step closer when he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger engulf him. Luce, who had been lying silently, suddenly spoke. "I suggest you don't come any closer to me right now." Kirk paused in his steps, standing still. An inexplicable intuition kept warning him not to move forward. "Ha," he chuckled dryly, retreating a step and turning away. "You're confident. I'm just worried that if you don't quit, my game will be hard to complete." Luce remained silent, enduring the massive energy surge within him and the swirling chaos of his thoughts. He didn't want to speak further, soon drifting into sleep on the ground. Jotian said nothing more either, not even initiating a discussion about the day's findings. He knew these 2 might not listen. The 3 hungry individuals maintained their distance, each finding a place to sit or lean against the wall in the empty room, struggling to get through the night. The night was exceptionally torturous. The entire asylum had gone a day without food or medication. By nightfall, It was a cacophony of wailing, with the sound penetrating even through several layers of iron doors. The starving patients frantically banged on doors and walls, making the asylum more terrifying than a haunted house. Kirk used self-hypnosis to ensure sleep. Luz had already fallen into a deep slumber, while Jutian couldn't sleep at all. He sorted through the information sent by his colleagues, pondering the sudden confrontation between Kirk and Luz, and suddenly felt a chill. A vague sense of danger enveloped him, forcing his mind to race through similar scenarios. On the surface, this hell game seemed devoid of physical torture, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. An unexplainable fear began to envelop him. After a whole night of a haunted house-like atmosphere, the next day finally arrived, and the game continued. Kirk and Luz resumed their race, one aiming to seize food, the other hoping to at least secure some medication. Jyotian approached Long Wu's room with a clear purpose. This was the first patient Luz had interacted with, and Jyotian instinctively felt that the root of his fears lay here. As he pushed open the door, he saw Long Wu's emaciated figure, weakly lying on the bed with a listless expression. Another visitor? A different face this time, hello? Though Long Wu's voice was faint, his tone was surprisingly calm. Jyotian was astonished to find that despite Long Wu's poor physical condition, his mental state was unusually stable. He decided to get straight to the point. Do you know who is the most seriously ill in this hospital? Jyotian asked. Long Wu's body trembled as he struggled to turn his gaze toward Jyotian. A familiar question, that's more like it. That's what you should be asking, he replied with a hint of sarcasm. No, the answer is no. There's no one who's the most seriously ill. Who doesn't get sick? You will get sick too, and one day you'll stay here forever. Jyotian was about to say something when he suddenly paused. The fear that had enveloped him all night surged back, but unexpectedly, it made his thoughts unusually clear. He recalled the information passed on by his colleagues. Aside from psychological activities, he was aware of almost everything Lu Su and Kirk had gathered, including every word spoken by the patients. Lu Su had learned from Long Wu that the people in the back were innocent, while those in the front were guilty, so questions should be directed to the front and torment those people. The patient who was tormented by Lu Su had proactively asked if they were supposed to find out who was the most seriously ill, even suggesting playing a game, noting that Lu Su was different from the others before him. From Kirk's side, it was understood that the hospital was divided into two groups, the guilty ones in the front and the innocent ones in the back. When Kirk pressed the latter group on why they stayed there, they went mad. Now, Long Wu told Jyotian they couldn't find the answer and would eventually get sick and stay there forever. Moreover, this person was called Long Wu, while Kirk had encountered someone named Long Lu. A bold conjecture formed in Jyotian's mind. The reason the person in the front could guess what Lu Su wanted to ask was because someone had already asked before, and not just once. The hospital was divided into two groups, with the front being the actual patients and the back being the ones who came to ask questions. These people never got the answer, never found out who was the most seriously ill, and so they remained there forever. Fear wrapped around Jyotian like a cloak made of chilling wind, freezing him to the core and making escape impossible. A more terrifying thought emerged. Could these people have once been players too? Jyotian took a deep breath, mustering the courage to ask, have you heard of the Divine Selection Park? What did you say? Long Wu looked up blankly, his eyes mechanical and hollow, sending shivers down Jyotian's spine. Despite this, a more pressing matter occupied Jyotian's mind, and he fought the urge to back away. Divine Paradise. Jyotian repeated slowly, locking eyes with Long Wu. The air froze for 5 seconds, feeling like an eternity. Long Wu stared at Jyotian like a statue, then suddenly, a broken chain swung at Jyotian like a battle axe. In the nick of time, a pair of green boots appeared on Jyotian's feet, propelling him backward a meter, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Excellent weapon. Agility boots. Jyotian thought to himself. Long Wu transformed instantly, his withered body pulsating with red steam as he entered a bizarre state. Kill! He screamed, wildly swinging the chain and demolishing the room. Jyotian cowered in the corner, his heart sinking. Clearly, the question had driven Long Wu to madness. Kill, kill. Long Wu continued his rampage, while Jyotian dodged frantically, finally reaching the doorway. Suddenly, Long Wu stopped, groaning in agony. What is it? What divine paradise? What are you talking about? Who are you? Who am I? Medicine, medicine. Give me medicine. Then he changed his tone. No, no medicine. I won't take those pills. Take them away. Long Wu charged into the wall, banging his head until it bled. He turned to Jyotian, his eyes suddenly clear. Run, run. Then he reverted to his vacant state. Jyotian stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. He was almost certain his suspicions were correct, but it raised more questions. Wasn't the Divine Paradise game just starting? What was with these people? Why didn't they use exit coins? When did they enter the game? Taking a deep breath, Jyotian pulled out his exit coin for a closer look, finding some reassurance. Yet, more questions arose. If even these powerful veterans failed, did he have any hope? Why were they stuck here forever? At that moment, an official from the livestream reminded him, Jotian, special operative, remember this is a mental institution. Analyze all information carefully. Also, prioritize your safety in critical moments. Jotian nodded weakly, leaning against the wall to calm himself. He inquired about the other two. Cork received the response, who here isn't sick? We're just slaves. Meanwhile, Red Mask was tormenting patients without gaining useful information. After breakfast, the three returned to the starting room, each lost in thought. Cork seemed pensive, Lu Su remained expressionless, but Jotian, burdened by the secret he held, appeared particularly somber. The robot Tom routinely announced that it was time for communication and then stepped aside. After a long silence, Jotian decided to share his disturbing discovery. Guys, I have some bad news, Jotian began. I think you need to know. In this prison, those who claim they're innocent may be players like us. After speaking, Jotian looked up to gauge their reactions. To his surprise, a flicker of excitement crossed Cork's eyes, while Lu Su showed no reaction. Aren't you going to ask me why? Jotian asked, puzzled. Jotian felt inexplicably puzzled, as the reactions of his two teammates were completely different from what he had anticipated. Kiki abruptly stood up and began pacing around the room. Then he turned to Jotian with a serious expression and said, Mr. Jiu, thank you very much for your analysis and information. This makes a lot of things make sense and clears my mind. Jotian was taken aback, thinking to himself, really? Are my words that convincing? Did he just believe me without questioning how I came to this conclusion? And why does he look so happy? What exactly did he figure out? Shouldn't he be feeling scared? For a moment, he felt bewildered. He had always considered Kiki to be someone easy to communicate with, aloof, but rational. Yet now, he couldn't quite understand him. Instinctively, he turned to look at Lu Su, only to see a disdainful expression on the red mask. Lu Su said matter-of-factly, isn't this obvious? Do you really need to point that out? Jotian was even more confused. How did this lunatic figure it out? No, why am I even trying to discuss this with someone who's clearly not sane? He recalled the fear and anxiety he felt when he first realized the issue, but the two in front of him seemed unfazed. The lunatic with the red mask was one thing, but why was Kiki acting the same way? Was there a misunderstanding because of my Chinese? For the next while, Jotian sat numbly on the ground, occasionally glancing at his two powerful teammates. After eating his fill, Lu Su lay sprawled out on the floor like a salted fish, albeit one with terrifying power inside. His condition seemed to worsen, and he would occasionally let out strange laughter and mutterings. Jotian even wondered if this guy was about to transform into Ultraman at any moment. Meanwhile, Kiki appeared restless, pacing back and forth at a distance. His expression shifted between confusion and sudden realization, as he muttered to himself. Jotian was thoroughly baffled, touching his own face, wondering if he was the one with the problem. According to Long Lu, players would eventually be stuck here forever. Had these two gone mad? What was with their bizarre behavior? Jotian felt like they were truly losing it, and their stares were becoming unsettling. Two players who had completed the game perfectly, was he about to witness their downfall? The audience was becoming increasingly doubtful, voices of concern rising. Some suggested Jotian should escape immediately, while others proposed quitting the game entirely, fearing a mental breakdown could prevent him from even using an exit token. This last thought sent a chill down Jotian's spine, thinking, right, if I really go insane, I might not even be able to use the exit token. Just then, a voice announced, lunchtime has begun. Players, please start the game. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Su sprang into action, rushing out to devour food with abandon. However, this time, Kiki didn't move but instead walked slowly towards Jotian. I think we should stop this game. It's dragged on long enough without any food or water, Kiki said, surprising Jotian. Kiki then turned to a nearby robot, saying, host, I have identified the most severely ill person here. Jotian was at a loss. The robot turned its head. Oh, please call me the Great Tom. Who is it? Wait until he returns, then we'll proceed. Without him, the game can't continue. Kiki, hands in his pockets, confidently watched Lu Su's figure in the distance, who was eating with great gusto. Jotian seemed to have guessed what Kiki was about to do, and was momentarily speechless in shock. All right, the player ahead, the game is paused. Please return to the initial room promptly, Tom the cat announced. Lu Su, having eaten quickly, swaggered back. At this point, the unstable energy within him had reached its peak, and even with his physical resilience, he was at the brink of self-destruction if he didn't release it. The red mask bore an exaggerated grin as he walked step by step toward the door, his aura emanating an evil and bizarrely twisted vibe. Kiki stood at the doorway, the two facing each other from a distance. Yet, just as he reached the door, Lu Su sat down cross-legged, just a step away from the door. Red warning lights began to flash, urging Lu Su to enter the ward quickly, or else something bad would happen. But Lu Su remained still, engulfed in the crimson glow, as if taunting something, the corners of his smile stretching wider. I think it's unnecessary, Kiki spoke up, looking at Jotian. We've come to this point. My unraveling is about to begin. Every time a key question is asked, the patients suddenly descend into madness, which surely hints at some crucial information. Kirk's eyes gleamed as he turned to Jotian, speaking with a resolute tone. Jotian, the information you provided is invaluable. You mentioned these individuals were once players, which perfectly aligns with my observations. When I inquired about their purpose here, my patients also went mad. A glimmer of insight flashed in Kirk's eyes as he continued his analysis. From these reactions, we can deduce an important fact. The patients might speak madness, but they do not lie. This means their initial claims are likely true. They aren't sick at all. His voice rose, and his pace quickened. More importantly, there is no such thing as the most severely ill person here. It was this false premise that led to the downfall of previous players. Kirk paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. Therefore, the conventional gameplay approach doesn't work. After eliminating all possibilities, the most obvious answer has been right before us all along. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, pointing outside the door at Lu Su, a confident smile playing on his lips. You. Kirk's voice was filled with certainty. You are the real target of the mission. You are the one who is most severely ill. Jotian tried to object, hastily saying, but the game mentioned the most severely ill person in the hospital. Kirk raised his hand to stop him, continuing his reasoning before Jotian could finish. Why not? Isn't he in this hospital now? Moreover, if this assumption holds, all his actions become logical. Kirk's gaze grew sharper, and his speech quickened. He possesses extraordinary strength and abilities. His behavior has always been erratic, yet he fits in with this hospital so well. He consumes all the patients' medication to keep them in a state of confusion. In this game, devoid of food and water, he chooses to devour all those repulsive things to cut off our last food source, weakening us. He doesn't care about any exit tokens. Taking a deep breath as if he had just cleared all obstacles, Kirk spoke with a hint of triumph. The answer has always been obvious. Even the audience says he is very sick. This game is essentially not complex. It merely exploits human weaknesses cleverly. We assumed he was a player from the start, and the audience said they've seen his previous game streams, so we never considered another possibility. Kirk's eyes were sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Lu Su outside the door, his tone piercing. Right? This game has told us from the beginning that our relationship could be cooperative or competitive. As your Chinese saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp. Am I right? Listening to Kirk's endless accusations, Lu Su remained silent. Yet, the expressions on his mask shifted rapidly, like a mesmerizing Sichuan opera face-changing performance, leaving everyone in awe. The red glow in the corridor behind them pulsed faster, immersing the hallway in a blood-red hue, as a suffocating tension filled the air. Kirk, too, fell silent, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on the red mask in front of him, waiting for a response. Suddenly, a deep, raspy laugh emanated from beneath the mask, like the sound of decaying wood scraping against a saw. Hee, Lu Su finally spoke, yet without addressing Kirk's accusations. It seems I wasn't wrong. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes now. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Think? Hard to believe he even knows that verb. Does he still have the ability to think? I think the foreigner makes sense. Could he be Mask Guy? If he's Mask Guy, why can we still see his perspective on the live stream? This is confusing. What about those players who were trapped for years? Is that real? Every time I want to enter the game, the hell mode difficulty makes me hesitate. The crowd had grown used to Lu Su's erratic words, with no one attempting to decipher them. At this moment, a viewer with the ID blank caught their attention with a comment. I suggest you all keep watching closely. Last game, everyone thought this big shot was crazy, but he was the only one who was truly clear-headed. I'm looking forward to what he does next. Someone exclaimed. Big shot blank? How come you're so late this time? Jotian, who had spent an entire day with Lu Su, sensed something was amiss. Lu Su's aura had become chaotic and unstable, exuding a powerful pressure like a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet, his words seemed unusually clear and logical. What are you thinking? Jotian asked proactively. He didn't agree with Kirk's suspicions, having seen Lu Su pull out the golden card from his waistband when the game started. This was his own brother. Could it really be a conspiracy? I'm thinking, Lu Su said, hiccuping, about the punishment. The crowd was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Wasn't the game rule that something bad would happen if they didn't enter the ward when the red light flashed? So, nothing happened. Huh? Ha ha ha. Lu Su's laugh was hoarse and grating, his mask contorting into a twisted smile. He turned to the silent Tom Cat. What do you think? Why no punishment, Tom? Tom's mechanical body seemed even stiffer, remaining silent. Kirk continued, You're already the final target. What more punishment do you need? Whether you're truly mad or just pretending, it's over. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Su suddenly turned the mask toward him, chuckling, Hee hee, brother, you smell nice. I agree with your judgment, your words, and your analysis of this game are all correct. Thinking of what no one else considered before, under such circumstances, is also correct. Overlooking the obvious is also correct. The game's mystery has always been in plain sight, and that's correct too. But, Lu Su went on, you keep saying you want to think outside the box, yet you're still bound by the rules. Who made you believe that he slowly raised a hand, pointing at the silent, standing iron robot, Tom. Who told you that he is the host of this game? Jutian felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Though not the smartest, he sensed something was wrong and quietly took a few steps back. Kirk frowned, then laughed. You've really lost it. He is the host of this game. It was stated at the beginning. Oh, is that so? Lu Su smiled. Think back. Who said it? Kirk's confident smile froze. He remembered that at the start of the game, it was indeed the Iron Robot himself who said, I am your host for this game. You may call me the Great Tom. Kirk swallowed hard, his eyes darkening, realizing the situation had exceeded his understanding. He spoke to the man who had seemed insane for 2 whole days. Stop spouting nonsense. If not the host, then who else would say that? Besides, the game's rules, background, how to play, weren't they all given by him? Lu Su's smile widened as he asked, Really? Kirk suddenly recalled that the game rules were not spoken by Tom, but by an untraceable mechanical voice, with the rules displayed as text on the wall of the initial room. He swallowed again, facing the masked man bathed in crimson light, wearing a sinister smile. Beside him stood the silent, ominous Iron Robot, Tom. Cold sweat trickled down Kirk's back as he realized the scenario had been full of clear hints all along. A bead of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly rolling down his sharply defined Western face. Yet, the itching sensation failed to capture his attention at that moment, as he was engulfed in a state of numbness. Images flashed rapidly through Kirk's mind like a carousel. Every scene since he entered the game, and every word spoken by the robot named Tom. Please call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You can talk to each other and get familiar with each other's abilities. Your relationships are both cooperative and competitive. I'm here. Come to me if you have any questions, or if you find the target. At first glance, these words seemed fitting for a competent game staff member, but Kirk suddenly realized an unsettling fact. These words were devoid of any substantive content. The game's rules, objectives, and even meal times were all announced by the mechanical voice. Even warnings were delivered in the same manner. Kirk was shocked to discover that the game seemed to have no need for the tin robot Tom at all. This realization hit Kirk like swallowing a Sichuan pepper tree whole, leaving him feeling completely numb. He couldn't help but question himself. Why hadn't he noticed this before? Lu Su's words earlier felt like a sharp knife, piercing through his psychological defenses and leaving him with a strong sense of defeat. You keep saying you want to break free from the norm, yet you're still bound by the rules. This sentence echoed in Kirk's mind. He realized he had always assumed the game's authority was absolute, and that Tom was the host, never questioning this possibility. What shocked him even more was that he found Lu Su a seemingly crazy person made a lot of sense. Kirk couldn't help but wonder. When did this madman notice and remember these details? His mental interference ability seemed to have backfired. Despite Lu Su's apparent mental chaos, he was able to make such clear judgments. How was this possible? At that moment, eerie laughter suddenly filled the silent space. It was Lu Su laughing, the sound emanating from beneath the mask, growing louder until it turned into maniacal laughter. No one knew what he was laughing at. Perhaps he had lost his mind again. Maybe he was mocking them. Even Jutian couldn't help but think that calling Lu Su the most mentally disturbed person wasn't an exaggeration. Suddenly, Lu Su stopped laughing and spoke to Kirk. I apologize, Mr. Kirk. I meant no disrespect or mockery. I'm just starting to lose control a bit. Jutian's gaze shifted downward to see Lu Su's right hand, with 4 fingers completely plunged into the ground, stirring it up as if crushing tofu. As Lu Su's rationality increased, a ferocious aura surged from him, like a beast ready to break free from its chains. Amidst Kirk's inner turmoil, Tom finally spoke up. He mechanically turned his metal head towards Kirk. Player Kirk, your deduction is correct. You have identified the person most afflicted. Now, begin to resolve this. Kill him. Tom's tone remained calm, but his words sent a shiver through Kirk. He felt that something was off about Tom's manner of speaking, particularly why there was no reaction to Lu Su's previous comments. But if Tom was indeed the host, it seemed plausible enough. Ignoring Tom, Kirk turned to Lu Su. Your behavior? It's always been strange. Lu Su, sitting on the ground, shrugged. My behavior has always been clear. hasn't it? I was hungry, so I ate. This explanation made Kirk feel like a herd of wild horses was stampeding through his mind. Yet, he no longer dared to view Lu Su as he would a mental patient. Lu Su continued. I've told you all along, the food and medicine, they have issues. Especially the medicine, it's not a tool for passing the game. It's prepared by our great Tom, right? It's not medicine to stabilize your mind. It's medicine that makes you lose control, that worsens your condition. Kirk blurted out, how do you know? Immediately regretting his words, he realized the answer was right before him. Lu Su had become this way after consuming them. Lu Su didn't explain how he knew. He simply continued. Actually, from the moment I entered the hospital and saw the task, I thought of a very simple way to clear the game. Just kill everyone, and wouldn't that mean I've passed? But later I realized something was wrong. My patient said someone had tortured him before. Who tortured him? Previous players? No, they couldn't have beaten Wang Ao, and such things wouldn't drive him insane. Also, look, the red light is still flashing, but the punishment hasn't come. Who's going to punish me? Who's torturing them? Lu Su stood up, took a step forward, and looked down at the tin robot Tom before him. His mask's mouth was agape, as if ready to swallow the other whole. Why don't you answer me? The one truly most afflicted. Tom, you smell so good. There's a scent of human flesh on you. I've noticed it long ago. Listening to Lu Su's questioning, Jiutian unconsciously took a step back, shielding Ku-Urk in front of him. He thought to himself that the foreigner's words were absurd, and his own comrade made more sense. Ku-Urk, however, stood motionless like a statue, his eyes dark and brooding. He struggled internally, unwilling to accept that he had been outsmarted by someone who seemed mentally unstable from the start. Reflecting on it, Lu Su's reasoning seemed to have some merit. Apart from the drug issue, the whole situation wasn't as complex as it seemed. At this moment, Tom spoke up with feigned surprise. Oh, are you saying it's me? However, all three present noticed the change in his voice. The mechanical tone was gone, replaced by a sharp and hoarse voice, as if his vocal cords were completely damaged. Tom continued with a hint of amusement in his tone. Oh, so that's how it is. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. How did you figure it out? Ku-Urk shouted incredulously. Big brother, you just admitted it like that? Shouldn't you put up a bit of a struggle? Lu Su spread his hands, his tone full of sarcasm. Is it that difficult? This game has felt strangely simple from the start. Finding the most seriously ill person is inevitable with enough time. No matter who the final answer is, even if it's a cockroach on the floor, a brute force algorithm can find it if the area is small enough. Tom turned around, his eyes on the iron head flashing, and said, before you, there were 4 groups of people here. Only one person made such an accusation, thinking I was the final target. Lu Su chuckled, and the rest couldn't hold out long enough to figure it out, right? Tom didn't respond directly but continued. Guess what happened to the one who succeeded? You came a bit late. If you'd been earlier, you might have tasted him. These words made everyone present feel a wave of nausea. However, Lu Su's masked face showed a hint of anticipation as he said, really? That might be a bit of a pity. If I turn into mincemeat later, make sure that guy Wang Ao gets plenty. He probably hates me a lot, ha ha ha. Even Tom was momentarily stunned into silence, seemingly unable to comprehend such a person, suspecting that Lu Su's mental state might be unstable as well. Finally, Tom spoke, his voice carrying a sinister undertone. It seems you're ready to accept your fate. Lu Su also laughed, taking a step forward. At that moment, the sound of something heavy being compressed echoed through the space. Jiutian caught a glimpse of Lu Su's foot leaving a deep imprint on the ground, as if it had been crushed by a steamroller. Lu Su continued, I said the first half of this game sounded too easy, so the difficulty must be in the latter part. Dealing with you might not be simple, Tom, but I know you have many restrictions, like not being able to act unless players break the rules, or how you didn't react when I slashed at your head before, and other possibilities I haven't thought of. Listening to these words, Tom's body visibly stiffened, seemingly struck by a nerve. Lu Su went on, but you don't need to worry about that. I don't plan to waste time. Who said I'm a strategic player? Deduction and schemes are just stopgaps when strength falls short. But now, I think we can begin. Before the words finished, Lu Su's fist was already in motion. Ready to fight? Great Tom, he shouted, his fist heading straight for Tom. Boom, boom. 2 loud crashes rang out simultaneously as both bodies flew backward. A massive fist imprint appeared in the center of Tom's iron head, clearly caught off guard by the surprise attack. Lu Su finally unleashed his full strength, augmented by the energy he had consumed earlier. The strike was powerful. However, Lu Su also suffered severe injuries in an instant. For some reason, the heavy iron door above the initial room suddenly fell, crashing down on him. The door seemed to possess terrifying impact without needing acceleration, exploding into a shower of iron pieces upon striking Lu Su. He was blasted like a cannonball, smashing through a wall and landing in the rubble. Despite being pierced by iron fragments and with bones not fully healed, Lu Su was unusually excited. He felt his pain value increase by 10 points instantly and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. You're more useful than that Wang Ao. Lu Su reveled in the surge of power within him, almost wanting to scream with joy. He raised one hand, placing it on the iron door of the neighboring Dragon 5 ward. His fingers dug into the 10-centimeter-thick iron door, twisting it clockwise with force. The door emitted a teeth-grating screech, iron filings flying everywhere. The entire door seemed to soften, twisting into a large vortex centered around Lu Su's hand, a spectacular sight. He easily detached the door, hurling it like a dart towards Tom's direction. The massive iron door roared past, creating a turbulent airflow that made Ko-Urk unsteady on his feet, his face changing dramatically. He realized with shock the terrifying power Lu Su possessed. The expression on Lu Su's mask was one of pure enjoyment. Though the power wasn't his own, the ability to use it freely, even temporarily, was intoxicating. It was like the thrill of spending someone else's money or… Lu Su didn't waste much time. He quickly realized that even in this hellish game, the ultimate solution wasn't about going head-to-head with opponents. Just like in his first novice game, the way to clear it wasn't simply by killing the guide. But then again, wasn't he the one chosen by the god of pain? Wasn't he the one who longed to stand at the pinnacle and savor the taste of suffering? Sorry, Tom, Lu Su thought to himself. It has to be a thrilling fight. He knew that the punch he threw earlier was unlikely to take down his opponent, who was quite formidable. So, Lu Su decisively began to boost his own abilities on the spot. He first used 20 points of pain value to increase his mysterious and unknown spirit attribute from 1 to 3, just enough to meet the learning standard. Without hesitation, Lu Su used the special skill learning scroll he had just obtained. Special skill scroll draw. The system notification sounded. Acquired powerful level skill. Scholar's right hand. The skill description appeared before Lu Su. Scholar's right hand. Your right hand possesses the ability to learn autonomously and can proficiently use any item that can be manipulated by the right hand. Description. If you don't know how to do it, leave it to your buddy. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged into Lu Su's right hand. Though there was no distinct tactile feeling, he sensed that his right hand had become more nimble. This was his first time learning a supernatural level skill, and he realized that skills were categorized by levels. According to the game's description, skills are classified into normal, powerful, frenzy, and forbidden curse. The skill scroll he had could only draw normal and powerful skills, so his luck was quite good. Without time to savor it, Lu Su immediately moved on to draw equipment. He had been saving these items, thinking he would use them only when necessary to enhance his combat power or trade them with others. But now was clearly the necessary moment. He took out 2 epic weapon draw scrolls, rewards from his last perfect clearance, and redeemed them all. Obtained epic weapon, illusionary cloak. Illusionary cloak. It can transform into any type of clothing appearance based on your requirements and ideas, offering a certain degree of defense, perfectly blocking handgun bullets from 10 meters away, and possessing self-repair capabilities. Description. You might find this thing a bit underwhelming for an epic weapon, but trust me, it's really cool. And it's a money saver. Lu Su couldn't help but grumble. An epic weapon, really? Even though your description already anticipated my thoughts, I still have to say it. Next, the second weapon appeared. Obtained epic weapon. Hell's Roar. Hell's Roar. A weapon in the shape of a handgun, or perhaps it could be considered a hand cannon. It has 3 levels of attack. Basic level. Does not consume energy, and its bullets have the power equivalent to rifle bullets. Advanced level. Consumes 0.5 energy, with attack power comparable to a small grenade launcher. Hell's Roar level. The true Hell's Roar adjusts according to the energy consumed. The higher the energy used, the more terrifying the single attack. The recoil also increases. Description. The charging method is life harvesting. Don't ask me if it defies science. That's just how it's set. Lu Su stood up in surprise, as if he had discovered something intriguing. Judging by the length of the description alone, this weapon seemed much more substantial than the illusionary cloak. Hell's Roar. The name itself sounded powerful. Weighing it slightly, Lu Su stood up, his gaze fixed on Tom, who had just crawled out of the rubble across from him. Tom's condition appeared better than his own. Aside from a dent in his head, he seemed relatively unharmed. In contrast, Lu Su's injuries would definitely land him in the ICU if he were in a regular hospital. But for Lu Su, this wasn't a problem. His pain value was constantly rising, and now was the perfect time to use it. He took out a bottle of basic recovery potion and gulped it down without hesitation, fully exploiting his gluttony potential, drinking rapidly. You're okay? Tom, whose brain had been nearly scrambled, was shocked by Lu Su's physical resilience. The last player who figured out his identity was killed instantly by that first attack. How could this kid be so tough? Bang! The response came in the form of a deafening gunshot. Lu Su picked up Hell's Roar and fired at Tom. Holding the gun in his right hand, the scholar's right-hand skill showcased its incredible effect. Despite having never handled a gun before, Lu Su instantly transformed into a firearms expert, hitting the bullseye effortlessly. Tom's mechanical hand swiftly raised, with electromagnetic arcs flickering on it, pulling an iron plate over to shield himself just in time. Clang! The iron plate was pierced through, leaving a clear mark on Tom's forehead from the bullet's residual force. It was blocked, but not completely. Enraged, Tom turned his gaze towards the bystanders, Coke and Jotian. Coke, your deduction was correct. The one who's most afflicted is him. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Coke was taken aback. What? Didn't you just admit it? So this isn't a mystery-solving mission? It's a berserk battle mission? In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, and before he could dwell on the fact that he lost to a madman in his area of expertise, he made a quick decision. Mental disruption. Coke launched an attack on Tom, showing he had enough guts not to shy away from confronting the opponent. The feelings of chaos and madness instantly backfired, but surprisingly, the backlash wasn't as intense as what Lu Su had given him. Humph. Tom grunted, then casually waved his hand, causing several iron spikes to fly out as if they were an extension of his body. Run! Jotian's nimble shoes emitted jets of air, swiftly dashing out to take Coke down, but a spike still managed to impale Coke's thigh. Holy shit. Sour pickles, don't eat them. Coke cried out, clutching his thigh, effectively incapacitated. Before Tom could smugly utter a word, a thunderous explosion erupted, blowing apart the iron shield in front of him and sending him flying with a terrifying shockwave. Hell's Roar, advanced level. Lu Su muttered, energy remaining, 49.5. So stingy, not even starting with full energy, Lu Su grumbled internally. Tom was furious. Suddenly, countless small holes appeared on the walls, forming a pattern that would make anyone with trypophobia cringe, as numerous iron spikes shot out, targeting Lu Su relentlessly. Lu Su's steps were steady. He didn't dodge. Draped in the illusionary cloak, he boldly advanced through the rain of spikes. His right hand gripped Hell's Roar, firing at the second level. His left hand held a bottle of intermediate recovery potion, ready to use it at any moment. Come on, let's hurt each other, Lu Su shouted, fearlessly charging towards Tom's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The Hell's Roar transformed into a handheld cannon in Lu Su's grip, unleashing a torrent of firepower. With extraordinary strength, he wielded the fierce weapon as if it were an extension of himself, the barrel steady as though he had activated a cheat code in a video game. Metal shards and chunks of concrete flew through the air amidst the relentless barrage, piling up as a feeble barrier in front of Tom. However, this seemingly formidable defense crumbled under Lu Su's ferocious assault, shattering in an instant. The room was engulfed in dust and debris, littered with metal fragments and severed wires. The powerful shockwaves even made it difficult for Tom, clad in his metallic shell, to stay upright, forcing him to stagger backward. Jotian had already retreated to a corner with the injured Ku-Urk and was darting around the chaotic room, seeking opportunities to provide assistance. Tom's metal shell was riddled with scars, its edges beginning to curl. After another round of fierce bombardment, the iron armor on his shoulder was completely blown off, revealing a shocking sight beneath a human shoulder, burnt and skinless. A pained growl escaped Tom's lips as he chose to evade for the first time, swiftly moving to the top of a slope. Lu Su showed no mercy, continuing his assault. Energy loss is only 0.5. I can fire 100 more shots. Did you modify your body to? Tom looked on in disbelief at Lu Su's relentless advance. Despite being impaled with several iron rods, bleeding profusely, and with exposed bones, Lu Su continued to push forward, seemingly impervious to pain. His astounding fighting spirit left everyone present in awe. Jutian couldn't help but caution, "Hey, comrade, your neck seems to be bleeding." Lu Su casually touched his neck, confirming the blood flow, but remained unfazed. "It's fine. It didn't hit an artery." With that, he downed a bottle of intermediate healing potion, and the wound began to heal instantly. As Lu Su pulled the iron rods from his body, he hurled them at Tom, each strike packing a tremendous punch, forcing Tom into a desperate scramble to evade. "What are you dodging for? Weren't we supposed to face off Heaton?" Lu Su shouted angrily. Tom shouted back, "Who the hell agreed to that? Do you think I can be like you?" With a roar of, "Face me, you bastard," another cannon shot followed. Tom barely managed to block it with a summoned iron plate, but the subsequent iron rod still found its mark, piercing his chest. In a fit of rage, Tom manipulated the floor to fling Lu Su away and slammed him down with the collapsing ceiling. The entire room began to warp and distort, with metal and steel beams converging wildly onto Tom, making him increasingly massive. Facing this astonishing transformation, Lu Su calmly responded, "Come on, from the start, it was always a fight to the death between us." Pa. Lu Su spat out the sand and blood from his mouth, finally able to do so as his strength waned. He struggled to move the rocks pinning him down, his fingers stained with blood as he pushed himself up from the ground. Feeling over his body, he was relieved to find no broken bones. Chosen of pain, pain value 3. Lu Su muttered to himself, "Huh, what does that mean? Is this the boss's second phase? Didn't seem like I dealt that much damage." He frowned, criticizing the game's design. "This game is a bit sloppy. Both the storyline and the modeling are mediocre." Despite muttering incomprehensible gibberish, Lu Su quickly sprang into action. He retrieved a basic potion from his backpack and drank it down. Might as well take a sip, he thought. This body can't handle too much strain right now. Realizing that his reputation as the potion warrior would likely persist, Lu Su noted to himself that potions were going to be the most crucial resource in the game. He made a mental note to stock up next time. He casually fired a few more shots at Tom, shattering a significant amount of the metal fragments Tom had gathered. But by this time, Tom had stopped dodging and started taking the hits heeding. The accumulated layers were too high, and the shells could no longer knock him back. In Tom's chest, where the iron spike had been driven in, an arc of electricity formed a circle, emitting an unusual glow and creating a strong magnetic field that attracted everything around it. The iron spike Lu Su had lodged in Tom's chest was inexplicably oxidizing rapidly, rusting away. Meanwhile, the energy surrounding Tom was intensifying, distorting the air and bending the light. The exoskeleton armor emitted a sizzling sound as the water vapor in the air condensed and evaporated, enveloping the now gigantic Tom in a layer of mist. Flesh is weak, machine ascends. Tom, now over 3 meters tall, seemed a bit delirious, muttering incoherently. Lu Su wondered if his earlier spike had pushed Tom into a near-death state, triggering some uncontrollable transformation. "TSK, this is getting a bit tricky," Lu Su muttered. "Looks like I didn't drink enough." "Mechanical ascension? Huh? You're just a big brute. You're no Tony Stark." Covered in blood, Lu Su sat on the ground for a brief rest, waiting for his organs to realign. As he turned his head, he noticed the door beside him was already open, the one he had twisted off earlier to attack Tom. Inside sat Long Wu, looking bewildered and seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened outside. Through the open door, Lu Su saw his acquaintance and gave a friendly smile behind his mask. "Hey there. Have you eaten?" Long Wu didn't respond, simply closing his eyes with an expression of resignation, as if unwilling to face the reality before him. Lu Su lifted his hell howl, aimed at Long Wu, and set it to the lowest setting. Bang, bang, crack. After a few gunshots, all the chains binding Long Wu broke, finally granting him freedom in this prison. Long Wu stared blankly at his hands, feeling a bit lost. "You're free now, old friend," Lu Su said. "Consider it a thank you for the meal. I took your medicine. Do you feel a bit clearer now?" Lu Su grinned and then stood up, feeling his strength had mostly returned. He fired 2 shots, stirring up a cloud of dust, then pulled out the sharp blade from his backpack. Lu Su had always used this knife, but now it felt strangely familiar in his hand, as if he were a master swordsman. The scholar's hand is truly remarkable, Lu Su thought, feeling the familiarity with the blade, even twirling it a bit. "Chosen of pain, give me a boost," Lu Su called out in his mind. Strength, 24 to 30. Agility, 10 to 15. Speed, 10 to 15. He increased all 3 attributes simultaneously, worried that excessive strength might disrupt his coordination. Coupled with the sharp blade, the triple strength damage bonus from its cutting ability was formidable. Testing the weight of the knife in his right hand, Lu Su swung it forcefully. The knife traced an arc in the air, piercing through layers of metal as if they were paper, the sharp glint swiftly reaching the head of the ironclad robot. Tom's eyes no longer held any rational light, but instinctively, he tilted his head slightly, avoiding the fatal strike. Swoosh! The knife embedded itself in the side of the metal head, with dark red and slightly yellowish fluid slowly oozing out, looking grotesquely disgusting. Lu Ze raised his hand, intending to take advantage of his enemy's weakness and finish him off, firing 2 shots at the injured area. However, just as he pulled the trigger, the prison floor suddenly began to heave violently like waves, catching him off guard and throwing him into the air. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds, like firecrackers, pierced the air. Struggling to regain his footing, Lu Ze was shocked to see that all the iron doors along the circular corridor behind him, except for the ones holding the players, had burst open. The shattered metal fragments, propelled by some invisible force, hurtled towards Tom. These metal shards quickly converged, forming part of Tom's massive body, resembling a grotesque assembly toy. At this moment, his enormous form was pressing against the ceiling, terrifyingly towering 5 meters high, looking like a war god constructed from ruins. Lu Ze couldn't help but comment, This scene would fit perfectly as a mid-level boss in any Dark Souls game. With that, he swiftly adjusted his strategy, preparing to switch Hell Roar to the third gear. Just then, the entire prison erupted with a chorus of howling. Instinctively, Lu Zhe turned around, and the sight that met his eyes was astonishing. Nearly 90 patients had burst out from their rooms, roaring wildly in the now twisted and deformed corridor. In the next moment, all the patients simultaneously turned their heads. Over 80 pairs of eyes, filled with a thirst for blood, locked onto Lu Zhe. Oh whoa! A beastly roar echoed, and the nearest patient covered the 20-meter distance with astonishing speed, leaping at Lu Zhe like a predator. His hands, like claws, dug deep into Lu Zhe's arm, while his jaws opened wide, aiming for Lu Zhe's neck. Crunch! The sound of teeth shattering was followed by a red-hot gun barrel being shoved into the patient's mouth. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out, and a spray of yellowish-white matter blasted out of the back of the patient's head, splattering the walls. The last thing those frenzied eyes saw was Lu Zhe's cold, merciless gaze. The system notification chimed in at the right moment. Life harvested. Energy 1. Lu Su stood in a corridor littered with bodies, his gaze sweeping over the group of deranged individuals across from him. His voice, emanating through a mask, carried a threatening undertone. I don't know if you're being controlled or have simply lost your minds. Unsure what to do. In response, an inhuman roar echoed back. These prisoners, once tormented by Lu Su to the brink of fear, now glared at him like vengeful spirits, devoid of any rationality. Lu Su mused that these guys now resembled ravenous ghosts, completely oblivious to fear. Lu Su adjusted the Hell Howl to its lowest setting, just in case he needed to clear out these minions without exhausting too much energy. Feigning sympathy, he loaded his weapon and spoke with a hint of mock compassion. Since I'm not sure if any of you are innocent, I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you can return to your rooms, I'll consider you still human. As he spoke, he kicked a corpse on the ground into the crowd. Yet, there was no reaction. Instead, some began advancing towards him. The expression on Lu Su's mask shifted slightly, and he sighed internally, realizing these people could no longer understand human speech. 3, he shouted, and the silence was shattered by 2 gunshots. 2 figures fell, and the Hell Howl's energy increased by 1.5. Lu Su pondered, It seems each kill adds a different amount of energy. The value of life has become a clear-cut price. How ironic. At that moment, behind Lu Su, the towering 5-meter figure of Tom was almost fully formed. Lu Su turned to face the steel giant, his tone accusatory. Is there something wrong with these people? What kind of brainwashing did you do to them? Tom let out a bout of maniacal laughter, now devoid of the previous mechanical tone, replaced by sheer madness. Heh heh heh, I just put a little something in their heads. What? You have a soft spot for humanity. Lu Su sneered, understanding dawning on him. Huh? Is that so? No wonder they say you're the sickest one here. These people are completely under your control and manipulation, yet you talk about sickness. Pathetic. You call yourself insane? You're just a pitiable creature lost in your own world of self-consolation. Tom's massive steel frame stiffened momentarily, seemingly unable to process the meaning of Lu Su's words. Lu Su continued his relentless taunting. Is being insane something to be proud of? You've controlled these people, but it's just for your amusement. Playing God in front of a bunch of puppets. You're just another toy in this game. These words shattered Tom's psychological defenses. He roared. Play? Oh, there's plenty to play with. I haven't implanted anything in these new players. Watching them resist, watching them descend, it's fascinating. And you'll be the most entertaining of all my toys. Call me the Great Tom. With Tom's roar, all the patients surged towards Lu Su like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the strong magnets on Tom's body activated, pulling surrounding metal objects onto him, flattening into an iron armor. Faced with the oncoming enemies, Lu Su maneuvered deftly through the twisted corridor, his red firearm roaring as it harvested life after life. Each attack increased his pain value. Each kill charged the Hell Howl further. Lu Su emerged victorious amidst the chaos. While fighting, Lu Su shouted to his companion, Zhou, can you figure out a way to release the remaining players? Zhou, struggling to hold his ground in the chaotic battlefield, was taken aback. Huh? Me? Trust in yourself, comrade. Play your part. Lu Su encouraged while adjusting the Hell Howl to its third setting, now at 5 energy. He aimed at Tom, unleashing a glowing orb of terrifying energy. All right, Zhou, realizing he was of little help in the current fight, gritted his teeth and agreed. He pulled out an oddly shaped tool from seemingly nowhere and dashed into an adjacent room. Fortunately, he had previously exchanged for related tools in the game, proving useful now. Boom. Lu Su's shell seemed magnetically guided, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion was deafening, and a red glow instantly engulfed the Cybertron-like metallic body. The 5-meter robot instinctively raised its arms to defend itself, but the intense heat had already turned it red-hot, with the metal edges beginning to melt. Tom staggered backward from the powerful impact, finally dropping to one knee. He looked up at the weapon in Lu Su's hands, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. This formidable opponent was challenging enough, but the real threat was that gun. Clenching his fists, Tom caused the surviving patients around him to writhe in agony. They clutched their heads, blood streaming from their eyes and ears, yet they surged towards Lu Su like a relentless tide, desperately trying to seize the weapon known as Hell's Roar. Lu Su continued to cut down the oncoming puppets while dodging metal fragments flying like bullets. He began adjusting Hell's Roar's energy levels, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Tom. Suddenly, a warning emanated from the gun. Due to physical endurance limitations, it is not recommended to select an excessively high single energy output. What the heck? You can talk? Lu Su stared at the weapon in astonishment. The warning persisted. Due to physical endurance limitations, the single endurance limit is best kept within 20. Cut the crap. Not happening. Lu Su shouted. Crank it up to full. We're at the critical moment, and you're talking about endurance? Is this really the time for that? Lu Su thought to himself. Everyone knows what needs to be done at a time like this. He decisively ordered. Ignore the warning and install. Hell Roar was stuck at the 3rd gear. Only 20 charged, but Lu Su was determined to push further. Take it to 50%, he growled, forcing the charge forward. Yet, in his charged state, he was surrounded by crazed patients. These people, stripped of their humanity and completely controlled, attacked like wild beasts, clinging to Lu Su's waist with their full weight in an attempt to restrain him. Sharp teeth and claws left bloody marks on Lu Su's body. He had already taken out a third of the enemies with precise shots from his handgun, a remarkable feat for someone not particularly skilled. According to international standards, a unit suffering over 1/3 casualties would typically lose combat effectiveness and possibly collapse. However, these mindless patients were undeterred, continuing to hurl themselves at Lu Su. It's almost as if I have no choice but to kill them, Lu Su thought grimly. The scene before him made him realize that a combat group devoid of self-awareness might be the most terrifying opponent. At that moment, several patients noticed Hell Roar charging and, sensing an opportunity, lunged at Lu Su's arm. 3 or 4 of them bit into his arm simultaneously, like a pack of ravenous wolves tearing at their prey. Despite being unable to use his gun temporarily, Lu Su remained calm. Gripping Hell Roar with his right hand, he seized a patient's head with his left and squeezed hard. A sickening crack followed as the patient's eyes bulged, about to burst like balloons. Lu Su swung the head like a sack, slamming it against the wall. With a loud thud, the head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. I'm using the gun because Hell Roar can absorb life force to charge, not because I can't kill them otherwise. Lu Su raged internally, though his actions never faltered. Meanwhile, Tom had completed his assembly. The special metals embedded in the prison walls and floor were drawn to him, transforming him into a massive metal giant resembling a man-made Megatron. Suddenly, his metal head swiveled, locking eyes on Kirk, who was hiding in a corner. Player Kirk, what's going on? Tom's voice was as grating as metal scraping metal. He's the sickest person in the prison. Why aren't you doing anything? You don't seem like a competent player. Kirk had hoped to sit back and watch, hoping to coast through the ordeal. But when Tom's gaze fell upon him, his mind nearly imploded. As a player skilled in analysis and puzzles rather than combat, he was engulfed in sheer panic. While Kirk frantically pondered his next move, countless iron spikes suddenly flew toward him. Driven by electromagnetic force, these spikes were as deadly as bullets. Knowing he couldn't withstand them like Lu Su, Kirk knew that being hit would be fatal. At the last moment, Kirk decisively crushed the exit coin in his hand, vanishing from the game. Although he lost all his points and the perfect clear rewards, nothing mattered more than his life. Tom was momentarily surprised by Kirk's sudden disappearance, but quickly refocused on his real target Lu Su. The 5-meter metal giant charged at Lu Su, his head scraping the prison ceiling and sending a shower of sparks. Tom's massive fist, as large as half of Lu Su's body, swung high. Steam hissed from his wrist, and with electromagnetic propulsion, he smashed down at Lu Su. The blow not only struck Lu Su but also pulverized a patient clinging to him. The impact was like being hit by a truck, and an ordinary person would have been obliterated. Yet, Lu Su was merely sent flying, crashing through a ward wall, coughing up blood, and feeling his pain level increase by 6 points. The mind-controlled patients ignored their fallen comrade's death, swarming Lu Su again, giving him no respite. Despite landing a blow, Tom suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. He sensed something extremely dangerous was targeting him, something that could take his life at any moment. Tom knew Lu Su's physical resilience and doubted that this punch could truly be fatal to him. At this moment, Tom no longer dared to toy with the situation like a cat playing with a mouse. He charged forward urgently, driven by a single thought: deal with this guy first, and everything else can be managed later. However, just as he took a step, a deafening metallic crash reverberated through the space. Bang! Tom's disproportionately small head snapped back. An iron chain, like a cannonball, had violently struck him. Tom hadn't expected there to be another presence in the prison capable of challenging him. He looked up to see a figure leaping high into the air, with chains still attached to all four limbs. It was the escaped Long Wu. In Long Wu's eyes, there was no longer confusion or chaos, but a long-lost hatred and determination. The chain in Long Wu's hand lashed out like a snake, accurately wrapping around the neck of the robotic giant. This seemingly ridiculous tactic was surprisingly effective. Meanwhile, the other players who had just escaped captivity, as long as they retained a shred of sanity, launched a fierce attack on the massive war machine. While their combat skills might not match Lu Su, they certainly surpassed Yu Tiangao. Under the combined assault of this group, Tom's massive body was forced to one knee. Although he quickly managed to shake them off, the high-quality collective attack caused him significant trouble. It was then that Tom realized. These people hadn't taken their medication for 2 days, and their mental state was no longer the fully brainwashed condition it once was. All the medication had been consumed by Lu Su. Could this have been part of that guy's plan all along? Just as Tom was fuming over his former playthings daring to rebel against him, a thunderous shout erupted from where the patients were gathered: "Get out of the way!" This command was clearly directed at the players. In the next instant, Tom's vision was engulfed by a blinding red light. It was Hell's roar, delivering a single burst at 50% power. It was as if the sun from hell had descended upon the earth, bringing its infernal welcome. The terrifying beam struck Tom directly in the confined space where there was nowhere to hide. In the wake of this devastating strike, the immense heat instantly vaporized several individuals who had been charging at Lu Su. The powerful recoil utterly destroyed Lu Su's right arm. His shoulder bones jutted out from his back, and his right hand, holding Hell's roar, was severed at the elbow, with the flesh and bones flung through the air. This was the third game. After losing his leg twice in previous games, this time Lu Su had lost an arm. Achievement unlocked, Lu Su thought to himself, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In Lu Su's eyes, everything seemed to move in slow motion. He looked up slightly to see his severed right hand still spinning in the air. A comforting warmth spread across his chest as he glanced down to see the mysterious cloak shielding his vital areas, glowing red-hot from the miniature sun in front of him. Underneath the coat, his blood boiled like water, bubbling up and transforming into a crimson fuel that clung to his body. The system notification, chosen of pain value 3, flashed by. To Lu Su, this was surprisingly a warm sensation. But he knew his injuries were severe and he couldn't afford to indulge in the feeling. Quickly, he fished out a basic potion with his mouth, and with a nimble jump, intercepted his flying right hand with his left. Losing the hand was one thing, but losing Hell's roar, that epic weapon, was not an option. Lu Su realized that Megatron was beyond what players could handle at this stage. Yet, with his immunity to pain, extraordinary resilience, potion use, and decent weaponry, he dared to confront this hellish challenge heathen. Unbeknownst to him, the audience outside was reeling from shock. Among the many players who had achieved perfect runs, Lu Su's display of visual impact was unprecedented. Although everything seemed slow to Lu Su's hyper-fast dynamic vision, the entire sequence was incredibly swift in reality. From the blast, to the severed hand, to the intense heat injury, these events transpired in less than a second. At that moment, the hellish sun descended upon Tom, unleashing a terrifying explosion. The blinding white light engulfed the entire facility, exceeding the limits of human visual tolerance. Those who retained their sanity turned away instinctively. The prison was awash with unbearable heat waves, and the epicenter of the explosion was hot enough to melt metal, forcing those nearby to retreat in agony. This 50% single output surpassed the level of epic weapons, and even Hell's roar seemed surprised by its own terrifying output. "Hey, are you okay?" A frantic voice called out through the scorching heat waves. Jotian, wielding a breaching tool, forced open the iron door and rushed toward where Lu Su had been. He had completed his task of releasing other players, and had come to investigate the commotion outside. In his mind, the one with the red mask must not die. With a talent of this caliber appearing so early in the game, survival was paramount. Even if they didn't clear the game, starting over was a small price to pay. As he pushed through the smoke and blinding light, Lu Su's figure finally emerged in Jotian's view. His steps came to an abrupt halt, stunned by the scene before him. There stood a bloodied figure, cloak wrapped around his chest, breathing steadily. The dried blood added a tragic aura to him. His left hand held his right, while his right hand still gripped the gun, a potion bottle clamped in his mouth. The scene was like a freeze frame from a movie, until Lu Su spat out the empty bottle, shattering it on the ground, snapping Jotian back to reality. Are you all right? Didn't you just take a potion? Jotian asked with difficulty. Why? Lu Su looked down at himself. Am I bleeding somewhere? Indeed, there wasn't. Even the stump of his arm had been cauterized by the intense heat. Jotian watched as Lu Su nonchalantly held his own severed hand, and his mental defenses crumbled. The scene was too extreme. He couldn't fathom that someone like this existed so early in the game. Does he not feel pain? Jotian wondered silently. Lu Su had no time for chatter. He quickly retrieved Hell's Roar from his right hand and handed the severed hand to Jotian. Hold this for me, step aside. It's not over yet. As Lu Su presented the severed hand to him, Jotian's soul shuddered, and he instinctively took it with both hands, standing there in a daze. With his left hand gripping the Hell's Howl tightly, Lu Su felt the residual energy within the gun. The recent slaughter had recharged it, but the powerful shell had already consumed almost 90% of its energy. He adjusted the firepower to the second level and advanced towards the colossal figure lying in the ruins, pulling the trigger as he went. Without the precision of the scholar's right hand, Lu Su didn't need to worry about aiming. In this chaotic scene, all he needed to do was unleash a barrage of firepower towards his target. Amidst the deafening roar, a rain of bullets further ravaged the already battered robot. Tom's machine body was severely damaged. The power of that solar shell was devastating, completely destroying the central metal structure, with molten metal slowly cooling. One of its mechanical arms had a broken suspension, and the connected metal hung like broken bones, utterly useless. The robot's core. Tom himself was now fully exposed. He stared in shock at Lu Su, who, despite losing an arm, continued his relentless assault. Amidst the roar of the second-level barrage, the massive machine could not reassemble and could only retreat across the ground, carving a deep trench. Long Wu, Long Lu, and others worked in perfect harmony, using iron chains to lock the robot's joints, restricting its movement. Though they hadn't communicated with Lu Su, they seemed to share a tacit understanding. As the gunfire subsided, Hell's Howl ran out of ammunition. Lu Su holstered his weapon and looked down at the shattered Tom. An electric arc flashed across Tom's chest again, attempting to use magnetism to reassemble, but Lu Su was prepared. He leaped up, ignoring the scorching metal beneath his feet, and stomped on Tom's iron shell. From his elevated position, Lu Su's left hand struck down like a chisel. Crack! A sharp sound of metal fracturing echoed as Lu Su smashed open a large hole in Tom's chest. Amidst the screech of tearing metal, Lu Su used both hands to forcibly rip open the iron shell. Tom finally let out a human-like wail of agony. Beneath the iron shell was a grotesque and horrifying sight. Decaying skin, burnt muscles, charred tissue, and slowly oozing pus. Lu Su picked up the sheet of metal, and a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. Stuck to the metal were nauseating, leathery substances that, upon closer inspection, he realized were human skin. Tom had welded the entire metal shell to himself. What's the point of this? Lu Su muttered, frowning. This isn't what mechanical ascension is supposed to be like. The stench of rotting flesh hit him, and Lu Su suddenly understood. Tom had fused himself with the metal, but the human body would naturally reject metal. Pus, scabs, and metal mingled. With repeated welding, this madman had been torturing himself in this demonic asylum for years. In terms of self-torture, I'm just a novice. The real top-tier masochist is our great Tom. Lu Su thought to himself with a sigh. The chosen of pain. Pain points 1. The sudden voice in his head reminded Lu Su that he was too close to the hot metal. But that was exactly what he wanted after all. The purpose of taking the hit was to gain pain points. Tom, you're seriously unwell, Lu Su said, stepping on Tom's chest. For some reason, this enraged Tom. Great Tom. Call me Great Tom, he roared, blue arcs of electricity crackling in his right hand as if he wanted to fight back. Boom. Lu Su delivered a powerful kick, his 30 points of strength shattering Tom's shoulder and pinning him to the steel wreckage. The chosen of pain. Pain points 1. The hot metal and sharp edges continued to injure Lu Su, but he didn't care. None of these were fatal, and he couldn't give his opponent a chance to counterattack. Crack. Lu Su tore off the metal from Tom's right shoulder, revealing the flesh beneath. Crack. He ripped off half of the metal helmet, exposing a grotesque, bloody face. Boom. Finally, Lu Su destroyed Tom's track system, revealing twisted, deformed legs, no longer legs, but a mass of folded, compacted flesh, as if his entire lower body had been bound and stuffed into the tracks. The chosen of pain. Pain points 1. The chosen of pain. Pain points 1. The chosen of pain. Pain points 2. Standing atop the massive steel wreckage, Lu Su ignored his own injuries and continued to pummel Tom, shattering his defenses. Ultimately, he tore open Tom's half-metal armor, exposing his small, deformed body. Jotian, standing not far away, was so horrified by the scene that he couldn't bear to look, but when he glanced down, he saw Lu Su's severed hand and awkwardly looked back up. Holy crap! Is this the sickest person? I'm impressed. Can someone really do this to themselves? This is like daily torture. I'm gonna puke. Can't take it anymore. The crowd was so disgusted by the scene that they barely noticed Lu Su's miraculous comeback. Lu Su's main goal was to destroy all the motors on Tom's body, and it seemed he had succeeded, so he didn't continue peeling off the metal. For Tom, who had welded the armor to himself, removing the metal shell was no different from peeling the skin. Actually, I have an interesting fact for you, Lu Su said, looking down at Tom. You could have made the machinery into a humanoid mech and worn it. Tom's mouth hung open, his twisted face glaring with hatred. Die. Let me die. Call me. Great. Tom, he mumbled, trying to pick up an iron rod for one last attack. Bang. The most basic mode of Hell's Roar ended Tom's grotesque and sinful life with a single shot. Life energy 4. This time, the increase was notably higher. With his opponent's death, the pain points vanished. Feeling somewhat exhausted, Lu Su sat down in the steel wreckage, thinking, this dungeon is pretty tough. If it weren't for Hell's Roar and my decision to confront him hidden, it might have been risky. At this point, only Jotian and Lu Su remained among the players still in the dungeon, as most of the other patients were already dead. The veteran players who had helped with the fight now sat around, looking lost. Just then, a glowing object floated out from Tom's corpse, like loot dropped from a boss in a video game. Seriously, does this have to be so game-like? Lu Su muttered, looking at the floating book before picking it up. Tom's diary. Who writes a diary, anyway? Oh, right, a lunatic. That makes sense. Lu Su had no idea what use this item could be, but naturally, he opened it. Work hard, strive. I'm going to make a fortune. Next year, I'll be hanging out with models and fancy clubs. Tom shouted at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes burning with a fervent light. His thin figure seemed especially lonely in the dim room. Lu Su flipped open the diary in his hands, and the first thing that caught his eye was a picture of an elderly man playing on his phone in the subway. This diary was far from ordinary. It seemed to possess a kind of magic, continually bringing Tom's past to life in Lu Su's mind. Tom was a typical loser, poor academic performance, short stature, and an unremarkable family background. However, he was a firm believer in the principles of success and was convinced that he would one day become wealthy. Every day, he would boast online, fabricating various backstories. He relished the feeling of provoking others during arguments, leaving them frustrated and helpless. As his parents aged, Tom was forced to leave home in search of a job. Yet, his mind was filled only with fantasies of striking it rich. He jumped on every bandwagon of money-making opportunities, making short videos, becoming an internet celebrity, writing novels. He joined all kinds of chat groups, entrepreneurial groups, work groups, desperately trying to make himself known. You're amazing. Please teach me. Tom would endlessly flatter people in the group. You're definitely making millions a year. So humble. When will I become like you? No sleep tonight, just hard work. He would grovel before experts and pretend to be superior to newcomers. For over a decade, Tom worked hard but remained impoverished and unsuccessful. Ultimately, he had a mental breakdown and descended into madness. Work hard, strive. I will make a fortune. I want to control everything. I am the greatest, the most. I want. Tom muttered, his eyes vacant. In these endless murmurs of despair, he was guided by a strange force to a prison. Lu Su snapped the book shut and shook his head vigorously. He realized there was something wrong with this book. Just a few glances filled his mind with negative emotions and base desires. If not for his mask and already unstable mind, he might have succumbed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lu Su's mind. Detected related sequence item. Detected related sequence tool in backpack. Would you like to proceed with sequence upgrade? Lu Su was taken aback, pondering the power of this book while cautiously considering the sudden prompt. Lu Su closed his eyes and turned his head to the side, his mind overwhelmed with negative emotions. He tried to calm himself, but the turmoil within was hard to suppress. He was utterly exhausted, a stark contrast to the mental chaos he experienced during the 2 days of spinning meals in prison. Back then, he might not have cared about such trivial matters, but now, this seemingly foolish diary had caught his attention. Suddenly, the sound of a game notification rang in his ears, and Lu Su asked in confusion, "What?" The system has detected that you possess an upgradable sequence seal item. A related item has also been detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? The game system's voice clearly stated. Upon closer inspection, Lu Su realized that the so-called related item was a lottery ticket in his backpack. It was a random seal item lottery ticket he had obtained after his second perfect game completion. If I upgrade it, what level will it reach? Lu Su inquired. It will be higher than the current level, the system replied. Lu Su couldn't help but mentally criticize. It's like you're stating the obvious. I asked how it upgrades, and you say it'll be higher than now? Could it possibly downgrade? What a ridiculous game prompt. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Currently, Tom's diary is at the peak of upgrade seal item. Hmm? That's a useful reminder. Lu Su thought with delight. He quickly recalled the game settings. Seal items and weapons were special items, but seal items were a double-edged sword. Those ranked higher in the sequence often had unbearable side effects. Lu Su suspected this might be designed after the SCP model, with some Lovecraftian elements. However, if one could harness the special abilities of a seal item, its power was indeed formidable. Thinking of his mask, Lu Su realized he had yet to unleash its true potential. He had only used 2 of its 7 abilities and hadn't tried any of the overload modes. After the upgrade, this diary could reach at least an A grade, possibly even Scrade. Weighing his options, Lu Su decided that upgrading was more valuable than drawing a new item. Just then, Jutian curiously approached. Lu Su quickly closed the book and turned his head away. Jutian awkwardly coughed and looked around, saying, "This should count as the end of the game, right? It should be over, right?" As if to ease Jutian's awkwardness, the game's background music played at the right moment. Game over. Players can choose to settle immediately or automatically settle in half an hour. At the same time, all the spectators' screens suddenly went black, and 2 lines of text appeared. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games, or look forward to the next one. Welcome to the Divine Selection Paradise, where you can also become a player. These words were repeated to the audience every time a game ended. Those with determination had already entered the game, while most chose to remain spectators, detached and risk-free, yet equally unrewarded. The audience buzzed with discussions. Is it over? A game instance lasting nearly 2 days. The top player's performance always discourages me from joining. It's terrifying. This instance shouldn't even be passable, right? Could current players really defeat something like that Megatron? The ranking. Wasn't there supposed to be a world ranking? I want to see him at the top. Even though the screen was completely black, the crowd remained. The pre-game ranking announcement capturing the world's attention. Inside the game, Jutian realized he could no longer contact the outside staff due to the game being closed to spectators. This made him uneasy. Facing this maniac alone was unsettling. Remembering the other's previous eating habits, Jutian worried that he might suddenly be devoured alive. As if recalling something, Jutian handed over Lu Su's severed right hand. Lu Su didn't immediately take it. He just glanced at Jutian and raised Tom's diary, saying, "This is mine, right?" Jutian was momentarily stunned, then nodded furiously. Yes, your stuff. After all, you did most of the work. We're just riding your coattails." Having worked in the department of the end of the universe, Jutian had high emotional intelligence. However, he felt a bit guilty since only 2 of them cleared the game, and he was the sole beneficiary. That's not the proper way to clear it, is it? Jutian pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. By now, Lu Su's mental state had returned to normal, and he replied, "Of course not. Charging Hedon isn't a wise strategy. Finding loopholes, gaining trust, and analyzing slowly takes too long, and in the end, you still have to fight. It's just that you might not need to face its full power." With that, Lu Su took back his right hand. Only he knew that the main reason for choosing brute force was the need to release the power of gluttony and farm some pain points. They were too weak, each time giving him too little pain. Jutian looked at Lu Su, whose body was covered in scars yet seemed inexplicably fine, and was left speechless. He wondered if there was anyone else in the world who could replicate Lu Su's performance, but the thought of the previous scenes made him shudder. It was too violent. Just as Jutian was about to strike up a conversation and confirm his identity, he turned around to find Lu Su had already vanished. Without a word, Lu Su had entered the final game settlement screen, leaving the demon hospital behind. Jutian was at a loss for words and could only silently remark, "Game over." In the repair space, Lu Su's body floated in a warm, gentle breeze. He immediately began upgrading the diary in his hand. The random seal item lottery ticket in his backpack slowly burned to ashes, and then the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in light. Sequence grade seal item, Tom's diary, is being upgraded. You have acquired a currently unrecorded, brand new grade seal item. Lu Su's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected to actually encounter an S-level sealed item, instantly propelling his rank to the top. He understood what S-level meant. Even his prized A-level sin mask paled in comparison to an S-level item. Am I really this lucky today? Lu Su murmured, eagerly diving into the item's description. To his surprise, the self-destructive Tom had dropped such a rare item for him. The item was a book filled with the emotions of a lifetime of disappointment. As one read through its pages, the negative emotional feedback grew increasingly intense, and the reader would suffer progressively more damage. Notably, it had remarkable effects against spiritual and mentally focused opponents. The warning humorously noted that if you both read and looked at the book, You'd be a great person. The description jokingly suggested that if you thought life was going well, just a few more glances at this book could cure that illusion. Lu Su quickly realized that this was a classic double-edged sword, primarily meant for mental attacks. Although its exact power remained unknown, the level rating spoke volumes. He decided not to experiment on himself just yet. He could handle physical pain, but he'd reserve this mental assault for in-game enemies. With a sigh of relief, Lu Su began listening to the summary of his game rewards. Participants this round: 7,125,948. Completers: 1,862,459. Perfect completions: 4,956. Your completion rating: SS level, perfect completion. Current streak of perfect completions: 3. Reward calculation underway, special event triggered. By not following the original completion path and choosing to confront the game's toughest challenges head-on, you have earned the achievement badge Epic of the Chaotic Outlaw. This round's reward points: 6,000. Reward items: 5 intermediate recovery potions, 1 advanced recovery potion, 1 game exit token, level sealed item The Disillusion's Confession, legendary weapon Core Heart of the Machine. 3 consecutive perfect completions reward. Due to your outstanding performance and successfully bringing items from the outside world, you are awarded 1 unit of the interdimensional backpack slot. Listening to this slew of generous rewards, Lu Su couldn't help but appreciate his high-risk, high-reward strategy for perfect completions. The interdimensional backpack slot, in particular, caught his attention as a new golden slot appeared in his inventory interface. Upon reading the description, Lu Su's heart skipped a beat. This backpack slot allowed items to move freely between the game and reality. What did this mean? It signified the beginning of the game's true impact on the real world. Countless possibilities raced through Lu Su's mind. If he brought the Disillusion's Confession into reality, it would soon become an inexplicable urban legend. Not to mention the potential for future destructive weapons or poisons. These items could be concealed, undetectable, and their effects invisible. Lu Su realized that if this ability were made public, he could immediately be seen as a potential threat. Calming down, Lu Su guessed that such items were likely still rare, with few owners. He began contemplating how to utilize this new ability, attempting to wrap several items in the enigmatic cloak to place in the interdimensional backpack. However, the system informed him that only a single object could be placed at a time, advising against clever tricks. Lu Su tried to argue that it was an entity called Tom Robot, but the system wasn't convinced. Resigned, he ultimately chose to place the highly functional enigmatic cloak in the backpack. Lu Su then quietly awaited the perfect completion benefits, healing his body and restoring his state. This was why he dared to use his body recklessly in every game. Slowly, he drifted into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Su awoke in his cramped room. He frowned, wondering if it was time to improve his living conditions. But he quickly shook his head, reminding himself that strength came first. Clenching his fists and feeling stronger than before, Lu Su was quite satisfied. As he pondered when the next game would start, the game's notification chimed in his mind. The third game has ended for all players. Personal performance is being tallied, and the peak leaderboard will be released to all selected individuals in half an hour. We hope everyone chooses to become a player and join this glorious contest of strength. The game module has been loaded language module, enabling automatic translation of all languages for players. A new game mode has been activated. This was a message for all selected individuals. Shortly after, Lu Su received a personalized message. Dear player, due to your excellent performance and outstanding strength, congratulations on entering the peak leaderboard. Please choose your name for the leaderboard before the official release. Would you like to use Luce as your leaderboard name? Lu Su listened to the voice in his head as a question appeared on the game interface before him. Almost without thinking, he responded immediately, "No, I won't use my real name." The game prompt sounded again, asking him to choose a nickname for himself within the game. Lu Su pondered briefly and then asked, "Will my ranking be shown publicly?" However, the game system seemed to malfunction and repeated the previous prompt. Lu Su frowned, thinking to himself that the AI might have some issues. He tried to communicate with the game but found it difficult to do so. With no other choice, Lu Su decided to just pick a name. He thought for a moment, drawing inspiration from the mask he wore and related titles. Original Sin Mask? Original Sin Walker? He muttered to himself, finally settling on a simple and somewhat edgy name. Sin. After confirming the name, the game system announced, "Game ID confirmed. Your image on the peak leaderboard will be selected from your in-game appearance. Enjoy the game, and may your valor reach the heavens." Getting up from his bed, Lu Su donned his enigmatic cloak, transforming it into the appearance of a school uniform. Picking up his Redmi phone, he started browsing various entertainment websites. At this moment, the God-chosen game had become a hot topic, pushing celebrity news to the sidelines. Although most of those chosen opted to be spectators, interest and longing for the game continued to grow. Some experts attempted to boycott the game, but their voices went unheard. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Suntober revealed peak leaderboard. Lu Su was also quite curious about this. As a player with the pain-chosen bonus and a perfect 3-round clearance, he wanted to know if anyone could surpass him and how they managed to do it. While browsing social media, Lu Su saw many speculations about top players, including himself. However, due to the overly violent and gory nature of the scenes, most formal venues couldn't showcase them. To the public, he was just a masked, crazed character. Suddenly, the game system announced the unveiling of the peak leaderboard to over 20 million chosen players worldwide. A golden list appeared on everyone's game interface. Lu Su quickly scanned the leaderboard, noticing that most players hadn't used their real names. From the 70th position onward, nearly all players had perfect 3-round clearances, with skill differences possibly only in the finer details. Some player information caught Lu Su's attention. 17th place, Thomas Reno, a U.S. Special Forces operative with exceptional physical fitness and combat skills. 14th place, Black Bear, involved in Russia's Dead Hand system planning, possessing beast transformation superpowers. 8th place, Sun, suspected to be from China, claiming the world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. This description felt somewhat familiar to Lu Su, as he speculated this might be the organization's top leader. Finally, Lu Su scrolled to the top of the leaderboard and found number 1 Sin, world's number 1. Lu Su noticed he managed to retain his top position, and a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. He silently rejoiced that his strategy of taking calculated risks to boost his strength in every game had finally paid off. Although the honor of being ranked first wasn't important to him, he would find it hard to accept if his skills were inferior to others. He carefully reviewed his ability description. Number 1 Sin codename ability description, too many abilities, no representative skill. Has a unique understanding of the game, often analyzing how to maximize the difficulty and willingly placing himself in danger. Suspected of having severe psychological issues and tendencies towards self-harm. Considering factors such as combat power, game performance, and psychological resilience, the top rank is well-deserved. Background: unknown. Lu Su noticed that while the description said a lot, it seemed to reveal nothing, giving a sense of redundancy. However, he considered this a good thing, as he had seals, skills, points, and equipment. If everything was exposed, he would feel at a disadvantage. The game did well in protecting privacy, only providing a vague ability description to everyone. However, Lu Su's photo was not so discreet. It was an image of him battling in the demon asylum, pierced by 7 or 8 iron spikes, with ravenous, ghoul-like lunatics clinging to his neck and thighs. Yet he stood unmoved, rooted like a tree, wearing a red mask and holding a gun steadily in his right hand. The scene resembled a still from a Hollywood blockbuster, and even Lu Su found it hard to recognize himself. What the heck? Why make it look so cool? Lu Su couldn't help but laugh. At the time, he was masked and fully immersed in the fight, unaware of his image. Looking back in a relaxed state, he had to admit it looked pretty impressive. As soon as the rankings were released, a wave of discussion erupted across major media platforms, focusing on the nationality of the top players. In a field that could influence the future world order, a master from one country naturally filled its citizens with pride. As the world's number 1 with an unknown identity, Lu Su quickly became a global focal point. Online discussions were abuzz. Is the world's number 1 really this handsome? It's beyond human limits. I've already downloaded the picture as my wallpaper. Is this the privilege of being number 1? How is this ranking even determined? Why is he first? I don't see how he's better than those behind him. A Korean website claims they've confirmed this Sin is Korean. Amidst the heated discussions, in the office of the Special Operations Unit in K Province, South Hwagwa, Agent Zhu Tian was directing staff to analyze video footage. They paused at the moment Lu Su took out Zhao Jiaqing's business card in his third game, revealing just a corner, which was enough to catch Zhu Tian's attention. Zhao He, Zhu Tian muttered, recalling working with Lu Su just half an hour ago. I knew you could be number 1. There's no way anyone could surpass you. The world's top player is one of us Hwagwa people. He might even be one of our own. A staff member hesitantly asked, Are you sure? I mean, are you certain he's one of our own? Zhou Tian immediately responded, Of course. I spent 2 days with him, in the same game, life and death together. How could I mistake him? The staff member sighed. If he's not one of our own but has a business card, that's a problem. Anyway, report it to the organization, search the database, and find the Zhao family. We can't let the world's number 1 be recruited by other organizations or end up abroad. Another staff member couldn't help but tease. Life and death together? Huh? You just rode on his coattails, red-clad charmer. Meanwhile, Lu Su, seeing the flood of news about himself online, couldn't help but gasp. He suddenly felt a sense of crisis, worrying about how long he could keep his identity hidden. He even imagined if tomorrow he opened his door to find an armored brigade outside, whether he would have the leverage to negotiate. Looks like I need to participate in more games, Lu Su thought. If self-harm pain didn't count, he'd be tempted to cut himself a few times every day. Just then, a game update notification sounded. New mode activated challenge mode. Surely, none of you think you're weaker than others. Now, here's your chance to prove it. Players ranked outside the top 100 can challenge those ranked within. If the challenger has a higher number of consecutive perfect clears, the ranked player must accept the challenge. For ranked players initiating challenges, see the specific description. We encourage everyone to challenge bravely and prove your number 1 inch. Lu Su was stunned, feeling as if the last sentence was directed at him. Being the world's number 1 not only attracted attention, but also seemed to provoke the game itself. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared on his personal interface. Ding! Player number 79 Park Buzong has chosen to challenge number 1 Sin. Do you accept the challenge? As soon as the challenge mode was released, Lu Su received a challenge. Being ranked number 1 in the world certainly attracted attention, and the speed at which he was challenged was astonishing. However, when he saw the challenger's ranking, he frowned. 79th place? What kind of level is that? Lying on the bed in his shabby dorm room, Lu Su disdainfully turned over, spinning his second-hand Redmi phone in his hand. According to the typical novel trope, shouldn't the challenger be a genius with blonde hair and good looks? How did someone ranked this low end up challenging him? Looking closer, the challenger's name made him chuckle. Park Buching. Korean names are quite amusing, Lu Su mused, imagining. Does he have a relative named Chien Bugo, which means not enough money? Just as he was mocking the contestant from Korea in his mind, a provocative message from the opponent appeared. A series of taunts essentially accused Lu Su of being a masked coward, undeserving of his top-ranked title. Lu Su skimmed the message and lost interest quickly. This level of provocation was no different from that of a school bully. How did this person even reach 79th place? He didn't reply immediately, not because he was hesitant about accepting the challenge he would participate in any game. He was simply waiting to see if any higher-ranked players would challenge him. However, after several minutes, the top-ranked players seemed cautious, unwilling to take risks. Instead, he received a flood of challenges from those ranked beyond the top 100, even in the thousands. Were these people truly fearless, thinking they could rise to the top in one leap? After pondering for a moment, Lu Su decided to accept Park Buching's challenge. He sent a simple reply, "Idiot," and then promptly blocked him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Itaewon, Korea, Park Buching was furious, pounding his bed. After putting so much effort into crafting a long taunt, the reply was only 2 words, and then he got blocked? How rude. Sureball. Chinese. Park Buching gritted his teeth, ready to unleash more anger, only to realize he had already been blocked. The sound of things being smashed filled the room, terrifying the butler outside the door. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Park Buching, his face livid, yelled at the butler, "Prepare the car. We're going to the Blue House." Then, his expression turned bizarre. "I am doing this for the glory of Korea." 6 hours later, the challenge was about to begin. Although Lu Su had just finished a previous game with no time to rest, the tension only made him more excited. His first task was to take leave. He opened his contacts and sent a message to Xiantong, making up an excuse about food poisoning. Xiantong seemed to see through his lie, asking if he had been selected for the challenge mode. Lu Su quickly denied it, insisting he just had an upset stomach. Xiantong was skeptical, advising him that if it was a gaming addiction, he should take a potion. Lu Su brushed her off with a perfunctory reply, then closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the upcoming challenge. Time flew by, and when Lu Su opened his eyes again, he was at the game's start screen. The system prompted him to choose a challenge difficulty: hard, nightmare, or hell. Remembering that Xiantong once mentioned the game had 4 difficulty levels, Lu Su unhesitatingly chose the highest difficulty, hell mode. The game difficulty has been confirmed as hell mode. The system's voice echoed in Lu Su's ears, almost as if praising his bravery. As the strongest player, Lu Su was used to challenges, but this time, the challenge mode was somewhat different. The system detailed 3 difficulty levels: hard, nightmare, and hell. Lu Su's attention was immediately drawn to the description of hell mode. The challenger would be at a complete disadvantage while the opponent would gain some control over the game. However, if the challenger ultimately won, they would receive a massive reward, and the opponent would suffer a backlash penalty. A slight smile appeared on Lu Su's face as he thought, "So this is hell mode, huh? The key is this backlash. If someone wants to challenge me, they'd better be ready to pay the price." On the other side, Park Buzong almost laughed out loud when he saw Lu Su choose hell mode. He clicked the confirm button with a sinister grin and told the viewers in his live stream, "When I get him begging for mercy in the game, make sure to record his expression." The game rules appeared in front of both players. Lu Su noticed some subtle changes and thought that the game seemed to be secretly assisting him. He quickly opened his inventory and stocked up on various levels of healing potions, ensuring that unless he was instantly killed, he was virtually invincible. When prompted by the system to select the usage type for the mask of original sin, Lu Su unhesitatingly chose to randomly unlock a new emotion. He knew well that in the early stages of the game, unlocking as many emotions as possible was the wise choice. As the game title, The Seven Wonders of the Campus, flashed, Lu Su's vision plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a setting that closely resembled a senior year classroom. The blackboard, desks, and even the single-seat desks in the front row matched the scenes from his memory. Instinctively, Lu Su glanced around, as if transported back to his high school days. However, he quickly realized that this was just the start of the game, and the real challenge was only beginning. When Lu Su turned around, his gaze fell on a person wearing a helmet-like device. Even though one eye was obscured by a pale blue screen and the other was completely covered by the helmet, with the chin and mouth tightly wrapped, Lu Su recognized the person immediately. Unlike Dong Gu, he wasn't face-blind. "Isn't this my challenge? Who are you?" Lu Su asked, his tone tinged with confusion and wariness. Xiaoyantong was completely caught off guard by the situation. She had only received a random match notification at the start of the challenge mode, and, trusting in the relatively safe nature of the challenge mode, chose to participate. Little did she know that she would be notified of a hell difficulty level upon entering the game, leaving her mind blank. It took her a moment before she reluctantly pressed the confirm button. Who would willingly make things harder for themselves? What kind of person did I get matched with? Xiaoyantong marveled inwardly. Then, she noticed someone wearing a light green mask sitting next to her. The moment she saw the mask, everything seemed to make sense. Memories of this person's participation in various games flashed through her mind, recalling their unreasonable and exceptionally brutal behavior. She suddenly felt as if half of her life had slipped away. Suppressing her fear and anxiety, Xiaoyantong tried to respond calmly. The challenge mode isn't a solo instance. It assigns game-related personnel to both the challenger and the challenged. "I'm your teammate." Lu Su suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems she also thought she was in this situation before. A question popped into his mind, and he was tempted to ask, "Since you're here, did you even take leave for me?" But he restrained himself. "So, what's your role?" Lu Su asked coldly. Feeling the pressure in his tone, Xiaoyantong's stress level soared. She recalled her previous analysis of Lu Ce's abilities, combined with his performance in several consecutive games, and she had some suspicions. If her guess was correct, the light green mask he was wearing represented Wrath Gumi from the Seven Deadly Sins. This realization made her even more nervous, but she knew she had to stay calm to survive this dangerous game. The connection between the Seven Deadly Sins and their associated colors is common knowledge in the world of crime. In the game, Lu Su's mask changes color to reflect his behavior traits. Blue symbolizes greed, evident in his obsession with money, while red corresponds to gluttony, shown by his willingness to eat anything. For those familiar with these associations, guessing the meaning behind the mask's color is not difficult. Xiaoyantong is one such keen observer. When she noticed the light green mask on Lu Su's face, alarm bells started ringing in her mind. Light green stands for wrath, indicating that the situation could take a drastic turn for the worse. Considering Lu Su's past behavior patterns, Xiaoyantong even began contemplating the possibility that he might harm his teammates. Even though she was just sitting next to him, she was already unconsciously thinking about exiting the game. Lu Su also realized that his tone had been somewhat inappropriate. He originally intended to inquire about the game's team arrangements or probe the other person's abilities. However, what came out was a curt and blunt, "What's your role?" This phrasing was quite unfriendly, yet in the context of wrath, it seemed reasonable enough to deter easy rebuttal. The light green Gumi mask, representing wrath, influences the wearer's personality, making them reticent, cold, and irritable. It grants the user a powerful psychological presence, capable of exerting mental pressure on those with weak wills, inducing fear. In battle, it significantly enhances strength, agility, and defense. These effects intensify with increasing anger. Additionally, it provides immunity to all mental disturbances, with any psychic attacks only serving to escalate the user's anger. However, this power comes at a cost. The user becomes irritable, with diminished rational thinking but heightened intuition. All negative emotions are converted into anger, and if not controlled, the user could become a bloodthirsty maniac. Since it was Lu Su's first time using it, he was still in normal mode and hadn't entered the overload state. Even so, he had no intention of trying the overload mode, as just reading the description was enough to frighten him. In this state, one resembles a divinely chosen Spartan warrior. Anger is incredibly difficult to control because, in moments of wrath, people often feel justified in their anger, easily falling into a vicious cycle. Just like now, when Xiaoyantong didn't respond for a few seconds, Lu Su was already starting to feel irritated. If he were dealing with a stranger, he might have already felt the urge to act violently. Sensing that Lu Su might be in a state of wrath, Xiaoyantong quickly adjusted her attitude and proactively responded, "Are you asking about my abilities? You're the strongest player, but if I have any ability, It's probably wealth. Lu Su impatiently interrupted her. What's the use of that? Xia Yantong explained. Being wealthy is very useful. No matter how the world changes, wealth and power always provide an advantage. For example, my equipment might be better than yours. She pointed to the helmet on her head and continued. This is the Eye of Omniscience, a legendary weapon. Lu Su was momentarily stunned and incredulously asked, a legendary weapon? I don't even have one. How did you get it? Xia Yantong calmly explained, not everyone wants to keep fighting in the game. Some people, if they're lucky enough to clear a level and draw a top-tier weapon, choose to use this opportunity to trade with the top elites for what they desire and never enter the game again. In fact, ever since the game started, resources have been rapidly concentrating among a select few. Seeing that Lu Su seemed a bit calmer, Xia Yantong continued to demonstrate her value. You might not have noticed, but another challenger is probably a bigwig from Korea. I have his information. He represents all of Korea, and his equipment is definitely not inferior to mine. That's probably why he dares to challenge the first place. Otherwise, do you think he's looking for death? Lu Su was suddenly at a loss for words. This meant that in this four-person challenge, aside from him being the first place, the other three were from the elite class. They were using him as a stepping stone, trying to climb higher. Even though the chosen game was destined to change the world, some things seemed to remain unchanged. Suddenly, a peculiar surge of anger welled up in Lu Su's heart, giving him the urge to destroy something, yet he couldn't pinpoint a target. It was as if a fierce fire was burning in his chest. Simultaneously, Xia Yantong's sensation was exceptionally vivid. She felt as if something was gripping her throat at that moment, a suffocating fear clutching her heart like a giant hand. The threat before her suddenly transformed into a ferocious tiger, ready to devour, making her feel like prey facing a top predator. Xia Yantong couldn't help but take a half step back, her heart racing. A stream of dense data flashed across the blue lens of her left eye, resembling a high-speed computer in operation. In that brief moment, Xia Yantong quickly assessed the situation. She realized that the so-called strongest player, Zhu, likely endured a harsh living environment beyond just financial hardship. Being perceptive, she chose to remain silent. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed across the campus, shattering the silence. Challenge mode, game, 7 wonders of the campus. Zhu, Kongbai's faction is the black side. The black side must find and solve the 7 wonders of the campus within 24 hours. If the black side fails, the white side wins. These few words offered almost no useful information, yet they made the situation even more enigmatic. Xia Yantong noticed several symbols gradually appearing on Lu Su's mask, indicating that he too was contemplating this unexpected challenge. This is the hell mode you chose, Xia Yantong silently grumbled to herself, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. Since she was already in this peculiar world, she might as well experience the intensity of the world's greatest game. With this thought, the Eye of Omniscience above Xia Yantong began to activate. She quickly recalled that the 7 wonders of the campus were well-known urban legends, but in this world, these stories must have been altered in some way. She decided to carefully observe her surroundings for any potential clues. Her attention was first drawn to the classroom. Ever since she began conversing with Zhu, the surrounding noise had been incessant. Apart from the two of them, the other students' behavior was bizarre, as if they were collectively struck by hysteria. Xia Yantong scrutinized her surroundings. A student in the back row was making string figures with snot, while 2 others balanced shoes on their heads, performing a strange dance. On the podium, a group of students was mimicking gorillas, emitting ear-piercing howls. Even more unsettling was the presence of white statues used for sketching, scattered throughout the classroom, starkly contrasting with the chaotic environment. The blue lens flickered continuously, and Xia Yantong's mind entered a state of heightened focus. She was about to delve deeper into analyzing the eerie classroom when, boom! A deafening blast erupted beside her, as if a cannon had fired right at her ear. The sudden noise jolted Xia Yantong, snapping her out of her thoughts. Xia Yantong jolted out of her deep contemplation as if struck by lightning. She turned her bewildered gaze toward Lu Su beside her, who was wearing a green mask emblazoned with a large symbol. Lu Su was wielding Hell's Roar, set to its second mode, having just obliterated the classroom blackboard. Why did you open fire? Xia Yantong asked incredulously, her train of thought completely derailed. As a master analyst, she had a handle on the data of almost every top player. The Omniscient Eye was a legendary weapon tailor-made for her, capable of perceiving herself, others, and all things. Theoretically, with enough mental and physical capacity, she could deconstruct and analyze anything that exists. While Xia Yantong was engrossed in unraveling the 7 wonders of the campus, Lu Su's shot nearly scared the life out of her. Could you please calm down a bit, boss? She screamed internally. Watching Lu Su tackle challenges before, Xia Yantong had found him powerful and insane, embodying violent aesthetics and profound logic. But now, as a teammate, she truly felt the pressure. Compared to the difficulty of the game itself, the overwhelming presence of this top player was even more intense. The most critical impact of the shot was on the classroom's atmosphere. Instantly, the room fell into dead silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. About 20 bizarre students froze in their expressions from a moment ago, all staring at Lu Su, who had fired the shot. Yet, none of them displayed any fear. Using the omniscient eye, Xiantong compared these classmates to normal humans, feeling a twinge of unease. Imposters. The word flashed in her mind. Though they looked similar on the outside, their behavior exuded a sense of discordance. Despite it being broad daylight, it felt as unsettling as being in a haunted house. But the most terrifying presence was probably Lu Su, sitting next to her. Quiet down. Lu Su surveyed the surroundings, his rage mask sharpening his intuition, sensing the anomalies around them. All negative emotions transmuted into anger, and the more he sat, the more irate he became. Looking at these eerie students and wanting to act. What is the omniscient eye? Lu Su suddenly asked, marking his first time proactively questioning Xiarantong. Xiarantong explained, it can analyze and reason, building connections. Theoretically, with existing information, it can deduce who the next US president will be. So, if given enough time, I should be able to deduce Park Buching's location. Lu Su nodded, twirling Hell's roar in one hand. Then you find him and I'll kill him. Xiarantong cautiously replied, you're right. But the game rules require us to unravel or destroy the 7 wonders of the campus, not kill anyone. Also, because you chose Hell mode, the game has given the opponent more leeway, making it unlikely to locate him directly. As soon as she spoke, Xiarantong regretted it a bit. Lu Su might be in a fury now, and she feared her words might be misinterpreted as criticism. What are the 7 wonders of the campus? Lu Su asked. Xiantong was surprised to find that Lu Su didn't know this widely known urban legend, realizing that the game's difficulty might be higher than she had imagined. She quickly explained. It's a series of 7 supernatural events that circulated online early on, including Hanako in the bathroom, the 13 steps at night, the anatomical model in the biology classroom, the moving statue of Nagata, the piano in the music classroom at night, the tears of portraits, and the sound of a ball bouncing in the empty gymnasium. However, in Hell mode, these tales have likely been significantly altered by Park Buching, making them quite different from the original. Lu Su lowered his head in thought, his mask reflecting a contemplative expression. In reality, he hadn't grasped the meaning of these 7 events, thinking they sounded rather dull. So, these are 7 special events occurring within the campus, Lu Su summarized. Yes, Xiarantong confirmed with a nod. You mentioned before that you have quite a background? Lu Su suddenly asked. Xiantong was momentarily puzzled by the intent behind his question and decided to remain silent to avoid saying anything wrong. Do you have a nuclear bomb on you? Xiantong was taken aback, the all-seeing eye on her glasses flickering uncontrollably as if confronted with incomprehensible information. She stared at Zue in disbelief, her mind blank. Do you have a nuclear bomb on you? Lu Su repeated with a chilling calmness in his voice. His gaze swept across the classroom, as if evaluating each potential target. Since it's happening on this campus, this seems like a better way kill them all. As the words kill them all slipped out, a palpable aura of menace emanated from Lu Su, suffusing the room with an oppressive tension. Xiarantong, struggling to suppress her shock, managed to stammer out, I mean, seriously, maybe you should stop thinking with that mask today? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly unnerved by Lu Su's words. At that moment, chaos erupted in the classroom. The students, who had previously been silenced by Lu Su, seemed to collectively lose their minds, ignoring his threats and continuing their wild behavior. Lu Su frowned at the unruly students, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Suddenly, a rotund middle-aged man barged into the classroom, his belly straining against the buttons of his shirt, clutching a cup of water. Hey, hey, hey! Your class is the noisiest in the whole building. You bunch of worthless brats, he bellowed, his eyes scanning the room. His greasy finger pointed accusingly at Xiantong and Lu Su. Especially you two, constantly causing trouble. You're all just a bunch of ungrateful wretches who don't know how to improve. Xiantong realized this might be a trigger in the game's storyline, her instincts screaming danger. She glanced at Lu Su, noticing his pale green mask remained expressionless, but his hand slowly lifted, gripping the handle of his gun. The man seemed oblivious to the impending threat, continuing his tirade. You little punks. Try something, I dare you. What are you going to do? Come on, come at me. If I dodge, I'm not Wang Longfei. I swear I'll. Bang. The gunshot cut through the air, silencing the man's rant. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment. A gunshot rang out, and the noise abruptly ceased. A sudden hole appeared on the broad forehead of Wang Longfei, and blood gushed out like a fountain, painting a crimson flower on the wall behind him. Red, white, and yellow fluid splattered everywhere, matching his imposing physique. His eyes, wide open, still held traces of arrogance and violence as his body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Lu Su looked coldly at the corpse on the floor, adjusting his hell's roar to the lowest setting. What did you say your name was? Bang. Who were you cursing just now? Bang. Bang. He fired several more shots into the already lifeless Wang Longfei, each shot causing the hefty body to twitch on the ground. These shots were purely out of spite. It was as if the entire classroom had been paused, only to resume instantly as if nothing had happened. The students continued their bizarre activities, seemingly oblivious to the recent events. Only Xie Antong, the sole normal person in the room, stood frozen, her mind blank. She had seen videos of Zue's game before and knew he was always crazy, but his actions now were beyond her comprehension. This might trigger some kind of game penalty, Xie Antong said weakly, her voice filled with uncertainty. No sooner had she spoken than a blinding red light flooded the classroom. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the room. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. A mandatory punishment will now be enforced. Unexpectedly, a strange smile appeared on Lu Su's usually furious mask. This was exactly his plan. When you don't know how to deal with an opponent, let the opponent deal with you, and the information will naturally follow. As the red warning light flashed, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. Lu Su's body was restrained by an invisible force, slowly pressing him into his seat like a well-behaved student. Xiarantong was suddenly thrown against the back wall, hitting it hard. The 20-something students in the class suddenly pulled out various weapons batons, spiked clubs, whips and staggered towards Lu Su. They sang loudly and danced, resembling wildlings dressed in school uniforms. A storm of attacks rained down, and the system notification kept sounding. Chosen of pain, pain value 1, Lu Su chuckled to himself. Although the feeling of being beaten made his anger boil, this was precisely the outcome he desired. Piao Buching is still the best. Previously, it was tough to earn some pain value, but now it's effortless. Game penalty? Game benefit. Meanwhile, Challenger Piao Buching was studying the permissions granted by the game, contemplating how to design strategies to maximize his benefits. As a contestant heavily supported by the Korean government and his family, he bore the expectations of the entire Daehamingguk. A single success would elevate him to an unparalleled status in his country. As Piao Buching indulged in these pleasant fantasies, a game notification sounded, bringing him great joy. So easy? Isn't this a bit too smooth? He suppressed his excitement, feigning calm as he said, Heh, the game is indeed simpler than I imagined. But I won't be complacent. I'll make sure the title of the strongest player stays with us in Daehamingguk. On the other side, Lu Su's punishment finally ended. The students who had attacked him put away their blood-stained weapons and retreated silently, resuming their previous bizarre behaviors. Lu Su sat quietly in his seat, his trench coat intact, though blood seeped from his sleeves and pant legs. The classroom was enveloped in an eerie calm, as if it were the calm before the storm. Xie Antong wanted to approach Lu Su but was too frightened by the oppressive atmosphere to move. She realized that Zue might be in an extremely furious state. Lu Su slowly stood up, elegantly adjusting his blood-soaked sleeves and collar. His mask showed no expression, reflecting the cold light of the room. You think you can just leave after beating me? He said calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, he raised his gun again, aiming at the back of a student who had participated in the beating. Bang! The gunshot echoed like a death knell in the empty classroom, and the student collapsed immediately. Kill! Lu Su shouted, as though he had flipped a switch. The warning sounded again. Warning! Warning! Player Zue has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. A mandatory trigger will now be enforced. The same ominous warning echoed once more, causing all the classmates who had been moving like puppets to freeze and turn around stiffly. They stared blankly at the corpse on the floor, seemingly unable to comprehend the gruesome scene before them. Then they slowly raised their heads, their expressions rigid as they looked at Lu Su. They formed a circle, yet no one dared to step forward, their eyes filled with a silent plea of, "No way, buddy." Lu Su lowered his gun, waiting for the constraints and restrictions of the game to descend. His gaze was fixed on the crowd before him, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Xiarantong noticed Lu Su's state and understood that any attempt to dissuade him now would be futile. The beast had broken free of its chains and could no longer be restrained. She could only softly remind him, "Remember to take your medicine." Xiantong was well aware of Lu Su's berserk state in the previous game and could only hope that this formidable player wouldn't end up getting himself killed. She began to carefully observe the room's layout, using her all-seeing eye to convert everything before her into data for analysis. With the power of the all-seeing eye, Xiantong understood that there were no true coincidences in the world. With precise calculations, even a pencil could become the key to a murder case. She speculated that since the game was purposeful, the permissions granted to Park Buchan should be limited to the locations of the 7 urban legends. Therefore, their initial spawn point, the eerie classroom, was likely the site of one of these 7 legends. Even if it had been drastically altered, it should retain some basic characteristics. She pondered, what is the most bizarre aspect of this classroom? Although it was filled with sketch statues and appeared normal, what else could qualify as a prop? Statues? Moving sculptures? After being altered by Park Buchan, it made sense that they were all statues. But then, what roles did these strange classmates and the one who was shot in the head, Wang Longfei, play? Were they just ordinary NPCs? Completely useless? Merely tools created by Park Buchan to torment them? Xianyun stood alone at the back of the classroom, her eyes scanning every corner, contemplating other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Su was surrounded at the table, enduring the punishment. The warning of punishment was simultaneously relayed to Park Buchan, leaving him a bit bewildered. Huh, violated the rules again, bro? Are my levels and traps really that good? Triggering the punishment mechanism again? You playing or what? Park Buchan muttered to himself. Heh, seems like our strongest player isn't quite living up to the name. I just hope he knows his limits. If he really can't handle it, he should just quit. I only want his top ranking. It's not like I want him dead. Facing the livestream audience, Park Buchan continued to craft his image. Meanwhile, Lu Su had completed the punishment. His blood-stained body stood up, gulped down a vial of basic potion, and raised his gun once more. Wait, Sin. You might actually need to kill these people. Xianyantong suddenly spoke up after a long silence. What else? Lu Su paused, refraining from pulling the trigger, his fierce aura instantly enveloping Xianyantong. But please, listen to me first, Xianyantong continued, unfazed by the threat. The next bullet, aim for that snot-playing fool. Right at his nose. The guy who had just finished his work and was now playing with his snot turned his head in disbelief, staring directly at Xianyantong. No way, sis. You're a Grim Reaper too. He already looked a bit dim-witted, and now he seemed even more bewildered. However, he didn't have the chance to say anything further. Bang! The gunshot roared, spewing deadly fire. The fool named by Xianyantong had a hole appear in the center of his face, and he fell straight to the ground. His eyes remained open, staring blankly at the ceiling. The other students seemed oblivious, continuing their bizarre actions, coldly indifferent. A puzzled sound emanated from Lu Su's throat. This time, the game punishment that had previously appeared did not occur. Xianyantong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she had identified the issue in time and found a breakthrough before things spiraled out of control. She explained, this classroom is one of the urban legends, just modified into this chaotic state. The body part statues here, along with the anatomical sketches on the blackboard and various colors on the tables and floors, made me think this was an art classroom. Plus, with the statues, I instinctively guessed this legend might involve moving statues, but the students here, and their clearly purposeful bizarre actions, obviously must have significance. So, the body part statues could also be teaching aids. The anatomical sketches on the blackboard, clearly dissected images, could be used for lectures. The colors on the tables and floor, besides being dyes, could also be different reagents from a lab. This might be a laboratory, a biology lab. So, the urban legend here is the human anatomy models in the biology classroom. These models might actually be derived from real human bodies, from a dissection lab. These students aren't students. They're not human. They're different body parts. If you sniff carefully, you can catch a whiff of formaldehyde on them. Their essence is the core part of their strange actions. For instance, this fool playing with his snot endlessly, his essence is actually his nose. Once all this information is connected, all the assumptions become logical. And Sin's shot confirmed everything. Destroying the nose, the game's punishment didn't occur. This urban legend is essentially broken. The only problem is, for some of them, I can't quite deduce what their key essence is based on their actions, so I can only tell Sin about the ones I'm sure of. Xianyantong continued. Next bullet. Aim for the leg of that person over there, doing a handstand and putting on clothes with their feet. Yet this time, there was no gunshot. Lu Su turned his head, the light green mask on his face displaying an inscrutable expression, making Xianyantong feel uneasy, unsure of what had gone wrong. The next moment, Lu Su raised his gun. Bang! A headshot. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated game rules by forcibly disrupting the game progress. A mandatory penalty will now be imposed. The gunshot echoed, and a body fell to the ground. The game's punishment descended once more, shattering Xianyantong's rationality in the process. As a professional criminal analyst, Xianyantong found herself deeply perplexed. She couldn't help but wonder. Why aim for the head? Why did Lu Su decide against taking her advice after a brief moment of eye contact? Was there something else on his mind? In his current state, Was he even capable of rational thought? A wave of unease washed over Xie Antong. She had thought she had unraveled the mystery of this strange tale, only to realize she might have overlooked something. She recalled the chilling scene of a leg being sawed off during her first viewing of the crime game and the myriad speculations about Luce that had arisen among the onlookers. She had once dismissed those speculations with disdain, but now a cold shiver ran down her spine. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could he really have some sort of peculiar obsession? Meanwhile, on the other side, Pu Buqing was also grappling with confusion. Listening to the game's warning blaring every few minutes, he finally realized something was amiss. This is way too fast. A warning mechanism triggered every 3 minutes? That's definitely not normal. Alarm bells rang in Pu Buqing's mind. What on earth are you doing? Despite the high degree of freedom, not being able to see his opponent's actions left Pu Buqing feeling uneasy. He attempted to seek help from the audience. People of the Great Han Underworld, can you see what's happening on his side? If it's too simple, I won't design so many traps next time. However, he forgot a fundamental restriction of the game. Audience members cannot provide information during a confrontation. The screen was flooded with a stream of meaningless gibberish, prompting Pu Buqing to curse, "Damn it, all useless stuff." This complaint quickly provoked the audience's displeasure. Someone retorted, "Wow, what are you saying, calling us useless? You forgot the game rules and now you're saying such harsh things. We've been trying our best to help, and the game's challenge mode is in your favor. Don't embarrass us, Pu Buqing Appa." Pu Buqing immediately regretted his slip of the tongue and hurried to explain, "Everyone, don't get upset. I didn't mean it that way. Rest assured, I will win." Yet, the unease within him only grew stronger. On the other side, Lu Su had turned the classroom into a slaughterhouse. Each time a punishment ended, he would unhesitatingly draw his gun, executing a headshot with precision on one of the enforcers. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent, uttering no threats, only engaging in pure slaughter. Each punishment now seemed like a countdown to the enforcers' lives. As time passed, fear inexplicably appeared in the eyes of these mannequins, who were supposed to lack human consciousness. Their movements became sluggish, seemingly dreading getting closer to Lu Su, yet the game rules compelled them to carry out their punishments. Xie Antong watched all this with growing discomfort. She noticed the mannequin's movements starting to distort. The short woman who had previously jumped with her right leg on her head now switched to her left. Xie Antong was puzzled and hesitantly reminded, "Shooting the head will almost certainly trigger the punishment mechanism. The parts one mentioned are their core. They aren't human themselves." However, Lu Su ignored her and continued his rhythm. Getting hit, standing up, shooting, and getting hit again. He seemed to be enveloped in a dark aura, like an emotional black hole that swallowed anyone who got too close with fear. Despite being battered and blood-stained, his presence only grew stronger, as if a berserk mode had been activated. The entire classroom was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, the air seeming to thin. The game's warning would sound every 3 minutes. "Warning, warning. Player crime has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting game progress." The voice was like a grim reaper's call, but it wasn't Lu Su's life being claimed. By this point, Pu Buqing was numb. From initial excitement to numbness, and now to fear. Each time he heard a violation notice, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Sitting in a classroom on the edge of the campus, his hands clasped together, his face pale. Did any of my design tales and traps foresee a scenario like this? Pu Buqing's mind screamed. Are you addicted to breaking the rules? Park Buqing's mind was in turmoil. He kept pondering a crucial question. Why couldn't his teammates reach him? When designing the game, he had considered almost every possibility, yet he hadn't anticipated that violations would occur one after another. If this wasn't caused by his rule design, then the only explanation was that Zue was deliberately and continuously breaking the rules. But this raised a new question. What was Zue's objective? Had he lost his mind? Or was he trying to win effortlessly? Park Buqing's expression kept changing, at times lost in fantasies of victory with a slight smile, and at other times sweating with self-doubt. His mind was in constant torment. Even though Zue was far away in some unknown eerie tale, he had already managed to grasp Park Buqing's psyche deeply. Forcing himself to calm down, Park Buqing began to reassure himself. No matter what, it's Zue who's breaking the rules right now, and he's the one being punished. I'm not affected. He chose the hell mode himself, so it's only right that the game targets him. This challenge is him against me and the game, and the advantage is mine. This self-encouragement seemed to work, as Park Buqing's emotions gradually settled. However, 3 minutes later, the expected sound of game punishment did not come. He looked up in confusion, and just as he was feeling unsettled, an unexpected game notification arrived. Campus 7 Wonders, Biology Classroom's Human Model, Black Player has completed. Current progress, 17. Remaining time, 23 hours 17 minutes and 8 seconds. Park Buqing was stunned. Cleared the level? How did he clear the level? He muttered in disbelief. Clearly, Zue had been violating the rules all along. How could he have passed the level? Could it be that his teammates helped? But weren't his teammates supposed to hinder him from clearing? Unable to accept this blow, Park Buching began to question the game system. I protest, Divine Chosen Paradise, can you hear me? How did he clear the level? I need to know. I've never heard of a game where you can pass just by breaking the rules. Not long ago, he was constantly breaking the rules, and now he's cleared it. However, the game system ignored his questions. Park Buching could only silently accept this reality and began pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he remembered something and re-examined the message. Human model in the biology classroom. Biology classroom. Isn't my teammate there? He urgently wanted to contact his teammate to find out what happened. Just then, the game's notification sounded again, completely shattering Park Buching's mental defenses. White player, Jean Erlu, has left the game. Game continues. Park Buching's expression instantly turned into a bewildered face. Constant violations, then clearing the level, and now my teammate has left? What is going on? Is this game really on hell difficulty for Zue? It's clearly hell difficulty for me. Meanwhile, another scene was unfolding just a few minutes earlier. Lu Su stood up from the pool of blood after the punishment ended, tidying his clothes, his gaze fixed on the last survivor. This person stood there numbly, surrounded by his companions who had turned into corpses. His terrified eyes stared at Lu Su, recalling how he had been using a stick to beat the world's strongest player, but it was all in vain. Now, this survivor seemed to realize that his life was about to end. He was fortunate because Lu Su had randomly chosen him as the last target. He was also unfortunate because he had to face Lu Su at this moment. What a pity, Lu Su said softly, not knowing to whom he was speaking. He raised the gun in his hand. Fake man, what are you sorry for? The last person trembled as he spoke. Bang! The gun fired, and the last person fell. The classroom was engulfed in a deathly silence. Lu Su turned around, his gaze landing on Xia Yantong, who had been standing at the back of the classroom. Xia Yantong immediately raised her hand, waving it eagerly. Me. It's me. I'm your teammate, not with them. Lu Su responded calmly. I know. At that moment, the bodies on the ground suddenly dissolved into black smoke, leaving behind scattered human parts. These remnants gave off a synthetic smell mixed with a nauseating stench of decay. Simultaneously, the game completion notification sounded. Xia Yantong approached Lu Su, filled with questions, wanting to ask why he was so adamant about this approach. However, she noticed that Lu Su was staring intently at the remains on the ground, motionless. Suddenly, he raised his gun again. What? Planning to shoot a corpse? Xia Yantong wondered in confusion. Just then, some of the parts on the floor sprang up, assembling into a humanoid shape, and dashed towards the door. Before Xia Yantong could react, a gunshot rang out. Lu Su had precisely hit the figure's leg, leaving a gaping hole. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the figure fell heavily to the ground, clutching its leg in agony. Wait, I'm not Park Buching. I'm just. Before he could finish, Lu Su had already adjusted his gun to the second setting and fired without hesitation. Kill. Jean Erlu didn't have time to think and immediately used an exit token. Amidst the searing blast, another scream was heard, and he vanished from the scene, exiting the game. At that moment, all the previously chaotic information in Xiao Antong's mind became clear. Jean Erlu's special ability substitution technique allowed him to divide his body into multiple parts, with only one being the true vital point. Any other injury, even to the heart, wouldn't be fatal. Xia Yantong had been unable to identify which part of the imposters was the real body because they all had Jean Erlu's parts, which could move and disguise as the main body. If attacked incorrectly, even defeating all the imposters wouldn't lead to victory because they couldn't find the true vital point, misleading Xia Yantong and Lu Su into doubting the correct way to clear the game. Xia Yantong suddenly realized, turning to the masked, taciturn Lu Su in shock. So, you figured it out earlier? Is that why you insisted on risking a violation to kill all the imposters? Lu Su looked at her, puzzled. Figured out what? Lu Su didn't quite understand what image Xia Yantong had of him this time, but he didn't bother to explain. At that moment, all his rational thinking was focused on suppressing the violent and murderous urges surging within him, fearing he might lose control. His face was tense, and he remained silent. Every time he tried to speak, a wave of irritation would rise, followed by an uncontrollable urge to kill. The phrase, I just want to kill, 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 echoed relentlessly in his mind. Compared to his previous state of greed and gluttony, Lu Su now seemed much more composed. He was silent and reserved, even giving off the impression of a cold, aloof male god. However, this was merely a facade. Beneath his calm exterior lay a bloodthirsty beast, ready to erupt at any moment. The first campus miracle of the urban legend was solved in less than an hour, shattering most of Park Buching's fantasies. The bodies and blood on the ground had turned into black smoke and dissipated, leaving behind only a disturbing array of body parts. Xie Antong stared at the scattered human specimens, replaying everything that had just happened in her mind. She was filled with doubt. How is this possible? Even though I can't fully harness the power of the omniscient eye yet, it's still a legendary weapon. How did I fail to quickly realize there was something wrong with these people's bodies? What level is the mask of sin? Or is it simply his keen mind? She turned to Lu Su and tentatively asked, "When did you realize some of the limbs belonged to those from Jean Erlu?" Lu Su replied briefly, "I didn't." With that, he downed another bottle of basic recovery potion. Since drinking a bottle at the start, he had only consumed one intermediate recovery potion in the meantime. Now, his condition was fully restored, perhaps even better than before. For Lu Su, this urban legend was merely a bonus level. From the beginning, he had little intention of clearing it. Insisting on killing the Punisher to get penalized was simply his way of seeking punishment. Staring at the bodies without moving wasn't because he had spotted something amiss, but rather due to a beast-like intuition. Xie Ong continued her inquiry, "Can I ask, what was your purpose in choosing your previous approach?" Lu Su adjusted his mysterious cloak, shaking off the bloodstains with force. He stretched his body, and a broad smile appeared on his pale green mask. "I was just warming up, and now it's proven. These ghost stories can be cleared by brute force, right?" Xiao Antong's pupils contracted sharply. Although Sin was smiling, the violent aura around him only intensified. She suddenly realized, this time, he was testing the methods to clear the game by risking himself. If the game's punishment wasn't fatal, and if he could eliminate all potential threats, he intended to bulldoze his way through. A sense of defeat washed over Xiantong as she realized she couldn't keep up with this manic individual's mindset. She had thought she was solving puzzles in a top-level game, only to find out he never intended to cooperate from the start. Meanwhile, Park Buching received new notifications from the game. The black team's Lu Su had already cleared one game, and the hell difficulty was beginning to reveal its terrifying nature. With each urban legend Lu Su completed, Park Buching gained more authority to impose restrictions. The level and severity of these restrictions escalated with each step, becoming increasingly twisted. Park Buching continued to probe the game's limits on his screen, planning the next stages. He cursed under his breath, "Damn useless." No information came back, just exited the game like that. Isn't Jean Lu ranked high domestically? Didn't they say he had life-saving skills? And he just exited? Why not just die? Spineless fool, what's happening over there? Useless. In truth, Jean Lu was helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to send information. Lu Su simply didn't give him the time. Spread across different false identities, every time Lu Su broke a rule, the game forced Jean Lu to enforce punishment, leaving no time to relay messages. Each punishment barely ended before Lu Su fired another shot. Jean Lu didn't even have time to be afraid, let alone send information. In the end, he took a bullet to the leg. Any slower, and Lu Su would have turned him to dust, leaving no opportunity to pass on information. Lu Su's wrathful mask truly prioritized efficiency, not even allowing time for a word. This left Park Buching in a predicament, completely in the dark. However, soon enough, a smile returned to Park Buching's face. "No worries, everyone, rest assured, the final victor can only be me. It's just one level, nothing significant, just shows how useless Jean Lu was. My restrictions will interlock, dragging him into the abyss. He will pay for his arrogance." With that, Park Buching clicked the confirmation button again. Some of the Chinese viewers in his livestream were speechless. "Confident again, bro?" Meanwhile, a game announcement echoed in the players' minds. The black team player has cleared one campus miracle. Now the white team player issues the first restriction at any given time. One member of the black team must remain within the urban legend game site. As the sounds echoed around them, Lu Su and Xie Antong both paused, their expressions turning serious. Lu Su frowned deeply, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. Additional rules being imposed on the spot? He silently grumbled in his mind. Xie Antong also frowned slightly, quickly sensing that this rule wasn't a coincidence but a deliberate attempt to divide them. Lu Su exhaled slowly, trying to calm his inner anger. He turned to Xie Antong, his voice carrying a hint of resignation. "Well, that's just perfect." Xie Antong picked up on the underlying meaning in his words and felt a twinge of guilt. She spoke softly, "Even though the omniscient I can be quite powerful when fully developed, my main function isn't combat right now. And even if I have some combat abilities, they're likely not as strong as yours." Taking a deep breath, she suggested, "All right then, the rule is clear. Someone always needs to stay in the game scene. You're stronger, so you should go to the next level while I stay here." Lu Su nodded in agreement, all right? With that, he started to stride towards the door. "Wait a minute." Xiantong called out urgently. Seeing Lu Su looking eager to charge ahead, she felt a bit helpless. She pulled a small metal sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter, from her pocket and handed it to him. Take this with you and throw it into the sky. At that moment, a light blue screen hovered in front of Xia Antong's right eye, flickering with streams of data. Her left eye was covered by a uniquely designed helmet, giving her a futuristic look. She pointed to her covered left eye, and then to the metal sphere. This is my eye. Once you throw it into the sky, it can help you find the right game location. Lu Su took the metal sphere, squeezed it to feel its hardness, and nodded in understanding. Xia Antong then produced an earpiece-like device from somewhere. Also, wear this to keep in touch. Don't lose it. Lu Su took the earpiece, and as it neared his ear, it wrapped around his ear like flowing water, with no sensation of wearing it, yet securely in place. What level of weapon is this? Lu Su couldn't help but ask. Epic level, Xia Antong replied succinctly. Lu Su instinctively touched his coat, thinking to himself, finally, something more useless than you, my epic level coat. Xia Antong continued, there are a few things to keep in mind. First, this game might add a restriction every time you clear a level. Second, Pak Bu-cheng's team might have more than one member. Lu Su replied briefly, take care. With those words, he strode out of the classroom, leaping from the third floor and landing smoothly. He hurled Xia Antong's eye into the sky, where it spun a few times before vanishing. Xia Antong stayed in the eerily quiet classroom, finding a seat in the back row to sit down, closing her eyes and focusing her mind. The campus was eerily silent, the sky a suffocating gray, as if someone had spilled a bucket of paint across a canvas. This oppressive atmosphere only fueled Lu Su's anger. He wandered aimlessly around the campus, pondering a question. How much power would it take for Hell's roar to flatten the building in front of him? Or perhaps the entire school? Just then, Xia Antong's calm, mechanical voice came through the earpiece. The exact location is uncertain, but there's only one gymnasium in the school. The sound of a ball bouncing in an empty gym should be there. Location? Lu Su responded tersely. Look up. Lu Su looked up to see the omniscient eye's metal sphere above him spinning rapidly, casting a rainbow of lights that formed an arrow pointing the way. Xia Anyun added, although Pak Bu-cheng's abilities aren't as strong as yours, a word of caution. He might have high-level support and good equipment, so don't underestimate him. I'm not underestimating him. Lu Su replied calmly, I just want to beat him. His tone carried no personal grudge, as if he were merely stating a simple fact. Lu Su stretched, and the quiet campus suddenly echoed with the sound of his joints cracking, reminiscent of a legendary martial arts master. After countless punitive strikes before, his body was fully warmed up and ready to go. A few leaps later, Lu Su stood before the gymnasium doors. Before even entering, he could hear the sounds of intense competition inside, starkly contrasting with the deathly silence outside. Without hesitation, Lu Su strode in, making no effort to hide his presence. Inside, the sounds of table tennis, the friction of footsteps on the badminton court, and the booming calls from the basketball court created a cacophony, interspersed with whistles. Shouts, cheers, and curses filled the air, as if the school sports scene was exceptionally vibrant. Heh! Lu Su stood at the entrance, surveying the scene with a smirk. Seems like there are quite a few people. However, as his gaze swept over the bustling gym, he realized it was completely empty. In the eerily empty stadium, the stark contrast of silence in a place meant for noise only heightened the already haunting atmosphere of the school, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Su stepped into this paradoxical space, enveloped by a suffocating aura. He slowly walked to the center of the field, surrounded by the sound of voices that seemed real and close, yet he saw nothing. It was as if he were on a strange, isolated island, enveloped by the chatter of hundreds, yet unable to see a single soul. This mix of fear and loneliness was unsettling, enough to drive anyone to the brink even in daylight, let alone at night. To enhance the gaming experience, the visuals were presented from a first-person perspective. The audience, used to watching Zue bulldoze through challenges, were encountering this horror-themed level for the first time. Some began to question the need for a horror theme, while others claimed they saw a cabinet move and considered quitting the stream. Xia Antong, observing through the omniscient eye, found the situation tricky. The eerie, empty setting made it difficult to conduct data analysis. Lu Su stood at the center, the expression on his mask gradually showing confusion. He repeated, so many people. Despite the visual emptiness, he felt acutely aware that countless eyes were watching him in this confined space. Just as everyone felt the situation had reached a stalemate, Lu Su suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet seemed to warp the air, leaving a hole in the distant floor. Aside from that, nothing changed. But Lu Su's expression grew more serious, his brow furrowed. He quickly drew his gun and fired again in another direction. Then, the gunfire became relentless. Lu Su's right hand seemed to transform into that of a Western gunslinger, rapidly firing at various points in the stadium. Although each shot was single, The speed and lack of cooldown made the gunfire sound like a continuous barrage. The once pristine stadium was instantly turned into a battlefield. Backboards shattered, nets fell, and the floor and walls were riddled with bullet holes. Yet, the sensation of a bustling crowd remained, as the sounds of sports and gunfire intertwined to create a bizarre symphony. The audience was stunned, unable to comprehend Lu Su's actions. Some speculated he had gone mad, while others realized that brute force might not be the solution here. Xiaoyang asked through the headset, "What are you doing?" Lu Su scanned his surroundings, the expression on his mask growing more intense. He could feel malicious gazes from every direction, most faint and indistinct, as if surrounded by invisible phantoms. But earlier, his intuition had detected a stronger malice from a certain location, prompting him to fire. Yet, every time he raised his gun, that intense malice would vanish, only to reappear behind him. He continued to fire at the perceived source of malice, but always to no avail. The entire space seemed filled with dim stars, one occasionally flickering, which Lu Su would target. But as soon as he raised his gun, that star would instantly shift behind him, completely reversing its position. Lu Su's firing speed increased, yet he couldn't hit the target. That flickering malice was too fast, even for a bullet. In the corner of the stadium, an invisible figure held its breath, watching as Lu Su finally ceased fire. He immediately contacted Pu Bucken. "Hey, Mr. Pu, this Sue is here with me now." Pu Bucken was overjoyed. "The stadium, right? Excellent. Fanrin, keep him occupied. I know what you're capable of. Hold him there for me." Fanrin swallowed hard and continued, "That's what I wanted to talk about. I think I've been found out." Pu Bucken's eyes widened as he stood up, looking toward the distant stadium. "How did he do that?" "I don't know, but among my many spirits, he fired a shot directly at my true form. Although my spirit shifts quickly, every shot after that was aimed in the direction of my true form, and I've dodged many times already." Pu Bucken relaxed slightly. "So he still can't catch you, right? Anyway, the difficulty of beating this mystery relies heavily on you. Confuse him, mislead him, stall. You're carrying the hopes of the great Han Ming kingdom on your shoulders." After hanging up the call, Pu Bucken couldn't resist labeling Fanrin with a derogatory title. He was indifferent to the pressure Fanrin was facing, secretly pleased that Zue was being held up. The game consisted of 7 levels, each with a different urban legend, and a strict 24-hour time limit. This time frame was exceptionally tight. Getting stuck at any level, combined with the restrictions imposed on Lu Su's team, meant that time slipped away rapidly. At this moment, Pu Bucken couldn't quite grasp Fanrin's capabilities and was unsure of how he might overcome the challenges. However, Fanrin's abilities were a perfect match for the urban legend in the stadium. Even if he couldn't defeat Zue, delaying time could be fatal. According to his original plan, this level was supposed to be the most time-consuming. Unexpectedly, Zue confronted him at the second level. After ending the call, Fanrin took a deep breath and continued his tense vigilance in the stadium. With thorough preparation, his abilities were indeed formidable on his home turf. His skills were centered around his unique power, a berserk-level ability called Psychic Doppelganger. Fanrin could create psychic duplicates, which required time to prepare and couldn't be more than 100 meters away from his main body. These duplicates lacked offensive power and could only induce feelings of depression and fear in others, though Fanrin couldn't understand why this had no effect on Zue. While this ability might seem underwhelming, as long as he was within 100 meters, Fanrin could switch between his main body and his psychic forms at will. His main body remained undetectable, hidden from sight and sense. This ability had little offensive capability, and Fanrin couldn't yet fully control his duplicate's actions, but in the stadium's urban legend scenario, it became a powerful tool for stalling time. Fanrin always believed that with enough preparation time, even the world's strongest couldn't defeat him. Now was the time to put that belief into practice. However, when actually facing Lu Su, Fanrin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The inexplicable aura of oppression and fear made him too intimidated to approach. Moreover, he was dodging bullets. Every time Lu Su raised his hand, Fanrin quickly swapped places with a duplicate in the gun's blind spot. Despite not having failed yet, the psychological pressure was immense. Additionally, Fanrin still couldn't fathom how Zue was locating his main body. The abilities of this world's strongest seemed excessively comprehensive. To onlookers, Lu Su's previous actions seemed like he was firing at air, utterly pointless. Given his history of violent and reckless problem-solving, most people assumed he was just venting at nothing. Only Fanrin, hidden in the air, understood how disturbingly precise each of Lu Su's actions and shots were. Spectators began to offer their advice. Why not check elsewhere first? Shooting at the stadium won't help. Zue doesn't seem in the right state to solve puzzles. Maybe let Kongbai take a look and move to the next scene. 24 hours isn't much time, right? Don't lose to the Koreans. Of course, regular viewers knew that Zue never heeded the audience's suggestions. Suddenly, after a period of calm, Lu Su raised his gun again, aiming at where Fan Ren's true body was. Alarm bells rang in Fan Ren's mind, and he immediately switched places to Lu Su's rear. It was challenging to maneuver against this expert, where a slight mistake could be fatal. Rumor had it that this formidable figure was ruthless, having even consumed human flesh in a certain scenario. However, Fan Ren soon realized something was wrong. His pupils contracting sharply, the gun didn't fire. This move by Lu Su was purely to test how Fan Ren dodged. Gradually, a knowing smile appeared on the pale green mask. So, you're not dodging bullets? You're watching my hand movements? Lu Su understood. He let go, and the hell roar dropped to the ground, vanishing into his inventory. He pressed his earpiece and said, "You should move on and check other places." "Xia Antong? Are you sure?" Seeing Lu Su nod, the metallic sphere in the air spun twice before decisively flying away. Xia Antong understood that once Sue had made a decision, staying here was pointless. Soon, the empty stadium was left with only Lu Su standing quietly. Slowly, beneath his mask, he closed his eyes, shutting out the noise around him and fully immersing himself in his beast-like sensory instincts. Since the stadium was deserted, he might as well close his eyes. Sometimes, when the eyes cannot see, the heart will guide you. "Tell me, is the gun faster, or am I?" His voice wasn't loud, yet it cut through the stadium's noise, clear as a tiger's roar through a forest, reaching Fan Ren's ears. Fan Ren was momentarily stunned, unsure who these words were directed at. How could a person be faster than a gun? Faster than a bullet? But the next second, his hair stood on end as a silhouette loomed large before him, and the feeling of death enveloped him. Switch! Boom! A massive roar echoed as Lu Su's raised right leg came crashing down like an axe splitting a mountain, creating a large crater on the badminton court floor, with cracks rapidly spreading throughout the stadium. From a distance, Fan Ren looked on, still shaken. He understood why Lu Su had put away his gun, because his movements were unpredictable, able to charge backward while facing forward. Although not as fast as a bullet, it was even harder to predict. But how is this possible? How could someone possess such speed? Fan Ren had never encountered anyone like this. Even though he knew Lu Su was the world's #1, he never expected someone could turn their body into a weapon. Was his Achilles tendon made of steel? Yet there was no time for astonishment. Before he could catch his breath, the terrifying force was upon him again. The menacing, wrathful mask, exuding the aura of death, rushed at him once more. Fan Ren had only one thought in mind: this might be impossible to stall any longer. Reacting almost instinctively, Fan Ren switched positions with his spirit, narrowly dodging a lethal blow. Boom! When he turned around, the spot where he had been standing exploded, debris and dust obscuring Lu Su's figure momentarily. Moments later, a powerful gust tore through the smoke, and Lu Su charged out like a wild beast. Fan Ren was shocked. This sinner could launch such fierce attacks without even needing to gather strength. With no time to ponder, he swapped places with his spirit again, just as the basketball hoop behind him was smashed to pieces with a single strike. Cold sweat soaked Fan Ren's back. In just 2 exchanges, he realized that the title #1 under heaven was no exaggeration. Lu Su's physical prowess surpassed any player he had encountered. Even those at the top of the game leaderboards would struggle to match him. Fan Ren could switch with his spirit in an instant, while Lu Su pursued him with sheer physical speed. Even so, Fan Ren felt constantly on the brink of disaster. Someone might ask why he didn't try to fight back, but Fan Ren would simply say to them, "You try it. It's a miracle I haven't quit the game already." Facing such a powerful opponent, Fan Ren began to doubt if he could truly hold off Lu Su for 24 hours. More terrifyingly, he started to question if anyone could actually win this game. If it were an unknown duel instead of a mystery-solving challenge, Fan Ren believed Lu Su could tear Park Bucken apart. After another close call, Fan Ren retreated to a distance, warily watching Lu Su wreak havoc in the arena. He could only give it his all, trying to delay this monster for as long as he could before his energy ran out. After all, this challenge represented the great Han Kingdom, and he couldn't afford to slack off. Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed through the empty gymnasium. It was Lu Su's voice. Having failed several times, the power of his rage mask began to increase. "Kid, you're pretty fast, huh?" Lu Su sneered. The mask split into a massive grin, stretching from ear to ear like a deranged smile. Boom! The ground beneath Lu Su's feet collapsed, and the terrifying recoil launched him like a cannonball straight at Fan Ren. This time, Lu Su had entered a berserk state, even slightly out of control, emitting strange laughter. Lu Su's body seemed like a never-resting machine, moving so fast that he left after images, too quick for the human eye to follow. Fan Ren made wide-angle turns with each switch, trying to slow Lu Su's advance, but it had little effect. The relentless pursuit was suffocating Fan Ren with pressure. The gym echoed with Lu Su's chilling laughter. Fan Ren felt like a helpless girl fleeing a deranged killer in a dark alley, an analogy that's inappropriate but eerily similar in psychological stress, fear, helplessness, and the unimaginable consequences of being caught. The gym was in ruins, with destroyed equipment, torn up floors, and peeled walls everywhere. Suddenly, the continuous thunderous noise stopped. Lu Su stood in the center of the shattered floor, surrounded by dust. The large scoreboard overhead shook and then crashed down. Lu Su looked down at his right hand, clutching a half-foot-long piece of gray fabric, a part of the initial outfit every player starts with. Just moments ago, under immense mental pressure, Fan Run had a brief lapse, allowing Lu Su to tear off a piece of his clothing. At that moment, Fan Ren genuinely felt the presence of death. Fan Ren's face flushed red as he cautiously caught his breath. Although he didn't know why Lu Su had suddenly stopped, this brief respite was precious to him. The pressure had reached its limit, and he couldn't help but wonder. Isn't this supposed to be Park Buchan's challenge? Why did it feel like he was in hell? Looking at his torn clothes, Fan Ren felt a lingering fear and quickly contacted Park Buchan. "Hey, Mr. Park, get ready for the next step?" Park Buchan asked in confusion. "What do you mean? Prepare for what?" Fan Ren urgently replied. "I can't hold on any longer. This guy is truly terrifying." Terrifying. Then he hung up. "Damn," Park Buchan exclaimed. "What's going on? You can't hold on after just a few minutes?" Inside the arena, Lu Su stared at the fabric in his hand, his rage slightly abating. He was finally sure that his instincts were correct. Someone was indeed releasing malevolence here. So, couldn't escape this time? Huh? You're not up to it either. Lu Su sneered. The audience was stunned when they saw the piece of clothing appear out of nowhere in Lu Su's hand. Whoa, where did that come from? There's really something. And it's tangible, which means the big guy was chasing someone. Physical ghost hunting actually works. Gives me chills. The opponent must be quite skilled to be this fast and not get caught yet. If Fanren could see these comments, he might just cough up blood. Skilled? Him? Lu Su stood there, staring at the fabric for a good 10 seconds, the grin on his mask growing even more exaggerated. Then, he said in his mind, "All right, it's enough to confirm someone is here. No more playing around. Pains chosen. Level up." With a mere thought, Lu Su's personal stats panel appeared before him. Even after stripping away equipment bonuses, his base attributes remained astonishing. Strength 30, Speed 15, Agility and Coordination 15, Luck 3, Spirit 3. Except for the mysterious luck attribute he had yet to explore, all other values far surpassed those of an average person. Lu Su stared at the panel, scoffing at the 1:10 allocation ratio for the spirit attribute. He preferred solid physical strength. The last encounter had earned him a considerable amount of pain points, and along with previous gains, he now had over 40 points to allocate. Wearing his mask of wrath, Lu Su couldn't be bothered with precise calculations. If he was going to face off against an opponent, he wanted to hit hard. Without hesitation, he poured points into speed and coordination. Speed skyrocketed from 15 to 30, and coordination increased from 15 to 20. This bold move doubled his speed. With the allocation complete, Lu Su felt light as a feather, as if he were walking on air. If he could previously corner his opponents, now he was assured of victory. He was determined to uncover whoever was lurking in the shadows, be it human, ghost, player, or a construct of the game. In the distance, Fan Ren held his breath, hiding as he cautiously observed Lu Su's every move. Suddenly, Lu Su spun around, his eyes sharp as they locked onto Fan Ren's hiding spot. Despite being confident in his invisibility, Fan Ren felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were completely exposed. "Friend, you're breathing too loudly." The wrathful mask grinned coldly. "Fear is like the scent of blood. It gives you away." Fan Ren tensed, holding his breath, ready for another deadly chase. Yet Lu Su did not strike immediately. Instead, he calmly adjusted his sleeves and began to walk toward Fan Ren. "I hope you're ready," Lu Su spoke in a steady voice. "The boss is entering phase 2. Before the words fully left his lips, Lu Su surged forward, instantly appearing before Fan Ren. Fan Ren instinctively used his teleportation skill, but to his horror, the wind still howled against his face. The pale green mask was alarmingly close. In a split second, Fan Ren teleported again, narrowly evading a fatal blow. However, Lu Su's attack was predictive. He had already figured out that Fan Ren would always choose the farthest, most convoluted angle to teleport. Though his first strike missed, Lu Su quickly recalibrated, launching himself backward. As expected, that elusive presence was nearby. His second strike didn't connect, but Lu Su's hand slashed through the air like a steel rod, drawing a line of blood. A muffled cry of pain followed. Fan Ren was injured, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Su relentlessly initiated a third assault, and this time, his hand finally grasped something solid. His fingers dug deep into flesh. With a resounding thud, Lu Su slammed his target into the ground, shattering 2 advertisement boards by the court. The air shimmered, revealing Fan Rin's figure. Cough, cough. Fan Rin felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out blood. Though not fatally wounded, the moment he was caught, his mind went blank, crushed under an overwhelming aura. Fear flooded Fan Rin's senses, overriding his logic, as the primal memory of being hunted and captured overwhelmed him. His mind was consumed by the instinct to survive. With trembling hands, Fan Rin reached for the exit token. Yet before he could use it, a powerful grip seized his wrist. The pain was excruciating, as if his wrist were caught in a hydraulic press. "Ea!" Fan Rin's anguished scream echoed as the exit token slipped from his weakened grasp. The menacing smile on the pale green mask twisted even more. Lu Su spoke coldly. "In a rush, are we? Did I say you could leave?" Lu Zhe's grip tightened, and blood began to seep from Fan Rin's wrist. The flesh was pressed so firmly against the bone that it seemed it might shatter at any moment. Fan Rin let out a piercing scream, his mind consumed by terror. He was filled with regret. Why did he agree to join this game? It was supposed to be Park Buching's challenge to be number one. Yet he ended up as the victim. The moment the exit token fell to the ground, Fan Rin knew he was doomed. Although Jean Lu faced unknown dangers, at least he survived. But what about him? His nearly 30 years of life flashed before his eyes, and Fan Rin began to brace for death. Just then, the excruciating pain in his wrist vanished, replaced by a tingling sensation. Confused, Fan Rin wondered if his hand had been crushed. He anxiously turned to look at it, only to find that Lu Zhe had released his vice-like grip. A wave of relief washed over him, but it was quickly followed by a deep voice in his ear. "Why are you screaming?" Lu Zhe, looming over him, seemed puzzled. How could a grown man scream so miserably? The sound even managed to quell some of his anger. Lu Zhe had expected to encounter a typical brainless villain, one who would taunt after being subdued, fight back, and ultimately be defeated with a single blow. Instead, he found a coward. Yet he was unaware of how terrifying he appeared. A furious aura surrounding him, his pale green mask resembling a ghastly demon emerging from hell. Fan Rin looked up at Lu Zhe's mask and screamed again. Lu Zhe asked, perplexed, "Do I look that ugly right now?" In Fan Rin's eyes, Lu Zhe was a drooling beast, and he was merely a meal. "He's going to kill me. He's going to eat me." These thoughts looped in Fan Rin's mind. "Please, don't kill me. I was just trying to escape. I didn't dare attack you." Fan Rin babbled incoherently, pleading for his life. "It was Park Buching who challenged you, not me. I have no interest in being number one. Please spare my life. Killing me won't benefit you, right? I have an 80-year-old mother, Anne." Lu Zhe couldn't help but laugh at the cowardly contestant. He had initially thought the man's survival skills were impressive, only to realize it was sheer fear of death that honed them. He hoisted Fan Rin up and let him sit against the wall. "I have a few questions for you," Lu Zhe said. Still engulfed in fear, Fan Rin didn't catch Lu Zhe's words and kept babbling. "Don't kill me. We can talk this out. I'm not tasty. Don't eat me." Lu Zhe, losing patience, patted his shoulder and asked calmly, "This place must be full of things, right? Things that are invisible and untouchable. Can you explain what's going on?" Then he added, "If you don't give me an explanation in 10 seconds, I'll shove your head into your pelvis. I work fast, it won't hurt. That way, your two heads can reunite." Fan Rin's barely calm nerves exploded again, his mind fixated on one thought. "This guy wants to kill me." He cried out again, a sound filled with despair but devoid of tears. Lu Zhe kicked the wall beside his head impatiently, saying, "Crying? Crying counts as time too. I'm counting to 10. 1. 10. With that, he pulled out a hellish roar. "Wait, wait, wait. What about the 8 numbers in between? Let me think." Fan Rin lunged forward, clutching Lu Zhe's leg. "Yes, it's mine. It's my doing. If you're sensing many things, they must be my spiritual entities." "Spiritual entities?" Lu Zhe asked. Fan Rin hurriedly explained his abilities, fearing that any omission might lead to his death. Lu Zhe listened, bewildered. "Spiritual entities, huh? Can you retract them?" Lu Zhe inquired. "No, I really can't. They can only dissipate on their own once I'm out of range," Fan Rin quickly replied, hoping to be released so the entities would disappear. "Can't? Well, that's convenient." The furious mask bore a grin once more. Before Fan Rin could react, Lu Zhe pinned him against the wall by his shoulders. "Did you study well in school? You should read more." As Lu Zhe spoke, a gray book appeared before Fan Rin. It seemed to possess a certain magic, impossible to look away from. In his peripheral vision, he saw the cover titled, "The Confessions of the Disheartened." In that mesmerizing gray, the cover slowly opened to the first page. In an instant, Fan Rin felt his life was a failure, a mere ant before the strongest player, and he no longer wanted to live. Meanwhile, the gym echoed with a series of unknown wails, resembling the cries of ghosts and monsters. In the stadium, Swirling gray mist suddenly burst forth and quickly dissipated, as if it were an illusion. The space twisted, with shrieks echoing intermittently, accompanied by faint explosions and the sound of dust being stirred, resembling an invisible fireworks display. Lu Su keenly sensed that the malevolence that had previously enveloped the entire venue was rapidly diminishing, like a game of Tetris being swiftly cleared. The noise of the sports activities gradually subsided, and the lively atmosphere faded away. Clearly, this was the work of Fan Ren's spirit, aiming to confuse Lu Su and trap him there. Pu Bucken and Fan Ren's plan seemed meticulous, yet they underestimated Lu Su's abilities. The glass-sealed item had been released for only a few minutes, and the stadium had already plunged into an eerie silence, with hundreds of spirit clones vanquished in an instant. Lu Su forcefully closed the Confessions of the Forgotten, putting it away. The power of this glass-sealed item was truly astonishing. Just opening a page was enough to obliterate all of Fan Ren's spirits. Despite its apparent backlash, primarily affecting emotions and sanity, Lu Su was unaware due to the effect of the Fury Mask. He only felt an inexplicable rage rise within him the moment he opened the book, as if everything in the world was dissatisfying. Fan Run in front of him became detestable, making him want to kill him. The arrangement of the stadium seemed atrocious, making him want to smash it. The entire school felt vexing, making him want to blow it to pieces. This destructive desire was like a black hole, devouring all warmth and reason in his heart, transforming it into pure fury. At this moment, Lu Su deeply understood the phrase describing wrath, "I am the fire that consumes the world." He realized that he couldn't look at this book too often, or he would easily lose his sanity and become a ruthless killer. After putting away the book, the stadium fell into an unusual silence, as if the previous commotion had never happened. However, one voice broke the tranquility. "I'm such a failure. I'm nothing. Might as well be dead." Fan Ren slumped on the ground, muttering to himself, his expression dazed. His spirit was on the verge of collapse, first intimidated by the Fury Mask, then affected by the concept of the Forgotten, unable to withstand any more blows. Lu Su, in a foul mood, looked at Fan Ren with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "What? Wanna die? Need my help?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of survival instinct flared in Fan Ren's eyes. He scrambled up from the ground, retreating repeatedly. "No, bro. I was joking. I was talking nonsense. I really want to live, more than anything. I'm afraid of not waking up every day." His strong will to live dispelled the negative emotions in his mind, and at this moment, he just wanted to survive in this dangerous situation. Fan Ren glanced at the exit token on the ground, contemplating how to retrieve it, but Lu Su had already bent down to pick it up. Fan Ren was internally devastated, but dared not show it. Ignoring Fan Ren's reaction, Lu Su walked towards the center of the stadium, faintly hearing the sound of a ball being dribbled. Although his beastly intuition didn't sense any malice or anomalies, he realized that despite eliminating all distractions, he still hadn't found the correct way to clear the level. Not wanting to waste more effort, Lu Su turned to the bewildered Fan Ren. "What's the deal with this game here?" Fan Ren cautiously replied. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" "You can choose not to tell me," Lu Su said calmly. "No, I'll tell. I must tell." Fan Ren immediately straightened up. "Basketball. The opponent is playing basketball." Seeing Fan Ren's cooperation, Lu Su continued to ask, "And then?" "Then I don't know, really," Fan Ren quickly explained. "I can only sense a little because I can split my spirit. The specific way to clear the level is only known by Pu Bucken. Maybe you should go find Pu Bucken? Interrogate him. Not me. Interrogating me is useless." Lu Su was speechless, but he didn't want to delve further into this mystery. He just wanted to clear the level quickly. Fan Ren continued, "Maybe it has something to do with the background story. The protagonist of this story seems to be waiting for someone who can beat him in basketball. Also, he might have a tragic background." "All right, stop," Lu Su interrupted. "Tell me where he is." For Lu Su, decrypting and analyzing were inefficient activities. In his current state of rage, he only used his brain slightly during combat. It was like skipping all tutorials and background introductions in a game and diving straight into the action. Although Fan Ren didn't quite understand Lu Su's mindset, for his own safety, he pointed in a direction. That area had already been damaged beyond recognition by Lu Su's earlier violent actions, with the basketball hoop toppled into another court. Lu Su walked over, picked up the fallen hoop, and forcefully planted it into the ground. Then, he took out the Confessions of the Forgotten again, opened it, and placed it flat on the hoop. Fan Ren stared blankly at the scene before him. Lu Su placed the Confessions of the Disheartened flat on the basket. The soft sound of a basketball dribbling echoed in the gymnasium, until suddenly, with a swish, something seemed to be thrown. A few seconds later, the pages of the book trembled slightly, as if something were dissolving upon them. Then, all sounds abruptly ceased. 3 seconds of silence followed, before a piercing scream erupted from beneath the basketball hoop. A chilling wind swept through the gymnasium, as if something were about to explode. Lu Su's eyes sharpened, and he dashed towards the hoop like an arrow, leaping up to sit on the edge of the backboard. He picked up the book, crossed his legs, and prepared himself for the battle that might unfold. The furious aura and invisible resentment pressed against each other, like dragons clashing with tigers. Although Lu Su was unsure of what would happen next, his expression remained calm. Meanwhile, Fanren huddled in a corner of the gym, trembling, hoping to avoid being caught in the chaos. The turbulent atmosphere gradually dissipated, and calmness was restored. A game notification, one Fanren never expected to hear, sounded in his ear. The 7 wonders of the campus, the dribbling sound in the empty gym, black side challenge completed. Progress 27. Remaining time 22 hours 39 minutes and 46 seconds. Fanren was stunned. No way? That simple? Then what was all the torment I went through? Some kind of social experiment? But recalling the book's effect on spirits and what Pu Buchang had told him at the start of the game, everything seemed to make sense. Pu Buchang had told him, your ability is unique, so the gym challenge shouldn't be particularly difficult. However, I've tailored it for you. This challenge is especially compatible with your spirit. As long as you can hold on without being discovered, no one will be able to get out of it. Unfortunately, Fanren couldn't hold on. In Pu Buchang's plan, hundreds of spirits identical to the basketball ghost would mingle together, making it impossible to find the correct target. With Fanren interfering and swapping places, no one could find him either. If it had been a normal person, trying to eliminate distractions and find the key to breaking the pattern would have fallen into Pu Buchang's trap. But it was Lu Su who came. The enraged entity discovered someone was watching it from the shadows and decided to deal with them first. Who's releasing malice towards me? Seeking death? Lu Su watched as the situation resolved itself. He had been ready for another battle and was a bit disappointed. Then, a strange game notification came through. White side player, Fanren, has exited the challenge mode competition. Lu Su thought to himself, hadn't he already taken Fanren's exit token? Did the other player also get an exit token as a game reward? Looking back, he saw Fanren still standing there, bewildered, patting himself down as if checking if he was missing something. Lu Su frowned and asked, didn't you say your name was Fanren? Were you lying? No bro. Fanren panicked. What's going on? Why am I out? Fanren had never encountered such a situation still in the game, yet already considered out. The game's internal communication channels were closed to him, and even his livestream had turned to a black screen. So what am I now? A living dead in the game? Fanren was confused. Without his exit token, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Everything about his game status had vanished. No audience, no teammates, no one knew he was still wandering around. Fanren forced a smile and said to Lu Su, really man, you gotta believe me. I have no reason to lie to you. How about giving me back the exit token? I'll leave right now, no hard feelings. Lu Su said nothing, merely raised the hell howl in his hand and shifted it to his right hand. No, let's talk this out. Why the gun? Fanren was terrified, almost wetting himself. If you don't believe me, ask your audience. I don't even have my stream view anymore. Lu Su ignored him, stowed the hell howl, and pressed his earpiece. Hello? He initiated a call with Xian Tong and walked towards the exit of the gym. I saw it. Seems like you're clearing the game pretty fast. Xian Tong's voice came through after a brief silence. Quite simple, Lu Su replied tersely. Do we have any leads on the location and content of the next urban legend? I found rough locations for most of them. Xian Tong's response surprised Lu Su. She continued, the music room and art room are relatively clear in direction. I have a general target in mind and will guide you there shortly. The restroom and the 13-step staircase are less clear. I have a few ideas, and I'll need you to scout those areas and judge based on the game's triggers. The two of them were like relentless machines, focused solely on conquering the game. Comments from the audience, original text retained. Honestly, I don't know why, but watching their conversation feels so intense. I wonder if Pu Buchang can handle it. They're not holding back at all. How long has it been? Really? To be honest, I imagine myself in their place, and it felt amazing. If I think there's a problem, I can just tell Zue, and Zue can go straight to annihilate it. No kidding, playing with a max-level character is awesome. I want to be a teammate of a pro too. What? Does the person above have a way to get legendary weapons too? Lu Su's rapid progress through the levels left little room for anything else, but finally, in this lull, there was time for some idle chatter. Xiao Tong's eyes darted back into the air, ready to guide him to the next destination, the music classroom. Lu Su realized that many elements within the 7 wonders held an air of mystery. He pondered that if the confessions of the disheartened had a strong effect against spirits, it might be more useful than a gun. Holding the book, he adjusted his attire, resembling a scholarly professor. This stark contrast left the approaching Xia Antong momentarily speechless. The metal orb spun twice in the air, noticing Fanren in the gymnasium, looking utterly defeated, and asked, Who is this person? Just a passerby, whose life ambition might simply be to stay alive, Lu Su replied succinctly. All right. Also, Park Buching is likely designing new restrictions as we speak. You've cleared another level, so be sure to stay vigilant, Xiaoyanong reminded him. Watching Lu Su's figure fade from view, Fan Ren finally exhaled deeply, collapsing exhausted onto the nearly ruined floor. His mind was a blank slate, lost and confused. Having been ejected from the game system, he was at a loss about what to do next. He began to worry about how Park Buching and the people of Dahanming would perceive him, fearing that Park Buching might see him as useless and even hold him responsible. Fan Ren accurately guessed Park Buching's reaction. At this moment, Park Buching was in a fit of impotent rage. Damn it, how long has it been? The level specifically designed for that guy didn't even last an hour before it was over? And why did they quit without sending back any information? Are these people so useless they can't even utter a word before dying? With Fan Ren's game screen completely gone, viewers in the Dahan Ming livestream, unable to see his perspective, began to speculate and criticize. This is indefensible. The level that was supposed to stall for time ended so quickly. I checked, and it seems that Fan Ren has some Chinese ancestry. That explains it, a traitor. Damn. Park Buching had no interest in maintaining his image or explaining anything to the audience. He began to feel a sense of crisis. Although the game became more challenging as it progressed and he could impose many restrictions, if the enigmatic player continued at this pace, he wasn't sure he could secure a win. Damn it. It must be because my teammates are so useless that this happened. Utterly useless. Park Buching cursed internally. The game's suggestion interface had long appeared, but he hesitated to impose new restrictions on the black team. He was uncertain about how to ensure victory completely. Suddenly, an idea struck Park Buching, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He began typing a new restriction into the game interface. Since my teammates are useless, are you sure your teammates are any better? Meanwhile, Lu Su, guided by Xiaontong's eyes, reached a special arts building and stood before a classroom on the basement level. This is it. I'm most certain this is a haunted location. But how to trigger it depends on the game, and how to clear it depends on you, Xiaoyantong explained. Lu Su nodded, accustomed to tackling challenges alone. This sense of freedom suited him. Just as he was about to enter, a thought struck him. Wait, you mentioned 4 follow-up games earlier. We've only cleared 2. So what about the other one? Yes, that one is likely the most concealed. I haven't found it yet, but I'll keep looking, Xiaoyantong replied. Lu Su frowned slightly. His intuition told him there was something off about Xiaoyantong's tone, but he said nothing more, simply acknowledging her before entering the classroom. In the biology classroom, Xiaoyantong sat alone in the chaotic and quiet room, legs crossed, communicating with the entity known as Sin. When she said, I haven't found it yet, the lips of the plaster model behind her subtly curved into a smile. Who says there can only be one haunting in a classroom? Yet, what remained unknown was that while Xiaoyantong spoke, her own lips curved into a similar smile. How could the all-seeing eye have a blind spot? In this subtle atmosphere, the game's new restriction finally arrived. The black player has completed the second campus wonder. Now, the white player issues the second restriction. Every black player in this challenge mode game must have completed a campus wonder. Hearing this restriction, Xiaoyantong struggled to suppress a laugh. She looked up, her expression filled with meaning. Oh, Park Buching, Park Buching. While Sin's mindset and behavior are hard to analyze, predicting you seems a bit too easy. Lu Su stepped into the classroom in front of him, suddenly halting as a voice reached his ears. The door closed automatically behind him, and an eerie atmosphere engulfed him, but he didn't pay it any mind. He pressed his earpiece and asked quietly, Xiaoyantong, did you hear the game's restrictions just now? I did. Xiaoyantong's voice came through the earpiece. You confirmed the game's difficulty is hell level before choosing your team, and then the game matched you with teammates. Pu Buching's side has confirmed it. He has more people to help him. But for you, it's inherently hell level, so essentially, I'm matched with you to slow you down. As she spoke, Xiaoyantong stood up and casually wandered around the classroom, idly rearranging the sculptures in the room. After listening to her explanation, Lu Su was silent for a moment before responding. Well, at least you know your place, he said with a slight hint of sarcasm. Do you always speak so bluntly? Anyway, enough with the small talk. Among these urban legends, is there one you find relatively simple? You can pick an easier one, and I'll weaken them for you, so you can finish them off. Let's not waste time. Xiaoyantong didn't answer immediately. She adjusted the all-seeing eye helmet, and the armor liquefied, extending down to envelop the earpiece before solidifying again. A tiny neural spike pierced her skull, causing her to frown slightly from the pain. Then, her thoughts transformed into sound and reached Lu Su's ears. Sin, I hope you keep this quiet. What I'm about to say can't be heard by the audience or known by Pu Buching's side. Only the two of us can hear it. Lu Su, unsure of how to respond, awkwardly said, this school's weather is really bad. Xia Antong nodded in satisfaction and continued her mental transmission. In short, whether I become a burden to you is not something you decide. It's up to the game. If the game has this intention, the stronger you are, it might backfire. Pu Buching is already working in this direction, but I think we might be able to use this to our advantage. Seeing that Lu Su didn't respond, she added, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Anyway, the upcoming game probably won't focus on limiting you, but will try to use me as a breakthrough point. Your current game needs to be completed with overwhelming force. You have to make them fear and panic. Once completed, I predict the opponent will impose an additional restriction. It's likely that if any member of the black team dies or quits, it counts as a failure of the challenge mode. The previous additional restriction wasn't enough, so this one is necessary. As long as you act decisively and quickly, I'm 90% sure of what Pu Buching is planning." Xia Antong's words were filled with confidence, as if she had already assumed Lu Su could easily conquer the urban legends. Lu Su didn't disagree, and their mutual understanding reached an impressive level at that moment. Xia Antong continued tentatively, "So, I believe this is something we can exploit. If after you clear this level, the additional restriction is as I predict, I hope you can consider my suggestions during the next stages. I might not always provide reasons." Lu Su wasn't entirely sure of Xia Antong's exact intentions, but he sensed the confidence in her words. If indeed her failure could impact him, this was the only aspect that currently troubled him. "All right," Lu Su replied succinctly, then asked, "Is this room an art classroom or a music classroom?" Hearing Lu Su's response, Xia Antong's lips curled into a slight smile, as if she had secured a victory. Despite still being in the eerie setting, surrounded by ominous sketches and sculptures, negotiating with Sin seemed trivial by comparison. "Everything's ready." Xia Antong rejoiced inwardly, also noting that Sin retained basic reasoning and communication skills, using unrelated topics to divert attention. "Let's keep in touch," she said, exiting the unique brainwave communication method, her face slightly pale from the mental strain. Meanwhile, on Lu Su's side, he seemed preoccupied with the previous question, muttering to himself in confusion, "Seriously? Is this an art classroom or a music classroom?" Lu Su lifted his head, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on a portrait hanging on the wall. The figure in the painting mimicked the pose of the Mona Lisa, smiling enigmatically at the viewer. He recalled a legend his teammates had mentioned the portrait was said to weep. Without much thought, Lu Su approached the painting, taunting it, "Is it you? Why are you smiling? Aren't you going to shed a tear?" He stood before the portrait for several seconds, as if engaged in a silent mental duel. Yet, his instincts detected nothing eerie or malevolent. Just as confusion began to creep in, the room was suddenly filled with the melodious sound of a piano. Stiffly, Lu Su turned his head towards the source of the sound. In the corner of the room stood a classic Steinway piano draped in a red cloth, playing a blues tune that exuded an aura of vintage elegance. The piano seemed to have endured countless years, emanating a profound sense of solitude. Lu Su was certain there had been no piano when he entered the room. In that instant, he realized he had misjudged the situation. This wasn't the weeping portrait tale. It was the midnight piano in the classroom. He had been confronting nothing but air. Frustrated, Lu Su's expression morphed into one of anger. "Tisk, Xiantong should have been clearer," he cursed, swinging a fist at the portrait. Splinters of wood and pieces of brick scattered in all directions. Suddenly, all the curtains in the room drew shut automatically, plunging the space into darkness. The sound of a match being struck echoed, and a dim, flickering light appeared by the piano. Lu Su remained still, remarking nonchalantly, "Quite the cozy scene." Amidst the gentle piano music, an ethereal female voice spoke. "Would you care to join me in playing a piano duet?" The voice was light and enchanting, filled with allure. Guided by the voice, Lu Su approached the piano. The antique keys moved on their own, producing an intoxicating melody. Several keys glowed pink in turn, as if inviting him to join the performance. Lu Su paused for a few seconds, then bowed slightly. "Your music is lovely, but I'm short on time." With that, he abruptly straightened and punched the piano with all his might. With a thunderous crash, the exquisite Steinway shattered instantly. Its parts rained down across the classroom, some disintegrating into dust upon hitting Lu Su. As the piano exploded, the room's light dimmed dramatically. Lu Su sensed a change in the space around him. Stirring, resonant, and deep piano notes filled the air, as if countless threads were tugging at one's soul. A circle of glowing red keys appeared out of nowhere, forming a large ring around Lu Su. The room became eerily dark, with only the blood-red glow of the keys illuminating the space. The original soft red light had also vanished. Lu Su took a few steps forward and yanked open the classroom curtains. Outside was an unimaginably pitch-black void, a darkness deeper than anything since the dawn of humanity. Lu Su pressed his earpiece, asking, "Is it night now?" "No, you might have entered the haunted scene." Xian Tong immediately deduced what might be happening on his end. All right, Lu Su nodded. If there's no sign of completion in 10 minutes, remind me? After Lu Su ended the call, he immediately scanned the room with heightened vigilance. His greatest concern was that his mind might be deceived, leading to a warped sense of time just like the sudden onset of darkness outside moments ago. To ascertain the precise time, he entrusted this task to the relatively safe Xiarantong. If there was no anomaly in the time, it meant they had already entered the game scenario, and a new ghost story had been triggered. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice echoed again. This time so close it seemed to whisper directly into his ear, "Hey there, would you like to play a tune with me?" Lu Su suddenly found himself enveloped in a dreamlike starry sky. The surroundings were pitch black, except for a peculiar row of phantom keys encircling him in a massive ring. His instincts told him there was someone behind him. The presence clung to his back like a ghostly shadow, forlornly extending an invitation. Without hesitation, Lu Su swung his fist at the keys ahead, only to find his hand passing right through the light, creating nothing but a rush of air. He frowned, turning to attempt an elbow strike at whatever was behind him, but found nothing. The entity clung to him persistently, like a relentless shadow that couldn't be shaken off. Why are all these campus ghost stories filled with spirits and ghosts? Lu Su muttered to himself. The ethereal voice spoke again, this time with a hint of teasing and bravado. "Handsome, how about a duet with me?" Suddenly, a golden sheet of music floated in the air, filled with various notes. Simultaneously, an array of music styles began to play around Lu Su. There were love songs filled with tenderness, stirring war anthems, and pieces from genres like lyrical, blues, and jazz. A medley of music from different times and places, highbrow and lowbrow, played on, even including some strange internet songs. Lu Su shook his head vigorously, trying to rid himself of the chaotic sounds. But as the music flowed, his emotions were continuously stirred, and the sheet music kept expanding. The presence behind him grew increasingly smug. Fan Xiaonon of Park Buching's teammates was the mastermind behind this ghost story. Her ability was spiritual possession, and she was currently inhabiting the virtual girl created by the game. Initially frustrated with Park Buching's instructions, Fan Xian believed she could defeat Lu Su on her own. She decided to confront this so-called world champion. "Are you human or ghost?" Lu Su tried once more to turn around but found the entity still clinging to him. "I am both human and ghost," Fan Xian replied proudly. "Play a tune, O momentary world champion. My ability is spiritual possession, and the girl behind you is a product of the game, now possessed by me. You can't catch me, so don't waste your effort." Lu Su impatiently interrupted her. "Who asked you? When will you guys stop with these self-introductions of your powers?" Fan Xian briefly made her body tangible, provocatively leaning against Lu Su's back. In the next instant, a gunshot shattered the silence. Lu Su had fired at his own abdomen, and the bullet passed through both of them. As soon as Fan Xian felt the subtle twitch of Lu Su's back muscles, she swiftly transformed back into her human form. Unfortunately, it was too late. A muffled groan shattered the serene piano melody in the classroom, intertwining pain and restraint and turning the harmonious notes discordant. Reverting to her spiritual form, Fan Xian glanced down at her upper abdomen, where a bullet hole had appeared. Although in her ethereal state there was no bleeding and the pain was significantly reduced, the sharp pangs and the unstable shudders of her spirit clearly indicated just how dire her situation was. What was even harder for her to accept was the harsh reality she had been shot. This was the first time in her life she had been shot. In her bewilderment, she was at a loss as to how to deal with the wound, and even more uncertain about how to transform back into her physical form later. Would it hurt? This question lingered in her mind. However, what shocked her the most was what had just transpired. She had merely intended to tease the top student behind her, planning to possess and phase into a ghostly form as soon as he turned to attack. This was not only a provocation but also an attempt to agitate him in this eerie scenario. She had thought he would eventually be driven mad by her antics, but she hadn't expected him to actually fire a gun. The angle left her with no time to react or evade. The only explanation was she had aimed at her abdomen and fired, hitting 2 targets with 1 shot. Fan Xian couldn't help but curse internally. What kind of maniac is this? Before he could go insane, she herself was on the verge of losing it. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, the song in the room began to break off intermittently. At that moment, Lu Su's calm voice came from behind. As if he was completely unscathed, "Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me?" Fan Xian was taken aback. These were words she had uttered countless times, now returned to her verbatim by Lu Su. She was momentarily at a loss for words, silently vowing to herself that she must not revert to her physical form again until she solved the problem of this man. "Did you realize I held back?" Lu Su's voice remained calm, yet it carried an underlying tone of suppressed emotion. Fan Xian didn't understand what he meant and stayed silent. Due to the design of the eerie tale, she was now back-to-back with Lu Su, unable to see his condition. Fan Xian was puzzled. He just shot at me and seems perfectly fine? What kind of ruthless person is this? No, she couldn't delay any longer. She had to continue increasing the number of notes. With this in mind, her spectral hands began to dance across the piano keys behind her, as sheets of music floated in the air, each one pulling at Luce's sanity, attacking his nerves, and intensifying his fury. Yet, he remained composed. If I had aimed at my neck, you would have died. Lu Su's words sent a chill down Fan Zian's spine. She realized that Lu Su's neck was directly aligned with her head. Although shooting one's own neck sounded absurd, she suddenly felt that every word from the man behind her was deadly serious. An inexplicable fear gripped her heart, as if she were teetering on the brink of life and death. Even in her spiritual state, impervious to even a nuclear blast, she felt no sense of safety. The man behind her seemed to be enveloped in a repressive aura, ready to erupt at any moment and devour everything. Fan Zian forced herself to remain defiant. Too bad you won't get the chance. Saying this, she quickened the pace of creating sheet music, weaving an invisible web to ensnare her prey. You should leave now, Lu Su said again. Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me? Fan Zian repeated the line, feeling inexplicably that this phrase determined her fate. I'm sorry. Lu Su's previously suppressed tone gradually disappeared. If anyone could see, they would notice his eyes slowly changing, his pupils seeming to expand. Gradually, his eyes turned completely black. I am not bloodthirsty, but I might lose control. Fan Zian realized that this eerie tale was designed to manipulate emotions, meaning he might lose control for a while. If he lost control, it wouldn't be her who suffered. A sense of despair enveloped the entire classroom, sending a bone-chilling sensation through Fan Zian. Suddenly, two black holes appeared on the pale green mask of rage, and the corners of its mouth began to split and dissolve. The Despairing's manifesto floated into the air, standing alongside the floating sheets of music, causing them to tremble violently. Then, Lu Su opened the book with his left hand and placed his right hand on the piano keys before him. A scholar's right hand, with a master's level of playing skill. As he turned the first page, the characters in the Despairing's manifesto became chaotic, as if they were a haphazard jumble of a scrambled dictionary, writhing in a frenzy of disordered sequences. Lu Su stared at the chaotic confession, and suddenly, his right hand began a bizarre performance. His fingers danced in the air as if playing an invisible piano, transforming the disordered text into a surreal symphony. In an instant, the classroom was filled with an extraordinarily discordant sound. It was as jarring as the sudden intrusion of a raucous rock band into the elegant symphony of Vienna's Golden Hall. Unlike Fan Zian's music, which was full of the complexities of human emotions and tormented the soul, Lu Su's performance conveyed just one emotion: pure, unrestrained anger. This anger surged like a tsunami, overwhelming all other emotions. Under the glare of the confession, the imaginary sheet music and keys trembled violently. Fan Zian cried out in panic. What's happening? But no one answered her question. Lu Su's left hand turned to the second page of the confession, while his right moved even faster, leaving behind a blur. It was as if a legion of demonic warriors had materialized in the empty room, ruthlessly attacking the other notes and striking at the core of the formation. Fan Zian. From the moment Lu Su said, I'm sorry, to now, less than 2 minutes had passed. Fan Zian felt a suffocating pressure deep within her soul. The ghost possessing her trembled, on the verge of collapse. If she collapsed while possessed, she would surely die. But if she reverted to her physical form, the threat posed by the madman and her gunshot wounds made the situation equally dire. As Lu Su turned to the third page, Fan Zian made her decision: retreat. She quickly returned to her physical form and reached for the exit token. Yet, in the brief moment between these two actions, a menacing mask loomed inches from her face. Lu Su's right hand, with the force of a tidal wave, swung towards her face. In that moment, the scene seemed to freeze. A heavy hammer about to smash into a fragile lump of clay. And just 2 minutes earlier, Lu Su had calmly said, I'm sorry. 2 bottles of poison are placed before you. Which one do you choose to drink? A normal person would naturally say neither, but Fan Zian found herself in such a predicament. The situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse, with her opponent's counterattack so fierce that her spiritual form was on the brink of collapse. To save her life, she chose the poison that seemed less lethal. Fan Zian lacked the vigilance of Xia Antong. Her ability to transform into a spiritual form provided her with a false sense of security, causing her to lower her guard. Lu Su's movements were unimaginably fast, surpassing the speed of human nerve reflexes. Bang! A slap landed heavily on Fan Zian's face, creating a sonic boom and even sparking momentarily. Her beautiful face caved in on one side, shattering like clay. Bright red flesh, stark white fragments of bone, and glistening liquid splattered through the air. Not only did all her teeth fall out, but even her gums were sent flying. Half of Fan Zian's head was in such a horrific state that it would require censorship to be shown. The power of this slap was astonishing, showcasing the intense emotional provocation of the supernatural tale. This was Lu Su's most furious moment in the game, nearly losing his sanity. Fan Xian's remaining eye was bloodshot and trembling violently, as if she had witnessed the most terrifying sight in the world. Her body convulsed uncontrollably, a result of nervous breakdown-induced neurological disorder. She opened her remaining half of a mouth, but could only produce painful whimpers. Her oral muscles, throat structure, vocal cords, and even her cervical vertebrae were destroyed. Fan Xian's body spun like a top, flipping several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the distant floor. She lay there like a broken sack, completely out of control, her brain matter thoroughly scrambled. The excruciating pain and fear barely kept her conscious, her only action being to desperately clutch the exit token, as if it were her last lifeline. As her consciousness began to fade, a hellish laughter echoed in her ears. A glimmer of survival instinct flashed in Fan Xian's remaining eye. Exit. This was her final thought. In the next moment, a fierce kick came crashing down, and Fan Xian vanished, leaving only a bloody mess on the floor. Lu Su continued to emit a bizarre laugh, with the edges of his wrath mask exuding a thick, dark aura, full of malice and eeriness. The intense atmosphere impacted the entire space, causing Fan Xian's spiritual form to rapidly disintegrate under the radiation of the loser's confession. This was the first time such a gruesome scene appeared in Lu Su's game, and the first time he displayed such brutality. He stood there, staring at the remains beneath him, his right foot relentless in grinding them into pulp. Eventually, the floor was crushed through, revealing the layer below. Such a brutal scene was more unsettling than a straightforward shooting. The audience was stunned, feeling a chill even through their screens. Fan Xian was a real person and a beauty, and no one expected the situation to deteriorate from relatively stable to this. Something seems off about him. This is scarier than murder. I can't watch. That scene made me feel sick. She's a girl, after all. Wasn't that a bit too much? Everyone felt uneasy, and Lu Su's ruthless and merciless actions left a deep, unsettling impression on them. Some people noticed that Zue's emotional state was obviously abnormal at the moment, with his anger not yet subsided. Although Lu Su was not inherently a psychopath and could even be considered quite normal, his rationality was almost completely overwhelmed by rage at this moment. Despite the slight relief from the previous attack on his enemy, the fury had not entirely dissipated, and reason had yet to regain control. Lu Su was well aware of this, which is why he warned Fan Xian to withdraw in time, or else the consequences would be unpredictable. He knew he was struggling to control himself, with a strong urge for destruction still present. The musical notes lingering in the air began to shatter and disappear, indicating that this strange tale was about to collapse. Just then, Xiantong's voice suddenly came through his earphones. It's been 10 minutes, how are you doing? Lu Su, unable to control his manic state, could only let out an incoherent laugh from his throat. Heh heh heh, Xiantong? Xiantong was puzzled, unable to understand why the top-ranked competitor was behaving so erratically. Suddenly, a series of explosive booms came through the earpiece, as if a demolition crew had stormed into a village. Frowning slightly, Xiantong quickly directed her vision to fly over for a closer look. The system's notification sounded timely. 7 wonders of the campus. The piano sound in the music room at night. Black side challenge successful. Challenge progress, 37. Remaining time, 22 hours, 27 minutes, and 56 seconds. This level was cleared in exactly 10 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest time in challenge mode. Despite nearly exhausting herself, the skeptical Fan Xian inadvertently created this remarkable record. When Xiantong's gaze reached the scene, she was shocked by what she saw. Dozens of classrooms had been breached, and the entire floor was utterly destroyed. Amidst this ruin, Zue calmly adjusted his cloak, as if everything was under his control. Did something just happen here? Xiantong stood amidst the rubble, bewildered as she looked around. She had just received a notification that they had cleared the level but couldn't comprehend the strange laughter and sounds of battle she had heard. What puzzled her even more was the scene of utter chaos. The classroom was unrecognizable. Nothing happened. Really? Lu Su replied calmly, brushing dust off his clothes. His voice was composed, and he elegantly held Confessions of a Loser in his hand, exuding an air of sophistication. In reality, the destruction was all Lu Su's doing during a loss of control. In a fit of rage, he had indiscriminately destroyed everything around him. At this moment, the ethereal cloak proved its worth as an epic-grade weapon. Without it, Lu Su would likely be standing there stark naked. Having vented his anger and closed his book just in time, Lu Su's rationality regained control. He appeared serene now, a stark contrast to the furious figure who had moments ago smashed half of Fan Xian's head. Xiantong looked at the mess that used to be a classroom, unable to discern its original layout, and was left speechless. She suspected that Lu Su's loss of control was behind all this, wondering who could have pushed him to such an extent. Meanwhile, the audience who had been observing the whole scenario found it hard to believe their eyes. No way. How can he change his demeanor so fast? How does he switch faces when talking to teammates? Isn't this some kind of split personality disorder? In less than 2 hours of gameplay, Lu Su had switched between a refined gentleman and a violent maniac multiple times, which was quite astounding. But this was unavoidable. From the moment he put on the mask of rage, Lu Su knew he had to constantly fight for control over his own body. Anger, unlike chaos, is a chasm that can devour reason. To avoid total loss of control, Lu Su had to keep reminding himself to exercise strict self-control. Xia Antong circled Lu Su a couple of times, seeing that he was temporarily fine, and silently prayed that he wouldn't completely lose it. If you go berserk, we're all done for. I'd have to run for my life, she thought to herself. All right, let's get moving, Lu Su said, straightening his coat and tucking the book at his side, ready to head to their next destination. Actually, we're not in that much of a rush, Xia Antong noted, glancing at the remaining 22.5 hours, unable to resist a bit of sarcasm. She could feel the anger simmering within Lu Su, temporarily suppressed by his rationality, clearly seeking an outlet. Hold on a sec, Xia Antong added. Remember what I said earlier? Wait for Park Buchan's move. You've cleared a level so quickly, his constraint will soon be in place. At that moment, Park Buchan was staring at the game screen, veins bulging on his forehead, looking like varicose veins. Only an hour and a half had passed, and the game was nearly halfway through. After gauging the strength of the enemy, he wasn't too concerned about losing anymore. Especially this level, he didn't expect to be able to stop Lu Su anyway, so losing it was no big deal. What he couldn't accept was the game's announcement. White player, Fanzian, has exited the game. Useless piece of crap. Again, no intel came back. Is there something wrong here? I said it clearly, don't aim for victory. If you can't win, just run. You don't have to exit. The key was to bring back information about the opponent, talk about his abilities, how he fights, what equipment and special skills he has. Is that so hard? Why does everyone just leave the game without saying a word, knowing that exiting means losing everything in the game? Park Buchan was starting to question his life choices. He had previously complained that Fanrin's great skill only bought them a little time, and now Fanzian lasted all of 10 minutes, handing the opponent an achievement. Is there really nothing wrong with this? Park Buchan asked the game once more. The game remained silent. Damn it! He cursed, then muttered to himself. It's all right, everything's still under control. It's only been 3 games, it's not over yet. He wasn't worried because he had placed his bets on the last 2 games. He was confident that one of them was capable of killing any player in the world. Its difficulty was beyond his imagination. And even if that opponent was somehow godlike enough to clear that level, he still had a backup plan. His trap would target the other black team member, Xia Antong. Taking down an unranked girl should be simple. Park Buchan thought smugly, even if I lose to Lu Su, I won't lose this game, thanks to my 2-pronged strategy. In his mind, he was like a spider weaving a web. The closer the opponent felt to success, the nearer they were to failure. With a sinister smile, Park Buchan wrote down the limitation he had long thought up. The black team has cleared the 3rd campus miracle. Now, the white team will impose the 3rd limitation. If any member of the black team dies or exits, the challenge mode will be considered a failure. As the announcement sounded, Xia Antong laughed. Perfect prediction. Seems dealing with you, Park Buchan, is a bit too easy. She began guiding Lu Su towards the location of the next ghost story. Looks like I was right. Remember what I told you earlier? Lu Su nodded in acknowledgement. Looks like your condition is in effect. So, what is it that you want me to agree to? Xia Antong stood up in the classroom, stretching her limbs, and began pulling equipment out of her backpack. First, make sure the headphones never fall off. Second, when you're about to clear this level, let me know. All right. Lu Su had also kept his word, not asking for reasons. Lu Su took a deep breath and stepped into the room once more. The previous scene hadn't alarmed him, but Xia Antong's words instinctively made him feel that something interesting was about to unfold. He eagerly anticipated that Park Buchan would have more thrilling challenges in store. As he entered the spacious central exhibition room, Lu Su surveyed the 200 square meter space adorned with famous paintings. He relaxed his tense mind, allowing the wild beast within him to gradually awaken. The light green mask he wore displayed a mix of irritation and a smile tinged with pity. He clenched his fist tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly in the empty room. This is the art classroom, right? Lu Su asked coldly. Does anyone feel like shedding a tear? We're on a schedule here. Outside the classroom, Xia Antong's all-seeing eye circled twice, confirming Lu Su's entry, before the light inside the room twisted, becoming impenetrable. She knew the game of sins had begun. Xia Antong controlled the eye to return, took out a device resembling an insulin syringe, and unhesitatingly injected it into her temple. This scene unsettled the audience, yet she wore a look of enjoyment. After the injection, Xiaontong's pupils turned a deep sapphire blue, her gaze exuding a strange confidence. The drug amplified her brain power, a pure brainwave enhancer. As her cognitive capacity increased to 25, the world transformed before her eyes. Every object not only reflected light, but also its information and history. Xiaontong stood up and selected a bust of David from the neatly arranged sketch statues. She gently caressed the sculpture, speaking softly, "He's already started over there. I have a feeling he'll be quick. So, shall we begin to? Why don't you smile? Come on, give me a smile. I remember you smiled 4 times behind my back before." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room's sketch statues began to tremble violently. The face of the David sculpture in her hand started to contort, its expression becoming ferociously angry. "Oh dear, it's upset." Xiaontong chuckled lightly. "I told you to smile, and you refused. You should meet that guy. He'd straighten you out." With that, she slammed the sculpture to the ground. Both individuals embarked on a new round of challenges in different settings. One forced a painting to weep, while the other compelled a statue to smile. Park Buchan observed all of this, a slight smile on his lips. Although he knew nothing of the condition of the two on the black side, he understood the trigger states of the ghost story game. The contents of the crying painting and the moving statue had already been activated. The scene of the crying painting didn't concern Park Buchan, as there were no allies stationed there. It was merely part of the game. The key was the moving statue. This was his meticulous design, intended to mislead while forcibly separating the two. He assumed the weaker one would choose to stay put, potentially triggering the game scenario at any moment. Now, the scene had indeed been triggered. Park Buchan felt delighted, as this was the first piece of good news he'd received since entering the game. He originally planned to deploy his strongest ghost story once Sin was nearly depleted, while the one on blank side served more as a backup plan. If Sin proved unbeatable, he'd use the ghost story to stall him, then personally deal with the woman. Didn't expect it to trigger so soon, Park Buchan thought. Seems like that woman's luck isn't great. Fortunately, I planned ahead, setting the game condition that either one's exit counts as a failure. She probably hasn't realized she's already caught in the trap. Thinking about the potential positive outcomes, Park Buzong started a conversation with his last remaining teammate. His face instantly took on a look of ingratiation, reminiscent of a puppy seeking affection. This teammate was not only a top player within the borders of the great Han Ming Kingdom, but also a rising star he had been pursuing for months without success. Despite his high status, which should have allowed him to easily win over a minor celebrity, the fact that he hadn't succeeded only fueled his desire even more. Previously, when he was challenging for the top spot, he was full of confidence and in the spotlight. However, after several consecutive failures in the paranormal game and the withdrawal of his teammates, he had lost face. Now, he finally had some good news. His plan seemed to be taking effect, allowing him to show off a bit and assign some tasks. He couldn't wait to make the call. "Hey, Xiaoya," Park Buzong said, feigning a casual tone. "We've got some good news on our end." "Zure?" He scoffed dismissively. "He's not important anymore. Whether he's strong or not doesn't affect the outcome of this game. I want you to go check it out." During the conversation, Park Buzong hinted that Kong Bai had fallen into a trap, while trying to persuade this last teammate to harvest the opponent. This would ensure victory and allow him to curry favor. By having her deal with the opposing female teammate, he gave her a chance to shine while preserving his own dignity. After all, how could a man of his stature actively target a girl? Park Buzong was smug, feeling that his plan was truly a masterstroke. Despite Zue's continuous success and his own team's repeated failures, he was confident that his scheming and design were the keys to victory. To him, games were like life, where intelligence mattered more than brute strength. Only someone like me can be number one. Park Buzong thought to himself with satisfaction. Victory is certain. However, while Xiaontong's side had yet to lose, Park Buzong had already played out a lengthy victory scenario in his mind. His imagination was so vivid and his ability to fantasize so strong that it was truly unmatched. At this moment, the Chinese audience watching the game through the perspective were left speechless. They watched Park Buzong with an inexplicable smile on his face, his eyes vacant, occasionally gesticulating wildly, completely bewildered. What is he so happy about? Does he even know Kong Bai is close to winning? He seems a bit crazy. His condition is different from Zue's though. What level of mental capacity is this? Is this his superpower? Various sarcastic comments arose, but since they contained hidden information about the game, Park Buzong naturally couldn't see them. Occasionally, when he opened the live stream, all he saw were comments praising the great Han Ming Kingdom and himself. These irrelevant game contents seemed to weave a cocoon around him, allowing him to revel in the few pieces of good news. The audience could only watch helplessly, waiting for the situation to unfold. Meanwhile, in a chaotic art classroom, Lu Su pressed his earpiece and began a conversation with Xiaontong. He was ready to fulfill his previous promise. The classroom was a mess of vandalized masterpieces, sunflowers and starry night carelessly discarded on the floor. The Mona Lisa with a bullet hole in her forehead, no longer smiling, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. The creation of Adam torn in half, its figures shredded. Other medieval paintings either nailed to the walls or scattered, frames all shattered. The partitions and walls of the room were all smashed, turning the finely decorated space into a bare shell. Lu Su had come in with the intent to destroy, expecting resistance but finding none. The confession of the disheartened floated in the air, suppressing all spirits. For Lu Su, this game was a piece of cake. He completed the task faster than in the previous round, with only one step left. He began to search for Xiantong. Hey, I'm almost done here. What's your plan? Lu Su's tone was calm, showing that the difficulty of this level hadn't fazed him much. Oh, hello. It seems you've finished very quickly. Hearing Xiantong's voice, Lu Su suddenly frowned and asked, Who are you? Xiantong? Xiantong seemed to understand something, cleared her throat, and explained, I got an injection, temporarily increasing my brain's capacity, so my personality might have changed a bit. How much do you have left to finish? Lu Su glanced back at the full-body portrait in front of him. The figure's chest, hands, and feet had steel pins inserted, writhing on the canvas, tears flowing from its eyes. The once horrifying image now appeared somewhat pitiful. I just need one more shot, Lu Su replied succinctly. Oh, Xiantong responded, turning to survey her surroundings. Unlike Lu Su's wreckage, the biology classroom where Xiantong stood remained intact, with desks and chairs neatly arranged. The only anomaly was a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster in the center of the room, assembled from sketch statues. The creature stood in a bizarre pose, with miniature jet propulsion devices attached to each segmented statue. These devices, controlled by 360-degree surveillance, precisely manipulated every movement of the sculpture. A walking statue? All your movements are under my control, Xiantong confidently declared. Numerous intricate modules combined to firmly control this living dead, rendering it powerless. The eyes of the David sculpture were wide, staring intently at Xiantong. She spread her hands dismissively and said, Sorry, physics? Then, she spoke to Zue on the other end of the earpiece. Okay, I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, then you take the shot and wrap things up over there. Let's give Park Buzong's overly mundane life a little surprise. Surprise? Lu Su raised an eyebrow, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He immediately sensed something was off. Xiantong didn't usually talk like this. She must have taken action on her end, needing to sync up with him. Translate that for me? What do you mean by surprise? Lu Su pressed, a touch of urgency in his voice. Xiantong blurted out, Surprise means 1.8 million taels of silver. Realizing her slip, she quickly corrected herself. Just shoot. 3, 2, 1. Lu Su took a deep breath, focusing on the bizarre game before him. No matter what, this level had to be cleared. He adjusted his right index finger, aiming at the despair-ridden portrait in front of him. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed as the portrait was pierced through. Are you even crying? Shot it down with one hit. Lu Su muttered to himself, pulling the trigger once more. Just then, a barrage of explosions erupted from the other end of his headset, crackling like a string of firecrackers going off beside his ear. Lu Su frowned, unsure of what antics Xiantong was up to. Within a minute, 2 consecutive notification sounds echoed throughout the game, as if signaling a prearranged agreement. Campus 7 Wonders, the tears of the portrait, Black Team Challenge successful. Progress, 47. Remaining time, 22 hours 14 minutes and 26 seconds. Campus 7 Wonders, the walking statue, Black Team Challenge successful. Progress, 57. Remaining time, 22 hours 14 minutes and 24 seconds. Lu Su silently calculated. The Campus 7 Wonders seemed numerous and, with various restrictions, should have been daunting. Yet, in less than 2 hours, they had broken through 4 levels with unstoppable momentum, their speed increasing. Especially these last 2 levels, with no preset teammates and no prior arrangement, everything happened so suddenly. Piao Buchan was driven to the edge of a cliff by this sudden turn of events, forced to face the last decisive move with no room for maneuver. However, when Lu Su heard the 2 completed notifications, he didn't show any joy. Instead, his brow furrowed, and beneath his light green mask, his expression seemed displeased. This is the one you said you hadn't found, right? Lu Su questioned, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You wanted to clear it yourself? I could have handled it. Why complicate things? In Lu Su's view, while this approach advanced the game, it significantly increased the risk. He didn't know Xiantong's capabilities, nor did he plan to find out. From the beginning, he intended to clear the game solo, especially with the added teammate restrictions. Xiantong explained, without doing this, he'd predict your actions. By doing this, we can predict his judgment. She didn't elaborate, offering a simplified explanation. Plus, this way, we can place their restrictions within predictable, acceptable bounds. Lu Su didn't entirely accept this explanation. So what's your combat ability? He pursued. Xiaoyantong felt a headache coming on. She often wondered if she overestimated Piao Buchan, unsure of the extent of the permissions the game granted him. This made her hesitant to voice her thoughts. If the opponent was a hunter and she guessed their intentions, the roles of hunter and prey could switch. But if the opponent knew their judgments, it would create many other problems. She could only hope Piao Buchan was indeed a fool. Hence, Xiaoyantong carefully replied, I assure you, for all future battles, you'll be the one fighting. You're the key player. Keep your headset on and watch for upcoming restrictions. Indeed, Piao Buchan was a fool. In his fanciful imagination, he didn't consider much about strategy and counter-strategy, perhaps a common flaw for those in advantageous positions. When he heard two legends were resolved simultaneously, and won by the other team, his eyes nearly popped out. What? Why are your teammates so capable? Mine are like they're brain dead, he exclaimed. Piao Buchan didn't consider whether his judgment was flawed, instead panicking. He had already used 3 restrictions against Kongbai, binding their game outcomes together. Now, he struggled to devise a new restriction to handle Zue. The sunk cost was too high. Not targeting Kongbai meant wasting previous restrictions. Plus, with 2 games ending simultaneously, he had only 2 restriction opportunities left, with no clear plan. The remaining 2 games were strong, one intended as a trump card against Zue. The other, a trump card targeting Kongbai, the walking statue, had already been solved. Now, with only one powerful legend left, he had no information on the other 2 players. Ugh, guess this is it. His muddled brain struggled, eventually finding the only path used the toughest game against Kongbai. With little time to rethink, Piao Buchan began typing his 4th demand in the game interface. Black team player has passed the 4th campus wonder. White team to propose the 4th restriction. White team, Piao Buchan, can now see but not communicate black team members' movements. As the voice faded, 2 blurry screens appeared before Piao Buchan. Finally, wasting a game condition, he saw what his 3 teammates hadn't reported. Zue always wore a mask, looking the same as ever. But Kongbai, it was Piao Buchan's first time seeing his appearance. The helmet covered over 60% of his face, making recognition nearly impossible unless familiar in real life. Why is everyone covering their faces? Piao Buchan muttered. As he observed, Xiaoyantong suddenly looked up, waving in his direction. Piao Buchan felt uneasy, unsure how she found the angle to meet his gaze. He quickly shifted his focus to the screen showing Zue. There, Lu Su, with a calm expression beneath his light green mask, was also looking at him. The next second, Lu Su pulled out Hell Roar and shot at him. As soon as his foot caught on something, Park Buchan was startled, jumping back instinctively, almost losing his balance. The sudden image of Lu Su pulling out a gun left his mind blank, fear overwhelming his reason and prompting a reflexive dodge. In reality, Park Buchan and Lu Su were separated by a great distance. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even in the same space as the campus. No matter how powerful Zue was, he couldn't shoot him across space. Yet emotions are uncontrollable. At that moment, seeing that pale green mask, alarm bells rang in Park Buchan's mind, and he couldn't help but feel afraid. As time passed, Park Buchan's initial confidence vanished. He glanced at Lu Su warily and noticed the pale green mask was still staring at him. Unable to resist, he asked the game, Hey, does the game show them where I'm looking from? No. The game replied to his question for the first time, though still dismissively. TSK, then how are these people seeing it? Park Buchan muttered to himself, but there was no time to delve into the issue. What was supposed to be a guaranteed win had turned into a matter of life and death, and he had to quickly write down the next restriction. Xiaoyantong could see because she had been in this room for so long that she knew every detail intimately. She even knew the number of grains of sand in the cracks between the bricks, and no subtle change in the air's movement escaped her notice. Thus, she could roughly judge the position from which she was being observed, but only within this room. As for Lu Su, it was purely intuition. Fury simply followed his instincts. Xiaoyantong stared at the spot that seemed to be under observation and whispered into her headset, I guess this guy is about to set some restriction to force me out. It might be a bit difficult to kill me in this room. Just as she was thinking this, a message from Park Buchan came through. The black team player has passed the 5th campus miracle. Now it's the white team's turn to propose the 5th restriction. None of the black team members may stay too long in a single urban legend scene. Xiaoyantong pondered. Everything was progressing too smoothly, making her suspect she was falling into the opponent's trap. Initially, she planned to turn the tables by using Zue's formidable strength to disrupt the opponent's strategy. This was supposed to be a game of role reversal between hunter and prey, but now it felt more like a puppet and a mage, with the opponent's moves perfectly mirroring her thoughts. Now, it was the final moment. The decoding and the mental battle were mostly over, and in her view, Park Buchan's intelligence seemed quite low. Of course, With the enhancement from the brainwave booster and the all-seeing eye, it was understandable that she perceived the opponent's intelligence as lacking. If everything went smoothly, the outcome would depend on whether Zue's absolute strength was sufficient. At this moment, Lu Su's irritable voice came through. These restrictions seem to target you more. A weak opponent only picks easy targets. Xie Antong raised an eyebrow slightly. Beneath the mask of fury, emotional intelligence seemed non-existent. She calmly asked, "So what's the next challenge? Hurry up. Don't get yourself into danger before I clear it. If I lose because of you." Lu Su's tone clearly carried a threat. However, with her enhanced intelligence, Xie Antong felt he was bluffing. She responded lightly, "I'm not in any danger. I'll guide you, manage Park Buchan's mental state. My work is done, and now you're the one in danger." She found a chair, sat down, crossed her legs, and continued. "Actually, the previous design seemed to direct his attacks at me, but in reality, the danger level is increased for you." Lu Su was taken aback, clearly not understanding her words under the simple thought process of the Fury Mask. Xiarantong said seriously, "Let me ask you one thing, do you absolutely trust your strength? The next two urban legends might be a bit strange. If you suddenly find yourself in a hellish situation without any preparation, do you think your combat strength is enough?" Hell? Xiarantong could clearly sense the change in tone from the other side of the headset. "I am hell." This statement almost made the Fury Mask feel like it was about to overload and lose control. "Okay, then just follow my lead." At this point, Xiarantong stopped wasting words. Her gray eyes drew a straight line in the air, pointing directly to where Lu Su was. If Zue couldn't handle it, then there was nothing more she could do. Meanwhile, on campus, a girl in 12-centimeter high heels, with a girl group vibe, was discussing what her partner called the most critical moment with Park Buchan. Her name was Yiya, Park Buchan's last teammate. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Yiya's sight. "Appa, I think I see someone," she said. "Who?" Park Buchan asked sharply, his nerves taut. "It seems like Fanrin, our teammate," Yiya replied hesitantly. "Oh, a teammate." Park Buchan breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He quit, didn't he? "No, run. Get into the urban legend game venue. He's not Fanrin. It's probably Zue. He has a mask that can change faces." Hearing it was Zue, Yiya's face turned pale. Without hesitation, she kicked off her high heels and sprinted away like an athlete. "Hey, Yiya." Fanrin had just started to smile when he saw her running away. He chased after her for a few steps, but she only ran faster, so he stopped helplessly. "Ugh, what's with this game? Why won't anyone talk to me? What's going on now?" he shouted in frustration. Suddenly, Fanrin felt a chill down his spine as a voice came from behind him. "What do you want to say?" Turning around, he was met with the sight of a pale green mask. Fanrin stood in the hallway, filled with regret and fear. He couldn't help but think that he hadn't done enough charity in his life, and now he was facing retribution. Why did he have to run into Lu Su here? Lu Su looked at the player who had caused him the most trouble in the game and couldn't resist saying, "Why are you still here?" Fanrin replied dejectedly, "I actually want to quit, but didn't you take my exit coin?" His voice grew softer, almost changing his words, fearing he might anger Lu Su. Although Lu Su appeared calm now, Fanrin vividly remembered his furious demeanor, the kind that felt like descending into hell, leaving him with lingering fear. Lu Su squinted, his tone dangerous. "Oh, are you saying this is my fault?" As he spoke, he slowly pulled out Hell's Roar. Fanrin panicked at the sight, hurriedly waving his hands in explanation. "No, no, how could it be? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have joined the game and wasted your time, sir." Seeing the gun pointed at him, he quickly jumped to the side, raising his hands high and speaking with a trembling voice. "Let's talk this over. Why pull out a gun?" At this moment, Fanrin's desire to survive was so strong that he set aside all pride. Lu Su silently praised him. Perhaps Fanrin was the only smart player in the entire Great Cold Underworld. "What are you doing?" he asked coldly. Fanrin was momentarily speechless. He couldn't say he was out looking for teammates. He recalled his emotional roller coaster after being judged out of the game. First, relief at surviving without leaving the game, retaining his superpower, but soon realizing he was alone, clueless about what to do next. The game had marked him as out. He couldn't participate in anything, no live streams, no contact with teammates, nothing to do. Initially, he planned to wait for the game to end automatically, but the eerie campus atmosphere left him uneasy, unsure of the game's progress. Finally, unable to sit still any longer, he decided to look for teammates, hoping for some reassurance. But instead, he ended up being distrusted by teammates and now facing Lu Su, the menacing figure. Fanrin was almost in tears. He just wanted to survive. Why was it so difficult? Seeing Lu Su pointing a gun at him without speaking, he hurriedly explained, "No, I'm not here to find my teammates." Both were stunned as soon as these words were out. Fanren realized his slip and could only say helplessly, I've already been judged out by the game. You heard it. I know nothing now, don't know when I can leave, or if I even can. My teammates even think I'm you. He paused, suddenly having a brainwave. Oh, by the way, she went that way just now. You can deal with them, just leave me out of it. Fanren almost effortlessly sold out Iya, thinking better her than him, as the gun was too intimidating. Lu Su glanced in the direction Fanren pointed, listened to something in his earpiece, and then headed that way. Fanren mustered the courage to call after him. Hey, could you give me back my exit coin? You don't even need it. Lu Su turned his head, his tone heavy. Return? Fanren quickly corrected himself. No, trade. I meant trade. He jogged a few steps forward, pulling out various odds and ends from his backpack. Mostly medicines and something like a rechargeable battery. These are all I have left. They're worth more than an exit coin. The battery can recharge items in the game that consume energy. For the first time, Lu Su's voice under the mask betrayed a hint of surprise, and the expression on the mask showed some disdain. All of it? Just this little? Fanren looked sincere. It's a lot, okay? I've only cleared the game twice. All the good stuff is just my skills and spirit-enhancing potions, which I've used up and can't give you. His eyes seemed to say, you have to believe me. Lu Su was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. With that, he took Fanren's items, turned, and quickly disappeared around the hallway corner. Fanren sighed with relief, thinking he was finally safe. Suddenly, he realized, wait, where's my exit coin? He didn't give it back. He ran a few steps, but Lu Su was already out of sight. Even if he caught up, there was nothing he could do. Fanren was dumbfounded. Was I scammed or robbed? Lu Su walked far away, still communicating with someone on his earpiece. He's a nice guy. I forgot to take his stuff before, and he even offered it. Xia Antong almost laughed on the other end. It's been like 10 minutes. Lu Su stopped. Why are you having me wander around the campus? What's going on? He was getting impatient. His intuition hadn't indicated any suspicious spots, and the campus's ghost stories seemed to have been cleared. Xia Antong explained, I wasn't sure before, but now that you've walked around and your intuition hasn't picked up anything, it pretty much confirms it. The last two ghost stories are likely mobile, without fixed locations. Lu Su twirled the gun in his hand. So, it seems the later ghost stories are indeed more challenging. So, we need to draw the snake out of its hole. Xiaoyantong walked to the classroom door, opening her game interface. A countdown appeared in front of her, a restriction placed by Pu Bucken earlier, preventing her from staying in one scene for too long. Counting the previous time, only 5 minutes remained. Now, go to the nearest restroom in the direction Fanren pointed you to. Enter it. Xiaoyantong instructed. Once inside, don't do anything. Stay in touch with me. Oh, and remember to enter the women's restroom. Lu Su felt a bit awkward about the mention of the women's restroom, but considering the game was filled with supernatural elements, he brushed it off. He continued walking in the direction he had been heading, and it seemed like he was the only person left in the entire campus. Even Fanren had disappeared to who knows where. Lu Su wandered the campus like a boss patrolling his territory, openly searching for hidden opponents. In reality, everyone else was indeed cautiously avoiding him. Pu Bucken was intently watching two silent screens, focusing on the movements of Zue and Kongbai. Noticing Zue moving in a certain direction and Kongbai seemingly about to leave a room, he immediately contacted his last teammate, Iya. Xiaoya, Zue might be heading your way, Pu Bucken said urgently. Iya was instantly filled with panic. As the weakest member on the Dahan Minghua team, she only entered the game because of her connection with Pu Bucken. Hearing that Zue was coming, she almost started to tremble. Appa, should I really stay here? Iya asked in a cutesy tone. Can we switch roles? Or maybe you handle him. I don't have the confidence. Although Pu Bucken was somewhat swayed by her tone, he maintained his composure. He reassured her gently, my plan is foolproof, and you don't even need to confront him. Just do nothing, and keep him trapped in the haunted scenario. We'll win soon. Don't you trust me? Iya wanted to say she didn't trust him. She was with Pu Bucken purely for his background and money. But at the moment, she reluctantly agreed. All right, no more talking. He should be here soon, and I'm in a hurry. Remember, don't engage. Meanwhile, Lu Su arrived at the entrance of the women's restroom. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside for the first time in his life. Is this the place? He muttered as he walked in. The layout surprised him. No urinals, just stalls. The cleanliness was average, but the most striking feature was the large mirror by the entrance. Lu Su stared at the mirror and realized it didn't reflect his image. A sinister smile appeared on his light green mask. Lu Su pressed his earpiece and raised his gun toward the mirror. I'm here, confirmed. The Hanakosan of the toilet is right here. Just then, Xiaoantong's urgent voice came through. Don't shoot. Don't do anything. Don't trigger the game scenario. Just stay there. You probably can't get out anyway. Try not to look at the mirror. It's crucial for the game's outcome. Lu Su suppressed the urge to ask questions, put away his gun, and closed his eyes, replying, "All right, hurry up." Xiaoyantong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sprang into action. She left her room and approached a stairwell. Looking up, she saw the standard 12 steps. Her all-seeing eye had scanned the entire campus, including the basement and hidden corners. There was no place with 13 steps. Xiaoyantong began to climb the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. As she stepped onto the 12th step, another step appeared before her. The surroundings instantly became dark, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the area. Despite her all-seeing eye and brain warning of danger, Xiaoyantong smiled excitedly. She adjusted her headset and confidently stepped onto the 13th step. In an instant, the world fell silent. The space seemed unchanged, yet it felt like a vacuum. The oppressive air seemed to become tangible, making Xiaoyantong feel a slight dampness, and the air turned thick. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from above. "Hello, Miss Kongbai," said a handsome yet somewhat effeminate man with a Korean style. Xiaoyantong laughed derisively at the sight of him. "Idiot," she scoffed. Pu Buchan was taken aback by this straightforward insult. Before he could respond, Xiaoyantong, with a look of exasperation, said, "Let me guess. The last two haunted scenarios are mobile, especially this 13th step, which you can summon at any time. So, this was supposed to be a time-wasting tactic. You were confident, thinking you had a surefire victory with this, though I'm guessing the game has some restrictions on you. But it's also the most powerful trap, and you're wary of Zue's strength. So you used a relatively defensive scenario to trap him and then forced me out using the game's restrictions. Then you'd win, right?" Pu Buchan's expression shifted, and he finally sneered. "So what if you guessed it? It's too late now." Xiaoyantong smiled charmingly yet dangerously under her helmet. "So, all my caution, all the visual misdirection, including my body language after knowing you could see me, were all for nothing, huh? You never doubted any of it?" Pu Buchan was stunned. "Did that really happen?" TSK, Xiaoyantong looked at Park Buching, who appeared all smug and self-assured, and felt a pang of discomfort. She was momentarily speechless. This guy, ranked 79? Although she knew his strength mainly came from his equipment, there were countless heroes in the world. How did someone like him manage to get in? Xiaoyantong thought to herself that the game had just started, and the experts hadn't fully shown their skills yet, giving people like him an opportunity. She recalled the thrill of accidentally entering a high-level game for the first time, thinking she had encountered the world's top challenges. However, reality hit her hard. Was Sin the only one who deserved to be called high-level? She couldn't help but remember the suffocating pressure she felt when facing Sin before. That experience had led her to have unrealistic expectations of the people on the leaderboard. Inwardly, she mocked Park Buching. "Are you really not afraid of dying, challenging without even checking the opponent's profile?" At this moment, Xiaoyantong cranked the power of her all-seeing eye to the maximum, with at least 10 invisible gazes fixed on Park Buching. She scrutinized every muscle on his face, especially his expressions, trying to figure out if he was putting on an act. Park Buching chuckled, showing what he thought was a gentlemanly smile, but it came off as greasy. "Hee, there's no need to be so harsh. We're civilized people, unlike uncultured savages who attack women at will, especially beautiful ones like you. If you want to back out now, you don't need to take the risk. Or if you don't want to lose your gear, you can hand it over to me, and we can discuss the trade later." Xiaoyantong laughed inwardly at his over-the-top humor. If it weren't for Sin choosing the hell difficulty, this challenge would have been meaningless. Then again, who in their right mind would challenge the world's #1 without understanding the game's rules and the opponent's strength? Park Buching seemed confident of his victory, leisurely taking 2 steps down the stairs while continuing his monologue. "Sometimes, the outcome of a game isn't determined by the power of a single piece. That's pointless. Like in chess, if your king is captured, you lose, and the game ends. But the king isn't the strongest piece. He's weak, almost a burden. The queen is strong, the rook is strong, but it doesn't matter. Once the king falls, it's over. You, under my design, have become the king of this game, stepping right into my trap. As for your teammates, they were just pawns, all part of my plan. You didn't think you were going to win, did you?" After finishing his strategic speech, Park Buching looked at Xiaoyantong, who seemed petrified. "Well, I'm sure you understand your situation now. Make your choice. I can spare your life. Let's just be friends." Xiaoyantong coolly replied, "Your stupidity is like a character from a third-rate novel. Only you're so overconfident it's almost funny." Park Buching's face darkened, and he sneered, "Looks like Miss Kong doesn't recognize the situation. Do you really think you can get past me? As you people say, not shedding tears until seeing the coffin?" Xiaoyantong shrugged. "This is a sudden death level. Once triggered, it's basically brute force to break through. I know I'm not your match here." She stated it so matter-of-factly that Park Buching was momentarily confused. "You know you can't win, so what are you saying?" Xia Yantong then asked, but are you sure you can handle that guy over there? Him? Sin? Park Buching scoffed. This level was designed for him. Of course, I'm confident I can take him down. But since I've caught you, the king, why should I worry about him? Xia Antong found him as easy to deceive as a blank sheet of paper and was curious about how to resolve this mystery if not triggered. Just then, Sin's voice came through her earpiece. Isn't it about time? Can you stop wasting words on him and get started? Xia Antong raised an eyebrow. You figured it out? Earlier, it was quite obvious. Lu Su stood in the center of the women's restroom, facing the eerie, empty mirror with his eyes closed. Xia Antong's previous urgency and panic when telling him not to open his eyes were all too familiar to him, fear of being unable to ensure his own safety. From that moment, Lu Su had a good idea of what she hadn't explicitly said and decided to follow her advice, avoiding rash actions. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have smashed the mirror upon entering. Seeing this, Park Buching angrily shouted, chatting right in front of me? Why not ask him how he feels about losing? His days as world number one should be over by now. Xia Antong looked up and gave him a look of pity. You talked about chess for so long. Didn't you consider a castling move? Good luck. Before the sentence was finished, Xia Antong quickly pressed her earpiece. Switch. The space suddenly distorted, and Xia Antong's figure became unreal, then shattered and reformed in an instant. It happened so quickly that Park Buching hadn't even reacted, the confident smile still on his face. Before him, the seemingly delicate figure vanished, replaced by a figure wearing a light green mask. Hello, Lu Su said, looking up. The air and time seemed to freeze at that moment, as Lu Su and Pu Buchan faced each other on the 13 steps of the staircase. The smile on Pu Buchan's face instantly froze, his mouth twitching, his facial muscles struggling to maintain the confident demeanor he had before. His mental state was a stark contrast to moments ago, as an inexplicable fear arose in him when facing Lu Su, akin to an animal instinctively fearing a predator. Pu Buchan swallowed hard, eyeing his opponent warily, having completely forgotten his earlier bravado. Lu Su also scrutinized this challenger, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Pu Buchan's limbs were slender, showing no signs of training, clearly lacking combat experience. His face was smooth, with signs of overindulgence barely concealed around his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Su said, why so silent? Weren't you quite the talker when you challenged me earlier? He rolled his shoulders, finding a bit of interest in this seemingly harmless opponent. Having gathered all 7 major rumors, only the fight remained. For him, wearing the Wrath mask, combat was the simplest and most adept task. In disbelief, Pu Buchan asked, how is this possible? The rumor was triggered. This is another dimension. How did you get here? Lu Su chuckled. You'd have to ask her. He pointed to the earpiece. True interconnectivity. It appears to be a simple communication device, but it's actually an epic weapon. It allows 2 users to swap places, ignoring any spatial constraints. Though it requires recharging after a single use, this limitless swapping ability makes it an epic weapon. Lu Su silently thanked his intuition for recognizing the earpiece's unique nature. He couldn't help but touch his ethereal cloak, thinking it might be the weakest among the epic weapons. Suddenly, Xia Antong's voice came through the earpiece. You need to take this seriously. I need you here. At that moment, in the pitch-black bathroom where Xia Antong was, the sound of water began to rise, as if there was a leak. Crimson blood seeped from the sink and stalls, about to reach her feet. In the mirror, the silhouette of a black-haired girl slowly appeared, her hollow eye sockets with a tongue eerily writhing. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, Xia Antong remained motionless, eyes closed. She even shut down her all-seeing eye, knowing this was a look-and-you're-dead situation. As long as she didn't look, she could withstand the threat here. Lu Su responded briefly, I know. He continued, in folklore, the 13 steps are the most dangerous, potentially the only instant death rumor. The all-seeing eye already warned me of the danger there. You need to be careful too, don't get yourself killed. Xia Antong's words infuriated Lu Su, and he clenched the earpiece, gritting his teeth. What? He'll be killed by him? Xia Antong quickly hung up. Her words were purely to provoke Lu Su's wrath, helping him get into the right state. She knew it was a risky move. If he genuinely lost, her current situation would be precarious as well. Though Lu Su appeared calm, internally he was burning with anger. Pu Buchan's foolish demeanor only fueled his disdain. He thought, what gives this guy the right to challenge me? Just his background ranking him at 79? Suddenly, Pu Buchan felt a chill. He noticed Lu Su's expression growing more menacing, the surrounding air seemingly collapsing towards him. Summoning his courage, Pu Buchan ordered Yiya, take out that woman. Then he turned to Lu Su. It doesn't matter, you two. Lu Su interrupted. Don't you think you're too close to me? Alarm bells went off in Pu Buchan's mind, and he leaped back. To his horror, He saw his right arm had already been torn off, hanging bloodily in Lu Su's hand. Pain surged through him, his body twisting and expanding, skin tearing, muscles bulging, horns sprouting from his head, transforming him into a demonic form. Simultaneously, the entire staircase began to writhe, as if countless malevolent entities were about to break through the walls, floors, and steps. Ascending the steps, tangible entities emerged, and upon reaching the 13th level, the space suddenly twisted. This stage was starkly different from previous ones. It was no longer about ethereal spirits or mental attacks, but rather a confrontation with physical malevolent spirits and demons. They bore wings, had horns, and their bodies resembled grotesque amalgamations of various animals. This was the first time since the inception of the divine selection paradise that such an unreal scene had appeared, as if humanity had slipped into another dimension. The audience, still reeling from the previous 3 games, was stunned by this supernatural spectacle. Voices of discussion rose among them. This is beyond surreal. A pure combat scene with no puzzles to solve. Ascent that mean entering is a dead end? If such a legend exists in the game, wouldn't Park Buching be invincible? The conversation quickly shifted, and concern for Zue was palpable. Meanwhile, Park Buching, now fully transformed into a red demon, was clutching his severed right arm, howling in pain. However, he soon realized that the pain was subsiding. The flesh at the site of the amputation was coagulating, forming a tumor, and beginning to regenerate. Park Buching gazed at his body in astonishment, clenched his fist, and felt the surge of power within, overwhelmed with joy. Is this really my body? Is this the power I possess? Park Buching looked down at his completely transformed form, a flicker of discomfort and fear in his eyes. But the intoxicating sense of power quickly dispelled these emotions, and he became immersed in it. By now, Park Buching's height had surged to 3.5 meters. He looked down at the diminutive Zue, a newfound confidence arising within him. The entire subspace was teeming with demons, and the stairway, which had already adapted to expand, felt cramped under the pressure of dozens of massive demons. A distorted head protruding from the wall measured 2 meters in diameter, with mutated jaws oozing greenish-yellow mucus. Amidst these colossal creatures, Zue's figure seemed especially small, like a lone boat in a storm. Yet his presence was like a black hole, drawing everything towards him, exerting a formidable pressure that was the aura of rage. Each demon radiated a sinister aura, enough to drive anyone to a mental breakdown. Even through the screen, many viewers began to feel physically uncomfortable. But for Zue, all of this served as fuel for his fury. The light green patterns on his mask shifted wildly, resembling a chaotic mosaic, as he stood silently, saying nothing. Beneath the mask, Zue's rationality was rapidly eroding. Surrounded by these towering demons, he felt as if he had arrived at his home turf. On the other side, Park Buching, his power swelling to the extreme, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha! He realized how ridiculous his previous fears were. With such formidable power, would it being the world's #1 even matter? The exponential growth in strength had completely consumed Park Buching. With a mere touch, an entire row of railings collapsed effortlessly. Have you decided how you want to die, Zue? Park Buching roared at Lu Su, his mouth gaping wide. The surge of power had made him lose his mind, especially such fleeting strength. Lu Su had also experienced a similar surge when he first unlocked his genetic potential, but Park Buching was evidently more foolish. I'll kill you. Park Buching's mind was beginning to unravel, his red demon mouth gaping wide to reveal sharp fangs. His original teeth had long shattered, and blood and saliva flowed uncontrollably. Under the influence of the demon's assimilation, his sanity was as fragile as paper. With a howling wind, Park Buching's massive form charged towards Lu Su, raising his remaining arm like a whirling flail, aiming to smash into Zue with full force. The clash between Lu Su and Park Buching was like 2 meteors colliding. Unlike his opponent's cautious probing, Lu Su opted for a direct, hidden charge. He moved with lightning speed, and before Park Buching's punch was fully extended, their fists had already met. A thunderous boom echoed around them, reminiscent of a missile explosion. At the point of impact, the air grew intensely hot, and white smoke billowed. An invisible shockwave radiated outwards from the 2 men, sweeping away debris like leaves in a storm. The scene was akin to a cinematic explosion, almost unbelievable as the result of human strength. Then, a strange crack sounded. From the corner of his eye, Park Buching saw his shoulder protrude unnaturally, his entire arm numb and his shoulder in excruciating pain. Clearly, Lu Su's incredible force had deformed his entire arm. In Park Buching's red eyes, disbelief flashed intensely. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the terrifying power harbored within the man before him. The impact of the scene was so profound that even the newly emerged demons around them fell silent, their murmuring reduced to whispers. Lu Su slowly raised his head, and his pale green mask began to emit a dark aura. He said coldly, "I sincerely hope you have the ability to kill me." Before his words had fully settled, Lu Su's fist transformed into a handblade, seizing Park Buching's massive fist and giving it a fierce twist. The sound of crackling echoed continuously, like countless firecrackers going off at once. Park Buching's entire arm twisted grotesquely, his previously well-formed muscles spasming violently, with blood spurting like a fountain. Park Buching let out a scream of agony that no longer sounded human. At the same time, a large book's phantom slowly appeared behind him, its pages unfurling. This was none other than the legendary weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire. With a loud, piercing crack, the air was shattered as Park Buchan wrenched his arm free from Lu Su's grip. His once strong arm now hung limp at his side, like a noodle without a skeleton. Blood spread across it like carefully applied paint, staining it red in a strange rhythm. 5 conical holes appeared on his fist, gouged out by Lu Su's brute force, and using these holes as leverage, the entire arm was twisted. The demonic bone structure inside Park Buchan was pulverized, and the excruciating pain made him grimace. His ego, once inflated by his strength, now deflated significantly, leaving him filled with regret for having engaged personally. Just then, a roar echoed through the stairwell. "Kill him!" Simultaneously, the legendary weapon on Park Buchan's back, Song of Ice and Fire, burst into a brilliant glow. Lu Su's eyes had been fixed on this most threatening weapon from the start. His combat instincts drove him to charge at Park Buchan without hesitation, giving him no time to breathe. However, just as he was about to reach his target, an odd sensation washed over him. Looking down, Lu Su realized his lower torso was covered in frost, and his feet were firmly frozen to the ground, unable to move. The properties of Song of Ice and Fire, this legendary weapon, flashed through Lu Su's mind. It required only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to activate, releasing ice and fire magic far beyond the user's own power. As the only legendary weapon within the borders of the Grand Cold Nether Kingdom, it gave Park Buchan the confidence to challenge the best. It was meant to be his trump card, yet his overconfidence had led to its premature exposure. Facing such a pure magical attack, Lu Su, who had grown up in a non-magical era, was momentarily disoriented. Though the damage might not be as severe as losing a limb, the piercing cold seemed to freeze even his soul. As he hesitated for a moment, the frost crept up to his neck. Chosen of Agony. Agony value 1. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Lu Su hammered his chest, shattering the ice into pieces, then twisted his right foot, cracking the half-meter thick ice layer. Despite this, the brief delay gave the enemy an opportunity. The surrounding demons swarmed, evidently facing such a formidable opponent for the first time. A grotesquely shaped hellhound lunged first, its massive head taking up 90% of its body, maw agape to reveal meter-long fangs gleaming with cold light, as if to swallow Lu Su whole. Lu Su stretched out his hands, gripping the hellhound's upper and lower jaws tightly. Enhanced by the Song of Ice and Fire, the fangs burned with intense heat, instantly piercing Lu Su's palms. Chosen of Agony. Agony value 1. Chosen of Agony. Agony value 5. The system's alerts came in rapid succession, the toxin and the hellish fuel amplifying Lu Su's pain. The hellhound, tasting blood, went berserk, desperately trying to close its jaws, only to find its mouth being forced wider. Its small body writhed frantically, emitting cries like a baby's wail. However, Lu Su had long cast aside any sense of mercy. With a sickening tear of flesh, the hellhound was ripped in half, its black-red blood and multicolored entrails splattering all over him. His pale green mask was now stained crimson, adding to its menacing appearance. The mask displayed a smile once seen during a gluttonous feast. Eyes pitch black, mouth stretched to the ears, though Lu Su himself showed no such emotion. A goat-like demon charged forward, and Lu Su mercilessly snapped off its horns, driving one into its eye socket. A blob-like creature barreled in, only to have its head punched into its body by Lu Su. Within seconds, his right-hand scholar had tied a multi-tentacled creature into a knot. Park Buchan continued to unleash ice and fire magic, flames-enhancing attacks, frost-restricting movement, coupled with an endless army of demons. It seemed Lu Su's defeat was only a matter of time. Yet, the more Park Buchan fought, the more alarmed he became. Lu Su appeared to have entered some terrifying state, transformed into a killing machine, and those fearsome great demons were as fragile as paper before him. The system prompt sounded. Related metal triggered Anarchic Berserker. Anarchic Berserker. Activated upon entering large-scale combat mode. Reducing rationality, increasing the desire to kill, making one frenzied, ignoring all stamina consumption and non-lethal injuries. However, after the battle, all fatigue and pain will erupt simultaneously. With the dual empowerment of the Rage Mask and the Anarchic Berserker metal, Lu Su had completely abandoned reason, his mind consumed by a singular thought battle: slaughter, madness. The intense battle in the subspace did not affect the outside world, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed in the real world, surpassing Fan Ren's record. With both Lu Su and Xiaoyang having entered the final subspace stage, only Fan Ren remained on the campus. He roamed the silent grounds, unable to find a single soul or hear even the chirp of insects or birds. When Lu Su had fought in the arena earlier, the sound of collapsing walls, though terrifying, had provided a modicum of comfort. Now, the suffocating silence around him made his skin crawl. Is anyone there? Fan Ren called out, his voice trembling. Can someone help me? Park Buchan? Zue? In the end, Fan Rensher found himself at a loss, resorting to calling out Zue's name. The campus was eerily deserted, with a silence that was almost palpable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the empty buildings, yet there was no response. The merciless killer with the pale green mask was someone Fan Rensher oddly hoped to see, as it would at least confirm that he was still within the game. Fan Rensher's emotions were a swirling mix of fear and anticipation for the appearance of that terrifying mask. He glanced around nervously, muttering to himself, Zue? You wretched soul. Why did you take my exit coins? A chilling thought crossed his mind: could the game have ended, leaving him trapped here forever? Meanwhile, on the 13th step of the subspace, Pu Buchan had undergone his 4th transformation, now appearing as a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a man. He warily eyed the massive hole Lu Su had blasted open, leading to an endless void and chaotic time-space currents. Pu Buchan recalled the terrifying weapon Lu Su had wielded, the booming shout of 50, still echoing in his ears. Exhausted, Pu Buchan sat on the ground. 18 soul-reaping demons, the strongest of their kind, had been summoned, each with beast heads and human bodies, resembling griffins, lizards, and other forms. The iron chains they wielded pierced through Lu Su's body, hooking into his bones. Yet, even in this dire situation, Lu Su sat calmly on the steps, flipping through a book. The entire space was painted in the colors of blood, with Lu Su like a mad artist using the demons' lives as his brush. Pu Buchan felt a mix of terror and desire, knowing that defeating Lu Su would make him a legend. Lu Su's body was riddled with wounds, his cloak soaked as if dipped in a river of blood, yet he still exuded an aura of invincibility. He was engrossed in reading the confessions of the disheartened, completely ignoring the 18 chains pulling at him and their corruption. Suddenly, the game system announced that Lu Su had earned the legendary medal of Master of Slaughter. Annoyed, Lu Su interrupted the system's notification. Can you stop with the chatter? He tilted his head back, downed a high-grade healing potion, and began rapidly mending his injuries. Chosen of pain, add points, he shouted, gearing up for the next round of challenges. Strength, 3050. On Lu Su's attribute panel, his strength value suddenly surged. At that moment, he felt a powerful energy coursing through his body, with his muscle fibers subtly twitching beneath his skin. Lu Su was well aware of his weakness. Magical attacks had never been his forte. But now, he was determined to rely solely on his physical strength to break through any spell. This wasn't a battle of ethereal spirits. It was a raw, physical confrontation. With each clash, he could feel the tearing of flesh, the pain crashing over him like waves, yet it only fueled his fighting spirit. Seated on the steps, Lu Su's mind gradually cleared. However, the side effects of the chaotic berserker began to manifest, as a torrent of pain points surged in, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness. It was akin to the exhaustion he felt in the past, like trying to do 30 pull-ups right after a grueling kilometer run, with every muscle in his body screaming in fatigue. Yet, Lu Su wasn't worried about his injuries. The potions in the Divine Selection Paradise were like a game-breaking glitch, with astonishing healing effects. He even injected himself with a power cell meant for weapons, feeling the energy coursing through him. However, the accumulation of pain points was a tricky issue, and even he had to admit it was a daunting challenge. In the arena, Lu Su was locked in a stalemate with the 18 Soul Reapers, led by Pu Buchan. The air was thick with tension, and no one dared to make a move, fearing that breaking the delicate balance would lead to catastrophic consequences. Pu Buchan watched Lu Su warily. He had a vague sense that as Lu Su read, the dark aura around him grew thicker. Whether it was an illusion or not, Pu Buchan felt his grip on the claw tighten, as if some unseen force was at play. Holding the claw in one hand, Pu Buchan cautiously grasped a small 10-centimeter-high statue in the other. This was his final trump card, and as Xiaoyang had said, Pu Buchan indeed had many treasures. However, the power of this artifact was beyond his capability. Using it might indeed eliminate Lu Su, but at the cost of the entire level's narrative structure collapsing. More importantly, he was reluctant to use such a precious item. At that moment, Pu Buchan connected with Yi through communication. Hey, what's going on over there? Haven't you dealt with it yet? Just as he finished speaking, Lu Su, who had been quietly reading, suddenly looked up. Pu Buchan shuddered involuntarily as he faced that pale green mask, his fear intensifying. He realized that this battle had long transcended to another level. He tightened his grip on the statue instinctively. "You've only got a couple of stray cats left, right?" Lu Su's voice was icy and unfeeling from beneath the mask. The 18 beast-headed humanoid monsters paused collectively, clearly not expecting to be so disdainfully described. Lu Su slowly stood up, lifting his chin to reveal a sharp jawline. His neck cracked, as if stretching his muscles. "I just want to ask." His tone suddenly became aggressive. "What are you all waiting for? Why do you look like NPCs in a game?" "I'm waiting for my stamina and injuries to recover, waiting to add to my pain points." "What are you waiting for? Death?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Su grabbed a hook lodged in his body and yanked it with force. The other 17 chains immediately pulled back, attempting to tear him apart. In such a situation, a normal person would have lost the ability to resist, but Lu Su was clearly not ordinary. His bones creaked painfully, yet he forcibly pulled the chain towards him. The lizard-head monster hadn't even reacted when it was dragged by this immense force in front of Lu Su. Its triangular pupils contracted sharply, and before it could respond, Lu Su's arm had already plunged into its chest up to the elbow. The lizard-head monster glanced down at its pierced chest, then looked up to see the menacing fangs on the mask. "One down," Lu Su said coldly. The 18 Soul Reapers were caught off guard, and even Pu Buchan was taken aback. No one could understand why Lu Su's strength suddenly doubled. Could he have been holding back all along? But that defied all logic. However, no one could answer their questions. Lu Su had already begun his final showdown. The difficulty of this level was indeed high. No wonder Pu Buchan had been so confident before. But now, it was all coming to an end. With one monster down, the formation of 18 crumbled completely. They transformed from 18 soul-reaping ghouls into 18 helpless puppets. Lu Su pulled each one back, landing precise blows that either exploded their heads or pierced their chests with incredible efficiency. When it was Pu Buchan's turn, he decisively severed his connection to the chain, appearing utterly cowardly. The battle was decided, and defeat was imminent. "How's it going on your end?" Pu Buchan urgently inquired of Yiya. "I can't deal with her right away. She won't open her eyes." Yiya's weak voice came through. "Damn it!" Pu Buchan cursed, watching his plan fall apart. In anger, he hurled the statue he held. The statue came with a simple yet startling description. When released in any scene with demonic and twisted forces, it can attract his gaze. This was an 11-level artifact. In the next moment, the space froze. A powerful law-like force enveloped the arena, even causing Lu Su to pause his slaughter. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned in the same direction, and in the silence, only their heartbeats could be heard. The sound seemed to come both from within their bodies and from the depths of their souls. A soul-crushing sense of oppression emanated from that direction, and space began to warp. At the center of the distortion, a vertical pupil slowly opened. Instantly, the 10 remaining Soul Reapers, including Pu Buchan, all fell to their knees. They prostrated themselves on the ground, their heads pressed to the floor, trembling as if facing the most terrifying predator of their lives, an unassailable superior being. And on the steps, the only one still standing was Lu Su. Lu Su felt a bit bewildered, his eyes flickering with a golden light, unsure of what was happening. Just then, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Legendary metal, Godslayer, activated. Effect: immune to all effects other than direct damage when facing any higher-ranking entity. Description: I never considered myself a born king, but in my veins flows the blood that refuses to bow. Currently, due to it being the world's top challenge, Lu Su's gameplay is being watched by millions. This staggering number includes viewers from over 100 countries, each with different races and beliefs. At this moment, an unprecedented global phenomenon occurred. When the golden vertical eye appeared on screen, everyone watching Lu Su's footage simultaneously fell into a trance, as if drawn by an irresistible force. A few seconds later, those who upheld scientific rationality and had no religious beliefs snapped out of it, staring at the screen in confusion, filled with questions. What just happened? Why did everyone else kneel? Is this some kind of ritual? The chat comments became unusually sparse, with most of the surprised reactions coming from Chinese viewers, whose cultural foundations are not based on religion. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries, especially those with religious beliefs, seemed to receive some form of revelation. They gazed at the golden eye on the screen and began performing their respective religious rituals. Some made the sign of the cross on their chests, others quietly chanted a hamburila, and some ascetics even knelt on the ground in worship. Although these viewers could not feel the oppressive force within the game, merely watching the screen conveyed a sense of transcendent power. Yet after their devout gestures, a larger question loomed in everyone's mind. Why is the guy with the green mask unaffected? Lu Su, with a mask of rage on his face, showed a hint of confusion. He didn't understand what this strange glowing eye in front of him was or what its purpose might be. After carefully assessing his state, he found nothing amiss. His pain level hadn't increased, indicating that the mysterious eye was not aggressive. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Su noticed the bizarre scene. On the golden-lit steps, he was the only one still standing, while everyone else was kneeling and trembling. Yet he stood like a climber, one foot on a step, ready to take the next step upward. Although he wasn't sure what had happened, seeing his Godslayer badge trigger, Lu Su had some suspicions. He continued his ascent, arriving beside a griffin's head. This once fierce creature now trembled uncontrollably, utterly devoid of resistance. After a moment of thought, Lu Su slowly lifted his right foot. The griffin remained motionless, its trembling intensified. Without hesitation, Lu Su stomped down, and with a sound like a watermelon being smashed by a hammer. The graphic nature of the scene made many viewers uncomfortable. Realizing that this unusual situation might be aiding him, Lu Su thought the challenge seemed simplified. He continued up the steps, crushing the head of an enemy with each step, his movements as fluid as if he were taking a stroll. He even calmly said, "Thank you." Park Bu-cheng, witnessing this, was inwardly cursing the game. He couldn't understand why his last resort had instead become a boon for his enemy. Angrily, he questioned, "Why can Lu Su stand? Aren't you an ancient god?" The golden vertical eye seemed perplexed too, its pupil visibly widening. Suddenly, an intense aura erupted, and the golden light grew even brighter. Black smoke began to emanate from everyone kneeling, filling the air with wailing sounds. Park Bu-chung felt as if his soul was being roasted over a fire, a pain far surpassing the earlier sensation of having his arm torn off. Struggling, he turned his head to look at Lu Su, who remained unaffected, as if nothing was happening. Realizing he had completely lost control of the situation, Park Bu-chung decided not to ponder further. With a shout of retreat, he vanished from the spot. This enigma had exceeded his capabilities, and neither Lu Su nor the suddenly appearing ancient god was something he could contend with. He decided to temporarily withdraw and check on Yi Yu's situation. Before leaving, he couldn't help but wonder aloud. Could the blank space be just as difficult to handle? Seeing the kobold disappear, Lu Su realized he needed to pick up the pace. He noticed his headset had been silent for a while, which worried him. Though unsure about the nature of the golden eye, his instincts told him that this mysterious presence was in a state of anger. Lu Su wasn't concerned about whether this so-called deity was upset. He continued onward, crushing the remaining specters one by one. Finally, he reached the golden vertical eye and, without hesitation, raised his gun. At that moment, Lu Su's game screen abruptly went black. Millions of viewers lost his view, as if the scene had violated some taboo. Meanwhile, Park Bu-chung, frustrated and angry, questioned Yi Yu, "Why isn't it resolved on your end yet? What are you doing?" As he spoke, he downed a potion, clutching his severed arm, drenched in sweat. The unprecedented pain and fear almost shattered his sanity. He no longer cared to appease the little celebrity. Yi Yu nervously replied, "The effect of the legend can't be triggered. No matter what I do, she won't open her eyes, and there's no way to activate it." She also realized that the situation might not be favorable. At this point, the scene inside the women's restroom had transformed into a terrifying monster room. The mirror reflected ever-changing bloody images, and the ceiling was piled with ghostly shadows of human heads. The floor was flooded with crimson blood, submerging Xiaontong's ankles, and the part above her ankles was corroded and bleeding. The walls sprouted masses of hair, which wrapped around Xiaontong's neck, some probing to enter her ears and nostrils. However, no matter how terrifying the scene, it couldn't progress further. The hair wrapped around her neck couldn't tighten completely, nor could it truly penetrate her ears and nostrils. Xiaontong stood like a statue, motionless in the horrific restroom. Suddenly, the restroom door opened, and a beam of light shone in, causing Xiaontong's heart to sink. She sensed that the newcomer did not exude that terrifying aura of rage. This meant, just then, an in-game announcement made Xiaontong smile once more. Campus 7 Wonders, 13 Steps at Night. Black Side Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 67. Remaining time, 21 hours 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Hearing the noise from outside, Pu Bucken burst into the room, disbelief etched across his face. Had he really cleared the level in just a few minutes? Impossible. And a level-sealed item couldn't be that easy. The so-called gaze of the ancient god had no effect whatsoever. Rage bubbled within Pu Bucken as he suspected the other of cheating, but there was no time to ponder it now. The game rules were supposed to favor him, so why weren't they working? Driven by survival instincts, Pu Bucken strode forward, shouting to Yi Yu, "Siba, Xiaoya, let me in." Although this level was challenging, it paled in comparison to the 13 steps he'd faced before. After experiencing the power of sin, he no longer held any illusions. He knew that solving the blank before him was his only chance to win. It was his last opportunity. However, Iya had clearly lost trust in him. Despite Pooh Buckin's desperate efforts and the game's bias towards him, he still failed. Now, with his arms severed, he was a pitiful sight. Iya tried to soothe him with her usual charms, but it no longer worked. Pooh Buckin roared, "Shut up! I don't have time for this." The ugliness of human nature was laid bare. His eyes widened as he marched towards the mirror. He could sense Sin behind him, the masked demon ready to appear at any moment. This unprecedented urgency left him feeling more alone and helpless than ever before. In the Dahanming kingdom, Pooh Buckin had power, influence, and a family background that could solve any problem. But now, he was like a hunted dog, isolated and unsupported. Without daring to overthink, he pressed on, hoping for a possible victory. Meanwhile, Xiaoyantong maintained an outward calm, trying to relax every muscle. She suspected Pooh Buckin might attack her, but decided to stick to her original plan, waiting for Sin to arrive. This strategy, simple enough not to be called a plan, had one advantage: it was foolproof. As long as she stayed still, didn't look, and didn't trigger anything that might amplify the haunting, she could buy time. Pain throbbed at her ankle, but she could endure it. The hair around her neck made breathing difficult, but it wasn't fatal. Everything was still within control, mere bluffs that wouldn't cause her to lose the game. Despite the discomfort, she could persevere. Xiaoyantong was capable of starting to solve the puzzles and think about how to clear the level, but she chose not to. The risk was too great, and she didn't know enough about this place. If she lost, she couldn't imagine facing the barrel of Sin's gun. To her surprise, Pooh Buckin didn't attack her at all, but instead headed straight for the mirror. In this critical moment, his mind became clear, realizing that he couldn't defeat the blank with his own strength, and attacking Xiaoyantong would only waste time. Yiya screamed in terror, "No, Brother Pooh!" Pooh Buckin's drastic change made her realize the situation was out of control, but he ignored her, stepping into the mirror. As the game's main character and the leader of the white side, he had the highest authority, rendering Yiya powerless to stop him. In the next moment, a disheveled female ghost was forced out of the mirror. This was Hanako, possessing Yiya, looking both terrifying and lonely. At this moment, she was completely under Pooh Buckin's control, like a puppet at his command. Controlling the haunting in a game should have been an exciting experience, but neither of them felt any joy. For Yiya, this control felt more like being used as cannon fodder. Yet she dared not exit this state lightly, for without it, she wouldn't even have the amplification of the haunting and might be easily defeated by Xiaoyantong. With Pooh Buckin in control, the haunting's power indeed increased significantly. Although Xiaoyantong hadn't triggered any traps, the intensity of the attacks she faced noticeably increased. The hair around her neck began to tighten, and the liquid at her ankle felt like it was cutting into her. The suffocation was overwhelming, and she instinctively wanted to fight back, but feared it would raise the game's difficulty and increase her chances of losing. Just as Xiaoyantong was caught in a dilemma, the situation suddenly changed. A few seconds later, the pressure on her neck vanished, and the pain in her foot gradually eased. At the same time, a familiar sense of oppression came from behind, accompanied by a voice in her ear. "Open your eyes, I'm here." Xiaoyantong immediately opened her eyes, the all-seeing eye activating to observe the game's surroundings and the figure appearing behind her. She spoke, "An hour and more. Not easy, huh?" Lu Su calmly replied, "Not really, just a walk in the park." His elusive cloak was intact, and his previous injuries had been healed with medication, making him look as if nothing had happened. As he spoke, he pulled out a gun and shattered a mirror in front of him, further intensifying the haunting scene. Lu Su was here to win, without the caution and worry of Xiaoyantong. Having just faced demons and gods, what was a mere bathroom mirror to fear? The atmosphere in the bathroom turned chaotic. Yiya, transformed into Hanako, let out a piercing scream and charged at Lu Su. This wasn't her choice but an order from Pooh Buckin, forcing her to expend herself against the opponent, to die. At this point, any previous affection she had for Pooh Buckin had vanished. Lu Su was already in combat mode, his wrath mask in operation. He mercilessly struck out, slamming Yiya into the wall, eliciting a cry of agony from her. Xiaoyantong stood aside, her all-seeing eye having seen through Pooh Buckin's control. She remarked with disgust, "The vile nature of the privileged. Yet another girl who doesn't know better." At that moment, a light flickered across the Sin mask, which calmly questioned, "Why? Aren't you all the same kind of people?" Xiaoyantong froze in an instant, as if she were paralyzed. Lu Su's words pierced her heart like a sharp sword. She had thought that after hours of gaming and careful observation, she had figured out the pattern of Rage's behavior and could cooperate with him amicably. However, his words were like a cold splash of water to her face. "What?" Xiaoyantong stammered, instinctively repeating the words, though she had heard them clearly. Her mind struggled to process the information. Lu Su calmly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you're as foolish as he is. You just despise him for being a privileged brat. But aren't you fundamentally the same? This explanation did nothing to ease the situation. Instead, it left Xie Antong more petrified. It was the most composed and patient statement Lu Su had made while wearing the rage mask, yet it sent Xie Antong into deep thought. Lu Su had managed to control his anger to some extent. Now, his sole focus was to find the person who challenged him and eliminate them. Park Buchan likely didn't understand why Lu Su was so furious with him. It wasn't just because of the rage mask. Ignoring Xie Antong, who was still in shock behind him, Lu Su raised his gun and marched forward. He cranked up the Hell Howl to level 2 and wildly fired at every reflective surface in the restroom, smashing anything that could serve as a mirror. Hair sprouted from the walls, and ghostly heads on the ceiling lunged at Lu Su. But after facing the high-stakes challenge of the 13 steps, such attacks were no longer intimidating to him. The hair's entangling attacks were too weak and easily nullified by his enigmatic cloak. The ghostly heads were taken down with a single shot, and if necessary, he could use the confessions of the disillusioned to dispel them. Yiya, transformed into Hanako, charged at him again. Lu Su fired, but the bullets passed harmlessly through her. Without hesitation, he pulled out the book, flipped to the 3rd page, and aimed it at the red-dressed, black-haired ghost. She let out a piercing scream and was thrown back, collapsing on the ground as if deliberately injured to avoid further combat. Lu Su calmed down and began to act methodically. According to Xie Antong, this level's Hanako was actually the ghost in the mirror. So he started systematically destroying everything that could be considered a mirror. Mirrors, tiles, the shiny panels of the stalls, nothing was spared. Though still violent, there was a hint of puzzle solving in his actions. Yet, even after reducing everything that could be called a mirror to rubble, the horror story didn't end, and Park Buchan was nowhere to be found. Lu Su paused, quietly contemplating. Meanwhile, in the inner space woven with horror tales, Park Buchan realized his hiding place was shrinking, and the terrifying devil was about to find him. He was at his wit's end, his mind in chaos, desperately inputting the final restrictions in the inner space powers he gained after clearing the 13 steps but had never used, unsure of how to secure victory. In despair, Park Buchan tried various restrictions. Black player sin. Stop breathing. Just die already. Restriction exceeds limits. Not approved. Black player sin. Unable to move. Restriction exceeds limits. Not approved. Black player loses all current abilities for 24 hours. Restriction exceeds limits. Not approved. With each attempt rejected, Park Buchan was cornered. Although his demands seemed unreasonable, they weren't entirely foolish. In life-or-death scenarios, overwhelming fear can rob people of their senses. Many freeze and become incapable of self-rescue in the face of danger. Bystanders might deem them foolish, but if placed in the same situation, they might not fare any better. At this moment, Park Buchan was utterly terrified and unable to think of any reasonable restriction to save himself. Damn it, nothing works in this game. What's the point of giving me any powers at all? This is so unfair. Just let him die already. Park Buchan's sanity was unraveling, his voice hoarse and frantic. With Yiya injured and unable to control the situation, they were pushed to the brink. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide, Park Buchan wildly swung his weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire, haphazardly launching fireballs and ice shards at Lu Su. Lu Su dodged with a frown, suddenly noticing that the blood pool beneath him was also launching fireballs in his direction. He quickly blocked the attacks and realized, with a smirk, that wearing a mask had indeed clouded his judgment. The blood pool was clearly the last resort. He glanced at Xie Antong beside him, who silently summoned a flying device and perched on it, slowly ascending towards the ceiling. Not to be outdone, Lu Su leapt up and grabbed onto the dangling strands above. Adjusting his hell roar to level 3, Lu Su aimed at the blood pool below and pulled the trigger. 10 power, he muttered, simultaneously launching a fireball to evaporate the blood on the ground with sheer energy. A disposable shield appeared around Xie Antong, while Lu Su wrapped himself in a mysterious cloak, shielding them both from the heat wave. As the dust settled, the bathroom was left in ruins, collapsed and shattered. Lu Su swiftly moved to a sunken part of the floor and stomped hard. The space distorted, and Park Buchan stumbled out, ready to flee. But how could he outrun Lu Su? With no escape, a vicious glint flashed in Park Buchan's eyes as he rushed towards Yiya, who had also exited the haunted scene. He grabbed her petite frame, using her as a human shield, and hurled her towards Lu Su. Lu Su raised his hell roar, the muzzle locking onto the target in an instant. In midair, Yiya and Lu Su's eyes met. Her vulnerability and pleading gaze seemed to stir something in him, causing his shot to hesitate. The next moment, the gunshot rang out. A precise bullet hole appeared in the center of Yiya's forehead. Headshot. In the heat of battle, neither side had yet left the battlefield. Lu Su raised his gun, and that brief moment of hesitation was a mercy he extended to his opponent, a final chance to withdraw. he said coldly. If you quit the game now, I won't let this bullet pierce your skull. Yet, Yi did not choose to back down. Even in a life-or-death situation, she held onto the illusion that she could exploit her so-called advantage, feigning vulnerability. She seemed to forget that even Fan Ren outside was trapped in an inescapable predicament. The mercy beneath Lu Su's mask of wrath lasted only for that fleeting second. The gunshot rang out, and Yi fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief, even in death. She probably never understood why Lu Su refused to spare her, despite previous indications that his main target was Park Buching. As Yi fell, Xie Antong trembled slightly behind her. Park Buching, who had pushed Yi forward, was even more terrified, realizing he might face the same fate. Wait, we can talk. Park Buching jumped up in panic, retreating step by step, disregarding the dignity of the Dahan Ming kingdom. He didn't want to exit the game because that meant losing everything, not just returning to square one but losing even what he originally had. It was something he couldn't accept. As he retreated, Park Buching cursed internally. How could a challenge between players end in death? He completely forgot that when setting up various options before, his thoughts were all about eliminating Zue and Kong Bai. He hid his hands behind him, holding a self-destructing epic-level device resembling C4 in his left hand, while his right hand, barely transformed into a phantom limb, clutched the exit coin. He still had one unused restriction left. However, in the next moment, a faint green figure appeared before him at a speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. A gunshot and a slicing wind sounded simultaneously, and Park Buching's left hand was blown apart, dropping the epic-level equipment to the ground. His right hand was severed by a sharp blade. Lu Su, quick in his actions, kicked the detached right hand away and caught the flying exit coin. He calmly said, "Your sense of life's value is too low." Park Buching writhed in agony, trying to distance himself from this terrifying opponent. He began to babble, saying that they couldn't kill him, that killing him wouldn't benefit Lu Su, and that his family would seek revenge, possibly causing diplomatic issues between the two nations. But these words only fueled Lu Su's anger. Lu Su's fury stemmed from his opponent's weakness. If Park Buching were a skilled fighter, this challenge would have been a fierce, life-and-death struggle. But Park Buching was too weak, both in capability and mental fortitude, unfit for this game. Yet, he was ranked 79th in the world. Lu Su entered each game with a do-or-die mindset, while Park Buching seemed to have never considered the cost of failure. Relying on his family's influence, he had dominated the real world and expected to do the same here. With legendary weapons, the top-rank sealed items, and a team of allies surrounding him, he aimed to take everything Lu Su had risked his life for, without a second thought. Lu Su's anger had ignited when Xie Antong showed her value, especially when she mentioned, "I have a legendary weapon." The reality of power holders always having the upper hand infuriated him. This game had lasted for hours, and he had been suppressing his rage throughout. Park Buching felt a chill run through him as he looked at the expressionless pale green mask, suddenly feeling a weight on his chest. Lu Su's foot applied pressure slowly, and Park Buching heard his own ribs crack, his life slipping away. His lips trembled violently, trying to invoke the game's limitations to save himself, but he could only muster a hoarse question with his last breath. Why? Why do you have to kill me? There's no benefit in doing this. In the real world, Park Buching wasn't unfamiliar with taking lives, but he never saw his victims as people. He always assumed any trouble he caused could be smoothed over. In his eyes, everything had a price. He couldn't understand why this person wouldn't negotiate with him. Ultimately, Park Buching's thoughts faded away with his life. Lu Su looked at the corpse, bowed slightly, and beneath the mask of rage, his voice, equally simmering with anger, softly said, "Because it's fair." With a sigh of relief, Lu Su stood still, feeling a sense of emptiness. He had won again. Now, all he had to do was wait for the rewards and the final tally. Aside from those 13 steps, this challenge hadn't seemed harder. In fact, it felt somewhat easier. The difficulty posed by Pu Buching was even less than that of Tom. However, despite having achieved victory, Lu Su couldn't shake off his lingering anger. He wasn't sure if it was the influence of the mask or something else. The feeling was unsettling, and after the fight, he tried hard to suppress the mask's rage-inducing effects. Experience had taught him that once anger takes root, it's tough to quash it with reason alone. Even though he appeared calm, there was still a burning sensation within. He patted the mask, contemplating taking it off, but remembering Xie Antong behind him, his hand froze and he abandoned the thought. No, he couldn't take it off. The 7 wonders of the campus, Hanako in the restroom, Black Team Challenge success. Challenge progress, 77. Challenge mode ended. Black Team wins. The game is over. Audience comments are closed. Players have half an hour to collect loot and can enter the final tally at any time or automatically enter it after 30 minutes. A few minutes later, the in-game notification finally arrived. What was supposed to be a horror puzzle game had completely changed in nature, thanks to the bizarre influence of several parties. The time for the game to be open to the audience had ended, and all the viewers staring at their screens were in disbelief. This battle didn't feature a true showdown of masters. What left a lasting impression was Lu Su's unexpected slaughter and the unprecedented divine light. The game's impact on the outside world on a global scale was unprecedented, with many religious organizations already mobilizing rapidly. Lu Su himself might not yet possess the power to challenge the world, but the uniqueness of his game had already begun to sway global dynamics. Xie Antong descended from the air, lightly stepping on the ruined ground, her expression dazed. In this game, she had only truly utilized her abilities on one urban legend, while the rest were resolved in ways she couldn't comprehend. In this high-level global match, she had few opportunities to hone her skills. The side effects of a sealed item? She asked casually, observing Lu Su's state. Sharp observation, Lu Su replied, lowering the hand he had on the mask. Xiantong hadn't intended to engage with Lu Su and wanted to proceed to the final tally, but his previous words lingered in her mind, prompting her to speak up. You were right. Both he and I rely on family backgrounds and top-tier equipment to claim a share in top-tier games. But at least, I wouldn't let someone I care about die at a critical moment. I never denied that, Lu Su replied, his mask expressionless, as if merely making conversation. But the fact that you say you wouldn't abandon someone suggests that subconsciously, you never considered you might be abandoned, right? Xiaotong's pupils shrank, feeling hit once again. She hadn't expected him to be not only physically aggressive, but also psychologically shrewd. The effects of her mind-enhancing potion had faded, leaving her mind sluggish and dejected, and the all-seeing eye seemed of no help. Forcing a smile, she confirmed that the audience's view was closed before saying, because I trust my judgment. The person I like wouldn't be as morally low as Pu Buqing. She wasn't sure why she was telling Lu Su this, as he didn't seem to care about such matters. He might not have a prestigious family or your terrifying strength, but that's why I said, how are you any different from him? Lu Su interrupted her, kicking Pu Buqing on the ground. What? For the first time, Xiaoyantong felt her mind was struggling to keep up. Didn't their behavior just now seem familiar to you? An upper-class individual can have 1,000 feelings for a lower-class person, but love isn't one of them. This young master, who can have anything he wants, likes that woman because he hasn't gotten her yet. His curiosity and desire to conquer haven't faded. Let me guess. The person you like might be someone similar, with a poor background, but who seems different to you, unlike the men you've been accustomed to since childhood who try every means to get close to you. A noble young lady, Xiaoyantong, encounters a man of humble standing in the gaming world who shows no interest in her. This unprecedented experience strikes her like a bolt of lightning, sparking an unusual curiosity and thrill. She begins to test this man involuntarily, finding his lack of response increasingly intriguing. These complex emotions swirl within her, leading her to mistakenly believe she has developed a special fondness, even contemplating legitimizing this feeling. While Xiaoyantong is absorbed in this novel experience, the man, who has been silent and reserved, suddenly speaks. His words cut through to the core of Xiaoyantong's being, more shocking than any terrifying scene in the game. She feels a dizzying sensation, as it's the first time since entering the game that she's heard him speak so much. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoyantong loses her usual grace, yelling like an agitated cat. Her well-maintained composure vanishes as she confronts this presence that has dealt her a devastating blow. Meanwhile, the man's all-knowing eyes flicker with a blue stream of data. He continues, what? Your overwhelming confidence makes you think you've seen through everyone, right? But I've been observing you for more than just one game. His words are like a sharp scalpel, dissecting Xiaoyantong's inner self. Yes, those born into privilege naturally consume the world's resources. Born with original sin, you are inherently opposed to people like me, aren't you? So they can't possibly have any genuine sincerity, just a bunch of disgusting individuals using wealth and power to devour everything around them, including themselves. His voice carries an icy sarcasm. And you see yourself as a natural adversary, a bearer of the Godslayer's medal, such a dazzling title. You've risked your life for ultimate power, treating emotions, humanity, everything as mere stakes to be cast into the abyss of slaughter, at any cost. Finally, the man hurls a piercing question, striking Xiaoyantong's heart like a heavy blow. But have you ever wondered, how are you, who sacrifices everything for ambition and power, any different from those who sacrifice their conscience and humanity for money and power? How are you any different? Xiaoyantong wasn't sure where she found the courage to say such words in front of this guy. Her hands trembled slightly, her heart raced, yet her gaze remained fixed on him. In every previous interaction, she had meticulously gauged his mental state, fearing she might provoke this embodiment of rage. However, this time, perhaps due to the mental exhaustion or the harshness of his words, her rationality slipped momentarily. With the omniscient eye's influence, an instinct surged within her, urging her to retaliate. Almost involuntarily, she gritted her teeth and forced out the words, "You are just as twisted as your name implies." As soon as the words left her mouth, a flicker of reason returned, and cold sweat broke out on Xiaotong's forehead. She watched him warily, half expecting him to lash out violently. The fact that he hadn't already was nothing short of miraculous, and now, hearing her retort, what would he do? Surprisingly, he simply stood there, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he nodded slowly and replied calmly, "You have a point. Thanks for the compliment." Without a second thought, Xiaotong chose to exit the game immediately. Regaining a bit of composure, she dared not linger a moment longer, fearing a sudden outburst from him. To her, his restraint was astonishing enough. As Xiaotong abruptly left, Lu Su was left standing in the empty school corridor, which now felt eerily quiet. This eerie campus now had only him remaining. He glanced back at the trampled body of Pu Bucken and the epic explosive weapon on the ground, thinking it saved him the trouble of dividing the spoils. For the first time, Lu Su removed his mask in the game. Holding the menacing mask in both hands, it was as if he was staring into the eyes of another self. In a short span, his mindset had undergone a significant change. Looking at Pu Bucken, whom he had just slain, he felt surprisingly unmoved. He vaguely recalled that he wasn't like this before entering the game. After putting the mask back on, Lu Su softly said in the direction Xiaotong had left, "Sorry, no offense intended." Then, decisively, he called out, "Settle." Before he finished speaking, Lu Su vanished from the school, leaving behind a truly deserted campus. In the familiar void, Lu Su's body floated quietly. The system's voice announced the end of the challenge mode. This time, 7 participants entered, 2 completed, with 1 achieving a perfect clearance. Lu Su received an SSS rating, marking his 4th consecutive perfect clearance. The system began calculating rewards. The special event, Battling Hell's Demon, Countless Slayings, was triggered, earning him the legendary Master of Slaughter badge. Additionally, Lu Su received 5,000 points, various recovery potions, 1 game exit token, a legendary weapon draw ticket, and the epic weapon self-destruct core dropped by Pu Bucken. Without hesitation, Lu Su used the legendary weapon draw ticket, obtaining a motorcycle named Black Knight. The system then prompted, detecting a compatible item in his inventory, and asked if he wanted to combine them. Lu Su remembered he had a long-forgotten legendary weapon, Core the Mechanical Heart. He immediately agreed, anticipating the creation of a powerful piece of equipment. At that moment, the system sent another notification, due to Lu Su's codename. Since status as World Number 1, his duel with the 79th ranked player had attracted widespread attention. The system would broadcast the challenge results globally and invited Lu Su to leave a message for future challengers. Meanwhile, the world buzzed with discussions about this duel. Those who watched the live broadcast were stunned, and in Hanming, panic ensued. The Blue House was in chaos, and some women of the Park family fainted from crying. No one had anticipated that the nation's hope, ranked 79th in the world, would perish in the game. Soon, the official challenge result was announced worldwide. Challenge mode, number 79 Pu Bucken challenge number 1 Sin victorious. The game difficulty was chosen by the challenger Sin. Hell difficulty. Number 79 had high game privileges. Rewards have been distributed, and as number 79 was slain in the game, there are no further penalties. This straightforward announcement caused a global uproar. With no complex reward or penalty system, just the phrase slain, the infamous reputation of Sin grew even stronger. For most people, the pinnacle leaderboard is something to be admired from afar, stirring awe but little else. However, the top 100 on the list are all formidable contenders, each gripped by an unusual sense of crisis. Whether through exceptional skills, superpowers, or top-tier equipment, every one of them believes they have the potential to change the world, inevitably fostering a sense of competition and rivalry. At this moment, a contestant who chose the Hell mode difficulty defeated an opponent ranked within the top 100. This news hit the community like a sledgehammer, shocking all the top players. It revealed at least 3 things. The contestant was ruthless, left no room for mercy, and possessed strength far surpassing their opponent. The presence of such a competitor made many top players feel on edge, prompting them to consider how they would respond. Shortly after, the game's voice channel broadcasted a server-wide announcement, sharing the victor's declaration. "I hope the next one isn't so weak, and I also hope you're as prepared as I am." Although the tone was calm, the confidence in this brief message sent a shiver through the hearts of many skilled players. What does "as prepared as I am" imply? It means that once the challenge begins, it's a fight to the death. Top players from various regions had mixed reactions to this formidable competitor. Some were apprehensive, some eager to engage, and others quietly assessing. Such a strong killing intent. Interesting. There are still interesting people like this in the world. Haha, I'll run into them sooner or later. Hiding behind a mask. Surely they're not a lone wolf? Better observe more before knowing their background. Are they really from China? These voices echoed around the mysterious and violent figure. Meanwhile, another contestant with legendary gear was selectively ignored. After teleporting back to her room, Xia Antong unusually refrained from collecting and compiling intelligence. In her spacious study, only a row of screens connected to the top 100 supercomputers across Asia stood, showcasing her immense wealth and power. Sitting quietly in her chair, she lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to calm the turmoil within. Sin's earlier words kept echoing in her mind, plunging her into deep self-doubt. Was he right? Was he right? His judgment must be wrong. At this moment, Xiantong was experiencing the side effects of using the all-seeing eye. The cognitive enhancement and mental strain brought by this ability, coupled with the waning effects of a neural amplifier drug, left her feeling like a genius suddenly turned into a fool, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. This was the greatest aftereffect of using the all-seeing eye depressive feedback. In the past, she only experienced brief mood dips after using it, but Sin's soul-crushing words caught her completely off guard this time. Maintaining rational control, she curled up in her chair, trembling slightly, fighting the urge to break down and cry. After ensuring the room was empty, she covered her face with one hand, tears slowly seeping through her fingers. What a failure, she whispered to herself. Her once proud achievements shattered, her previous counterattacks appearing hasty and unrefined. The room fell silent as she slowly processed the blow. In contrast, Lu Su was in a better state. After leaving the game, he didn't dwell on his opponent's words. To him, power always came first. If everyone eventually succumbs to desire, he'd rather pay any price for power. Glancing at his phone and finding no usual messages, he turned it off after a brief thought. Then, he summoned the Black Knight. Now, he had two interdimensional inventory slots, one for the Phantom Cloak and the other for the Black Knight. Being his first legendary weapon, he needed some time to get accustomed to it. In the small room, the massive object seemed enormous, almost touching the ceiling. Lu Su could only huddle on the small bed, scrutinizing it. This behemoth, resembling a motorcycle, was certainly not roadworthy. Its sturdy body and menacing size violated traffic regulations, and its sharp edges were akin to blades. Lu Su was puzzled, reviewing the game's basic instructions. So this is the original Black Knight, combined with the mechanical heart, right? The system confirmed. But I don't see any changes. Aren't the functions the same? Also, the original Black Knight was legendary, and the mechanical heart is a legendary component. So what's the level now? Legendary, the game instructions affirmed. Damn. Lu Su felt shortchanged, muttering to himself. So it's like nothing was added? Even the appearance hasn't changed. This is less useful than the Phantom Cloak. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the small room. Hey, what do you mean by less useful? Brother, that's a bit harsh. Lu Su. Hearing the sudden voice in his ear, Lu Su's gaze sharpened instantly, his muscles tensing as he prepared for battle. This shift in awareness required no training for him. It was an instinct etched into his very being from past experiences, needing not even the trials of the game. With clenched fists, Lu Su took a deep breath, thinking confidently, I have the strength now to face any threat. He scanned his surroundings, speaking in a low, cautious tone. Who's there? Care to come out and meet? At the moment, Lu Su only had his cloak and car from the game, but he wasn't worried. I am the ultimate weapon myself, he mused. He did regret not bringing the Book of the Disillusioned, as dealing with supernatural things could be troublesome. Suddenly, a flippant voice echoed in the small room. Are you blind? Why are you shouting? If you're mentally challenged, I can send you to a psychiatric hospital. If you're senile, we can head to a nursing home quickly. Lu Su quickly pinpointed the source of the voice, eyes widening as he looked at the Black Knight before him in surprise. So advanced? A legendary weapon with AI? He blurted out. The Black Knight seemed displeased with this comment. It shifted slightly in the room, with a hint of arrogance in its voice. What do you mean? Artificial intelligence? Why do you lowly creatures speak so arrogantly? Your own intelligence isn't high, yet you treat intelligence as a human privilege. How amusing. Lu Su was a bit dumbfounded. This Black Knight looked like a menacing brute but was quite talkative. He said one sentence, and the other would reply with three. Although surprised by its level of intelligence, Lu Su quickly accepted the situation and asked bluntly, What can you do? Me? I'm useless, a piece of junk. I just want to lie down, the Black Knight said, then collapsed onto the ground with a loud crash, shaking dust from the ceiling. Lu Su's face darkened, clenching his fists as he stood up from the bed. The Black Knight seemed to realize it had taken the joke too far and quickly explained, Hey, buddy, just kidding. No need to get serious. Let's talk. The scene suddenly shifted, and Lu Su found himself in a relatively quiet classroom where students were self-studying. It had been a while since he last came to school, and he felt a sense of nostalgia, looking at his distracted classmates. With the arrival of the divine selection paradise, The range of chosen ones was expanding, and its influence was growing, casting the world into a near-stagnant state. Schools were affected, and even basic industrial production faced significant challenges. The divine selection paradise became the most critical issue worldwide. In the class, a few chosen ones had appeared, some of whom had vanished. The homeroom teacher, who used to frequently persuade the chosen ones, no longer appeared, possibly due to new policies or decisions from above. Lu Su noticed the seat next to him was empty. Xia Yantong was absent. His previously silent phone finally received a message from her. Xia Yantong, did you go to school today? If so, please let them know I have some family issues. Lu Su looked at the message, wondering if the previous incident had a significant impact, but ultimately he just replied with a simple okay. At that moment, a vibration occurred, not from his phone, but from the metal sphere in his other hand, the Black Knight. During their conversation last night, Lu Su learned about the Black Knight situation. It was a device called the Heart of Machinery, capable of giving machines intelligence, achieving such a level of intelligence only when combined. Another advantage was that it could transform into a heart-sized metal sphere for easy carrying and communication. A faint current flowed through his palm, across Lu Su's body, reassembling into words in his ear. Buddy, Justin, okay? Are you having hormonal imbalances or low testosterone? Shouldn't you ask what's going on at her place, strike up a conversation, let feelings grow, and then marry next year? Have Lu Su found this thing quite annoying and squeezed the metal ball hard. With his strength, it was practically a threat. But the Black Knight seemed unfazed, continuing, crushing it means losing 2 legendary weapons, your call? Lu Su wanted to punch the guy but feared falling into its trap. After witnessing Xia Yantong's legendary weapon, Lu Su had a deeper understanding of her background. He decided not to pry too much, as large families would always have various matters to handle during such global upheavals. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, Lu Su thought. I just need to fight my way to become the world's best. He was already lost in thought, with the Black Knight's chatter in his ear, waiting for the next game to begin. The challenge mode was essentially an extra game, so this time, his schedule was quite tight. On the way home from school, the Black Knight kept talking. Buddy, heading back to your doghouse already? Not taking me somewhere fun? Lu Su retorted. What? Drop you off at a motorcycle repair shop to pick out a nice one? Why a repair shop? Can't I have a brand new bike? The Black Knight shot back. As they bantered, the time for the 4th game arrived. The familiar countdown appeared before Lu Su, and he prepared with a clear mind. Please make the necessary preparations. Choose to be a spectator or a player. The system prompt sounded. Player. Lu Su answered without hesitation. Though it wasn't his first time, Lu Su could hear his heart pounding every time. I belong here. This is my paradise, he shouted internally. Hello, player. You have a short time to prepare. The sin mask has been used. Choose whether to use unlocked forms. Greed, gluttony, wrath? No. Lu Su answered decisively. Confirmed, the mask will randomly select an unused form in the game. The game has been initialized, preparing to start. Welcome to Divine Selection Paradise. A wave of dizziness hit him, and just as it ended, another began. As if he had arrived in a place that never stopped swaying. Before he could observe his surroundings and the people around him, a golden light illuminated the entire area, and a booming voice erupted above everyone. Welcome, players, to the hell mode of the Divine Selection game, the Ocean Casino. A casino at sea. Lu Su looked around and realized he was in the casino of a luxurious cruise ship. Though he couldn't see outside, the swaying of the ship suggested that the sea might not be calm. The room was lavishly decorated, almost to the point of being gaudy, with gold covering about 60% of the surfaces, accented by various colorful lights. Many of the furnishings were unfamiliar to Lu Su, but just looking at them, he could feel the indulgent and extravagant atmosphere. The floor was so polished it was like a mirror. When Lu Su heard the word casino, his heart sank, thinking he might be in over his head this time. But given the situation, he had no choice but to accept it. Glancing at the reflection on the floor, Lu Su was hit with another shock. Purple, the lust Gakpo. While he still had some rationality left, Lu Su couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This original sin mask was in the form of lust, with a normal mode. It affected the user's personality, making them narcissistic, obsessed with cleanliness, and prone to lustful disruptions. Its abilities included emotional control, particularly adept at guiding others' desires. It could also enhance mental focus and intelligence. However, the side effects were extreme narcissism, an overwhelming need for attention, mood swings, and chaotic desires. Upon quick analysis, Lu Su realized that this didn't seem like a combat-type mask, but rather a functional one. Compared to the previous gluttony and wrath, lust and greed clearly focused more on special abilities. As for the specific meaning of chaotic desires, Lu Su couldn't quite grasp it and decided to take things one step at a time. Putting other matters aside, the lust mask's appearance was indeed pleasing to the eye, far better than the previous 3 ugly masks. Lu Su couldn't help but take a few more glances at the reflection on the floor, momentarily lost, only to suddenly realize this was the mask's narcissistic effect at work. Suddenly, a creature over 2 meters tall, resembling a plump slime, descended into the center of the venue. It twisted its body energetically while shouting enthusiastically. In an instant, numerous spotlights converged on it, enveloping it in dazzling light. "Welcome to the casino at sea," the slime announced loudly. "Players, I know you might have realized this is a hell-level game, but that's just a joke. This is an absolute paradise. Here, you can win anything you desire and stand out among the many handsome men and beautiful women. Failure might be troublesome, but as long as you're in the game, temporary setbacks aren't necessarily bad. True gamblers are welcome here. Fun and excitement are the main themes." As the slime spoke, it continued to wriggle, giving off a comical impression of dancing wildly. Its cheeky tone added an odd atmosphere to its words. "All right, everyone, take a look around. Haven't you noticed that everyone here is quite good-looking?" the slime continued. Everyone instinctively glanced around and indeed found it to be true. All were dressed in elegant evening attire, with both men and women having top-tier looks, as if they had stepped out of a comic book. Each person felt out of place, like they had stumbled into a high society ball. "I'm sure you've noticed why those around you are all dressed so impeccably and look so attractive. Yet you feel so strange," the slime chuckled. "Hey, don't feel inferior. To others, you're just as handsome or beautiful. Here, everyone's external appearance is a mask, a preset image within the game, not their real appearance. Why? Of course, it's because we want such a high-class venue to be filled with good-looking people, not the odd-looking ones you see in your unfiltered photos." The slime stood in the center of the room, twisting exaggeratedly like a madman. "All right, now before the game officially begins, is there anyone confident in their appearance who wants to reveal their true face? Oh, and those who do will get a 2x multiplier. That means during the upcoming games, rewards and penalties will be doubled. Tempting, isn't it? Any brave souls?" The room fell silent. The slime seemed to be performing a one-man show, twisting alone in the middle of the stage, with no response or applause from the audience. Everyone was watching him with cold eyes, hesitant to make the next move. The air was thick with tension and indecision, as each person weighed the pros and cons. The double multiplier rule proposed by Slime hung over them like the sword of Damocles, making them wary of acting rashly. The participants in the room were seasoned veterans, fully aware of the dangers of making impulsive moves in this hell mode game. They remained silent, their gazes cautiously scanning their surroundings. In the center, Slime seemed to have anticipated this reaction. It remained silent for less than 10 seconds before speaking in a slightly disappointed tone. "How boring. I knew you people lacked a sense of play. Well, let's just..." Just then, a voice suddenly erupted from the crowd, interrupting Slime mid-sentence. "I reveal myself." The unexpected declaration caught Slime off guard. It whipped around excitedly, asking, "What? Really? Who is?" Before it could finish, a shadowy figure darted toward Slime with lightning speed. Before it could react, a powerful kick landed on its body. The 2-meter-wide slime was sent flying, bouncing around the opulent hall like a ball, colliding with walls and the ceiling. A figure took Slime's place, standing at the center of the room. Bathed in the intense light of a dozen spotlights, he looked like the brightest star on a stage. The newcomer coolly declared, "The spotlight on this stage belongs to me. How dare you, a mere slime, occupy my place?" Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the center of the room. They had never expected to encounter such a dominant player here. The tall, handsome man at the stage's center slowly raised his hand, as if performing magic, revealing his disguise from the top down. A lavish high-collared cape and an eye-catching purple mask gradually came into view, but even more shocking were his next words. "Hello, weak, foolish, ugly trash," he said with disdain in his voice. "It's unfortunate that I'm forced to share this space with you. However, you should consider yourselves honored, for this is the greatest moment of your remaining lives." He paused, glancing around at those present. "Surely no one here fails to recognize me, the strongest player, Sin." His words exploded like a bomb in the room. Everyone held their breath, staring incredulously at the man who called himself Sin. The dynamics of the game had been completely transformed in that moment, as the appearance of a fearsome legendary player made everyone realize that what happened next would be beyond their wildest expectations. Everyone was stunned. In the center of the stage, a figure wearing a mask of lust appeared suddenly, accompanied by a bouncing slime. This person was none other than Zue, the player who had recently made headlines by defeating the top 100 players. Zue's entrance was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Instead of bowing slightly as a greeting, he stood tall with his chin raised, exuding an air of arrogance. This behavior was a stark contrast to the image of the strongest player that people had imagined, causing many in the audience to twitch their lips in disbelief. Among the crowd, a few individuals discreetly took a few steps back. On the left side of the stage, Jiutian widened his eyes in shock, staring incredulously at the figure on stage. He thought to himself how the country's machinery had searched for so long without finding this person. Yet he had encountered him twice in the game's hell mode through random matching. Jiutian's teammate whispered to confirm if the person on stage was indeed Zue. Jiutian, exasperated, confirmed, "Yes, it's him. Just observe and don't provoke him." The teammate jokingly called him Mr. Red Suit, leaving Jiutian even more helpless. Behind the spinning champagne tower, Xie Antong lowered her head to hide her inner turmoil. She recalled their previous encounter, where she had hoped to impress and ally with Zue but ended up fleeing in embarrassment. Now, meeting him again, she could only stand protectively in front of others, quietly on guard. In the distance, someone muttered while watching Lu Su. Target acquired. The world belongs to the tiandihui. Zua looked around and complained loudly. After my grand and perfect entrance speech, why isn't anyone bowing? Even if you lack manners, at least give me some applause. The slime finally stopped bouncing and returned to Zue's side. It was unscathed, clearly not damaging anything during its ricocheting. The slime spoke. Well, as expected of the strongest player, you really have the spirit of the game. But how could you call me ugly? I'm considered quite handsome back home. So, let us announce. Before it could finish, Zue let out a roar. I said, after my speech, why is no one applauding? Then, a thunderous noise shook the venue. Zue fired a shot at the ceiling with his hell roar weapon. The central chandelier shattered, and glass shards sparkled like a magnificent rain under the lights. Once again, the crowd was shocked, baffled by Zue's erratic behavior. Someone whispered, "Do you realize this is a hell game? Isn't this provoking the game rules?" The slime, however, seemed unfazed and even started clapping, sycophantically saying, as expected in a hell game. Haha, a person of true character. We announce that player Zue, by choosing to participate with his true identity from the start, receives a double multiplier. A glowing 2 appeared above Zue's head, conspicuously bright. Scattered applause followed from the crowd. Jiutian's teammate tapped his head, suggesting that Zue might be mentally unstable. Jiutian chuckled wryly. You'll get used to it. Actually, I think he's better than last time. More mentally stable at least. He hasn't eaten anyone yet. His teammate looked even more puzzled at this. Hiding behind the champagne tower, Xiao Antong's all-seeing eye began to operate. She was among the few who didn't think Zue was insane. To her, Zue was deliberately pandering to the mask, using such behavior to trigger its abilities. Firing the gun without shattering the ceiling proved the game scene was fixed in this room, and his exaggerated actions and attack on the slime were testing the game's boundaries. She concluded that the Zue before her was calculating, which was even more terrifying. The slime tentatively spoke. Ah well, since you've confirmed the unmasking, plea. Zue interrupted. What? Is there something you need to say? Just hand me the script, I can handle it. This. The slime was momentarily speechless, unsure how to handle this unexpected situation. The slime stood there, its large gelatinous body quivering as if unsure of what to do. It looked almost pitiable. Well, this doesn't seem quite right. The slime hesitated. What's not right? Does the game rule say I can't be this person? Zue retorted impatiently, an expression of disdain appearing on the mask of lust on her. Well, if you put it that way, no, but... The slime tried to continue, only to be interrupted by Zue. But what? Zue's demeanor shifted abruptly. Just moments ago, he was gracefully adjusting his collar, satisfied by the applause of the crowd. Now, he was violent, even pointing a gun at the trembling slime, showcasing his extremely unpredictable nature. Among the crowd, many secretly hoped the slime would represent the game in punishing this anomaly. However, the slime merely stiffened slightly, then wobbled a bit, and finally gave a helpless smile. With a wave of its hand, a golden, transparent holographic paper appeared in Zue's hand. Not bad. This thing is quite clean, Lu Su said with interest, eyeing the shimmering document in his hand. Ah, it's expected. The slime responded instinctively, then fell silent, realizing it had misspoken. And so, Zue effortlessly took the spotlight. The purple mask gleamed under the spotlight, while the slime stood quietly behind him, akin to a bodyguard or a doorman. The other players were stunned. Can you even do that? It makes us feel like NPCs. Someone couldn't help but complain. Lu Su paid no attention to their thoughts, engrossed in reading the holographic screen in his hand. This is interesting. This game is set in an offshore casino, with 100 participants. However, if you pay close attention, you'll notice. He looked up with a meaningful smile. There are 200 people here. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone instinctively looked around, nervously eyeing the handsome men and beautiful women surrounding them. The brightly lit casino was suddenly shrouded in a layer of eerie atmosphere. Among these 200 people, there are 100 players, and the other 100, well, they are imposters, Lu Su continued to explain. So, for the next hour, you have free time to enjoy food and drinks. Of course, you also have to play a little game. He suddenly frowned, glancing back at the slime. Who wrote this script? It's so verbose. Apologies. The slime quickly apologized. Lu Su went on to announce the game rules. Identity guessing. Each player has 3 stars and must guess 3 times whether the people around them are players or imposters. He elaborated on the 4 rules, and 3 stars simultaneously appeared on everyone's chest. All right, let the game begin. Lu Su concluded, and the golden paper in his hand vanished. He began to stroll leisurely around the venue, a 2 gleaming above his head marking his position. The crowd avoided him as if he were a plague. This guy is strong and has a screw loose. Stay away from him, someone whispered. An hour-long countdown appeared in the room's ceiling, officially starting the game. No one heeded Lu Su's suggestion to eat and drink. Instead, they were all contemplating their game strategies. The purpose of the 3 stars was self-evident, yet Lu Su seemed unusually relaxed, wandering around the hall, sampling desserts, and even rolling 3 sixes at the gaming table. Seems like it's my lucky day, he murmured to himself. The slime tried to liven up the atmosphere. Dear players, you might want to take a cue from our strongest player and enjoy yourselves a bit, but it had little effect. Eventually, Lu Su broke the stalemate. After rolling the dice, he turned to a nearby female player and suddenly asked, Miss, do you think you're beautiful? The female player was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth with a laugh. I suppose every girl believes in her heart that she is beautiful, but truly beautiful girls are rare, Lu Su replied sharply. Perhaps, the female player responded. Though your current appearance is quite plain, I still hope that beneath this facade, you are a beautiful person, Lu Su said, looking directly at her. I guess you are a player. This sudden guess shocked everyone. Even the slime was taken aback. No one expected Lu Su to make such a hasty decision after only a few minutes. The girl was stunned, then slowly shed her outer disguise, her voice turning hoarse. What a pity, you guessed wrong. As her words fell, the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. Everyone gasped as the beauty in front of Lu Su revealed her true form, a skeleton. In the opulent hall, the moment the imposter's mask came off, a nauseating stench filled the air, forcing everyone nearby to step back. The smell was akin to that of a corpse that had been lying underwater for years, perfectly matching the imposter's current appearance. The imposter's body had turned into a skeleton, but not like the pristine ones found in hospitals or dissection labs. It resembled a corpse retrieved from the ocean after years of decay. The bones were stained with various dark hues, remnants of marine life and decomposed tissue. In some places, traces of muscle clung to the bones like plastic melted by intense heat. The hollow eye sockets were filled with unidentifiable substances, possibly remnants of tissue not fully decomposed. The sight was chilling, and everyone held their breath. The mere presence of the imposter made it clear that this was a game of hellish proportions. An unnatural atmosphere spread among the crowd, causing people to instinctively distance themselves from one another. Everyone wore masks of handsome men and beautiful women, yet no one knew if such a terrifying being stood nearby. However, Zue reacted differently. His purple mask displayed an expression of delight as he stepped closer to the imposter. You didn't disappoint me, Zue praised. Beneath the mask is a truly beautiful face. Among the mundane and ugly, I recognized your beauty at first glance. Perhaps this is fate. Zue's words were more shocking than the skeleton itself. The imposter seemed taken aback, momentarily pausing before continuing in a pre-programmed manner. Regardless, it's unfortunate, but you've lost? No, I think I've won. Lu Su stepped forward again, his mask nearly touching the skull as he grasped the imposter's bony hand. The skeleton visibly trembled, unable to avoid his touch. Seeing you means I've already won. Lu Su gazed deeply into the skull, exuding an overwhelming aura of passion. This scene seemed to throw the imposter's programming into a loop, and the entire casino appeared frozen in time. Those who previously doubted the first player now bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Nearby, Jotion's teammate was on the verge of panic, his pupils trembling wildly as he looked at Zue, nearly touching the skull. He turned to Jotion and exclaimed, Red-clad rogue. Poor you. Lu Su continued with heartfelt sincerity. The filthy breath of the world makes me feel dirty, unwilling to touch it. But holding your hand is an exception, as if the tainted air becomes much fresher. His display left the nearby slime watching with keen interest, bouncing with excitement. The imposter cautiously withdrew its hand, stepping back slightly awkwardly, and said, Let's proceed with the game's interim phase. You must agree to one reasonable request of mine. Any request from you is reasonable. Lu Su immediately responded, pointing to his heart with a hellish roar. Do you want to see my true heart? The imposter fell silent again, turning to Slime for guidance. Slime announced, "All right, the game is set. The rules are established by the imposter, and player Zue must comply. Violation of the rules results in a loss. The stakes are, if the player loses, they lose a star. If the imposter loses, they give a star to the player." Due to the X2 rule, Lu Su suddenly erupted. "What do I need these useless stars for? You blind, ugly thing. Don't you know what to do?" His attitude shifted abruptly, launching into a tirade against Slime. This startled both the imposter and Slime. After a moment of contemplation, Slime gestured with its chubby hands and announced, "All right, due to player Zue's reasonable request and considering the game's fun and excitement, the stakes have been modified. If the player loses, they lose 2 stars. If the imposter loses, they must unconditionally fulfill 1 request from the player." Then it bounced over to Lu Su. "How about that?" "Good." Lu Su nodded with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up. The crowd was puzzled by Zue's high level of game authority, speculating whether it was related to his bold unmasking. Since entering the game, they had been continuously shocked, and their minds were now somewhat numb. Nearly 10 minutes had passed on the 1-hour countdown, yet no one moved, all waiting for Zue, the reckless player, to pave the way. Slime watched with a cold eye, muttering softly, "What a bunch of people who don't know how to enjoy the fun of the game." "All right, the game is concluded. Let's begin," the imposter declared, seemingly unnerved by Lu Su's provocative mask and eager to advance the game's progress. "A small game test. I need 3 more players." Saying this, it extended its bony finger and randomly pointed at 3 individuals in the crowd. "You 3, come over." The moment the game was announced, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Su and the imposter, as if invisible rules were binding them. The imposter then pointed at 3 people, and a beam of light appeared above each of their heads, as if they had been chosen. The 3 froze, exchanged glances, and then slowly stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the game needs more participants, and you'll be randomly selected. You can't refuse," the imposter explained. "But don't worry, winning or losing isn't related to you. It's just about participation. It's a game, after all. Let's all have some fun." Lu Su sneered and said to the skeleton opposite him, "Does this guy always talk so much? Must be tough on you." The imposter trembled all over, quickly raising his left hand. A transparent sphere about 50 centimeters in diameter appeared out of thin air, with several smaller balls moving rapidly inside, their collisions sounding like a lottery draw. The imposter spun in place, showing off the large ball. In the next second, the sphere turned completely black, its interior no longer visible. Facing Lu Su, the imposter's hollow eyes flickered with ghostly flames. In a raspy voice, he spoke again. "I'll explain the rules only once, and no questions or doubts will be entertained. After that, the selection countdown begins, and you have 30 seconds to make a choice. It's a drawing lots game. There are several small balls inside the sphere. We 5 will each draw in turn. Regardless of how many the first 4 draw, the last person must take all the remaining ones. You draw first, and if you end up with the most or the least, you lose. Otherwise, you win." Rules explained. The 30-second countdown starts now. The imposter's speech quickened, seemingly leaving Lu Su no time to think. As soon as he finished speaking, a 30-second countdown appeared in the air. The onlookers gasped. "It's starting already?" Some whispered, "Isn't this game rigged against him? Aren't these games always unwinnable?" Ju Tian's teammate whispered, "Don't stand too close to me. What if someone notices?" Ju Tian rolled his eyes at him. The lust mask wore a contemplative expression. Then an ambiguous smile spread across his face. "Oh, surely, you've fallen for someone as perfect as me at first sight? How thoughtful of you." The imposter seemed a bit bewildered, coldly saying, "There are only 25 seconds left. You even remind me of the time. You must love me." Lust mask's smile grew more suggestive. Ju Tian's teammate stomped his foot in frustration. "What the hell is he wasting time for? Can you stop being more anxious than the emperor himself?" Ju Tian whispered back. Having competed with Lu Su before, he knew this person might not be as careless as he seemed. As everyone watched the time tick away, they felt this round was hopeless. Then suddenly, Lu Su extended his left hand, grabbing the imposter's right hand. The imposter instinctively tried to pull back, but found Lu Su's grip unbreakable. "I heard there's a vein connecting the left ring finger to the heart," Lu Su said as he reached into the large sphere with his right hand. "I'm holding your hand with my left, hoping you can feel my sincerity." With half the time gone, all 200 eyes were on this scene. Lu Su's left hand gripped the imposter's right, while his right hand probed the sphere held by the imposter's left. The scene was perfectly orchestrated, though the other party was a terrifying skeleton. Xia Antong watched in astonishment, thinking the contrast from the previous scenario was too stark. She thought, "What is this? You can even say sweet nothings? And if you wanted to use your right hand, just say so. Why talk about veins from the left ring finger to the heart?" Which vein in your body doesn't connect to the heart? She struggled to keep her expression neutral to avoid attracting attention. Do you want me to win? With only 10 seconds left, Lu Su continued his chatter. The imposter tried to pull his hand back several times, but had no choice but to reply. Of course, I hope to win myself. Tough talk. I know you just want to give me a reason to win. After all, every woman loves a man who defeats her. Lu Su continued with his baffling words. The imposter was speechless, opting to watch the countdown. 3, 2, 1. In the final second, Lu Su withdrew his right hand from the sphere, holding a ball between each finger and several more in his palm. Are you satisfied with this? Lu Su displayed the balls in his hand. The imposter looked down and counted, his posture slightly stiff. I think you love me. Why else would you give me a sure win scenario, and then let me show my sincerity? If perfection is a crime, I apologize, but falling in love with me is your right choice. Lust Mask's self-absorbed voice, unchanged since the game began, carried on with a broad smile. At this moment, the imposter felt that voice was like the whisper of a devil. In the next instant, a raspy voice emerged from the skeleton frame. You've won. No need to play anymore. Make your request. The large black sphere lay silently on the ground, its skeletal figure hunched over like a puppet. Even though it couldn't show any expression, a pervasive sense of gloom seemed to emanate from it, penetrating the hearts of everyone present. Both the players on the scene and the audience watching through Lu Su's perspective were momentarily bewildered. We won. How did we win? Someone muttered softly. Weren't all 5 supposed to grab the balls? The others haven't even moved yet. Voices of doubt quickly followed. Why did you bring them here? Is there some kind of foul play? Can anyone explain what's going on? The live chat exploded with comments. 1, 2, 3. There are 10 balls in total. Is there some hidden meaning? From the host's favoritism at the start to this sudden victory, something feels off. Where's Kongbai? Why isn't he analyzing this? However, Kongbai, or Xiaoyantong, was currently part of the live content. Ever since the Champagne Tower incident, she had been quietly observing the shifts in the situation. When she saw the 10 balls in Lu Su's hand, she immediately understood. Average, Xiaoyantong murmured to herself. That hand of his is definitely special. It was a straightforward logic problem. In the seconds before the large ball turned black, Xiaoyantong, using her all-seeing eye, clearly saw 50 small balls moving rapidly inside. With 5 people grabbing balls, each would average 10. In this game, the order of grabbing didn't matter. As long as each person took 10, only 2 outcomes were possible. Either everyone took 10 and shared the balls equally, or some had more and some had less. The game's only challenge was that within the 30-second time limit, one had to figure out this logic and then accurately grab 10 small balls once the big ball became opaque. For ordinary people, this was nearly impossible, but for Lu Su, with his scholar's right hand, it was a guaranteed win. Yet, even now, most people remained utterly confused. Xiaoyantong's gaze passed through the crowd, landing on Lu Su's long, distinctively jointed right hand. She was almost certain that hand possessed some special ability. Make a request? Anything? The puppet spoke again, its hollow eyes staring at Lu Su. Even spending a night with me, came a teasing voice from behind a mask of lust. The puppet paused for a moment, then repeated, anything? Nearby, a slime creature bounced up and down, seemingly amused by the conversation. Lu Su pondered for a moment before speaking. While you can awaken my desires, without emotional connection, it means nothing. I seek love, not just physical intimacy. From afar, Xiaoyantong's mouth twitched, thinking, it's just a pile of bones. Where's the flesh? But she nodded inwardly, admiring Lu Su's ability to remain rational. However, Lu Su's next words left her completely stunned. So, my request is for your unwavering love. This statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone present bewildered. Oh? A series of question marks flashed through Xiaoyantong and everyone else's minds. The puppet, the game's biggest resource, still had 3 stars. Everyone assumed that after the previous twists, Lu Su would make some serious demand. But the outcome was far beyond anyone's expectations. What kind of strange thing are you asking for? The slime suddenly clapped, exclaiming, good. That's the spirit of the game. Why do you all act like you're working? Isn't the game supposed to be fun? Lu Su turned back, looking at it blankly. What are you shouting for? The slime immediately quieted down. At that moment, the puppet, as the losing party, agreed to the request. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping it, as if sealing some sort of contract. The mask of lust still bore a lazy smile, and Lu Su nodded, seemingly very satisfied. He deliberately raised his voice, saying, you've loved me from the start, choosing a 5-player game and helping me find 3 more people. These 3 are players, right? It was obvious when they were chosen that they hesitated, and when you said I won, their body language was off. The puppet's skeletal head lifted, just about to speak. when another player not far from Lu Su suddenly rushed forward. Pointing at one of the three remaining in the draw game, he shouted, "I suspect you're a player." The air seemed to freeze for a second. Then, the corners of the lust mask on Lu Su's face stretched to his ears as he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Someone actually believed it. No wonder you're called foolish creatures. Who would think it brought three players up here? The player who rushed forward froze, while the one he accused, the face veil slowly dissolved, revealing another skeleton. Unfortunately, you're wrong. The laughter from Lu Su's mask was filled with mockery and disdain. Then, Lu Su pointed at the petrified player. "I guess you're the player." Then, Lu Su pointed to the remaining two participants and declared them imposters. As soon as he spoke, the veils on all three of them slowly dissolved, revealing a middle-aged man and two skeletal figures. Lu Su had guessed correctly. The middle-aged man, although not directly penalized, felt uncomfortable being the second to show his face. As an executive of a small company, he was accustomed to reprimanding subordinates, but now he was flushed with embarrassment at being outwitted. Just moments ago, a seemingly casual remark by Zue made him feel a chance had arisen. Impulsively, he seized this opportunity, feeling a sense of pride in his boldness. However, as it turned out, Zue, the strongest player, was merely toying with them. The middle-aged man felt utterly defeated, as if everyone in the hall was mocking him. The three newly revealed imposters each took action. One approached the middle-aged man, asking him to agree to a reasonable request. The other two bowed to Zue, indicating they were willing to grant him a request. This contrast was too much for the middle-aged man to bear. "Objection! I object!" he shouted, red-faced and agitated. "Why does this strongest player get so many privileges? Their game isn't even finished, so why is it declared he won? There's something wrong here. He's cheating." Although angry, the middle-aged man retained some rationality, directing his ire at Slime instead of Lu Su. Slime, who had been smiling, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this, saying coldly, "Privileges? If we don't favor the strongest player, should we favor you? Privileges are given for excitement and fun, which are the main themes here, and he's the only one seriously playing the game." Lu Su suddenly asked Slime if he had been given any special treatment. Slime instantly adopted a fawning demeanor, rubbing his hands together, saying it was only right. Then he turned back to the middle-aged man, speaking with indifference. "Where is there a casino that doesn't cheat? Who says you can't cheat here? As long as you're not caught, it's fine. Besides, there was no cheating just now. You have no sense of fun, you're boring." With that, Slime walked away disdainfully. The middle-aged man stood there, dumbfounded, realizing that his usual confidence was useless here, and that the rules of the real world were completely overturned on this ship. The imposter who had fallen for Lu Su also gave the middle-aged man a look of disdain, then removed the black cover from the large ball, revealing 50 smaller balls inside. He took 10 and kicked the rest toward the middle-aged man's feet. Lu Su also tossed aside the small ball he held, smiling as he said, "Go back and play. This game isn't for you." Then he turned to the two new imposters in front of him, nodding with satisfaction. "I grant you the right to love me. You can join in, but there's a queue, and you'll have to wait your turn. Is that acceptable?" Though the imposters found it absurd, they had no choice but to agree. Thus, imposters number 1, 2, and 3 were born. Lu Su began to stroll around the area, followed by 3 idle skeletons. After witnessing Lu Su's series of actions, people generally understood the rules of the identity guessing game and hesitated to start moving. At this moment, Lu Su suddenly turned to Slime. "Hey, you sticky fat guy, do you want excitement? How about making this game a bit more thrilling?" Without waiting for Slime's response, Lu Su approached an Asiatan-revealed person and casually said, "I guess you're an imposter." Wrong guess. As the words fell, the 2 stars on Lu Su's chest vanished instantly, and the person ran into the crowd. Lu Su shrugged, unconcerned, and randomly grabbed another player to continue guessing, indifferent to winning or losing. Many people were puzzled, unable to understand Lu Su's intentions. Jutian's teammate asked, "What's this guy up to? Hasn't he already completed the required 3 guesses?" Jutian's pupils contracted sharply as he urgently said, "Act quickly, there's not much time left." "Huh, isn't there still over 40 minutes? The teammate asked, confused. On the other side, Xia Yantong hurriedly put down her wine glass, spilling a few drops of champagne. She silently cursed the nasty personality of the mask and quickly moved towards her previously observed target. The clever ones realized one thing. The game required each player to make at least 3 guesses, and there were only 200 people here, including the imposters. Now, the masked man with the malicious smile, having finished his 3 guesses, was still frantically and rapidly guessing, completely indifferent to the outcome. In the bustling hall, a lively cocktail party was in full swing. After a captivating performance by Zue and Itian, the previously quiet crowd began to buzz with activity. Though it wasn't quite a raucous affair with clinking glasses, people were now forcing themselves to engage in conversation, despite any inner discomfort. Having entered this realm of games, the rules had to be followed, and the hour-long identity guessing segment had to proceed. So far, Slime hadn't disclosed the purpose of the game chips, but given their name, their significance was clearly crucial. In a game of guesses, a stroke of bad luck could lead to losing everything. Therefore, the game's rules required careful planning. Each guess came down to two choices: guessing a person or a fake. If one assumed that stars were the most critical element of the game, everything started to make sense. Guessing a fake correctly would yield great benefits, but guessing wrong would incur penalties. On the other hand, guessing a person, even if incorrect, seemed to carry less severe consequences, as it didn't directly deduct stars. However, those who guessed correctly didn't seem to receive any special rewards other than unveiling the other's mask. Balancing the pros and cons became a matter requiring deep consideration, leaving many hesitant about whether to take a risk or adopt a different strategy. However, the truly astute players had stopped wasting time weighing options and took swift action to secure their own safety. Take Xianyantong, for instance. She didn't bother guessing who the fakes were, as their identities were too elusive. She focused solely on humans, whose behavior was recognizable and shared common traits. Xianyantong relied not just on visual observation. One of the invisible floating metal spheres in the air was constantly watching Lu Su, while others monitored the rest. Subtle gestures while thinking, walking patterns, and even the crowd's reactions to the performance all served as her clues. Fakes could feign surprise or even pretend to inquire about others' identities, but certain details were hard to mimic perfectly. Xianyantong collected information on everyone present, and through simple comparative analysis, she quickly identified 3 individuals who seemed most human. "I guess you're human." As she swiftly moved through the crowd, she left this statement after each guess before quickly disappearing, repeating this 3 times. Some people hadn't even processed it before she vanished, leaving behind only the holographic image of the guessed person's appearance fading away. She guessed correctly all 3 times. Seeing that she had completed her 3 required guesses without a hitch, Xianyantong breathed a sigh of relief and refocused her attention on the annoying figure in the crowd. Lu Su's headlamp, marked with a prominent 2, made him a focal point wherever he went, not to mention his purple mask. He had guessed numerous people by now, winning more than losing, and seemed to perform better when indifferent to the outcomes. He appeared to be enjoying himself, as if he had stumbled upon a novel gambling game, with Slime stepping in as a guide when necessary. "You fake." Playing casually, he pointed at someone nearby without even bothering to look. "Wrong guess." A player's voice came, indicating Lu Su would lose another star. No, 2 stars, because of the 2 factor. But he only had 1 star left, having already lost one in a forced deduction earlier. "Oh, not enough stars." Lu Su shrugged under his purple mask, looking unconcerned. "I got carried away playing and forgot about this. What now? Want to kill me? Or maybe chop off my hands and feet to settle the debt?" He directed the last part at Slime. Slime hesitated, pointing a finger towards someone next to Lu Su. Turning his head, Lu Su saw fake number 1 extending a skeletal hand, offering a star. "Here, take mine." "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Lu Su said in mock humility from behind his lustrous mask. "It's fine. Mine is yours anyway." Before fake number 1 could finish, the star disappeared from its hand and reappeared in Lu Su's. Feigning embarrassment, Lu Su quickly took the star, moving so fast that the fake couldn't even see it. After pinning the star to his chest, it quickly dissolved into the air. Fake number 1 retracted its skeletal hand, speechless, with nothing more to say. What else could be done? Lu Su's image had deteriorated to an extreme. Nonchalant, a joker, and a headache to anyone who looked at him. Observing from a distance, Xianyantong wondered if the historical figure Han Gaozu appeared similar in others' eyes. But when she saw the fake willingly give its star to Zue, she realized the so-called love was about binding fakes to oneself, making their stars effectively one's own. Then why not directly ask for 3 stars from them? What use were those skeletons? Zue's personal strength seemed not to require them. Regardless, she turned her gaze back to the crowd. By now, the number of unveiled faces and guessers had increased again, but there were still targets left to guess. Guessing a fake seemed to have significant rewards. Let's stir up the chaos of this game a bit more. With this thought, having already completed her 3 guesses, Xianyantong re-entered the crowd to continue guessing. Time flew by, and some of the less alert individuals soon noticed something amiss. They hesitated, trying to calmly think through a solution, but the situation was already spiraling out of control. At some point, the pace of unmasking in the crowd suddenly accelerated by a magnitude. Initially surrounded by anime-like handsome and beautiful faces, the scene abruptly changed. Real appearances of players and terrifying skeletons rapidly emerged, jolting everyone to the realization that something was wrong. But it was too late. Hesitation leads to defeat, and many had already fallen into the trap Zue had set. The trap that Lu Su, the troublemaker, laid finally exploded. Xianyantong, a clever individual, decided to join the fray to seek profit after discerning the truth. This game turned into a joint massacre, ruthlessly eliminating those who hesitated or refused to face reality. The game rules were inherently a filtering mechanism. With 200 participants, each required to make at least 3 guesses, and imposters also guessing to hide their identities, it meant some would inevitably fail to complete their 3 guesses. The brutal nature of this hellish game was apparent. No one had your back, and everyone was a competitor to some extent. Weakness and hesitation would lead to one's downfall, while decisive yet foolish individuals would meet their end even quicker. With only half an hour left, chaos reigned in the hall. People argued and shouted, the noise as overwhelming as a bustling marketplace, causing headaches. Few had completed their 3 guesses. Most had only guessed once or twice, playing it safe, unaware of the impending crisis. Some hadn't even tried once. Meanwhile, the number of guessable targets was rapidly dwindling, increasing the urgency. Among the crowd, some began guessing recklessly, gambling on a 50 chance. Meanwhile, Lu Su, the mastermind behind it all, had already stopped and was leisurely sipping a glass of crimson wine. Surrounded by 8 people disguised as skeletons, he was like a young master watching a play, isolated from the clamoring crowd. In the first 10 minutes of the game, everyone observed, watching the lone performer. In the second 10 minutes, Lu Su completed his game, and figures like Zhou Tian and Xianyantong began to act. In the third 10 minutes, the pace quickened, chaos ensued, turning into a hodgepodge. With 30 minutes remaining, a bell tolled in the room, striking everyone's hearts. Slime's cheeky voice echoed, "La la la, the game is over. The time remains, but the masks are gone." Suddenly, all the handsome men and beautiful women vanished, replaced by 100 skeletons and 100 players. Slime bounced around, scanning the room, and said, 30 minutes left. Looks like you all were very efficient. The game is complete. Now, who are our little cuties who didn't finish?" Many in the crowd were sweating profusely, a pure reflection of inner anxiety. Those who completed 3 guesses and kept their stars breathed a sigh of relief, while those who finished but lost stars were anxious. Those who hadn't completed stared intently at Slime, as well as special individuals like Xianyantong with 7 stars, Zhou Tian with 5, and Lu Su, who had none but was surrounded by 8 skeletons. Slime continued, "All right, the first warm-up game is over. I believe everyone had fun. Happy, right? That's why I said this game is a paradise, a benefit for everyone to enjoy. Now, does anyone want to quit? Anyone?" Silence filled the room. No one responded. Everyone felt something was missing from this segment. A woman timidly asked, "Is there no cost?" Slime suddenly remembered, "Oh, right. Forgot to mention, those who didn't complete 3 guesses will have stars deducted accordingly. So, does anyone want to quit? No exit coins needed. Quitting in game just means you're not playing anymore. I already said it's a benefit round. Why don't you believe me?" The woman's face lit up with joy, eagerly asking, "Quit freely? No cost?" Slime looked puzzled. "Cost? What cost?" "Players with 3 or more stars can quit without any cost. Of course, you cowards won't gain any benefits either. If you have less than 3 stars, you might lose a few things, as many as the stars you're short of." The light in the woman's eyes flickered. Slime grew anxious. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "If you use an exit coin, all your equipment and benefits are wiped clean. Here, you just lose a few things." Hearing this, many who had lost stars wavered. The woman immediately decided to quit. She couldn't handle the hellish game, especially with that annoying, vile person around. She glared fiercely at the leisurely Lu Su. At this moment, Lu Su lazily spoke. I suggest you think carefully about that ugly thing's words. Better to use an exit coin. If you don't have one, you can buy from me. I have plenty." With that, he revealed 4 exit coins in his hand. The woman was furious. "Shut up. What strongest player? You're just a beast feeding off everyone else's blood and flesh. We're all players here. If it weren't for you leading the charge with extra guesses, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now you're here pretending, selling exit coins? Do you think everyone fears you? You'll meet a bad end one day." After her outburst, she shouted, "Quit," and vanished instantly. Since she had no stars, 3 items fell from where she disappeared: a shoe, an ear, and a liver. The 3 items that fell to the ground were spotless, especially the smooth liver, which showed no signs of blood, fresh and tender. Everyone was silent, their gaze fixed on the liver on the ground, their minds inevitably picturing the woman's gruesome state. Can a person survive without a liver? Lu Su's voice broke the silence, carrying a hint of nonchalance. "What's the rush? Didn't I say to think it through first? It's just a word game, quite humorous. Luckily, it's just a liver. Imagine if a head had rolled here, that would be truly disgusting." He turned to the nearby dummy one, as if remembering something, and said, "By the way, see if you can make use of it." Just as everyone was immersed in the oppressive atmosphere, Slime suddenly protested loudly. What do you mean by a word game? How can you say that? I was very clear, and having only 3 items is quite merciful. Look, she even lost a shoe. It's all about luck. If your luck's good, you'll be fine. I think this cost is much lower than losing all your abilities. This is the essence of the gamble. This is the essence of the game. Lu Su immediately chimed in. Exactly. Right on. He spread his hands, a smile of excitement emerging beneath his purple mask. A casino on the sea. That's the real name of this game. Bet everything you have, whether you continue or quit. The word gamble runs through your entire life. Even when you step out to eat, you're betting you won't get hit by a car. If there really is a god in this world, it's the god of probability who controls everything. Einstein once glimpsed her grandeur. Betting everything on an unknown outcome is the real thrill. That's what makes it interesting. Slime also joined in enthusiastically, wriggling its body. The excitement of the two starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere at the scene. Everyone remained silent, unable to tear their eyes away from the liver on the ground. Fear, like an invisible hand, tightly gripped the rationality of most people. To retreat or not to retreat? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Suddenly, Xian'ong spoke up, turning to Slime and asking, I want to ask, if there are more than 3 stars, can you quit? Lu Su recognized Xian'ong and Jiutian from afar, thinking how small the world was to randomly match with the same people twice. But outwardly, he showed no reaction, as if he didn't know them at all. Slime replied calmly, yes, if you have 3 or more stars, you can quit now without any penalty. Just no penalty? Xian'ong pressed further. Slime's tone suddenly sharpened. What else? Do you cowards who quit midway want a reward? Then, seeing Xian'ong, his tone softened again. Oh, you have 7 stars, huh? Then don't quit. It's more fun to stay. From the start of the game, Slime had been showcasing his superpower, rapidly changing his demeanor, providing vastly different attitudes depending on the person. The tension in the air grew thicker, with many making decisions in their hesitation. Those with 2 stars were the most likely to leave, wary of what might lie ahead in this hellish game. Some were lucky, only losing clothes or equipment, while others were unfortunate, losing limbs. There was even one person who, upon quitting, left a beating heart on the ground. Seeing that beating heart, everyone's faces turned pale. Though this game wasn't as overtly bloody as conventional hell games, it was more brutally taxing on human nature and psychology. Some with 3 stars also began to leave. Xian'ong found herself in a dilemma. Logically, she was a cautious person, but the casino should be her forte. Besides, she had 7 stars now, second only to Zue. At this moment, even with the omniscient eye, she couldn't see through her own heart. No matter how high one's IQ, it often falls short in the face of human nature. Everyone harbors a mask of greed within them, just waiting for the right time to wear it. Amidst everyone's indecision, Lu Su spoke again. Go on, to be honest. Don't worry about whether your stars are wasted. It doesn't matter. You're not suited for this place. You lack the aura. This is my final reminder to you. Consider it my last act of pity for you lowly beings. Leaning against the table, Lu Su spoke with indifference, unconcerned about making enemies. In fact, this was the most compassionate thing he could say after suppressing his malicious, lustful mask. It just might backfire, though. Once again, under the scrutiny of everyone, Lu Su remained unfazed, even enjoying the attention. His desire to perform was greatly satisfied. Suddenly, a man with a somber expression looked at Slime and asked, Host, I want to know, in this casino game, is it permissible for players to kill or attack each other? Slime explained, Oh, unless the game requires it, it's not allowed. Oh, okay. The somber man responded, turning to the crowd and saying, By now, I think everyone is reluctant to leave like this or afraid to gamble on what they might lose. Folks, I don't think we need to be intimidated by the so-called strongest player's title. He's powerful. His personal combat ability surpasses that of humans. But here it's the game, the gamble that determines the outcome. Without your most prized strength, who are you? Strongest player. His last words were directed at Zue. Lu Su suddenly turned, his gaze like a blade piercing into the man's eyes, causing him to flinch involuntarily. Don't you know who I am? I am the strongest player, the fear in your hearts, the one you want to target with bluster, but often dare not confront. Seeing me is your honor. Being in the same game as me is your misfortune. The sickly grin on the purple mask stared intently at the man. Despite Slime's assurances, the man couldn't help but swallow hard. Fear surged like a tide, with an inner voice urging him to fight back, to respond. Yet words failed him in the face of overwhelming pressure. All right, since everyone has decided not to back out, I'll assume you're all prepared for what's to come. The purple mask slowly scanned the faces around, making everyone instinctively avoid eye contact. Just a heads up, the next phase might not be so gentle. In the audience, someone murmured, I feel like this time, The big guy's personality is a bit too flamboyant. He's setting himself up for trouble. It's not very rational, and if things go south, it'll be interesting. The key issue is that his strong combat skills are useless here. This game doesn't seem very friendly to Zue. The Lust Mask's excessive need for attention had already raised eyebrows among the spectators, and even more so among the participants. In a collective game, the weak often unite against the strong, and he was clearly courting trouble. Strangely, it seemed intentional. Slime danced excitedly, eager to continue before anyone changed their mind. Great. This is getting interesting. I'll count to 3, and after that, the exit will close. 3. All right, it's closed. The remaining player count is 47. A simple identity guessing round had already eliminated more than half. The first wave of players to exit felt the least burdened, choosing to leave rather than risk their lives in a hellish game. The remaining 47 were mainly split into 2 groups. Those with 3 stars or more, and those with none, the latter fearing that leaving now might cause their hearts to drop out. This mirrored the 2 types of gamblers in a casino: those who got carried away by winning, and those who became desperate after losing. Despite the high stakes, it was undeniably an educational experience. Slime continued. All right. Now, we'll move to the next game mode, lasting 3 hours. Free trade. During this phase, the entire space becomes a complete playground for you to enjoy. There are various gaming machines, and your stars are the chips. You can play against AI or each other. You can find auto-generated casino games based on the number of players, or you can negotiate your own bets and rules. Make the most of your time, have fun, and entertain yourselves. For these 3 hours, the hall is entirely open to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the scattered limbs and organs vanished, along with the bloody and salty smell. The hall returned to its lavish state, with gourmet food, drinks, piano music, and various incomprehensible gaming devices. Slime added, one more thing worth discussing: if you make it to the end, the more stars you have, the richer the rewards. If you have too few, it's truly unfortunate. Though he didn't spell it out, everyone understood his implication. All right, the game now. Wait. A timid voice interrupted Slime. I want to ask, what happens if you have no stars now? The speaker was a short man with no stars on his chest, who had stayed out of fear of quitting. Oh, we still have people like you. Huh? Fiske, I forgot about the losers. Slime sneered. If you have no chips, then you yourself are the chip. Choose one. Suddenly, torture devices appeared out of thin air. Arm guards with needle springs that could puncture the arm, acid-filled boots, a helmet lined with spikes, and earphones. These imaginative devices left the short man terrified, trembling uncontrollably at the harsh reality. Pick one, or more if you like. Slime continued. By the way, these only let you continue playing, but each use incurs a penalty. The short man's legs turned to jelly, barely able to stand. Can I still quit? Of course not, Slime replied nonchalantly. Everyone's spirits sunk. They had anticipated such scenarios. After all, a hell game could hardly be without torment. The short man shakily began his difficult choice. Just then, an enraged voice erupted. Hold on. What did you say? When you have no stars, you can use these things to cover your debt. Zue's mask eyes widened, glaring at Slime, as if feeling deceived. Not to cover debt, to incur a penalty, and then continue playing. Slime was a bit taken aback. Is something wrong? You're such a... Why didn't you say so earlier? Zue roared. I don't have any stars either. Give me one of those. Though Slime didn't understand why Zue was doing this, he obliged. Minutes later, Zue's arms were adorned with a pair of arm guards. Game on. Slime wasted no more words, and a 3-hour countdown appeared on the wall. The crowd dispersed instantly, avoiding Zue, pondering what to do during the 3 hours. What are you planning? Jotian dropped the pretense and asked his teammate directly. The teammate stared unwaveringly at Zue, his gaze growing resolute. I want to confront him. Jotian was taken aback. You know it's hard to get a martyr's certificate for getting yourself killed, right? As soon as Yin Hong finished speaking, a faint hint of dark humor appeared on Jotian's face. Without any change in his expression, he remarked, I told you, unless absolutely necessary, don't provoke him. Keep your distance for now. Yin Hong dismissed his warning, arguing, I'm not provoking him. I just want to chat, get to know him a bit. Why don't you join me? Maybe we could collaborate later on. It's rare to be in the same game, and since he's being rejected by everyone else, shouldn't we seize the opportunity? Jotian didn't respond. He simply stepped back, making his stance clear through his actions. Yin Hong was a bit displeased. What's with that attitude? Didn't the organization always say we should try to connect and recruit if we encounter someone in the game? Jotian replied calmly. The organization also said that in the game, life comes first. Don't take unnecessary risks. He knew that different colored masks represented different personalities, and this mask seemed even more dangerous than the last one. The other person might not even recognize him. After pondering for a moment, Zhu advised. Yin Hong, if you really want to approach him, I'd suggest speaking politely and avoiding confrontation. As for me, I'll be cheering you on from here. Stay safe, and don't place too much hope on the game's rules in front of him. With that, he gestured for Yin Hong to proceed, while he retreated further, clearly letting his teammate be the guinea pig. Yin Hong felt a chill down his spine, sensing an ominous vibe since Zhu rarely used his full name. He muttered, coward, touched the 4 stars on his chest, and took one out. I'll bet 1 star. Win or lose, it's just for contact. With determination, he stepped towards Zhu. Zhu gave a thumbs up from behind, thinking to himself, good luck, brave soul. In the arena, Lu Su stood out. Yin Hong quickly approached him, extending his hand. Hello, nice to meet you. Zhu and I are from the official organization. Do you remember him? But a few imposters surrounded Yin Hong like bodyguards, preventing him from getting closer to Zhu. Their actions seemed unnecessary, as Zhu's combat prowess hardly needed protection. In a way, they were more likely protecting Yin Hong. Lu Su looked Yin Hong up and down, his gaze lingering on the outstretched hand. The purple mask showed a trace of disdain as he asked, did you wash your hands? Yin Hong naturally withdrew his hand, pretending not to mind with a smile. Lu Su continued, Zhu, right? I have a vague impression. Seeing your attire, I kind of guessed. The red-clad showy guys organization? Why can't your aesthetics improve even a bit by now? Yin Hong's smile froze. How did he become a red-clad showy guy? Knowing many colleagues might be watching the live stream, he felt he had suffered a big loss. Despite his disdain, Lu Su remained rational. Keep your distance, thanks. What do you want? He pointed to Zhu in the distance. Why didn't that guy come over? Yin Hong seized the chance to complain. Him? Let me tell you. He's been bad-mouthing you behind your back. Zhu, hearing this loud and clear from afar, began shaking his head vigorously, unsure if Zhu noticed. Yin Hong quickly got to the point. I wanted to ask. It seems like you never think you'll lose, even without knowing the game's future developments or rules. Do you have some casino-related abilities, or what? Lu Su gave him a strange look. Are you a journalist? Is this a talk show with Lu Yu? Where am I confident? It's just a natural conclusion based on facts. I'm the strongest. There's no chance of losing. If it's idle talk, step aside and don't interrupt my game. With that, he elegantly picked up a slice of sashimi from a platter and put it in his mouth. The imposters began to usher Yin Hong away, prompting him to exclaim, wait, let's make a bet. Just 1 star. A direct bet. The imposters halted, allowing Yin Hong to face Zhu. Zhu chuckled. Bold move. He pointed to the large 2 above. But you'll lose 2 stars. What do you want to bet on? Yin Hong smiled. I know you're strong. So let's make it interesting. Guess the time. He turned and pointed to the distance, speaking softly. See those people playing the slot machines over there? Yeah, Lu Su replied, disinterested. Do you see the person in green? Just get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Beneath the mask of lust, Lu Su's voice was filled with impatience. Yin Hong proposed. Let's make a bet without letting him know. Guess when he'll leave the slot machine. We each guess a time. Start the timer, and whoever's closest wins. Are you in? Dare? Lu Su almost burst into laughter. This pathetic attempt to provoke him made it seem like the other person was worried he wouldn't accept the bet. With a slight smile, Lu Su turned to Yin Hong and said, you're a bit clumsy, but your performance does amuse me. Since that's the case, you can make the arrangements. You decide the stakes, the size of the bet, and even the time estimate. As he spoke, Lu Su casually picked up a white towel from a nearby table and began to meticulously wipe his hands. Since donning the mask of lust, he found himself adopting some new habits. Growing up in an orphanage, he never had the luxury of developing a cleanliness obsession. Yet now, he felt compelled to wipe his hands after every bite. Although this was an instinct brought on by the mask, Lu Su found it somewhat unsettling. Hope I don't actually become a neat freak. That would be a hassle, he muttered to himself. Yin Hong noticed that Lu Su still seemed indifferent, as if he had no interest in the topic at hand, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He racked his brains trying to come up with a game purely based on luck, one that wouldn't be influenced by Lu Su's abilities. In his mind, Lu Su's overwhelming confidence and even narcissism couldn't possibly indicate a mental issue. It stemmed from Lu Su's confidence in his own ability and ranking, as well as a possible understanding of gambling or sleight of hand. Recalling the earlier ball-grabbing incident, Yin Hong realized it was essentially a math logic problem. But he couldn't fathom how Lu Su managed to pick and hold the ball in mere seconds. He guessed that Lu Su might have a skill akin to sleight of hand, perfectly suited for this casino environment, which explained his composure. Yet now, a slight anxiety crept in. Let's go with this then. Yin Hong took a deep breath and said, we'll bet on a star. If it's with you, the stakes double to 2 stars. Fine, Lu Su replied curtly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 beams of light enveloped them both, instantly sealing the bet and ensuring no one could back out. Yin Hong glanced at Lu Su's long, fair hands but quickly shifted his gaze to a distant slot machine. There stood a man in green who had been loitering in front of the machine for nearly 10 minutes. The slot machine's rules were simple. Place a bet of any amount. Then, 3 random reels would spin, and the player could stop them at any time. If 3 different symbols appeared, the bet was lost. If 2 symbols matched, the player could choose to play again or cash out. If all 3 matched, the bet would be doubled. Yin Hong carefully observed the green-clad target. The man seemed timid, lacking confidence in his own skills, afraid that betting against others or imposters would lead to unfavorable results. So he chose to keep playing the slot machine, leaving his fate to a cold machine. Initially, the man only had 1 star, and after toying with the slot machine for so long, he had gained a mere 2 stars. He alternated between winning and losing, never daring to place a large bet. This indirectly proved that the slot machine wasn't rigged, making it a relatively fair game. However, at this moment, the man's gambler's instinct began to take over, as if his feet were rooted to the ground, focusing solely on the gambling machine. His hands moved incessantly, as if calculating probabilities, much like those experts at lottery kiosks searching for patterns. Yin Hong had been observing the man for quite some time, and sensed that he was becoming addicted. When choosing this bet, Yin Hong had considered many factors. Can't you make it quick? What's taking you so long? Is guessing a time really that difficult? Lu Su grew impatient, his tone carrying obvious displeasure. Haha, don't rush me. I'm just thinking. Yin Hong turned to Lu Su with a smile. All right, I guess half an hour. In reality, the specific time guessed didn't matter much. It was just about whose guess was closer, so the most sensible strategy was to guess 1 second more or less than the other person. This way, the bet effectively boiled down to whether the man left before or after half an hour, giving both parties a roughly 50% chance of winning. It doesn't matter. I never expected to definitely beat you. I can afford to lose 2 stars to you, Yin Hong said sincerely. I just want to see if my odds against you are 50-50, and whether in this casino, fate or skill matters more. Yin Hong wasn't there to challenge Lu Su. He just wanted to connect and interact a bit. As long as Lu Su chose a time 1 second more or less than his, Yin Hong considered it a win, as it allowed him to engage his strength, making future contact easier. After all, Lu Su didn't seem keen on interacting with someone weaker, as evidenced by his reluctance to engage in conversation. In the distance, Xiaoyantong also turned her head, with her all-seeing eye transmitting all the relevant information. She wasn't optimistic about Yin Hongha was too straightforward. Her past experience told her that trying to beat Lu Su through straightforward means was impossible. Done talking? Who asked you, anyway? Lu Su looked at the somewhat chatty Yin Hong with mild exasperation. So your conclusion is half an hour, right? Yes. Yin Hong nodded in confirmation. All right then, I'll guess 3 seconds. Before he finished speaking, the hell roar appeared in Lu Su's hand. Boom. He fired at the ceiling. The deafening explosion made everyone present flinch, drawing all eyes to him, including those of the slot machine addict in green. But the man quickly realized in horror that the gun was pointed at him. Bang. Without time to think, almost by instinct, the man scrambled 10 meters away, taking cover under a table, shouting loudly and gesturing frantically towards the distant slime. Lu Su turned to look at the now petrified Yin Hong. Is fate more important, or skill? My skill is my fate. A sudden green light curtain enveloped the slot machine room, like an invisible barrier protecting everyone and everything within. Lu Su's attack was completely neutralized by this seemingly thin film, with energy rippling out like water waves, eventually dissipating into nothingness. The slime twisted its body and spoke with a relaxed tone. Ah, the rules of the casino are rules and cannot be changed at will. Zue. Let's talk things over instead of resorting to violence. With a wave of its hand, the damage caused by Lu Su's previous shot vanished instantly, the ceiling's cracks mending as if time had reversed, making it seem as though nothing had ever happened. All right, let's leave it at that. Don't dampen everyone's spirits. Continue. Keep the music playing. Keep gambling, the slime said cheerfully, as if the whole affair was a mere triviality. However, aside from Zue, everyone else stared at the green creature with disbelief. In shock, a unanimous thought crossed their minds. This guy is incredibly powerful? From the slime's previous behavior, everyone assumed it was just a game NPC, holding some game rules and permissions. Its fawning over the strongest player and its fickle attitude towards different contestants had been quite off-putting. But now, everyone realized they had been gravely mistaken. This is what you call a hell game, someone murmured. Every entity inside is no simple character. I knew it, another agreed. That slimy green blob definitely had some tricks up its sleeve. The audience buzzed with excitement, discussing eagerly. Now the question is, who's stronger, him or the strongest player? However, the players inside the room reacted quite differently. After a brief moment of shock, they all averted their eyes from the slime, filled with apprehension. The green-clad man, who had narrowly escaped death, had already hidden in a corner out of Zue's sight, still shaken from the close call. Only Zue seemed to have anticipated the slime's power, chuckling softly before turning his gaze to Yin Hong. Yin Hong, just recovering from his bewilderment, protested loudly, "Wait, what do you mean by this? Didn't we agree that the stakes couldn't be revealed to him? How does he know?" Lu Su glanced at Yin Hong and asked coolly, "He knows?" "No." Yin Hong was at a loss for words, unable to refute. Still, he stubbornly pressed on. "Does this count?" Lu Su ignored him, leisurely enjoying a piece of beef and wiping his hands with the help of a servant. The 2 stars on Yin Hong's chest instantly burned out, while 2 new stars appeared on Lu Su's side. The outcome was clear, needing no further words. As Yin Hong stood speechless, a deep voice spoke up nearby. "Indeed. How could you possibly win against the great strongest player? Such arrogance." Yin Hong turned to see the speaker was the sullen man who had earlier taunted Zue. He frowned and asked curtly, "What do you want?" "Nothing." The man replied sharply, "Just here to mock your overconfidence. Everyone knows that betting against the strongest player is as good as asking for death." Though his words seemed to belittle Yin Hong and flatter Lu Su, anyone with common sense could hear the underlying sarcasm. Instinctively, Yin Hong felt a dislike for this person and was about to retort when the man turned his attention to Lu Su. "Challenging the strongest player, even if you just flip a coin. I bet he could make it stand on its edge. Don't you agree?" the sullen man said, casting an unsettling smile at Zue. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out. Lu Su flicked his hell's roar, and the bullet pierced through the coin, grazing the man's fingernail, which began to smoke slightly. The slime glanced back, but took no action, indicating this did not trigger its intervention. The sullen man's expression froze, staring at his smoldering fingernail, momentarily speechless. "Heh," Lu Su said, wiping his hell's roar, his gaze locking onto the man. "If you want to play with me, come up with something interesting." The man quickly regained his composure, casually tossing the coin aside and laughing loudly. "I wouldn't dare. How could I risk provoking you? Everyone knows there's no chance of winning against you. The best choice is to keep a distance." He deliberately raised his voice, seemingly speaking to Lu Su but more likely making an announcement to the others. "By the way, I wonder if you remember me," he continued. "I'm Li Wei, and I sent you a challenge request. But since my ranking was only in the top 10,000, not the top 100, you chose that fool Park Buchan instead. Though it's fortunate I wasn't picked, otherwise, I might have met a grim fate." Despite his words, Li Wei showed no fear, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Behind his mask, Lu Su frowned slightly. Though he didn't remember the man, he did recall that besides Park Buchan, several top 10,000 ranked individuals had tried to challenge him. Lu Su raised his hell's roar, pressing the barrel against Li Wei's forehead. "So, are you here today to fulfill the regret of last time?" Yet, facing this threat, Li Wei exuded the air of a desperado. He neither flinched nor showed any fear, meeting Lu Su's gaze steadily, and said, "I'm just here to tell you something, or rather, a message. The tiandihui sends its regards. Furthermore, tiandihui sincerely invites you to join." As soon as those words were spoken, the room fell silent. All eyes were like sharp arrows focused on the 2 people in the center, as this scene had repeated countless times. The name of the tiandihui had grown from being slightly known to a household name during this period of the game. This seemingly spontaneous organization had expanded to an astonishing size, becoming the largest civilian organization in China. In the game, members of the tiandihui appeared frequently, and the audience had become quite familiar with them. In reality, they made their presence felt across the country. Lu Su had experienced it firsthand on campus. Fanatics shouting, "The world belongs to the tiandihui," in busy streets, or recklessly damaging property, even breaking into frenzied dances or streaking. Their methods were less than honorable, yet they had become the most prominent, emerging organization since the game's inception. Yin Hong, who was about to leave, turned back immediately upon hearing the words tiandihui, his brow furrowing as he stared at Li Wei. The authorities had been aware of the chaos caused by the tiandihui for some time, but considering the social upheaval inevitably brought by the nationwide game, and the fact that the tiandihui had not engaged in large-scale terrorist attacks or killings in reality, coupled with the self-proclaimed leader being a top-tier player, no definitive classification had been given. However, in Yin Hong's eyes, the tiandihui was far from a positive organization and could be classified as a terrorist group. "People from the tiandihui? What are you up to?" Yin Hong questioned. Li Wei shrugged, looking at Yin Hong with amusement. "I'm just here on behalf of the organization to pay respects to the strongest player and extend an invitation. What's wrong with that? I warn you, and your organization, don't do anything reckless," Yin Hong said sharply. Oh, the police sure have a long reach. What's reckless? Do you want to comment on whether this game itself is reckless?" Li Wei retorted. Yin Hong was at a loss for words. Li Wei continued, "The world has changed, The conservatives will have to face countless failures before realizing that reforms are pointless, and revolution is necessary. At this moment, Lu Su finally spoke. Join you? Why would I join a group full of lower life forms? What is this, a remedial club? Your leader? What rank? Ranked 8th, Li Wei replied calmly. That's barely passable, Lu Su said dismissively, turning to leave. If he wants to challenge me, I might consider it. Li Wei watched Lu Su's departing figure with a smile, then turned to leave as well. Zhu Tian grabbed the arm of Yin Hong, who was about to cause trouble, and whispered, Don't go making enemies for yourself lightly. This Li Wei isn't simple either. Besides, the organization hasn't decided how to classify the tiandihui yet. Yin Hong suppressed his anger and replied, Luckily, the strongest player hasn't actually joined them. Zhu Tian looked shocked. You were actually worried about that? With his personality, he's not likely to join anyone. You're overthinking it. Are you saying our attempts to recruit him are pointless too? Yin Hong's mouth twitched. In the distance, Xie Antong, who had been recording everything with her omniscient eye, frowned and turned away. She was likely among the first in the world to encounter the tiandihui. The thrilling experiences on campus were still vivid in her mind, and now she understood that those who frantically shouted for the tiandihui must have been under the influence of in-game powers or drugs. There was also the incident when her deskmate Lu Su pretended to faint when a giant approached, which seemed suspicious at the time, but she hadn't had the chance to investigate further. After her feelings were exposed in the last game, she had been avoiding thinking about Lu Su. Now, reflecting on it, she felt the world was small, and everything was interconnected, leaving her feeling a bit emo. Never mind, let's just win Xing. Xia Antong encouraged herself quietly. Lu Su was also pondering the tiandihui at this time, deepening his impression of the organization. After this small episode, people in the hall returned to their activities. Observant individuals would notice that there were no other players around Lu Su anymore. Yin Hong's actions, coupled with Li Wei's instigation, made those who were already hesitant to approach even more cautious. Lu Su, however, was happy to enjoy the peace and didn't bother finding someone to gamble with, opting to play the machines in the available area instead. For the thrill, he chose the options with the highest odds and the hardest to win. The 2 stars he had won from Yin Hong were quickly lost, causing Yin Hong to grit his teeth. Stariantong, who had been observing all along, now understood Li Wei's intention. On the surface, it seemed like flattery and recruitment, but it was actually isolating Lu Su. With no one daring to gamble with him, he was left to play the facilities. However, these facilities were too fair, protected by the game rules, and truly relied on luck. This meant that it was difficult for Zhu Wei's stars to significantly increase. Xianyang realized Li Wei's strategy, even though they knew Zhu Wei was strong, that the game might not kill him, and that defeating him was nearly impossible. He couldn't become the best. This effectively cut off Zhu Wei's chance of achieving a perfect consecutive victory. Perfection might not matter to others, but for someone like Zhu Wei, how could he not pursue perfection? What a cunning tactic, what a subtle trap, Xie Antong thought to herself. Xie Antong furrowed her brow, realizing she might be trapped in a deadlock. Even if Zhu Wei could break the rules and forcibly kill Li Wei, it would only generate more fear and eliminate any possibility of a wager. Unless she could find a loophole in the casino's current setup, or rely purely on luck. But could a hellish game really be decided by luck alone? There was no time to think further. Xianyang already had a poor impression of Zhu Wei. After sparing an eye for Li Wei, she threw herself back into her frequent star-earning plans. Meanwhile, Li Wei appeared relaxed and carefree. With 5 stars in hand, he wasn't in a rush and wandered around the venue, chatting with others. Hey friend, want to set something up? Li Wei leaned against the wall, speaking casually to passers-by. Those he approached were all wary, yet Li Wei remained unconcerned. The games here are meaningless, purely based on luck. You don't think you can just play these games and get out, do you? Most people were speechless in response to Li Wei's words. They were all too aware of the essence of the hellish game. One wrong move could lead to a tragic end. Li Wei continued to entice them. So the purpose of this game is to make us kill each other, to gamble. The losers are doomed, and only the winner takes it all. Remember what the strongest player said? If he stays, he won't show any mercy. Now, we're all competitors, it's kill or be killed. Mentioning the strongest player sent shivers down many spines. Li Wei seized the moment to propose. So the key is to unite. See those 2 over there? He pointed to Zhu Tian and Yin Hong in the distance. They're obviously in an alliance. I think we can form a private alliance too. Soon, I'll set up a big game, and we can team up to win against others. Although most people hesitated, Li Wei wasn't in a hurry. He roamed the area, constantly looking for new targets. His strategy was clear: to recruit 1-star or 0-star desperate players, or find those with 3 or more stars who were arrogant yet cautious. He ignored those in the middle ground. Meanwhile, Lu Su stood alone in front of a massive roulette machine in the center of the hall. This was a casino staple, an upgraded version with hundreds of slots, each with a complex multiplier formula. The ball dropped, bouncing among the slots, and its final resting place determined the outcome. 6 or 7 people gathered around the roulette, deliberately keeping their distance from Lu Su. Suddenly, a spring in the brace on Lu Su's right arm ejected, piercing his arm. Chosen by pain, pain value 3. Lu Su wasn't thrilled by this. Instead, he was bothered by the blood seeping out. He frowned and complained, "Ugh, what a hassle. Can't this gadget be more sealed?" The surrounding players were secretly pleased, but dared not show it. This gave them confidence even the strongest player couldn't manipulate the fairness of the casino's mechanics. As a new round was about to begin, the other players were eager and silently praying. Lu Su casually picked a slot, and then looked at a chubby man nearby who had failed to suppress a laugh earlier. "Next time, the ball will land here." Lu Su pointed to a slot. "Bet on this one." The chubby man glanced at Lu Su in confusion, then muttered to himself while betting on a different spot. He thought, "Your hand got pierced, and you want me to listen to you?" Seeing the chubby man's defiance, the smile on Lu Su's masked face grew even brighter. The roulette started, the ball dropped, bouncing between slots. Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding. Finally, the ball settled in the slot Lu Su had pointed out to the chubby man earlier. The chubby man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was witnessing. As the small ball came to a stop, the smile on Lu Su's masked face twisted into something sinister. He tapped the roulette wheel lightly, and the overweight man in his sight seemed like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. His emotions swayed at Lu Su's whim. The ability of the lust mask emotional manipulation after long-term adaptation and enduring its side effects was finally starting to work. The overweight man widened his eyes, trembling uncontrollably as he stared at the ball, muttering, "How is this possible?" 2 of the 3 stars above him instantly vanished. It wasn't just him. Everyone who had heard Lu Su's prediction was staring at the ball in disbelief, their wagered stars disappearing one by one. A bloody hole appeared on Lu Su's arm, but he seemed indifferent. He smiled at the overweight man and said, "Regretting so much you want to bang your head against the wall? I did tell you which one was right. How did you do it?" The overweight man asked, bewildered. "Do I need to explain my thoughts to you?" Lu Su's expression suddenly turned cold. The overweight man's face turned beet red, his mind nearly ceasing to function. After observing for a long time, he had chosen 2 tracks with the lowest odds, yet neither succeeded. Now, with only 1 star left, greed and fear intertwined within him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to Lu Su, trembling. "Master, can you tell me where it will stop next time? 2 will be your servant for life, sell everything I own, and give you all the money once I leave here." Lu Su's mouth twitched before he flashed a wicked smile. "Oh, why not throw in your mother too?" "Sure. Everything." The overweight man replied eagerly. Such filial piety? Lu Su shook his head, pointing to a groove with high odds and low probability. "This one. Bet here." The overweight man's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" "Believe it or not, I bet on it too," Lu Su said, selecting the same path. Gritting his teeth, the overweight man placed his last star there. As others hesitated, he immediately cursed to stop them. A scuffle ensued, with Lu Su watching coldly. The wheel began to spin, and after a long wait, the ball stopped nowhere near where Lu Su had indicated. Everyone was shocked. The overweight man looked ashen. Lu Su laughed heartily. "You really believed it, huh? I just pointed randomly, and you took it seriously. It's just a game. Why so serious? Exciting, isn't it?" The overweight man's gaze turned vacant, and suddenly, he let out a beast-like roar, lunging at Lu Su, only to be slapped back by a slime. Lu Su, impressed by the effectiveness of his emotional control, wiped his blood-stained arm and said disdainfully, "Ever heard the saying gamblers never end well? Before stepping into a casino, shouldn't you bet your own life and not your family's? Thanks for the entertainment. Remember your promise." Lu Su's actions deepened the fear among the other players. Approaching him seemed to bring misfortune, and those who played the wheel often lost more than they won, their emotions unraveling with just a few words from him. An hour and a half passed, and almost no one dared to approach the largest wheel. Yet, Lu Su hadn't won either. His arm was riddled with bloody holes, and a nail had pierced his left eardrum. Despite this, he played with enthusiasm, always betting on the highest odds while tormenting his fellow gamblers. This player, allegedly the strongest, showed no signs of dominance and was at the bottom of the rankings. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, Li Wei, and Yin Hong had all accumulated more than 5 stars. No one dared to gamble on Xiaontong's side either, and she still held the record for the most stars in the room. She was sitting at a table playing poker when suddenly a voice, cold and sinister, spoke from behind her. "Among those left, you seem to be leading. How about a collaboration? I have a plan." Xiaontong had her back to the newcomer, but she already knew it was that guy named Li Wei. Without turning around, she calmly said, "Interested in a chat?" Li Wei strolled over with a chuckle, easily finding a place to sit. He had already spoken with quite a few people, and now he seemed more at ease. After all, I believe anyone confident in their abilities wouldn't want to be subordinate. How about a game while we talk? Xiaoyantong replied expressionlessly. I've been looking for someone to bet with for half a day, and finally got one delivered to my door. Of course, I have to seize the opportunity. There was a barely noticeable hint of sarcasm in her tone. Hearing this, Li Wei's gaze involuntarily fell on the 13 stars gleaming on Xiaoyantong's chest, and his mouth twitched slightly. Truth be told, he was surprised that this player, whom he had barely heard of, could become number one. Since her last game with Zue, Xiaoyantong had changed the appearance and color of her omniscient eye helmet. This small change was remarkably effective because everyone's attention was focused on Zue, and most people didn't recognize her, except for those who were particularly observant. A beam of light enveloped the two of them, and the blackjack game began. The skeletal dealer started dealing the cards with precise, cold movements. Li Wei observed the cards while making conversation. Impressive. Winning so much? Xiaoyantong responded briefly, indeed. Her tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Li Wei continued probing, in this game setting, you probably don't think you're weaker than anyone else, right? Xiaoyantong glanced at Li Wei, their eyes meeting. She replied calmly, I'm obviously weaker than him. You don't seriously think you can beat him, do you? Li Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. This was not the direction he had anticipated the conversation would go. Confused, he said, but he has one much less than you, and significantly less. Yes, you did well in that regard, thank you. Xiaoyantong nodded slightly, with a faint trace of sarcasm in her voice. Li Wei was completely baffled, thinking to himself, what on earth is this mess? The skeletal dealer mechanically asked, more cards? Feeling frustrated, Li Wei glanced at his hand, seeing the points were low. Hit. He then continued speaking to Xiaoyantong. Actually, my plan is already. Xiaoyantong interrupted him, looking at her cards and said, your plan is almost complete, right? Let me finish it for you. She began to detail Li Wei's plan, persuading others not to gamble against Zue, then convincing them to join a multiplayer game, some not even realizing it was to deal with Zue. Finally, Li Wei would challenge Zue to this multiplayer game, and with Zue's personality, he would not refuse. Once Zue agreed, the game would start immediately, leaving others no chance to back out, creating a situation where everyone was against Zue. Li Wei was shocked at how easily Xiaoyantong had seen through his plan. He decided to drop the pretense and said candidly, smart. No wonder you're the one with the most stars. This isn't a battle, it's a gamble. In a gamble, the odds are terrifyingly high when multiple parties join forces. Like in poker, if two people secretly team up, the third person stands almost no chance of winning. Xiaoyantong looked at Li Wei calmly and said, in theory, the odds of winning are indeed high. Li Wei tried to provoke her. So, what? You don't plan to join? Are you not confident in yourself? Xiaoyantong retorted. Do you know what it means to overdo it? What? Li Wei didn't immediately understand. He suddenly felt that the woman across from him looked at him with disdain and a peculiar sense of disappointment. Xiaoyantong sighed inwardly. Initially, when Duan Lu's had perfect victories, she thought Li Wei had potential. But seeing him now gathering people to gamble against Zue made her lose interest. She couldn't help but say, why are you insisting on handing it to him? No matter how high the theoretical odds of winning, someone like Zue could still come up with an unexpected way to win. As long as you're gambling, you're giving him a chance. Li Wei was also scrutinizing Xiaoyantong, finding her way of speaking peculiar, as if she could foresee the future, having no confidence in their actions, as though she had already deemed them doomed. He tentatively asked, you seem quite familiar with him, or are you one of his supporters? Xiaoyantong didn't answer directly, only saying, you've busted. She pointed to the cards on Li Wei's table. Li Wei looked down to see he had kept hitting until reaching 23 points. Meanwhile, Xiaoyantong's revealed cards showed 20 points, with one card still face down. Didn't you bust? Li Wei asked, unwilling to accept it. Xiaoyantong said nothing, merely flipping over her face-down card to reveal an ace of spades. Li Wei was dumbfounded, and a star disappeared from his chest, while Xiaoyantong's count increased to 14. Want to play another round? Xiaoyantong asked. Li Wei felt a deep sense of discomfort, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had intended to recruit a top player to increase their chances of winning, only to find himself being subtly mocked after a brief chat, and losing a star in the process. Even against the strongest player, he hadn't suffered such a setback, yet this time, he had stumbled here. Li Wei gave Xiaoyantong a long look, realizing there was no point in staying, and stood up. Then we'll see how things unfold. Xiaoyantong shook her head, suddenly looking at Li Wei, saying, since you gifted me a star, I'll give you a tip. Out of all the choices you can make right now, the best outcome is to do nothing. Li Wei didn't respond, heading towards where Zue was. Xiaoyantong sighed, thinking. She had wanted to see how Zue would break this setup. But now, it's starting all over again. Zue was still playing with the ball at the roulette table, glancing at the approaching Li Wei without any surprise. So, have you come up with something interesting? Li Wei said, let's let the game randomly match us with others. It'll be a multiplayer game, not just the two of us. A hint of contempt appeared on Zue's mask of lust. Is this your idea of something interesting? After a pause, he added, all right, great. Li Wei responded immediately, raising his right hand. Without giving any extra time for thought, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping many figures in the room. Above everyone's heads, a gigantic number suddenly illuminated. 20. The casino buzzed with excitement as the much-anticipated game, Stairway of Life and Death, finally began. With the lights suddenly flashing on, Slime sprang into action, agilely hopping to the center of the arena, its translucent body wriggling. Lu Su glanced at Slime under the spotlight. Slime trembled slightly, gesturing to see if Lu Su wanted the spotlight. Lu Su shook his head disinterestedly. He no longer needed the spotlight to be the center of attention. Slime forced a smile, almost wanting to slap itself for the unnecessary gesture. It quickly regained composure and announced, this game is for 20 players, and the rules are as follow. Before it could finish, the entire room shook violently. The bottom of the ship, which served as the casino, suddenly split open, revealing a massive crack nearly 100 meters long, exposing the inky black sea below. The turbulent waves were barely visible in the darkness, making one question their own eyesight. What was even more puzzling was that there was a gap between the ship's bottom and the sea. The true nature of this ship was questionable. Above the chasm, 40 virtual screens were laid out, 2 per row, stretching all the way to the end. Slime directed a dummy to the starting point and gave the command. The dummy began hopping left and right across the screens, successfully reaching the end after crossing 20 rows. It's that simple, Slime explained. But remember, only 20 of the boards are real. The rest are illusions. Step on the wrong one, and you'll fall. Plus no flying allowed here. As soon as Slime finished speaking, everyone felt a weight on their bodies, as if some restriction had been imposed. Lu Su thoughtfully examined the crack. It was no more than 100 meters long, with each row of boards spaced about 3 meters apart. For the extraordinary individuals present, it wasn't a difficult task, let alone for him. A full sprint and a leap seemed possible. As if reading his mind, Slime looked directly at Lu Su and said, for players who can leap over in one go, we've set up restrictions. You must step on all 20 boards to succeed. Lu Su smirked to himself, thinking the game had gone to great lengths to limit him. Slime wriggled its body and cheekily asked, does anyone want to quit? This question caused an uproar. Some shouted to quit, questioning why it was a 20-player game, while others exclaimed that Lu Su was among them. Slime, with a serious expression, responded, failed to quit. The game has already started. The crowd was furious, directing their anger at Li Wei. Some were there just to earn stars, unaware that Li Wei was targeting Lu Su. Others wanted revenge after being defeated by Lu Su at the roulette but felt powerless. Li Wei, unfazed by the crowd's hostility, calmly said, ladies and gentlemen, it's pointless to argue now. You should focus on surviving and maximizing your benefits. He turned to Slime, asking about the order for crossing the bridge. Slime pretended to think for a moment before announcing, let's decide by the number of stars bet. More stars go later, fewer go first. All stars go into the prize pool as a reward for the winner. Hearing this, the crowd was furious. This host was ridiculous, making up rules on the spot, calculating rewards on the fly, yet asking them to risk their lives. However, after the rules were announced, no one placed a bet. All eyes turned to Lu Su. Someone shouted that he should go first. The strongest should lead the way. It's a common human instinct in competitive situations to let the strongest go first, hoping they fail, leaving opportunities for others. Lu Su, annoyed, snapped, what are you staring at? Huh, a bunch of weaklings. Ignoring the crowd, he quietly gazed at the sea beneath the ship and calmly said, I'm not betting anything. I'll go first. As Lu Su's voice faded, the arena buzzed with another round of wandering. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that the game posed no mortal risk, starkly contrasting with the other players. Originally, 20 participants had banded together, intending to take down this strongest player. After all, being the strongest made him an easy target. However, when Lu Su volunteered to go first, their plan was instantly disrupted. Li Wei wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the relaxed Lu Su ahead. His brow furrowed as he noticed the 14-star woman also keenly observing the situation. Remembering her previous words, a sense of unease crept into Li Wei's heart. Choosing to go first, Lu Su either didn't care about the penalty for failure, or was completely confident. Li Wei's gaze sharpened, fully aware that this man was no ordinary person. He suddenly asked, is the bet we discussed already set, or can it be changed at any time? This question was directed at Slime, but Slime was entirely focused on Lu Su, as if he were the most fascinating thing in existence. The other player's antics seemed to bore it. Slime reluctantly glanced at Li Wei and replied, "Ugh, why are you so troublesome? Of course, your own discussions don't count. You can change them anytime. The final official bet must be certified by me and placed directly with me." Hearing this, everyone felt a renewed sense of urgency. Li Wei was quietly relieved it was just as he thought. Lu Su often behaved recklessly, but at critical moments, he could be unpredictable and back out. Without this restriction, if all bets were placed and then Lu Su changed his, he would have an unfair advantage. Just as Li Wei was about to speak, Lu Su interjected, "I'll be straightforward. I'm betting, but I'm not wagering anything. I just want to go first." He directed this at Slime, decisively cutting off his own retreat. Slime practically teleported in front of Lu Su, excitedly confirming, "Oh, are you sure? Our great strongest player. Once you agree, there's no backing out." Lu Su responded expressionlessly, "I'm sure. Also, keep your distance." His lust mask showed a look of disgust, as if he were looking at a blob of snot. Feigning hurt, Slime stepped back 2 paces but quickly regained its excitement. "Good. Very good. That's the spirit of the game. I've decided too. The first person to reach the finish line will receive 70% of the final reward. From the second place onwards, the distribution will decrease according to an arithmetic sequence based on the number of clearers." A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Su, as if sealing some kind of contract. Slime continued to incite the other players. "Everyone, the thrilling game is right before you. Do you really want to lag behind? Come on, you can also bet nothing, making the order purely random." How exciting! The crowd ignored Slime's words, and someone asked, "If no one bets, where do the stars come from after getting through?" Slime confidently replied, "Then there won't be any stars. But you'll have fun. You'll experience the thrill of the game. Isn't that the most meaningful, enjoyable thing? Why aren't you satisfied?" Slime shouted indignantly, but no one paid attention. With Lu Su's decision to sacrifice himself first, the atmosphere among the remaining players became tense. After all, no one wanted to be the second. Lu Su chuckled, "You guys take your time. Though it doesn't mean much, I know you'll waste a lot of time talking." With that, he walked over to Li Wei. Li Wei braced himself, meeting Lu Su's gaze calmly. A wide smile appeared on Lu Su's lust mask as he reached out to touch Li Wei's face. Instinctively, Li Wei tried to dodge, but he was too slow. Lu Su whispered in his ear, "I bet in everyday life. Many have called you cunning, ruthless, and even mad. So much so that you might believe it yourself, maybe even take pride in it. But to me, you're a bit too honest and conservative." Li Wei felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, a chill running through him, rendering him speechless. He even wondered if Lu Su intended to force him. But Lu Su merely teased him before turning away, heading back to the casino, ignoring the remaining 19 players. As the 20-player challenge began, the number of people in the hall sharply decreased by nearly half. Lu Su estimated that the 19 others would argue for a long time, so he approached the roulette wheel and began playing by himself. Watching Lu Su's carefree demeanor, Yin Hong stomped in frustration. "Seriously, he's just asking for it. The odds are about 1 in a million." He leaned over to peer at the Black Sea below. "What's with this seawater? Would you die if you fell in?" From the very beginning, Yin Hong decided to confront Lu Su. However, he still felt that Zue, in some sense, was on his side. After all, not long ago, Zue had taken down that little Shiba, which was a kind of national pride. Even though Shiba had now denied Pu Buchan's Korean nationality, claiming Zue was the real Korean. Yin Hong's teammates were chattering on, which left Zhou a little exasperated. He asked, "What's up? Want to jump in and test it yourself? See if you'd really die?" Yin Hong replied naively, "And if I really do die?" Zhou responded without hesitation, "I'll apply for a martyr's certificate for you." Yin Hong looked puzzled. "Do I really need that martyr's certificate?" Zhou shook his head and spoke more seriously. "All right, focus on your own matters. Didn't you just lose again? You're down to just 3 stars now. There's not much game time left, so you'd better come up with a plan." He advised wisely, not wanting Yin Hong to waste time. Suddenly, Yin Hong remembered something and retorted, "Hey, Red-clad Casanova, didn't you just pass a hell-level game last time by riding someone else's coattails? You even said he saved your life. Why are you so heartless now, not caring about his fate at all?" Zhou replied sternly, "First of all, by his standards, you're also a red-clad Casanova. That's the most crucial thing. Secondly, panicking won't help. You can't assist him, and he doesn't want your help. You think he's courting death, you think he's done for, but let me tell you, everyone thinks that about his games. So just wait and see, he must have some kind of plan." With that, Zhou started his own gamble, no longer paying attention to Yin Hong, as if he was used to Zue's antics. In the hall, even though half the people weren't participating in the game, their interest in the spectacle didn't wane. The crowds around various machines noticeably thinned, with everyone's gaze shifting between 2 focal points. Zue calmly playing at the big wheel and the crowd on the verge of fighting. The incessant noise made Li Wei realize the situation had spiraled out of control. After Zue chose to go first, he became a sort of target. No one wanted to draw lots for the earlier positions, as being second or third was almost no different from certain death. But placing bets couldn't be done recklessly, as everyone had limited stars, and raising the stakes wasn't as simple as it sounded. From a safety perspective, the later the turn, the safer it seemed. But the primary goal of participating in this game wasn't just safety, it was to win. The first to clear the game would get 70% of the benefits, while most others would just be along for the ride. The last one would merely survive without any reward. From a profit standpoint, being placed around 11th or 12th seemed optimal. Everyone wanted to bet more but didn't want to be the one who bet the most, drawing everyone's ire. The arguments were relentless, making heads spin. Worse, before leaving, Lu Su used his ability to stir up everyone's emotions. As time passed, people even started physically fighting. Time ticked away. Half of the 3-hour limit had passed since the game started, but now less than an hour remained, and the bickering continued. This made Xiantong suspect that Zue had planned it all along. Had he never intended to play? Just let the 19 others exhaust themselves and run out of time, thus ending the game? What about a perfect playthrough? Finally, under the urging of Slime and Li Wei's various mediations, everyone placed their bets. Some wagered 2 stars, others 3, and even 4. Ultimately, a portion of people bet the same amount of stars, and among those with the same stars, the order was random. This randomness gave a sliver of hope, otherwise, the arguing would have continued indefinitely. A beam of light enveloped all the players, the bet was set, and the game officially began. Lu Su finished his turn at the wheel and walked over as expected. Under everyone's gaze, he seemed like a new king ascending the throne, flanked by soldiers. This pleased him immensely, as he basked in the treatment of a top protagonist, wearing his lust mask. Even those not participating in the game paused their tasks to watch Zue walk to the starting point. Lu Su raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the first row of light screens. But the energy bullets were completely blocked, leaving no trace after 2 booms. There will only be changes when a player passes, you know, Slime's voice came from beside him. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to one place. The 8 fake people that had dispersed into the crowd were slowly converging. They hadn't followed Zue for 2 hours, causing Li Wei to momentarily forget about them. He quickly felt uneasy and said to Slime, "You said earlier that there would only be changes when a player passes, right? The fake ones don't count, right?" Slime replied, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. But as fake one passed by, it gave him a meaningful look. Then, all 8 fake people gathered around Zue. Heh, love is undying and fearless. The lust mask displayed an ambiguous expression as Lu Su exposed the ribcage of a fake person and continued, "From the very beginning, I was actually maximizing benefits. A bit of a jerk, aren't I?" Fake one's eyes flickered with ghostly fire and suddenly spoke to Lu Su. "I know I can't love you, but I also know that I do love you now. It's a curse, isn't it?" Lu Su, wearing the lust mask, shrugged and said, "Love itself is a curse, isn't it?" The fake person remained silent, but Lu Su could read too many complex and painful emotions from the decayed remains. There are many curses in this world. Life itself is a curse, especially eternal life. Life is a curse, and so is love. If one curse can end another, then I thank you for coming." Lu Zhe gazed at the skeletal remains before him, his thoughts drifting back to Long Wu and Long Lu, whom he had encountered at the demon hospital. He couldn't help but ponder. Are these beings truly just NPCs in a game? If they are merely data-driven characters, why do they exhibit such genuine emotions and can even be manipulated by me? But if they aren't, how can these bones retain emotions? Were they once players too? These questions swirled in Lu Zhe's mind, but he chose to remain silent. His smile widened, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Without any guidance, Lu Zhe gracefully stepped forward, mimicking a courtly gesture as if holding the waist of someone who was no longer there. "It's an honor to spend this wonderful evening with you," Lu Zhe murmured, his purple mask slowly approaching the skull, as if about to kiss it. In the center of the dance floor, a black sea stretched beneath them, one masked, the other just bones, creating an eerily surreal scene. "If you have anything to say, now's the time," Lu Zhe suggested. The skeleton's hand gently pressed against Lu Zhe's mask, as if to stop the kiss or push him away. "Stick to your judgments and guesses, for I'm about to fulfill my final purpose for you." With that, the skeleton turned to face a 100-meter-long chasm, stepping toward the void-like light screen, standing firmly upon it. This scene left the others, like Zhou Tian and Xiantong, puzzled. From the previous conversation, it seemed they intended to exchange the imposter's life to clear the sin. But hadn't this approach been proven ineffective from the start? Care to make a choice? Gamble your luck. You might enjoy this game too. Lu Zhe maintained his nonchalant tone. "No need," the imposter replied calmly, stepping aside to allow the Sin to approach. Lu Zhe lightly tapped his toes and leaped to the imposter's side, landing steadily. Oh, it seems you've chosen the right one. Today is my lucky day, Lu Zhe chuckled. And mine as well, imposter number 1 agreed, its terrifying skull surprisingly appearing gentle. Without hesitation, the imposter jumped to the next level, its movements even showing a hint of eagerness. Li Wei and the others were still bewildered, and just as Lu Zhe leaped to the next level, an unexpected event occurred. The moment Lu Zhe's feet touched the light screen, it turned into nothingness. The true rule of the game revealed itself. Non-players could pass safely, while players faced the Schrodinger's cat-like steps. In this critical moment, imposter number 1 extended its bony arm and gave Lu Zhe a push. This push provided Lu Zhe with a foothold, allowing him to showcase his world-class physical prowess. He twisted in midair with the agility of a swallow in a rainy night, finally landing securely on the next step. Meanwhile, the skeleton accelerated its fall, silently sinking into the pitch-black sea below without a splash. Lu Zhe looked down at the abyss, the inscrutable smile on his mask unchanged. He bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude to the deep sea. Everyone was stunned by this dramatic scene. Slime exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, wow, wow! Amazing, amazing! What a spectacular performance by the strongest player!" He clapped vigorously, though his gelatinous body couldn't produce sound, so he had to provide his own sound effects. However, aside from Slime, no one seemed to find the scene amusing. Lu Zhe slightly turned his head, expressionless as he looked at Slime, and said, "Why are you always so noisy? Chubby, why don't you come up here?" Lu Su's face turned expressionless in an instant, as if a cold mask had covered his features. His earlier smile vanished like it had fallen off a cliff, and the shimmering light on his mask faded away. He stared coldly at the disgusting form of the slime, a hint of disgust flickering in his eyes. The slime immediately sensed the change in the atmosphere, shrinking back a little and muttering in a timid voice, "Can't even play along, huh?" Despite its grumbling, it obediently moved aside with a squelch, quietly observing the unfolding situation. This scene made those who had been watching Lu Su suddenly realize the truth. They finally understood why Lu Su had insisted on undying love as a condition from the start. This requirement not only held a high priority but also offered considerable freedom, which could potentially yield positive results. Xiarantong recalled her own performance in the first round of the game. At the time, she had simply demanded that the opponent hand over all their stars, without considering the use of the concept of love. She once didn't understand why Sin used love instead of issuing direct orders. Now she realized it was a matter of autonomy. The demand to obey my commands was actually not very forceful, as there were countless ways to carry out such orders, including feigned compliance or even sabotage. Sin's demand was equivalent to recruiting 8 loyal helpers, cleverly utilizing autonomy. Zhou also saw through Sin's intention, nodding in admiration. "So that's the real advantage," he said. He knew that the strongest player appeared nonchalant on the surface, but every step was meticulously thought out. Yin Hong was still awestruck by Lu Su's mid-air double jump, looking confused as he asked, "What advantage? What's going on? What are you talking about?" Zhou Tian waved him off impatiently. "None of your business. Go crack some sunflower seeds on the side." "Huh, I didn't bring any seeds," Yin Hong responded, still bewildered. Although everyone understood the situation in front of them and grasped Sin's previous calculations, they couldn't shake a strange discomfort. Despite the fake people being nothing more than eerie skeletons, driving them in the name of love felt unsettling. Lu Su's feelings were even more complex. He had long adapted to the mask, accepting its side effects to familiarize himself with the process and attempt to use its abilities. Now, he had become a master of emotional manipulation. Although he kept a low profile in the game scene and limited his interaction with the fakes, he had already formed some hypotheses from many conversations. Life is a curse, and love is also a curse. "I hope to use one curse to lift another." This phrase seemed to hint at a desire for death. When the two met in midair and completed a life exchange, Lu Su instantly felt the other's intense emotions, a sense of abnormal relief mixed with strong hatred. And this hatred didn't seem to be directed at him. That's why Lu Su kept staring at the black sea below, laughing like a madman. He was pondering questions that had begun in the demon asylum. However, he had to focus on the current situation. Unexpectedly to everyone, Sin had already climbed 2 rows of stairs. Now, 7 more fake people silently approached him. Li Wei and the others panicked. At this rate, Sin might be the first to clear the level. Whether he cleared it or not was secondary, but most of the 19 people present had wagered everything, with many even in debt to the execution tools. Spurred on by Li Wei, the crowd once again became a disorganized mess, trying to prevent the fake people from climbing the stairs. They shouted things like, "You don't have to listen to him at all and there's no compulsion," with some even delving into lectures on love ethics, nearly making Lu Su laugh out loud. Lu Su took no action, simply standing there observing, as if watching a play. Of course, most importantly, he was collecting the emotions of the fake people. In the process of obstruction, these desperate gamblers clearly overestimated themselves. The fake people were already approaching with a mindset of relief, some even eager, finally having Lu Su as an excuse. And now someone wanted to stop them? At that moment, these skeletal figures displayed their impressive strength. One casually shoved a person to the edge of a chasm, nearly sending them falling. The person, realizing their precarious position, almost wet themselves and immediately shouted, "Isn't it supposed to be that players can't harm each other in the game?" "Host," the slime replied impatiently, "if a player falls on their own, it doesn't count, you know? How is this me falling on my own?" The person yelled in frustration. But in this situation, reasoning was futile. After all, surviving in this hellish game was already a blessing. Seeing this, everyone quieted down. The fake people climbed the life and death stairs one by one, stopping before Lu Su. Bowing their heads at his graceful smile, they seemed about to enter the underworld for an early meeting with the King of Hell. Subsequently, the scene of an aerial relay played out repeatedly. Each time, those behind hoped Lu Su would make a mistake, but he never did. After all, how could the world's strongest player falter at such a moment? On the life and death stairs, with life as the support, Sin advanced with an ease that defied imagination. Different people watching this scene felt a myriad of complex emotions. For a moment, the entire casino hall was silent, save for the sound of waves and the quiet passage of time. The slime excitedly shouted again. "Look, look! Why isn't everyone excited? Love can pave a stairway to heaven, and life is the cost of the game. The strongest player is indeed the strongest player. The gameplay is much more thrilling." Almost simultaneously, Lu Su stopped. The smile on his mask gradually widened until he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Heh? Haha." He turned to look at the slime, their gazes meeting in the air. Lu Su casually remarked, "There's no need to take that thing so seriously. Everything here is just a game, and I am the only player." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.